Moreover, the recent conversation seemed to also entertain the idea of abandoning the injured and preparing to retreat. If so, he feared that he would truly become cannon fodder in this battle. Damn it, I can't be the first to die among the transmigration army, giving away a head start, that's not my style. Chinyu fumed inwardly. Ding dong, one-click full-level cheat activated successfully, would you like to use it now? Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Cheat? One-click full level? Chinyu was momentarily stunned. This unexpected stroke of luck left him somewhat bewildered. No, that's not right. He quickly realized that having a golden finger seemed to be standard for the transmigration army, and now it had come at just the right time. Activate the one-click full-level cheat. Chinyu instructed without hesitation. Ding dong, congratulations to the host on successful activation, the database is now being constructed. Host information displayed, Uchiha Chinyu Ninja Level, Shunin Ninjutsu, Great Fireball Technique, Dragon Flame Technique, Shadow Clone, Body Flicker Technique, Single Tomoe Sharingan. Looking at this simple attribute panel, Chinyu finally understood why those outside had looked down on him. Among the Uchiha clan, known for its talents, his strength was truly a drag. Scanning complete, would the host like to use the one-click full level now? The system's voice came again. Use it immediately. Chinyu promptly issued the command, not using this cheat-like ability would simply be a waste. Ding, Sharingan full level. Activation of Mangekyo Sharingan successful, congratulations to the host on acquiring hidden abilities, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Susanoo. Ding, Great Fireball Technique full level. Ding, Dragon Flame Technique full level. Ding, Body Flicker Technique full level. Ding, Shadow Clone Technique full level, activating multiple Shadow Clone. Ding, multiple Shadow Clone full level. A series of system prompts continuously flashed through his mind, leaving Chinyu somewhat dazed. This meant that any ninjutsu he came across could instantly reach full level status. Susanoo, Tsukuyomi, and Amaterasu, these were big moves that could instantly annihilate anything. While others spend decades and exhaust countless efforts to achieve this, I can reach full level with just one click. This cheating feeling is really exhilarating. Chinyu felt the immense power surging through his eyes and couldn't help but smile. Just then, a woman with black hair, Shizun, appeared in Chinyu's field of vision. She was the only medical ninja in the team. In the recent fight, death might have been a release, while surviving seemed almost like a sin. From Shizun's sweaty forehead and pale face, it was evident that her chakra and physical strength were greatly depleted. Watching Shizun's hands light up with medical chakra again, Chinyu reached out to stop her. Don't worry, my body has almost recovered, you should rest a bit. If you continue like this, I'm worried you might pass out due to excessive exhaustion, Chinyu softly persuaded. Shizun stubbornly shook her head, biting her red lips and said, Lady Tsunade once said that medical ninjas are the last guardians of life on the battlefield. If even I give up, then they will be given up too. I'm not willing to let that happen. If I could be as strong as Lady Tsunade, summoning Lord Slug to help everyone heal, they wouldn't be abandoned. Tears welled up in Shizun's eyes as she knelt on the ground, clutching her pant legs tightly, tears dripping onto the back of her hands as she sobbed. She forcibly pursed her lips, her eyes full of reluctance and grievance. Perhaps this was the frustration of a healer, having the ability yet unable to perform, helplessly watching comrades get hurt. Chinyu, what should I do? Shizun's eyes were filled with confusion, tears continuously sliding down. At this moment, she had none of her usual composure as a medical ninja, looking more like a child in distress. Chinyu struggled to his feet, gently wiped the tears from Shizun's face, and comforted her. Don't worry, you've done enough already, let me handle this. Feeling the warmth of Chinyu's palm, Shizun stood frozen in place. The usually shy and somewhat self-conscious Uchiha Chinyu now seemed completely different to her, his eyes firm like a hawk, instilling an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. However, when she realized her own intimate and slightly ambiguous behavior just moments ago, her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she quickly changed the subject. They are seriously injured, what should we do next to help them? Unless we can transport them back to Konoha or have more medical ninjas come to support, but it seems they are discussing a retreat and planning to abandon these injured. Chinyu moved his body a bit and firmly stated, don't worry, with me here, they won't be abandoned. Let's end this war together and then go home. Amid Shizun's bewildered expression, Shinyu suddenly flicked her forehead, then stepped out of the cave. Annoying. Shizun instinctively rubbed her forehead, but found her tone somewhat strange, her cheeks reddening even more. At the entrance of the cave, the battle meeting was still ongoing. As Shinyu approached, he heard the final decision. Now, in the name of the team leader, I propose that we immediately abandon the injured and retreat. Those who agree, please raise your hands, Yamato suddenly spoke. Beside him, Yuga Yuzuki immediately raised her hand in agreement. I agree. Transporting the injured and treating them along the way would slow down the main force's retreat, so abandoning them is the right thing to do. I hope you consider this carefully, and don't forget what happened to Konoha's White Fang. At this statement, the expression of everyone present changed drastically. The death of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, was a great loss for Konoha, yet he was largely despised by most people, who only cared about the results, never about what was sacrificed in the process. Yuga Yuzuki's words evidently pushed their choices to a dead end. There's no need to choose. We're different from Root, we won't just abandon our teammates, Shinyu said lightly. Is that Uchiha Shinyu? Wasn't he severely injured? How is he awake already? Many were shocked, recalling the blood-covered Shinyu who was rescued from the explosion trap, still haunted by the memory. Yuga Yuzuki and Yamato's faces darkened. They were considered prodigies within Root and Konoha, and when had they ever been publicly questioned and openly opposed? Moreover, in Root, they were indoctrinated with the idea that victory could easily be achieved by sacrificing anything. Shinyu, you're just a chunin, you have no right to participate in this decision. Step aside, Yamato said sternly, if there is a next time, disrupting the peace with your reckless words, don't blame me for enforcing military discipline. With these words, the atmosphere changed, and all eyes turned towards the normally shy and self-conscious Shinyu, sensing that he must be out of his mind to confront someone from Root. Uchiha Shinyu, you dare to ignore the captain's orders, are you seeking death? Yamato shouted angrily. Don't forget, we are facing hundreds of cloud ninjas, including the AB combination. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak, and you, who can't even reach Jonin level, have no right to speak. Now you have two options, either keep quiet and step aside, or die. Yuga Yuzuki added coldly. The chilling words dramatically changed the expression of everyone present. Shinyu, come back. Shizun rushed out, anxiously saying, I'm sorry everyone, Shinyu's consciousness is still a bit unclear. Shizun, let me handle this, Shinyu interrupted her, looking directly at Yuga Yuzuki, so, does that mean teammates can kill each other? Can I also strike to kill you then? His quiet voice echoed through the cave, sweeping over like a hurricane, dramatically changing the faces of all present. This was a completely different person from the Shinyu they knew, who was always timid and hesitant. Oof, good one, Uchiha Shinyu. We in Root have long known that your clan is restless, but you are too naive. With your little strength, you still dare to threaten to kill me, Yuga Yuzuki laughed disdainfully. Humph, a chunin weakling who has no strength. Originally if you had just stayed quiet, we might have taken you with us, but now it seems unnecessary, Yamato said coldly, insolence, openly defying the captain's orders, we have the right to kill you. Weak people should just cower in the corner and tremble. The chilling aura locked onto Shinyu, and everyone present clearly knew that any slight movement from Shinyu would result in a thunderous killing move. Yamato, we are comrades, don't go too far, a purple-haired jonin came forward, in this situation, we should calm down and discuss to find a solution. Humph, Maizuru, I advise you not to meddle. This mission is entirely under our Root's responsibility, this kid is so weak, he's already a drag, and now he's openly defying orders, we have the right to kill him. Your meaning is, strength allows you to kill? Well then, let me show you what despair is. Shinyu mockingly laughed, his pupils turning crimson as a tide, instantly filling his entire iris. In the next moment, 9 Tomoe linked together, the overwhelming power of his eyes exploding like a hurricane around Shinyu, his black hair moving without wind, his blood-colored eyes pressing down on everyone's minds. What kind of eyes are those? Uchiha Shinyu, wasn't it just a single Tomoe Sharingan? Now it's 1, 2, 3. 9 Tomoe. What the hell is happening? In the Uchiha clan, even 3 Tomoe is already very powerful, but 9 Tomoe. The oppressive power of the blood-like tide of the 9 Tomoe Mangekyo Sharingan dramatically changed the expressions of everyone in the cave. The Uchiha clan, known throughout the ninja world, had their evolutionary pattern of the Sharingan well understood. Single Tomoe, double Tomoe, triple Tomoe were the most common changes, and even within the Uchiha clan, few knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan, let alone its serendipitous awakening. But at this moment, none of that mattered. What mattered was the catastrophic sense they felt under the immense pressure of his powerful eyes. How is this possible? He's just a Chunin, how could he activate that legendary Mangekyo Sharingan? Yubao Yuzuki's face changed dramatically, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As Danzo's confidants and the highest combatants en route, they naturally knew some secrets of the Uchiha clan. The eyes before them, defying all logic, could only be explained one way. Wind. Yubao Yuzuki and Yamato exchanged a glance, a hint of seriousness flashing in their eyes, and then they both burst into action simultaneously. Yamato was the first to deploy a secret jutsu of the Yamato clan, pressing his hands in the air, and a powerful force exploded instantly. At the same time, Yubao Yuzuki gathered energy in her mouth and released a cloud of black mist, her secret technique, the dust poison technique. This sudden assault shook everyone like thunder, and Shizun's face also changed abruptly, urgently warning, "Chinyu, be careful. That black mist contains nanoscale poison insects. Once inhaled, there's no doubt of death. Don't worry." Chinyu suddenly looked up, his 9 Tomoe Rinnegan spinning wildly. Chakra with a hint of disaster filled the air, and in the next moment, it surged back towards him like a raging tide. "Kid, you are too arrogant. Just let the poison dust get within 1 meter of you." Yubao Yuzuki's smile froze as the oncoming poison dust was stopped 3 feet from Chinyu by an invisible crimson aura. Then, the swirling ocular power suddenly transformed into a terrifying skeleton, the narrow cave instantly filled with this horrific sight. A pair of eyes flickering with blood-red flames emitted an enigmatic aura, as if capable of sucking in souls. PFSSHT. The approaching poison insects were instantly burned to ashes by the flames, turning into dust on the ground. Unleashing Susanoo without hesitation. The chilling skeleton, its blood-red energy ribs, and the flames dancing in its deep-set eye sockets, even just watching it made one's spine chill. "It's impossible, you were clearly controlled by Win's secret technique, how could you break the situation this easily?" Yubao Yuzuki's expression changed dramatically again. She was not only shocked by the Susanoo displayed by Chinyu but also puzzled by how their foolproof combination attack with Yamato had been broken. She had no idea what had happened. Have you forgotten? Besides fire release, our Uchiha clan is most proficient in illusion techniques, Chinyu said with a cold laugh, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. What? Yubao Yuzuki's expression drastically changed, she tried to move but found herself as if restrained by invisible chains. "My body can't move, when did you cast an illusion on me? What's wrong, scared now?" "It's too late." Shinyu's eyes flashed with disdain, and he roared as Susanoo's bone hands surged towards them like lightning. "No!" Yubao Yuzuki's face twisted viciously, "If you want me dead, you won't live either." Unlike Yamato, though her body was restrained, she could still command her parasitic insects. Secret technique insect explosion. Yubao Yuzuki's body surface bulged rapidly, and immediately, the poison insects became agitated, a powerful blast sweeping out, and dark green poison gas drifted with the wind. "Everyone be careful, don't breathe in this poison gas." Shizun cried out in alarm, but soon they realized that the whole world seemed to be spinning. When they came to, they were still inside the cave, but there were no signs of battle or insect explosion. They hurriedly looked towards Chinyu, only to find Yubao Yuzuki and Yamato kneeling on the ground, laughing foolishly. Their bizarre appearance clearly showed they were still trapped in an illusion. What kind of illusion is this, that can instantly control all our minds? Was the battle just now an illusion? Someone sharp-eyed immediately noticed something amiss, their eyes filled with fright and unease. 2 Jonin were unknowingly dragged into an illusion, and they still can't escape, this is too terrifying. A wave of indescribable fear surged in their hearts. They were acutely aware that if Chinyu had been in a bad mood, he could have easily killed them all, a profoundly sobering realization. Alright, those who kill must be prepared to be killed. They wanted to kill me, so me killing them is only natural, right? Shinyu spoke as if he had done something trivial, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before slowly walking towards Yuga Yuzuki and Yamato. Yes, Shinyu is right. The people from Root are too detached, daring to strike down their own comrades. Even if this gets back to Konoha, they won't escape punishment. Rather than letting these two stay in the team, like a fishbone stuck in the throat, better to deal with them now. The ninjas in the area began to agree one after another. Shinyu couldn't help but smile, knowing that opportunists exist everywhere, but what satisfied him was that these people never suggested abandoning a teammate or attacking him, which was reassuring. Shinyu, you can't kill them. Shizun suddenly advised, Danzo holds grudges seriously. If Yuga Yuzuki and Yamato are killed, you'll definitely be branded a rogue ninja. I don't want you to get into trouble. As these words came out, many in the crowd's expressions changed dramatically. They had heard more or less about Root's modus operandi and knew well Danzo's methods and ruthlessness. Many dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. You don't want me to get into trouble? Shinyu smiled at Shizun, who paused, her cheeks reddening slightly before she gritted her teeth and nodded. I don't want us all to get into trouble. That's it, it seems I misunderstood the situation. Shinyu chuckled dryly, since Shizunu spoke up, I'll spare them for now. But while they may escape death, they won't escape punishment. Let's detain them for now. Everyone respects me, so I won't shirk responsibility. We'll rest here for 3 days, and then we'll take the initiative to attack. In my eyes, companions should never be abandoned, unless they step over my dead body. His calm words resonated powerfully with everyone present, who had originally thought of Shinyu as a timid and weak person. But now, because of everything before them, their perception of Shinyu was completely overturned. Whether it was defeating Yuga Yuzuki and Yamato with an illusion or now taking the initiative to attack, in their eyes, Shinyu was standing up for his comrades, which gave them an inexplicable sense of security as his teammates. Shinyu, rest assured, this pass is extremely important for the Land of Fire strategically. Even if we wouldn't disobey orders, we definitely wouldn't abandon it easily. You must know, once the Cloud Ninja passed through this gateway, their dispersal would pose a great threat to Konoha, Maizuru Sogo stated earnestly, the one who had stepped forward to intervene earlier. Everyone, get ready. Shinyu looked at the crowd, a flicker of determination in his eyes. In this world of Naruto, it has always been a survival of the fittest. His demonstrated strength was enough to make others wary, and they all understood that abandoning comrades, even for a mission, would lead to condemnation back in Konoha. Moreover, once the Cloud Ninja breached this pass and entered Konoha, it would be like entering unguarded territory, making further resistance extremely difficult. Shinyu, rest assured, the group of ninjas echoed, each preparing to take up their defensive positions. By the way, does anyone here carry ninja technique scrolls? Shinyu suddenly remembered something crucial. Now possessing the one-click full-level system, he could maximize any ninjutsu, and with 3 days of downtime, he couldn't miss the opportunity to enhance his own strength, especially since the Cloud Ninja's formidable AB team was not to be underestimated. Ninja technique scrolls? The 20 or so ninjas present were momentarily taken aback. No one has them? Shinyu didn't hold much hope, knowing that in this wartime state, who would carry learning scrolls on their person? Moreover, ninja villages have special training rooms for ninja scrolls, and most techniques are passed down by teachers or elders. Rarely does anyone carry scrolls individually, as losing in battle could not only cost a life but also risk the scrolls falling into enemy hands. Maizuru Sogo stepped forward. Shinyu, I don't know what you need the ninja scrolls for, but here's an A-rank technique, Raiton, Lightning Strike. I was planning to give it to my daughter as a gift for her promotion to Chunin after the mission. Rather than it falling into Cloud Ninja's hands, I'd rather give it to you. Your daughter? Shinyu raised an eyebrow, looking at the features of the Jonin before him, feeling vaguely familiar. He asked, Is your daughter Maizuru Yugo? Ha, Maizuru, your daughter is indeed remarkable, even Shinyu has noticed her. A burly man laughed heartily. Maizuru Sogo glared at him, Stop talking nonsense, you're always trying to introduce your son to me, but my precious daughter has sworn she'll only like someone who was at least a special Jonin. Pfft, my son Inuzuka Kaze will soon become a Chunin and reaching special Jonin is just a matter of time, Inuzuka Ho retorted quickly. Mizuru, what do you think about Chinyu? His strength could definitely reach the special Jonin level, his illusion techniques are even beyond us old folks, someone chimed in unexpectedly. Shizun blushed, hurriedly saying, stop joking around, please just give the scroll to Chinyu, he might need it for something else. Little Shizun, why are you blushing? Could it be you've fallen for Chinyu? Laughter erupted throughout the cave, lightening the tense atmosphere a bit. After sizing up Chinyu, Mizuru Sogo slapped his shoulder, good lad, your illusion techniques are indeed powerful enough to be considered at a special Jonin level, here's the scroll. If you make it back alive, I have a letter here I hope you can deliver to my daughter. Chinyu, I also have something, please deliver it to my son. I have something too. Please take care of this for me too. Watching everyone pulling out letters and personal items, it was clear they all believed Chinyu was the most likely to make it back to Konoha alive. Chinyu, could you return this kunai to Lady Tsunade for me? It was a gift she gave me when I became her apprentice. Shizun couldn't help but speak up. A moment of bitterness was hidden behind everyone's smiles. Do you all believe this battle is certain death? Chinyu asked calmly, then why didn't you agree when Yamato and the others decided to retreat earlier? Everyone paused. In their eyes, Chinyu's strength had reached the level of a special Jonin, but with over 100 Cloud Ninja and the AB team, it wasn't something one person could withstand. Chinyu, don't get us wrong, we are not afraid of death. When we became ninjas and took on missions, we were prepared for sacrifice. Moreover, this pass is the main gateway to Konoha. If the Cloud Ninja were to break through and march directly into Konoha, our families and children would also face threats to their lives, so we would rather die in battle than retreat. Mizuru Sogo urgently said. Inuzuka Ho also nodded gravely, Chinyu, we underestimated you, not expecting you to be skilled in such powerful illusion techniques. We are prepared to die here, just hoping you could take some things back for us. Chinyu, please help them, Shizun also couldn't help but urge, and help me too. For a moment, everyone looked at Chinyu with a glimmer of hope. Sorry, I won't help you, Chinyu stated flatly, take back these things yourselves, if you want to deliver them, do it yourselves, including this scroll. We will go back together. His quiet voice swept through the crowd like a hurricane, deeply stirring everyone's souls. Mizuru Sogo couldn't help but clench his fists, his eyes slightly reddening, alright, good lad, you're right, we'll go back together. When we get back, I'll definitely introduce my daughter to you. Ha, Mizuru, you really are shameless in your old age. Humph, I see you all, wishing to introduce your daughters to Chinyu, Mizuru Sogo glared at the crowd. Chinyu took the scroll, saying, it's nothing, I just want to learn a few more techniques in case of emergency. Learning jutsu now might be a bit too late, Mizuru Sogo hesitated, when I learned this technique, it took me over a month to fully master it. Now with only 3 days, it seems a bit rushed. Don't worry, I will learn it quickly. Chinyu didn't explain that he had a system that allowed for instant mastery, suspecting no one would believe it anyway. This. Mizuru Sogo paused, alright, I understand this technique too, if you insist on learning, I can guide you. Thank you, Uncle Mizuru, but I can manage on my own, Chinyu declined, shaking his head and walking out of the cave first. As everyone watched Chinyu's retreating figure, many sighed quietly. Chinyu seems a bit too confident, Inuzuka Ho muttered. The difficulty of mastering an A-rank ninjutsu is no joke. Even the experienced Mizuru took over a month to learn it. How could he possibly succeed in just 3 days? Let it be, he's young, facing some obstacles might be good for him. Mizuru Sogo patted Inuzuka Ho's shoulder and said, I hope Chinyu realizes that some things can't be forced. In a slightly secluded basin outside the cave, Chinyu slowly unfolded the lightning release scroll, then activated his mysterious Mangekyo Sharingan. This Sharingan had once made Kakashi famous as the copy ninja. For a ninja, learning a ninjutsu involves 2 critical stages, initiation and mastery. However, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Chinyu could bypass initiation instantly, and mastery required just a push of a button to reach full level. At this moment, Chinyu was equipped with what could be called physical cheats and unbeatable level-up hacks from the original story. Ding, detection of hand seal speed, do you wish to level up instantly? Instantly level up. Chinyu's hands moved swiftly, and the chakra inside his body underwent precise transformations. Lightning release, lightning strike. As the final hand seal was enacted, a deep rumble echoed from the skies. 9 bolts of lightning, like dragons emerging from the abyss, struck a rock about 7 or 8 meters away with fierce momentum. Boom! The massive rock was instantly shattered, and the splashing lightning scattered debris everywhere, blasting a crater more than 10 meters wide. Amidst the lingering smoke, the scene looked extraordinarily shocking. Seeing this, Shinyu was stunned. According to the scroll's description of the A-rank lightning release, lightning strike, mastering this technique would allow one to harness the stray lightning elements between heaven and earth to launch a lightning strike. However, the scene before him far exceeded this description. Could it be because of the instant full-level system? Shinyu frowned slightly. He remembered a saying from Uchiha Madara in the original story, "There are no weak jutsus, only weak users." Even a simple fire release, Great Fireball, could unleash the power of a great technique, a feat only Madara could achieve. Now, Shinyu's situation was likely due to the ninjutsu being at full level. Still, that move had consumed 1/10 of Shinyu's chakra. Ding, lightning nature chakra, instantly full level. Ding, lightning release, lightning strike, instantly full level. Ding, lightning nature energy sensing, instantly full level. The system prompts in his mind confirmed Shinyu's suspicions. Looking at the crater created by the lightning strike, Shinyu suddenly remembered an impressive ninjutsu from the Uchiha clan wielded by Sasuke, the S-rank lightning release, Kirin. This technique, if not for needing specific conditions to be used, could rival Naruto Uzumaki's wind release, Rasen Shuriken, in terms of destructive power. Unfortunately, in the original story, after its impressive debut, lightning release, Kirin never appeared again, which was a regret for many fans. Now, with over 100 Cloud Ninja and the AB team approaching, this was destined to be a tough battle. If it turned into a prolonged fight, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shinyu could be exhausted to death due to his chakra reserves. Thus, this S-rank lightning release, Kirin, might be Shinyu's key to turning the tide. It could utilize the lightning power between heaven and earth, drastically reducing the consumption of chakra and unleashing speed 1000 that of light. As a large-scale attack, it might catch the enemy off guard. Moreover, with the instant full-level system, there was a good chance Shinyu could replicate lightning release, Kirin, and keep it as a trump card. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ding, lightning release, Kirin, instantly full level. Hearing the familiar prompt, Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief. The connection he had just established with the storm clouds in the sky was also instantly severed. The storm clouds dispersed with a rumble, and a massive but fleeting pressure vanished like a mirage. Lucky to have the instant full-level system, even mastering the natural force of lightning to this extent wouldn't have been so smooth without it. Shinyu dispersed the chakra within his body. This period of study made him acutely aware of the Uchiha clan's weakness, their lack of stamina. No wonder, even with the Rinnegan and the body of the sage, battles of attrition usually ended in exhaustion. Even Uchiha Madara in the original story had sought to transplant and assimilate the first Hokage's cells to overcome this. It seems, after this ordeal, Shinyu would still need to find a way to obtain a sage's body. When Shinyu emerged from the secluded basin, the 27 leaf ninjas who had stayed behind had already assembled. Each face was solemn, ready for battle, and their pupils betrayed a resolute willingness to face death. In their eyes, this unavoidable war against over 100 Cloud Ninja and the AB team looked grim. But beyond the pass lay the open lands of the Land of Fire. If this position fell, not only would Konoha be in jeopardy, but their families would also face dire consequences, so retreat was not an option. Shinyu, if you haven't mastered the A-rank technique, don't be disheartened. Even Maizuru took over a month, Inuzuka Ho couldn't help but say. But that sudden appearance of storm clouds earlier, it seemed like something was hidden in the clouds, pressing down on us. We thought it was a sneak attack by the Cloud Ninja. Inuzuka, can't you ever keep quiet? Maizuru Sogo blared at him. Kid, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Like I said, if you can't hold on, take Shizun and run. A ninjutsu can't be learned in just a few days. Seeing Shinyu appear, many faces relaxed slightly. After all, having witnessed Shinyu's powerful illusion techniques, they felt a newfound respect for this once obscure young ninja. Perfect timing, I've already mastered that ninjutsu, Shinyu said with a smile. You learned an A-rank ninjutsu in 3 days? Maizuru Sogo was momentarily stunned, then clapped Shinyu on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. You're quite the joker at such a critical moment. But it's good to lighten the mood a bit. According to a report from a scout 30 minutes ago, the main force of the Cloud Ninja has appeared 5 kilometers away. You should give the orders now. Shinyu did not elaborate on the doubts of the others. He frowned slightly and said, 30 minutes ago? Didn't I specify that wartime intelligence should be updated every 15 minutes? Maizuru Sogo's face suddenly changed. They had been so busy integrating the team and dealing with the oppressive atmosphere of impending doom that they had completely neglected this crucial detail. Maizuru, there's trouble. Yamato and Yuga Yuzuki are missing, a genin responsible for surveillance rushed over anxiously. As soon as this was mentioned, everyone's nerves tensed instantly. These two issues seemed unrelated at first glance, but a deeper consideration suggested a connection. If their scouts had been silently neutralized without even a chance to send a warning, could it be related to Yamato and Yuga Yuzuki? Everyone, retreat back into the cave. Shinyu shouted urgently. The expressions of everyone present changed dramatically. Haha, you're just realizing it now? I thought Konoha sent someone capable of withstanding our Cloud Ninja assault, but it turns out to be just a greenhorn. A hearty laugh erupted unexpectedly, and figures began to appear from all directions, numbering in the hundreds. Among them, prominently positioned on a hill a few hundred meters away, were the feared AB duo from the Cloud Village. It's bad, we're surrounded. Inuzuka Ho's face turned pale. Looking at the Cloud Ninja blocking their path, anyone could see this was a meticulously laid trap. Hundreds of them, including the AB duo, and we've fallen into an ambush. This is literally a dead end. Maizuru-senpai, what should we do? It must be Yamato and Yuga Yuzuki's doing, otherwise, our defenses and scouts wouldn't have been compromised. The scene plunged into chaos as they faced the disastrous prospect of confronting over 100 Cloud Ninja led by the next Raikage, A, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B. Everyone, calm down. Maizuru Sogo's face turned ashen. When he looked at Shinyu, he paused for a moment. Shinyu's face was calm, almost as if he hadn't taken the situation seriously. Was he shocked into stupidity? Haha, your panic looks really amuse me, I laughed unabashedly. I'm curious to know what you plan to do next. Will you surrender quietly, or shall I kill you all myself? Kill. Kill. Surrender, or die. The unified shouts of over 100 people tightened every Leaf Ninja's nerves to the breaking point, their panic no longer concealable. Shinyu. Shizun's face also turned deathly pale, and she couldn't help but look towards Uchiha Shinyu. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Shinyu reassured her, rubbing Shizun's head. Maizuru-senpai, take them back into the cave and stay inside the barrier. Leave the rest to me. Shinyu had anticipated all of this. After all, the root organization in the original narrative would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Now that Yamato and Yuga Yuzuki had defected, abandoning their comrades in a critical strategic position, if Shinyu and the others were to return alive, it would cast a negative light on the root organization. Therefore, the only way was to strike first, using others to do their dirty work. But this also suited Shinyu just fine. The next time he encountered the root organization, he could strike without reservation, having a perfect excuse to do so. Shinyu, just you alone? Are you insane? We won't just watch you go to your death alone. Maizuru Sogo was shocked, never expecting such a response from Shinyu. Despite facing hundreds of Cloud Ninja and the fearsome AB duo, he couldn't let Shinyu face them alone. Shinyu, don't blame yourself. We'll face this together, there must be a way, Shizun urgently pleaded. Shinyu, you really don't need to worry about us, we chose to stay, another ninja added. Yeah, we're Leaf Ninjas, we've long been prepared to put our lives aside. In many eyes, Shinyu's action was due to his guilt for forcing the whole team to stay. To die? Shinyu chuckled dryly and shook his head. Don't worry, I'm not planning to die. You all stay inside the barrier. I'm just worried I might have to save you later. I am your chosen leader, this is an order. His voice, though not loud, was filled with an unquestionable force at that moment. Mizuru-senpai, what do we do? Shizun panicked. Mizuru Sogo's expression changed rapidly. Looking at Chinyu's calm demeanor, he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone retreat into the cave, be ready to support Chinyu at any moment. Don't forget, he's stronger than I am." With those words, whether it was the Leaf Ninja or the Cloud Ninja, all were momentarily stunned. But recalling how Chinyu had effortlessly taken down two Jonin with just his illusion techniques, though they were apprehensive, they reluctantly retreated, only promising themselves that if anything unexpected happened, they would act swiftly to rescue him. Watching the Leaf Ninja orderly retreat into the cave, a Cloud Ninja squad captain couldn't help but speak. "Lord A, should we stop them? If they enter the barrier, it could be disadvantageous for us." What disadvantage could there be? They're just a ragtag bunch, what's there to consider important? I thought the Uchiha-sen was Shursui himself, but it turned out to be some nobody, a scoffed disdainfully. According to the intelligence, this rookie is just a Chunin. These Leaf Ninja actually follow the command of a Chunin. They're either fools or desperate, the squad captain quickly added with a laugh, agreeing with just breaking through this pass, the vast land of fire will become the territory of the land of lightning. The Cloud Ninja all showed signs of delight. The Leaf had been engaging on 3 battlefronts without success, indeed posing a threat to the Cloud Village. Now able to be the last straw to break the camel's back, who wouldn't be pleased? "Are you done talking?" Chinyu suddenly spoke. "Now you have 2 choices. First, get out of my way. Second, I'll kill every single one of you." That not-so-loud voice, in this instant, swept across the entire battlefield like a hurricane. Was this voice arrogant and domineering? Or was it mere mad ravings? In the eyes of the gathered Cloud and Leaf shinobi, the answer was undoubtedly the latter. At this moment, the situation, from numbers to strength, was overwhelmingly in their favor. It was practically a case of catching a turtle in a jar. Yet Chinyu chose this moment to make such bold claims. To them, this was nothing more than blatant disrespect toward the Cloud Ninja. As expected, just an ignorant brat who doesn't know his place. "Today, we'll show you our true power and see how you plan to kill us." Capture him first, let him understand what a real power gap looks like. A mere Chunin on the battlefield, the first thing you should learn is how to assess power differences and figure out how to survive. A Cloud Ninja roared, retrieving a kunai in a reverse grip before charging forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Immediately after, his squad sprang into action, 7 or 8 ninja rushing toward Chinyu with incredible speed. "Chinyu, be careful!" Shizun called out anxiously. However, just at that moment, Yuzuki Kangwa's pupils suddenly contracted. Faced with the 7 shinobi closing in at high speed, Chinyu showed no intention of dodging at all. His hands fluttered like butterflies, forming an intricate sequence of hand seals at an astonishing speed. "Yuzuki, that looks like your lightning release, falling thunder jutsu." Inazuka exclaimed in shock. Is he crazy? Trying to use the falling thunder jutsu at such a critical moment? Yuzuki Kangwu was anxious, preparing to leap forward and assist. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder suddenly echoed through the sky. Chinyu's hand seals seemed to freeze in place at that moment, abruptly coming to a halt. Lightning release, falling thunder jutsu. Bang! 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 Asterisk asterisk. 7 towering pillars of lightning abruptly lit up in the sky. Then, in an instant, they struck down at the 7 Cloud Ninja who had rushed to within 10 meters of Chinyu. The speed was so extreme, the numbers so overwhelming, that there was no time to react. Boom! The 7 Cloud Ninja were instantly engulfed by the lightning. The violent destructive force shattered the ground beneath them, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar. The pale blue lightning illuminated the entire canyon, while the surging dust and flying debris made everyone's hearts clench tightly. When everything settled, the crater left by the explosion of lightning was at least 7 or 8 meters deep. Each of the Cloud Ninja was covered in blood, and some had even lost limbs, undoubtedly dead beyond salvation. What kind of jutsu is this? This looks like an A-rank falling thunder jutsu. But even elite jonin who specialize in this technique can only summon 3 bolts of lightning at most. How did a mere chunin precisely annihilate all 7 of them? This kid is definitely abnormal. Spread out, don't let him strike again. The battlefield instantly fell into chaos. Just moments ago, they hadn't even considered Chinyu a threat, believing a chunin was incapable of harming them. But now, with a single move, Chinyu had instantly killed 7 of their comrades. The result was completely different from what they had expected. However, compared to the Cloud Ninja, the Leaf Shinobi were even more shocked. They knew very well that Chinyu had only started learning the Falling Thunder Jutsu 3 days ago. Yet now, not only had he mastered this A-rank jutsu, but he had also taken it beyond mere proficiency. He had seemingly grasped its true essence, allowing him to unleash 7 bolts of lightning in an instant. Standing atop a small hill, the 4th Raikage, A, narrowed his eyes. "Don't panic," he said, his tone calm but firm. "He's just an unknown chunin. Maybe he has some talent in lightning release and managed to comprehend the essence of the jutsu. Sato, use the lightning release flicker technique and bring him to me." The masked Cloud Ninja beside A nodded and stepped forward. However, just as he moved, his body suddenly froze in place. A scorching wave of heat rushed toward him. Chinyu's rapidly forming hand seals suddenly stopped. Blazing chakra surged from his body like a tidal wave. In an instant, his form shifted, transforming into a massive fireball, 20 to 30 meters in diameter, which shot forward through the air. What the hell is this? Am I dreaming? Is this still the Great Fireball Jutsu? Whoosh! The enormous fireball seemed to tear through the air itself. In the blink of an eye, it traversed several hundred meters. Everything in its path, rocks, trees, was instantly incinerated to ashes. Sato, who had just stepped forward, turned pale and hastily retreated. Even A and Killer Bee tensed up, instinctively dodging the blazing sphere. But at the critical moment, the massive fireball suddenly veered off course. No more accurately, its trajectory was clearly misaligned, shooting skyward at a 45-degree angle. Boom! Dozens of meters above, the fireball exploded in midair. Flames scattered across the sky, illuminating half the battlefield like a breathtaking fireworks display. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. Especially the Cloud Ninja, who had instinctively run for their lives. Looking at the deep trench carved into the ground by the fireball and the still burning trees around them, they were left in a daze, unable to react for a long time. Whether it was the Falling Thunder Jutsu from before or the massive Great Fireball Jutsu just now, the power was utterly terrifying. It was as if Chinyu had turned basic jutsu into S-rank techniques. The mere thought of being struck by that enormous fireball sent chills down their spines. Surely, not even ashes would remain. "Humph, putting on a show," A scoffed. "I thought you had some real skill, but it seems your chakra is just abnormally large, causing your jutsu to mutate." In a battle where victory was almost assured, his subordinates had repeatedly embarrassed themselves. A naturally had to restore morale. Looking at Chinyu, who still wore a calm expression, A sneered, "Sadly, blindly pursuing raw power is your greatest weakness. A jutsu that can't even hit its target is useless, no matter how powerful it is. Just like that firework just now, flashy but meaningless." Hearing their leader's words, the Cloud Ninja gradually calmed down. Lord A is right. We must not panic. A guy who can't even control his own jutsu is no match for us Cloud Ninja. Besides, he's already used 2 high-powered techniques back-to-back. His chakra reserves must be running low. At most, he can probably only use 1 more jutsu. As long as we withstand his next attack, taking him down will be no problem. Their eyes lit up as they gazed at Chinyu with renewed determination, like predators eyeing their prey. "What a pity," a Leaf Ninja murmured. "If that fireball had hit, the Cloud Ninja would have suffered massive casualties. I never expected Chinyu to be hiding such incredible potential, turning basic jutsu into something this terrifying. Yuzuki, what should we do now? Chinyu clearly possesses a rare talent. Not only is he a genjutsu prodigy, but he's also effortlessly grasped the essence of both lightning and fire release. If we bring him back to the third Hokage for personal training, Konoha will surely gain an even more formidable powerhouse in the future. The Leaf Ninja whispered among themselves. Even Yuzuki Kangwu felt his heart stir at those words. After experiencing the grueling three-way battlefield, he deeply understood how much a single genius could influence the tide of war. Just like the legendary Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. If Uchiha Chinyu could reach that level, he would undoubtedly become a powerful new force for Konoha. Yuzuki Kangwa's mind was in turmoil as countless thoughts flashed through his head. When he looked at Chinyu, who remained utterly calm, his expression froze, and he muttered, "I have a feeling. Chinyu is far from being as simple as he appears. His previous attack clearly missed its mark, so why is he still so composed?" As he spoke, Yuzuki Kangwu couldn't help but look up at the sky. What he saw nearly made his eyes bulge out of their sockets in shock. Centered around the canyon, it was as if an invisible giant hand was rapidly gathering the oppressive storm clouds at an astonishing speed, forming a massive funnel. Ferocious lightning snakes slithered wildly within the dense clouds, making them look even more menacing and terrifying. The suffocating pressure that spread out gave off an unmistakable sense of impending doom, like the calm before a devastating storm. Kangwu vaguely guessed that Chinyu had likely already mastered falling thunder jutsu to an extraordinary level. He had been hiding within the basin all this time, and everything he had done so far was probably all for this one decisive strike. But he couldn't say it out loud. Yuzuki Kangwu clenched his fists tightly. He knew that once this attack was unleashed, its power would be earth-shattering, otherwise, Chinyu wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to set it up. Feeling his heart pounding violently, Yuzuki Kangwu was so tense that his nerves were about to snap. Why is Chinyu still standing there so nonchalantly? Just how terrifying is his mindset? "Brat, are you already at the end of your rope?" A sneer spread across A's face as he mocked, "Have you run out of chakra? If you're done, then it's our turn." Seeing that Chinyu remained completely motionless, A's expression darkened. He shouted fiercely, "Attack him! Surround him from all sides, I refuse to believe he still has any tricks left. Kill him!" Dozens of cloud ninja exploded into action like tigers pouncing on their prey. Chinyu's previous lightning release and great fireball jutsu had humiliated them. Now that his chakra seemed depleted, this was the perfect chance to strike him down while he was vulnerable. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100. 50. 30. 10, ***. Chinyu silently counted in his mind, sensing the changes in his chakra and the subtle resonance with the storm clouds above. Even he could feel his heart tremble at the sheer magnitude of the impending lightning force. "Enough of your tricks, brat, die!" One cloud ninja reached him first, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. In fact, countless cloud ninja had already closed in from all directions, their eyes filled with greed and bloodlust. Lightning release, lightning spear. Lightning release, ground surge. Lightning release, thrust. Thunderous roars echoed across the battlefield as dazzling lightning techniques took shape, each one aimed directly at Chinyu. Shizun could no longer hold back her panic and stepped forward urgently. "It's time!" Yuzuki Kangwu suddenly roared, his voice filled with deep tension and fear. "Everyone, reinforce the barrier with everything you have, otherwise, we're all going to die." The unexpected command left everyone momentarily stunned. In the next instant, boom, Chinyu, who had been standing in the center of the attacks, vanished in a flash of lightning. Lightning flicker jutsu. A sharp-eyed ninja immediately recognized the technique. A's expression twisted in shock, and he hastily looked up toward a nearby hilltop. What he saw struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Oh no, something's wrong with the sky. Run! Now!" A's terrified roar echoed through the battlefield. Within the storm clouds, he could sense a power so overwhelming that it made his blood run cold. At that moment, he finally realized Chinyu had been setting a trap all along. "You can't escape." Chinyu stood atop the hill, his entire body crackling with unchecked lightning energy. His calm voice carried an eerie finality. It's true, I don't have enough chakra left. But if I want to wipe you all out in one move, I need a large-scale, high-speed, and inescapable attack. So, I thought, why not borrow the power of the heavens? Above him, the swirling storm clouds flashed with blinding arcs of electricity. In an instant, the raging lightning coalesced into the form of a giant thunder beast. A lightning Kirin. Goodbye, Cloud Mean, your foolishness was almost adorable. As soon as the words left his lips, Shinyu moved. His right hand slammed downward. The heavens answered. Ruoer. The colossal lightning Kirin bellowed furiously as it plunged to the earth. The deafening thunderclap shattered the sky. The entire battlefield was consumed in a blinding storm of pure destruction. Boom! The moment the lightning Kirin struck the ground, the sheer force of impact devoured the Cloud Ninja. There was no escape. The explosive lightning wave rivaled a tailed beast bomb in power. The entire canyon was instantly engulfed in lightning. Trees, rocks, everything was obliterated, The towering bolt of thunder pierced straight through the storm clouds, as if it intended to tear the very sky apart. When the devastation finally subsided, minutes had passed. The battlefield was unrecognizable. No battlefield was no longer the right word. What remained was a scorched wasteland. There was no canyon left, only a vast expanse of charred earth. The trees and boulders had vanished. Entire hills had been flattened. As for the Cloud Ninja, not even their bones remained. Only a few who had miraculously managed to defend themselves were left behind. Perhaps, if they were lucky, they still had one arm or a leg. The battlefield was a desolate graveyard. Am I dreaming? If there hadn't been a cave, we would all be dead right now. Are you blind? There's no cave left. If Yuzuki hadn't warned us in time to reinforce the barrier, we'd all be dead. The Leaf Shinobi shuddered as they realized how close they had come to annihilation. Even though this attack had been meant for the Cloud Ninja, its sheer destructive power left them terrified beyond words. The mere sight of the obliterated Cloud Shinobi sent cold sweat dripping down their backs. You little bastard! A and Killer Bee burst out from the ruins, their bodies battered but still intact. A few Cloud Ninja had survived by staying close to them, but there were only 7 of them left. Compared to the massive force they had arrived with, the difference was staggering. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe that an entire Cloud battalion led by A and B had been wiped out by a single Chunin? Kill, and you will be killed in turn. Shinyu smiled. His gentle expression sent chills down the spines of both Cloud and Leaf Shinobi alike. Good, very good. A's face darkened. His voice was ice cold as he growled, I fell for your trap once, but I won't fall for it again. After unleashing 3 high-level jutsu, your chakra must be nearly depleted. Now, let's see what else you've got, brat. Once you fall into my hands, I'll make sure you learn firsthand that Cloud Ninja are not to be trifled with. That imposing voice echoed across the ruins, lingering in the air for a long time. Yuzuki Kangwu and the others looked at Shinyu, who had just annihilated over 100 enemies with a single move. For the first time, a flicker of hope ignited in their hearts. However, when they remembered that the AB combo, the infamous duo of the Cloud Village, was still standing nearby watching like hungry predators, their nerves tensed once more. Yuzuki-senpai, should we step in to help? Shizun asked anxiously. Yuzuki Kangwu looked at Shinyu, his gaze firm. Shinyu, we'll assist you. No need. Shinyu's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating an almost warm and gentle aura. Come at me together. I want to see just how far my strength has reached. Ha! You arrogant brat! A burst of laughter erupted from A, but his laughter soon darkened with cold malice. I'll make you taste a fate worse than death. Boom! A stomped his foot heavily against the ground, and in an instant, the lightning-released chakra mode surged to life within him like a ferocious tidal wave. This was the dreaded taijutsu-enhanced lightning-style technique that made him one of the fastest shinobi alive. If Minato Namake's was a golden flash, then A was a blue lightning bolt. The moment his foot touched the ground, the earth shattered, and his figure blurred out of existence. In the blink of an eye, he crossed over 100 meters, appearing right in front of Chinyu. His speed was so mind-numbingly fast that Yuzuki Kangwu and the others felt their pupils contract in fear. To them, it looked as though Chinyu was frozen in place, standing motionless as if paralyzed by shock. "Brat, if you can't even keep up with my speed, how dare you act so arrogant? Die!" A's face twisted into a savage grin, his 5 fingers curled into a fist as blue lightning exploded from his hand. Without any unnecessary movement ***, just pure, raw force ***, he delivered a devastating lightning punch straight at Chinyu's face. Boom! The air shattered as A's fist tore through it, carrying a force so immense that it seemed capable of obliterating mountains. The Cloud Ninja watching from behind smirked in satisfaction. They could already see Chinyu's skull being crushed by their leader's devastating attack. Boom! A deafening impact resounded through the battlefield. But A's fist never reached Chinyu ***. Just 1 meter away from its target, the punch came to an abrupt stop, colliding with an invisible, unbreakable barrier. Crimson chakra erupted. A shockwave of lightning and blood-red energy blasted outward, shaking the ground. A's expression twisted in shock. His punch had landed, but it felt as though he had struck an indestructible iron wall. At that moment, Chinyu's eyes changed. His pupils were swallowed by a deep, malevolent red, and within them ***9 spinning Tomoe *** circled wildly. What is that? Is this some kind of illusion? It's the Sharingan, but that pattern, it's completely different from the Uchiha single, double, or even triple Tomoe Sharingan. What the hell is going on? Fear spread through the battlefield as a crimson ribcage materialized around Chinyu, forming an impenetrable shield between him and A. The presence it exuded was overwhelming, an aura of absolute calamity. 9 Tomoe Mangekyo Sharingan. Chinyu's chakra reserves were low, but his ocular power was almost limitless. Against an opponent like A, who relied purely on speed and brute force, there was no better counter than the Susanoo. My turn. Chinyu's voice was calm, but his 9 Tomoe Sharingan spun wildly, unleashing a surge of ominous crimson energy. A massive shockwave erupted from his body. Squelch! A gigantic skeletal arm burst forth from the ribcage, its eerie glow sending chills down everyone's spines. Without any unnecessary movement, it lashed out at A like a phantom. Watch out! Killer Bee shouted in warning. A's instincts screamed danger, and in an instant, his lightning chakra flared to its peak. Without a second thought, he stomped the ground and launched himself backward. Boom! The skeletal arm smashed into the ground, shattering it instantly, sending rocks and debris flying. Another arm followed immediately, relentlessly chasing after A. The surrounding shinobi could only watch in horror as Chinyu's Susanoo solidified, a massive 12 to 13 meter tall fire-like specter, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Ha, are you only going to run? Chinyu chuckled softly. He had to admit A's mastery of lightning release chakra mode was remarkable ***. Few shinobi in the world could wield taijutsu and ninjutsu in such perfect harmony. In the entire Cloud Village, only a handful had ever mastered this devastating technique. But to Chinyu, who possessed a max-level system, mastering it wasn't the hard part. The real challenge was stealing it from A himself. You arrogant brat! A's voice roared from above. A lightning-wrapped figure had suddenly appeared high above Susanoo's head. Heavy flow strike! A roared as the lightning in his right hand flared violently, shaping itself into the form of a war axe. He swung it downward with everything he had, aiming directly for Susanoo's skull. I see it. Chinyu's eyes flickered. This was his first real battle using his Mangekyo Sharingan, and he was still adjusting to it. But even though A's speed was monstrous, Chinyu could still predict his movements. If he tried to physically react, he might not be able to keep up. But Susanoo could. Boom! A colossal hand shot upward, intercepting A's attack. Lightning and crimson energy clashed violently, sending a dazzling explosion of sparks into the air. A was blasted backward, crashing down 10 meters away. Lord A. He used heavy flow strike, but still lost? Dear God, that monster didn't even crack. A landed with a heavy crash, his right hand tingling with pain. Glaring at the intact Susanoo, his face darkened. A feeling of helplessness crept into his heart. I warned you. Shinyu's voice was mocking. You should have fought me together alone, you don't stand a chance. In the original timeline, Uchiha Madara's Susanoo had overwhelmed 5 Kage simultaneously. Shinyu might not be Madara, but with a maxed-out Mangekyo Sharingan, his Susanoo's defense was just as formidable. Humph. You think hiding in that shell makes you invincible? A scoffed coldly. Your speed can't match mine, that means this battle is already decided. Whoosh. A vanished. His figure flickered forward, reappearing right in front of Susanoo in an instant. **** lariat level. A's right hand morphed into a razor-sharp handblade, surging with violent lightning chakra. The sheer force caused the very air to distort around him. With a furious roar, he slashed down at Susanoo with blinding speed. Boom! 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 ***. Blinding blue lightning rained down like a torrential storm, striking Susanoo with relentless fury. In mere seconds, I had attacked over a dozen times, each strike carrying lethal force. But Susanoo remained unscathed, its defense impenetrable like a fortress of solid steel. The Cloud Ninja watching from the sidelines turned pale as death. If even a *** renowned for his speed and devastating attacks **** couldn't break through this defense ***, then who could? We've played long enough. I suppose it's my turn to attack now. Shinyu's calm voice carried a hint of amusement as he locked eyes on A, who had just steadied himself. A's expression darkened, his entire body crackling with electricity. I can't break your defense for now, I admitted grimly. But you can't keep up with my speed either. Let's see who lasts longer. The one still standing in the end is the true victor. Shinyu's smile deepened, his gaze filled with mocking amusement. Oh, so that's your plan? How unfortunate, you're mistaken. Amaterasu. As Shinyu's 9-tomo Sharingan spun, an ominous aura of death spread out like the whisper of a devil *** straight toward A ***. Big bro, watch out. Killer B roared, instantly unleashing a massive octopus tentacle, wrapping it around A to shield him. But whoosh! The black flames erupted instantly. Like a raging tide, the jet black fire consumed the tentacle, and in an instant, the temperature of the battlefield skyrocketed. What was truly terrifying was its insane spreading speed. Within seconds, it had engulfed over 100 meters of the tentacle. Is this fire release? Quick! Use water release to put it out. A cloud ninja skilled in water release hastily formed hand seals, summoning a massive water dragon to extinguish the black fire. Boom! The water dragon exploded on contact, but instead of diminishing, the black flames burned even more fiercely. The horrifying sight made everyone's expressions shift drastically. This is an inextinguishable fire. A cloud ninja cried out in horror. Roar! The Eight-Tails Gyuki let out a thunderous roar, its ferocious chakras surging into the sky. Seeing this, even Shinyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Tailed beasts truly had inexhaustible power. Don't be reckless, Hachibi. Killer B's face tensed, but before he could act, Shinyu's 9-tomo Sharingan spun again. Tsukuyomi. Killer B's entire world suddenly twisted. The sky turned blood red, and above him, countless crimson Sharingan eyes appeared 1, 2, 3, hundreds. A chilling sensation crawled up his spine. No matter how hard he struggled, he found himself nailed to a cross, completely immobilized. Around him, figures emerged ***, all identical to himself ***. Killer B's expression drastically changed. Before he could react, dozens of crimson blades pierced into him. Aha! His agonized screams echoed across the battlefield. From the outside, it all happened in an instant. Killer Bee's body froze, his eyes turning lifeless as he stood completely motionless. A's face contorted in shock as he instantly appeared beside him. It's Genjutsu. Lord A. Quickly sever the Eight Tails tentacle. If this continues, the black flames will consume Lord Killer Bee. A cloud ninja shouted in panic. A didn't hesitate. Lightning erupted from his right hand, and in one swift chop, he sliced off the burning tentacle. Splat! A gush of green blood sprayed out. The severed tentacle fell to the ground, but the black flames continued devouring it. Seeing how even the earth itself was burning, both the Cloud and Leaf Ninja felt a chill run down their spines. Genjutsu release. A quickly formed hand seals, roaring furiously. Yet, even after 7 or 8 attempts, Killer Bee remained completely unresponsive. Lord what's happening? The Kurama clan and the Uchiha are both known for their genjutsu, but we've tried everything, nothing is breaking it. The battlefield descended into chaos. The remaining 5 Cloud Ninja began feeling a strong urge to retreat. Shinyu's Kirin had already wiped out over 100 elite ninja. They had believed that the AB combo would turn the tides. But now, Shinyu's power had completely shattered their expectations. They were trapped in an unwinnable battle. We only have 2 options, growled, his expression grim. 1. Kill the caster. 2. Overwhelm the genjutsu with stronger chakra. But A's gaze darkened as he looked at Shinyu's impenetrable Susanoo. The first option was impossible. And the second. Even as the Raikage, he knew he couldn't outmatch Killer Bee's chakra. What's wrong? Can't decide? Shinyu's voice remained lighthearted, but his smile was chilling. It's simple. Just move far enough away from me, and the genjutsu will naturally break. Tsukuyomi, the strongest genjutsu in Naruto lore. Its duration depended on the caster's ocular power. Even Kakashi had only escaped because Itachi lacked sufficient chakra, yet he had still collapsed for days afterward. Of course. Shinyu's smile deepened. I won't let you escape that easily. A's face twitched. Brat! Don't be too arrogant. I've seen through all your tricks. I can't break your defense, but you also can't kill me. You're right. Shinyu nodded casually. So, let's make a deal. Give me the training method for lightning release chakra mode, and I'll release the genjutsu. Oh, and by the way. Shinyu's eyes gleamed. In the world of Tsukuyomi, what feels like 1 second here might already be days inside. Silence. Every Cloud and Leaf ninja's face turned pale. Even A himself felt his heart sink. You want my lightning release chakra mode? A's voice was low and dangerous. Lord A, you can't. This is the Cloud's secret technique. If Konoha gets it, it'll be a massive threat to us. We Cloud Ninja never surrender, even in death. The battlefield grew tense. Would A give up his village's greatest secret? Or let his brother suffer days, possibly weeks, of torture inside the genjutsu? No, compared to Killer Bee, this so-called secret technique is not worth mentioning at all. AI mercilessly took out a scroll from his body and directly threw it at Shinyu, saying, besides, the secret technique is not something just anyone can learn. If one is careless, they will lose control of their chakra and die from an internal explosion. As he spoke, he stared directly at Shinyu and said, You don't mind me saying that, do you? Shinyu hadn't expected AI to carry such a scroll with him. After catching it, he only glanced at it casually. His face still carried a warm smile as he said, Thank you for the warning. I hope that next time we meet, you won't be too shocked by me. I'll break the genjutsu now. As soon as Shinyu finished speaking, his 9 Tomoe Sharingan suddenly stopped spinning. The 8 tails, which had been trapped in the illusion, let out a thunderous roar. I've broken free. Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. Killer Bee, why did you pass out? I still want to fight. The moment the illusion was lifted, Killer Bee barely managed to open his eyes before falling unconscious again. Shinyu wasn't surprised by this at all. In fact, if AI had stalled for just a little longer, the 8 Tails Bull Demon would have broken free from Tsukuyomi, and Killer Bee would have been released. After all, Shinyu had activated Susanoo, used Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, and had to maintain Susanoo's form at all times, which greatly drained his ocular power. Moreover, Tsukuyomi primarily targeted Killer Bee. Brat, Killer Bee will be fine, right? AI had tried several methods to wake Killer Bee but failed. This was a severe case of consciousness loss. If Killer Bee weren't perfectly synchronized with the 8 tails, the moment he lost consciousness, the tailed beast would have gone berserk. He's just mentally exhausted. He'll recover after some rest. Shinyu raised the scroll in his hand and said, "Thanks, you guys can leave now." "Shinyu, this is a great opportunity." Inuko anxiously wanted to say something but was stopped by Yuzuki Sogo's gaze. AI sneered disdainfully and said, "A bunch of cowardly weaklings. If the Uchiha clan hadn't produced another genius, I would have killed you all long ago." Damn Umbu, they didn't even gather such important intelligence. From AI's perspective, if they had known about Uchiha Chinyu earlier, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. However, Brat, if you ever find it difficult to stay in Konoha, you can come to the Cloud Village. You'll always be welcome there. AI once again took out a scroll and tossed it over, saying, "This is the intelligence scroll betraying your people. I hope you make it back to Konoha safely." Oh, right, they say the one with the best chance of becoming the 4th Hokage is Namake's Minato, but I think you're equally qualified, Scarlet Azura. After leaving those words, AI supported Killer Bee and turned to leave. "Next time we meet, I hope we'll face each other as Kage. I'll break through that turtle shell of yours." As AI departed, the remaining 5 Cloud Ninjas, though unwilling, had no choice but to follow quickly. In an instant, the vast ruins became empty. We won. We actually blocked the Cloud Ninjas' main force, including the AB combo. TCH, don't say we. It was Chinyu alone who wiped them out and forced the AB combo to retreat. This is all his achievement. I never expected that besides Shisui of the body flicker, the Uchiha clan had another genius like Chinyu. That Kirin move just now scared the life out of me. Inside the cave, the Konoha ninjas were instantly overjoyed, their faces filled with the happiness of surviving a catastrophe. Initially, when facing the Cloud Ninja assault, they had already fallen into despair, especially after learning that Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Tokugane had betrayed them. In their eyes, this was a certain death situation. However, the outcome before them completely overturned their expectations. Thinking back to the move that instantly killed hundreds, the impenetrable Susanoo, the inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu, and the overwhelmingly powerful Genjutsu, everything had far exceeded the definition of an elite jonin. According to AI's assessment, Shinyu had already reached the level of a Kage candidate, commonly referred to as a half-Kage. Did you guys hear that? AI actually agreed to fight Shinyu again once they both become Kage, and even gave him a nickname, something like Scarlet Arlo? It's Scarlet Azura, you idiot. Whoosh! Watching the Konoha ninjas chatter excitedly, Shinyu let out a breath. The moment his 9 Tomoe Sharingan faded, his Susanoo also vanished into thin air. Shinyu, are you hurt? I'll heal you immediately. Shizun rushed forward, her delicate face filled with worry. Silly girl, they couldn't even break my defense. How could I be hurt? Shinyu smiled and playfully flicked Shizun's nose. She's just worried about you, Shinyu. Don't blame Shizun. Yuzuki Sogo also walked over, smiling, though his expression carried a hint of admiration. Good kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength so deeply. If it weren't for you, we'd all be dead. As for everything else, once we return to Konoha, we'll fully support you. In Konoha, the Uchiha clan's position was extremely awkward, constantly caught in the power struggles between the Umbu, Root, and the Konoha military police force. From Yuzuki Sogo's perspective, Shinyu, as a genius, had been hiding his strength to avoid these troublesome conflicts. Of course, given that Yuzuki Sogo had a habit of overanalyzing everything and coming up with excuses on his own, Shinyu naturally wouldn't bother correcting him. Glancing at the blushing Shizun, Shinyu opened the other scroll. It contained a detailed record of their defenses and hidden sentries. Damn it! Our defenses and sentry placements change daily, yet this information is recorded so clearly. Only Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Tokugane could have known this. Inuko and the others hurried over. Upon seeing the intelligence in the scroll, their expressions darkened. If Shinyu hadn't acted this time, we'd all be dead. When we return to Konoha, we must report this to the Hokage. Otherwise, how can we maintain order? Root is truly despicable. So what if Danzo is behind them? Shinyu, don't worry. We'll fully support you. Watching the enraged Konoha ninjas, Shinyu remains silent. In this world, the strong rule, while the weak are merely toys for the powerful. Currently, in Konoha, Danzo indeed held some influence and could stir up trouble. But with Chinyu's full-level system, all he needed was time to grow stronger. Even Madara Uchiha, one of the ultimate masterminds, wasn't a threat to him, so why would he fear a mere Danzo? If things escalated, he wouldn't hesitate to take lives. Alright, Shinyu is exhausted. Let him rest first. Shizun, go with him and see if he needs any help. Yuzuki Sogo stopped the others. Matters concerning Konoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha clan couldn't be discussed lightly. At the very least, until Shinyu spoke up, they couldn't make any rash decisions. After all, the last thing Yuzuki Sogo wanted was to upset Shinyu. Watching Shinyu leave, the entire scene once again became lively. Yuzuki, those eyes just now, they felt like they could pierce into one's soul. I couldn't even look directly at them. Inuko couldn't help but move closer, his eyes filled with amazement. That powerful lightning release ninjutsu, the overwhelmingly strong dojutsu and genjutsu, it's simply beyond reach. Even AI, the next Raikage of the Cloud Village, admitted that Shinyu has the qualifications to inherit the Hokage title. Between him and Namake's Minato, who do you think has the better chance? The moment he said this, he instantly drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned towards Yuzuki Sogo. Yuzuki Sogo's expression changed slightly. Looking at the eager faces around him, he sighed helplessly. The situation is not as simple as you think. Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Tokugane have already escaped back to Konoha. Given Danzo's hostility towards the Uchiha clan, he will definitely protect them. If Danzo learns that we survived, he might even try to silence us. Hearing this, the joy on Inuko and the others' faces instantly froze, turning stiff. Yuzuki, aren't you overthinking things? What should we do now? Should we warn Shinyu? Inuko asked urgently. Yuzuki Sogo shook his head and said slowly, Inuko, do you think someone who has hidden their strength so deeply wouldn't already be aware of this? In my opinion, Shinyu likely has a plan in place. The group fell silent, exchanging glances as they recalled the intense battle earlier. A shinobi as powerful as Shinyu had been lying low in Konoha for so long, his ambitions were surely not small. However, if we successfully repel the Cloud Ninjas this time, Shinyu's contribution will be undeniable. Once this news reaches Konoha, the higher-ups won't be able to ignore it. Yeah. Shinyu is truly remarkable. Not only did he defeat the AB combo, but he even managed to extort Cloud Village's taijutsu techniques. If he hands over the lightning release chakra mode to Konoha, that would be a significant achievement. The group started chattering again, still shaken by the battle they had just witnessed. Do you think Shinyu, being so proficient in lightning release, will attempt to learn the lightning release chakra mode? Inuko suddenly asked. At these words, everyone's nerves tensed up. Yuzuki Sogo's expression stiffened slightly before he pondered for a moment and said, it's possible. But I still find it hard to believe that he mastered the essence of falling thunder in just 3 days and even developed the S-rank lightning release jutsu, Kirin. Yuzuki, are you saying this just because you lost face in the battle? Inuko teased. How about we make a bet? Fine. If Shinyu really pulls it off, I'll marry off my precious daughter to him. Yuzuki Sogo said boldly, patting his chest. TCH, Yuzuki, what kind of bet is that? You're just finding an excuse to send your daughter into Chinyu's arms. Count me in. If Chinyu really learns it, he can pick from my 2 daughters. Old man Ki, you're way too generous. One of your daughters is already 30, and the other is built like a bear. How can you even put them on the table? If Chinyu actually picks one, he must be blind. You bastard. Stop spouting nonsense. I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you have to date my daughter. Inside the cave, Shinyu remained completely unaware of the ridiculous bets being made behind his back. As he walked slowly, he kept his eyes locked on the scroll detailing the lightning release chakra mode, his gaze flickering with deep thought. Shinyu, are you really not hurt? Shizun, her face flushed, asked again, her voice filled with concern. Shinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said irritably, You've asked me that 10 times already. As he spoke, he pretended to undo his clothes. If you don't believe me, I'll take my shirt off and show you. Shizun's face instantly turned even redder. She glared at Shinyu before quickly turning and walking away. Watching her retreating figure, Shinyu sighed in relief, then found a quiet corner and sat down cross-legged. At this moment, his chakra and ocular power were significantly drained. Simply put, his body was emptied out, and he had no energy or impulse to do anything else. He calmed his mind and began to train in the lightning release chakra mode. During the battle, Shinyu had already used his Mangekyo Sharingan to secretly observe the moment AI entered the mode. Now, as he compared the scroll's explanations to what he had seen, he found no discrepancies or missing details. It seemed AI never expected to face such a crushing defeat, so he hadn't sabotaged the secret technique scroll. After carefully reviewing the scroll multiple times, Shinyu stored it away carefully and entered a meditative state, focusing on recovering his chakra. A few hours passed. Shinyu slowly opened his eyes. Outside, the sky had started to darken. After the intense battle earlier, the Konoha ninjas had become significantly busier, with some being reassigned to various sentry positions. As a result, the vast cave was now empty, leaving Shinyu alone. My chakra has almost recovered. I finally understand the pain of Kakashi running out of chakra all the time. Shinyu sighed. 3 big moves drained 2/3 of my chakra. If I get caught in a prolonged battle and run out of chakra midway, that would be a nightmare. He shook off the distracting thoughts, refocused his mind, and closed his eyes again, recalling everything written on the scroll. After a few seconds, Shinyu suddenly opened his eyes. His hands moved swiftly, forming a series of complex and mysterious hand seals. As his chakra let out a low rumble, arcs of electricity began flickering across his body. In the next instant, the information his Mangekyo Sharingan had copied from AI flashed through his mind, and his hand seals suddenly changed. The chakra that had been flowing steadily like a stream instantly underwent a drastic transformation. Like a raging stampede, it surged through his body with a deep, resonant roar. Countless violent blue lightning arcs erupted from within him, instantly illuminating half the cave. However, just as these lightning arcs appeared, they quickly dissipated like bubbles bursting in the air. The chakra's transformation faded just as swiftly, returning to its normal state. A flicker of relief crossed Shinyu's face as he muttered, "Good thing I cut off the chakra transformation in time. If I had let it continue, the sudden surge of energy might have caused me to explode on the spot." No wonder AI handed over this secret technique scroll so easily. Ding! The system has detected that the host has learned lightning release chakra mode. Would you like to max it out with one click? Immediately max it out. Shinyu made the decision without hesitation. After his earlier attempt, he fully understood how difficult it was to learn this technique on his own. Having a system and not using it would be pure self-torture. Congratulations, host. Lightning release chakra mode has been maxed out. As the system notification faded, Shinyu took a deep breath. With a single thought, his chakra once again underwent a transformation. With a sharp crackling sound, arcs of blue lightning burst forth across his body. Instantly, he felt his cells and entire body rapidly activating, filled with boundless vitality. This feeling is truly incredible. A hint of uncontrollable joy appeared on Shinyu's face. Usually, even if a person is accustomed to their own body weight, there are times when they feel as if they're carrying a heavy burden while moving forward. However, at this moment, under the effect of the lightning release chakra mode, his entire body felt as light as a feather, as if he had no weight at all. At the same time, he was also keenly aware that the chakra consumption rate was not to be underestimated. With his current chakra reserves, he could sustain this mode for about 20 minutes at most. If he were to use other jutsu during this time, the duration of lightning release chakra mode would be further reduced. Perhaps this was precisely why AI had painstakingly developed taijutsu techniques to minimize his chakra consumption. Let's test out its speed first. With that thought, Shinyu took a sudden step forward. With a soft pft sound, his entire figure vanished like a streak of blue lightning, leaving only a few crackling arcs lingering in the air before they, too, flickered away. Outside the cave. The Konoha shinobi stationed outside the cave were stunned by the sudden phenomenon. They rubbed their eyes repeatedly, wondering if they had just seen an illusion. What's wrong with you all? Inuko and Yuzuki Sogo approached the group, noticing their strange behavior and asking in confusion. We just saw a blue flash streak across, but before we could see it clearly, it disappeared into thin air. One of the Konoha ninjas stammered, still in shock. Blue light? Inuko and Yuzuki Sogo exchanged glances, a trace of astonishment flashing in their eyes. Doesn't that sound just like AI's lightning release chakra mode? Inuko blurted out. Now that you mention it, it really did look like it. Another Konoha ninja agreed. Yuzuki-senpai, are you saying the Cloud ninjas might have returned for revenge? two younger Chunin immediately looked tense. The battle had only just ended, and they had relied on Shinyu as their pillar of support. If the Cloud Ninjas had learned from their previous defeat, they might not fall into the same traps again. No, I'd rather believe the Cloud Ninjas came back for revenge than accept the possibility I'm thinking of. Yuzuki Sogo and Inuko exchanged another glance, each understanding what the other was thinking. Go check the cave, see if Shinyu is still inside. Yuzuki Sogo ordered. At those words, the two younger Konoha ninjas suddenly realized something. If the blue flash truly resembled the lightning release chakra mode, and the user was an AI, then the only other possibility was Uchiha Shinyu. After all, from the end of the battle until now, only a few hours had passed. If Shinyu had truly mastered the lightning release chakra mode in such a short period, then no word could properly describe him genius? Prodigy? Monster? Or even the god of ninjutsu, ***. ### a few kilometers away. Shinyu had no idea that his small experiment had caused such a huge shock among his comrades. With the lightning release chakra mode active, his speed had already reached subsonic levels. In the blink of an eye, he could cross hundreds of meters. Moreover, with his cells activated, his nervous responses, attack power, and sensory perception had all been significantly enhanced. Even the faint sound of insects chirping from hundreds of meters away was crystal clear to him. At that moment, an urgent cry rang out. Stop! We're Konoha shinobi! Shinyu instantly locked onto the source of the voice. Though he lacked specialized sensory jutsu, his acute hearing allowed him to roughly estimate the number of people involved. 7 against 2? Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Shinyu's lips. His figure flickered, and he decided to check out the situation. Something was happening with Konoha shinobi. ### in the forest clearing. Two slender figures stood back to back, alert and wary of the masked shinobi surrounding them like hungry predators. Each of these masked figures wore a ferocious animal mask, clearly members of Konoha Zanbu. We're Konoha shinobi. Here's our identification. A pale-faced, 12 or 13-year-old boy spoke up anxiously. Behind him stood a young girl with long, flowing purple hair, her delicate face filled with unease. Their forehead protectors and identification tags confirmed that they were newly promoted Chunin. Under normal circumstances, becoming a Chunin required passing the Chunin exams, which included rigorous trials and evaluations by the daimyo of various nations. However, during the Third Shinobi World War, things were completely different. With battles raging on 3 different fronts, Konoha's mid-tier forces had been severely depleted. The war had turned into a battle of attrition, and Konoha simply couldn't afford to hold back shinobi. As a result, many genin were forcefully promoted to Chunin just to bolster the ranks. Many of them were inexperienced and underprepared for true battlefield conditions. Shinyu clearly remembered from his memories of the original story, even someone like Obito Uchiha, who was considered weak at the time and hadn't awakened his Sharingan, was promoted to Chunin and sent on dangerous missions. That alone spoke volumes about how much Chunin level standards had dropped during the war. Yugao, stay behind me and be careful. The young boy, Gecko Hayate, spoke anxiously. This place isn't far from the Konoha outpost. These Umbu might have mistaken us for intruders. If I explain clearly, everything should be fine. Yuzuki Yugao's face showed a trace of nervousness. This was her first time stepping onto a real battlefield since graduating from the academy. Previously, she had only taken minor missions like finding lost pets or guarding the village gates. Occasionally, she had participated in harmless skirmishes to gain some combat experience. 3 days ago, she was suddenly promoted to Chunin. She knew this was only because the front lines were in crisis, and Konoha needed additional reinforcements. Initially, she had considered avoiding the battlefield, but after learning that the Cloud Ninjas had launched a surprise attack and that her father, Yuzuki Sogo, was fighting, she volunteered to deliver a Flying Thunder God kunai to the battlefield for Namake's Minato. Gecko Hayate, on the other hand, had no particular reason. He just had a strange gut feeling and decided to take on this mission as well. After 3 days of non-stop travel, they had finally reached the vicinity of the outpost. Just when they thought they would reach their destination safely, they were unexpectedly stopped by Konoha's own Umbu. Seniors, I am Gecko Hayate, a newly promoted Konoha Chunin. My father is Gecko Kuroya, one of Konoha's 8 colors. This is my family's token. Gecko Hayate quickly pulled out his family crest, hoping that the Umbu would recognize it and let them through. Unlike Yuzuki Sogo, Hayate's father, Gecko Kuroya, was a well-known assassin in Konoha, feared for his Konoha-ryu 3 Moonsword technique and his Kekkei Genkai permeation release. His name alone carried weight, and Hay-8 believed it would be enough to get the Umbu to back off. But would it really be that simple? Kill them. The lead Umbu's cold voice suddenly rang out, freezing the air itself. Gekko Hay-8's smile stiffened and froze in an instant, just like his body. Behind him, Yuzuki Yugao's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing air erupted as two root shinobi moved like phantoms. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Gekko Hay-8, their speed terrifyingly fast. In their eyes, taking down two watered-down Chunin was as easy as crushing ants. This sudden attack left Gekko Hay-8 completely paralyzed. He could only watch as the two rapidly enlarging short swords reflected in his pupils, a deadly sense of crisis overwhelming him. A fatal mistake he had zoned out on the battlefield. The two root shinobi saw the fear in his eyes and smirked slightly. Half a day ago, they'd been stationed at a secret root outpost dozens of miles away when they received orders from Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Tokugane eliminate all Konoha shinobi . They had rushed here immediately, and before reaching the Konoha outpost, they stumbled upon these two rookies. To them, bullying weaklings was an opportunity they wouldn't miss. Konoha-ryu sword technique, 3-day moon shadow slash. A clear, determined voice rang out. A slender figure suddenly flashed from behind Gekko Hay-8, moving with incredible speed. Her blade glowed faintly with chakra, and in the next moment **1 became 3**, the phantom-like attacks carrying an unseen killing intent as they slashed toward the two Umbu. The sudden counterattack caught the two Umbu off guard. They had long heard of Konoha's Gekko clan and their sword techniques, and facing this illusory yet deadly assault, they instinctively retreated, trying to put distance between themselves and the attacker. Yuzuki Yugao took the opportunity to pull Gekko Hay-8 behind her and quickly hurled several shuriken, her eyes filled with determination. Hay-8, if you get the chance, run. If you reach the outpost and call for help, we might survive. Run alone? Gekko Hay-8 was stunned, his eyes filled with hesitation. How can I abandon you? Then we die together. Yuzuki Yugao's expression changed slightly. Looking at Hay-8's resolute face, she felt a strange warmth in her heart. In a life-or-death moment like this, he still refused to leave her behind **. They truly were in this together **. But just then, a large hand suddenly reached out from underground. Hay-8, watch your feet. Yuzuki Yugao gasped, instinctively leaping into the air. At that moment, she finally realized. The two Umbu's attack was just a feint. Their squad leader had been waiting underground, preparing for a sneak attack. But to her despair, Gekko Hay-8 stood there completely frozen, unable to react. He hadn't even noticed the enemy's presence, and though Yugao's warning came in time, it was already too late. Earth release, earth decapitation technique. The Umbu grabbed Hay-8's ankle, and the ground flowed like water, pulling him under. Gekko Hay-8 snapped back to reality and struggled, but it was useless. A moment later, only his head stuck out from the ground. Yuzuki Yugao's face turned pale. She hadn't expected that in just one exchange, Gekko Hay-8 would be captured. Now, there were 7 enemies and only one of her. The only chance to save Hay-8 was to escape and call for help. Little girl, now's not the time to be spacing out. A mocking voice rang out. 2 shinobi flicked their wrists, sending kunai wrapped with special binding ropes flying toward her. If she failed to dodge, she would be restrained instantly. Yuzuki Yugao had no way to evade. She was mid-air, surrounded by enemies waiting for an opening to strike. One mistake, and she would be dead. Watching the binding ropes close in, a bitter smile appeared on her face. But then, a sudden flash of light streaked through the darkness. Clang! Sparks flew as the kunai were knocked away. The unexpected development made everyone freeze. Such precise shuriken jutsu. The Umbu squad leader, still hidden underground, let out a gasp of shock. Knocking away 2 kunai with just 1 shuriken? That level of skill was terrifying. He quickly scanned the surroundings and issued an order. Find the enemy. Kill them on sight. His voice was sharp and decisive. But instead of immediate action, his subordinates stood frozen in terror. Seeing the fear in their eyes, a bad feeling surged through him. And then, "Are you looking for me?" A mocking voice came from right behind him. The Umbu squad leader's face drastically changed. He immediately tried to sink into the ground, but, "I found you." A lightning-clad fist descended like a battle axe. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground. The moment the fist landed, the solid earth shattered, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. And the Ambu squad leader his head exploded like a watermelon Scorching blood splattered into the air like fireworks yet utterly horrifying. Run! Run! The remaining 6 Ambu panicked. They immediately turned to flee. But no matter how much they tried to track Chinyu's movements, the moment they moved, he vanished. Lightning blade! Chinyu's right hand formed a knife hand strike. Using the lightning release chakra mode as subsonic speed, he instantly appeared in front of the first fleeing Ambu. No unnecessary movements. With a swift slice, his hand cut through the shinobi's neck like a blade. Blood sprayed. The Ambu's terrified expression remained frozen as his decapitated head flew into the air. The others watched in horror. Chinyu moved like the Grim Reaper itself. In just 5 flickers, all they saw was a streak of blue lightning. And then, it was too late. Their last thoughts were of a figure bathed in blue lightning. And then darkness Thud. 6 severed heads fell to the ground, blood splattering like raindrops. Yuzuki Yugo barely managed to stand. She stared at Chinyu, bathed in lightning, his warm smile making him seem like the boy next door. And yet, she subconsciously stepped back. A complex mix of fear and gratitude swirled inside her heart. Now it's your turn. Chinyu smiled playfully. His words sent chills down their spines. You're quite the beauty. Why don't you keep me entertained for a bit? The mocking voice made Yuzuki Yugo and Gekko Heiate freeze. They had thought he was their savior. But was he a demon instead? Q, what exactly do you want? Yuzuki Yugo's eyes flashed with fear as she instinctively took half a step back. After witnessing Chinyu effortlessly slaughter 7 Ambu, hearing him say such suggestive words made her feel even more terrified. She would rather face those ruthless Ambu than suffer such humiliation. If she were to be disgraced, she would rather die outright. I don't need to say it, you should already understand. Chinyu's playful smile remained as he slowly shifted his gaze to Gekko Heiate. I'm giving you a chance to live. Hearing this, Gekko Heiate's face lit up with hope. He immediately said, my father is Gekko Kuroya. If you let us leave, he will be sure to reward you heavily. As he spoke, he began formulating a plan to escape with Yuzuki Yugo. But then, you seem to have misunderstood. Chinyu suddenly spoke, his words as shocking as a thunderclap. I meant only one of you can leave here alive. Gekko Heiate and Yuzuki Yugo froze, their expressions filled with shock. They had never expected such a cruel choice. Was he really forcing them to fight each other to the death? Don't worry, you only need to decide who stays and who goes. I'll handle the killing. Chinyu's smirk deepened, as if he was enjoying their suffering. Of course, if you think you're stronger than 7 Ambu, feel free to try your luck. His calm voice echoed through the forest, making the already suffocating atmosphere even heavier. Yuzuki Yugo turned to Gekko Heiate, hoping he would say something. But what she saw stunned her. Yugo, wait for me. Gekko Heiate's voice was filled with panic. The outpost is only a few kilometers away. I'm faster than you, I'll bring reinforcements back. Then, like a frightened animal, he turned and ran for his life. His desperate speed was shocking, he vanished into the forest within moments. Don't you think people only tap into their true potential when faced with desperation? Chinyu chuckled as he watched Heiate flee. Yuzuki Yugo's face turned pale. She had resigned herself to death. With a swift motion, she drew a kunai from her pouch and stabbed towards her own throat. She had lost all hope and simply wanted to end it all. Tisk! A shuriken flicked from Chinyu's hand, knocking the kunai away. Yuzuki Yugo's expression changed drastically. She shouted angrily, didn't you say it was life or death? Why won't you let me die? Of course, you can die if you want. Chinyu said seriously, then smirked. But I was just messing with you. Didn't expect that brat to run faster than a rabbit. Chinyu shook his head and said, come on, let's go. Otherwise, your father will worry about you. Then, without looking back, he turned and walked towards the outpost. For a long moment, Yuzuki Yugo stood there in complete shock. She had fully prepared to die, only for things to take such an unexpected turn. As she watched Chinyu's retreating figure, her gaze darkened slightly. And when she recalled Gekko Heiate's panicked escape, a hint of self-mockery appeared on her face. Hashtag at the Konoha outpost. Help! Yuzuki-san, you have to save Yugo. Even before reaching the outpost, Gecko Hey-8 was spotted by the sentries. The sensory ninjas had already detected Chinyu's battle from afar, so Yuzuki Sogo and Inuko had gathered a team and rushed out. Hey-8? What's going on? Yuzuki Sogo's expression changed instantly. What happened to Yugo? Yuzuki-san, this is bad. Gecko Hey-8 gasped for breath as he explained, Yugo and I were sent to deliver Minato-sama's flying thunder god kunai for precise teleportation. But we were ambushed by Root Umbu several kilometers from here. Just when we were about to die, a young man wrapped in blue lightning appeared and killed the Root shinobi. But then, he took a liking to Yugo's beauty and said only one of us could leave. I was faster, so I ran to get help. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Their expressions were filled with confusion. You bastard! Slap! A sharp slap rang through the air. Gecko Hey-8 staggered back, covering his cheek. Yuzuki-san, why did you hit me? We need to save Yugo, there's still time. Save your sister. Yuzuki Sogo almost kicked him. One of you had to die, and you ran first? If Yugo had encountered anyone other than Chinyu, and something happened to her, I would have personally crippled you. I don't care if your father is Gecko Kuroya. To Yuzuki Sogo, Gecko Hey-8 and Yuzuki Yugo had grown up together. Gecko Kuroya had even taught Yugo the Konoha-ryu sword style. Yuzuki Sogo had once admired Gecko Hey-8. But now, he only felt disgusted. Yuzuki-san, what do you mean? Gecko Hey-8's face went rigid. A chill of regret and fear surged through him. Oh? Were you looking for me? A familiar voice echoed through the air. Everyone turned to see a cold-faced Yuzuki Yugo walking towards them. Gecko Hey-8's breath caught in his throat. Yugo, why are you okay? You're really funny. Chinyu chuckled. You ran faster than a rabbit, and now you're wondering if I did something to Yugo? I'm still young, I don't even know what that means. You! Gecko Hey-8's face burned with shame. He had seen Chinyu's perverted smirk earlier, clear as day. Yugo, let me explain. Gecko Hey-8 rushed forward. Smack! A sharp slap rang out. I don't think there's anything to explain, Hey-8. Yuzuki Yugo's voice was icy cold. Father, I'm here to report my mission. Alright, let's talk inside. Yuzuki Sogo glanced coldly at Gecko Hey-8. Yugo, you should learn to judge people better. Some people never show their true colors until the worst moment. And once you make the wrong choice, there's no turning back. Watching Yuzuki Yugo leave without looking back, Gecko Hey-8's face darkened with shame and guilt. You're Chinyu, right? I want to ***. Gecko Hey-8 clenched his still stinging cheek and shouted. Challenge me to a duel? Chinyu smirked. Go ahead, I haven't killed enough yet. Duel. Duel. Chinyu, take him on so we can place bets. But the odds are pretty low against you. As the crowd erupted into laughter, Gecko Hey-8's face turned red, and he deflated completely. Forget it. I'll go report my mission. He spun on his heel and left, humiliated, drawing even more laughter. Chinyu, did you really master the lightning release chakra mode? Inuko suddenly asked. The vast ruins were shrouded in an eerie silence as all eyes focused on Chinyu. Nope. Chinyu, however, kept a straight face as he blatantly lied. No? Inuko rolled his eyes in exasperation. You brat, you really know how to hide things, huh? Then, he leaned in closer and whispered into Chinyu's ear. Yuzuki made a bet with us. If you actually mastered the lightning release chakra mode, he agreed to arrange a meeting between you and Yugo for a potential marriage. After saying that, he gave Chinyu a knowing look. You're both around 14 or 15, it's time to start thinking about settling down. Chinyu nearly spat out blood upon hearing this. According to Inuko, he had essentially been sold off and was still helping count the money. The sheer frustration left him speechless. Inside the cave. Yuzuki Yugo carefully handed over the flying thunder god kunai to Yuzuki Sogo. Father, according to the third Hokage's instructions, once we bring the kunai to the designated location, you just need to activate the formula on it, and Minato-senpai will be able to sense the coordinates and teleport here. Her voice was filled with urgency. The Cloud Army is about to attack. Intelligence suggests that this time, the AB combo is personally leading the assault. Against enemies of that level, only Minato-senpai can hold them off. As she spoke, she prepared to activate the teleportation formula. Yugao, there's no need. Yuzuki Sogo raised a hand to stop her, letting out a bitter chuckle. Father, what do you mean? We made it in time, didn't we? Yuzuki Yugao asked in confusion. This time, the Cloud Army has over 100 soldiers. AI, part of the AB combo, is even the designated successor of the third Raikage. Once they attack, we won't be able to hold them off. There's no time to waste, we need to activate it now. Yuzuki Sogo patted her hand and said, Yugao, there's really no need. Then, with a serious expression, he added. Shinyu has already driven them away. No, actually, he killed them. Even a seasoned warrior like Yuzuki Sogo couldn't help but show a hint of awe on his face. Yuzuki Yugao froze, her expression filled with disbelief. Father, what exactly happened? You're saying that Shinyu handled the Cloud Ninjas? Alone? Yes, it was all him. Yuzuki Sogo's voice trembled slightly as he recounted the battle. If you had seen it with your own eyes, you would be just as shocked as I was. He faced the entire Cloud Army alone. Using the power of the heavens, he unleashed an S-rank lightning-release jutsu Kirin*** and wiped out over 100 Cloud Ninjas with a single strike. He also used his powerful dojutsu to summon a blood Azura, conjured black flames that never extinguish, and even suppressed the Eight Tails Jinchuriki with an overwhelming genjutsu, ***. Yuzuki Yugao was stunned. This was the first time she had ever seen her father speak with such admiration for a fellow shinobi. As he described the battle, her mind involuntarily conjured up the scene: a lone figure standing against an army, casting heavenly lightning, and burning everything in black flames. Father, if what you're saying is true, then, could Shinyu be a secret genius trained by the Uchiha clan? She asked in a serious tone. With his strength, he could very well be a contender for the Hokage position. Oh, right, AI even said before leaving that their next battle would be as Kage-level opponents. He even called Shinyu the Scarlet Azura. Yuzuki Sogo grinned excitedly as he said this. Yuzuki Yugao's expression shifted. She had heard of the AB combo's reputation. AI wasn't just any shinobi, he was the future Raikage. For him to acknowledge Shinyu as an equal was no small matter. If even the next Raikage saw Shinyu as a rival, then, his qualifications for Hokage were undeniable. Oh, right, Yugao, I wanted to discuss something with you. Yuzuki Sogo rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Yuzuki Yugao's brows furrowed. Father, you sound way too excited. You didn't do something behind my back, did you? Ahem, Yugao, don't think like that. Yuzuki Sogo coughed, then quickly explained. I just think Shinyu is a good kid, so I arranged for you to meet him, kind of like a matchmaking session. Father, you sold me out? Yuzuki Yugao's face turned dark. She never expected that the moment she arrived on the battlefield, her father had already decided her fate. This was like being sold off and still helping count the money. Yugao, don't be so upset. Yuzuki Sogo said seriously. You saw what Hey-8 did. At the most critical moment, he abandoned you and ran off on his own. Shinyu, on the other hand, faced the Cloud Ninjas alone. If that doesn't make the difference clear, then you must be blind. At that moment. Get out of my way. I need to see Yugao. Gecko Hyade's voice rang from outside the cave. I'll go deal with him. Yuzuki Sogo's face darkened as he stood up. No, father, I'll handle this myself. Yuzuki Yugao stopped him and walked out. Outside the cave. A crowd had gathered as Gecko Hayate shouted frantically. Move! I need to see Yugao, I have something to explain. But no matter how much he pleaded, the two Konoha guards ignored him. Gecko Hayate, stop making a scene. Inuko's voice was stern. This is a secure area. As a chunin, you cannot enter without authorization, step aside and don't interfere. Inuko-san, who am I interfering with? Gecko Hayate protested. I just need to explain to Yugao. I was only trying to get reinforcements. At that moment, he saw someone unexpected. You're blocking my way. Shinyu stretched lazily and yawned. It's late, I'm heading back to rest. Call me when it's time to eat. Shinyu, don't worry, we'll make sure you get your share. The two Konoha guards, who had ignored Hayate, suddenly grinned and spoke deferentially. Gecko Hayate was completely dumbfounded. Inuko-san, didn't you say this was a secure area? Shunin aren't allowed in, so why can he go inside? The entire group of Konoha ninjas instantly looked displeased. Inuko's eyes turned cold as he said. Hey 8, learn to know your place. If Chinyu is just a chunin, then Konoha doesn't even need a Hokage. The vast ruins were enveloped in an eerie silence as all eyes turned to Chinyu. Are you all deliberately trying to isolate me? A hint of madness flashed across Gecko Hayate's face as he spoke urgently. Yugao and I grew up together, she'll definitely listen to my explanation. Stop making a scene, Gecko Hayate. Yuzuki Yugao's calm voice came from inside the cave. A moment later, two figures emerged. This time, it's really not my fault. Chinyu shrugged helplessly. He's the one insisting on explaining things to you, handle it yourself. Leaving behind the mess he had started, Chinyu casually walked away, his demeanor utterly nonchalant. Yuzuki Yugao blinked in surprise, then frowned slightly, her brows furrowing. Chinyu, can you stay? Yuzuki Yugao suddenly called out. Stay? Chinyu glanced at Yuzuki Sogo, a bad feeling creeping up in his heart. Yugao, why do you need him here? Let's talk privately over there. Gecko Hayate hurriedly reached out to grab her arm, but she deftly dodged him. Then, Gecko Hayate, please don't touch me in front of my boyfriend. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to cut off our friendship entirely. Yuzuki Yugao's voice was cold and firm. The entire crowd froze. All eyes turned to Chinyu. Even Chinyu himself had a helpless look on his face. Now he understood what it meant to get caught in the crossfire for no reason. Yugao, what are you saying? Who's your boyfriend? Gecko Hayate panicked. It's Uchiha Chinyu. Yuzuki Yugao said calmly. My father has already approved our relationship, so please stop harassing us. Him? Gecko Hayate was stunned. No. I don't believe you. You're only saying this to spite me, you don't even know Chinyu. For years, the younger generation of Konoha had grown up with the belief that the Uchiha clan was a source of rebellion. Many people instinctively avoided associating with them. Enough, Gecko Hayate. Yuzuki Yugao's expression darkened with disgust. I once saw you as a responsible and talented shinobi, but I never expected your true nature to be exposed like this the moment we left the village. No. Please, just let me explain. Gecko Hayate pleaded desperately. Tisk, simp. Chinyu rolled his eyes. If she explains, will you stop making a scene? Yes. Gecko Hayate nodded stubbornly. As long as Yugao explains, I'll leave quietly. Alright then, watch closely. Chinyu suddenly wrapped an arm around Yuzuki Yugao's waist. With a swift pull, he drew her into his embrace. Then, without any hesitation, he kissed her. It was just a brief, shallow kiss. But for Yuzuki Yugao, it felt like her mind had exploded. Her thoughts went completely blank. You, what are you doing? Gecko Hayate snapped back to reality, his expression filled with shock and fury. This was the first kiss he had coveted for 7 or 8 years. And Chinyu had taken it so effortlessly. How could he accept this? Isn't this explanation enough? Chinyu spread his hands casually. Now do you get it? If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to rest. As he nonchalantly walked away, Gecko Hayate's face twisted in rage. Without a second thought, he drew a kunai from his waist and lunged at Chinyu's back. The close range made the entire crowd's expressions change drastically. No one had expected Gecko Hayate to lose control so completely. And yet, Chinyu didn't react. He simply let the kunai stab into him. Poof! A cloud of white smoke erupted. Idiot! I'm behind you. Chinyu's right hand became a blade, slicing directly toward Gecko Hayate's neck. Gecko Hayate's face turned pale. He had no time to dodge. Whoosh! A golden flash suddenly appeared. Before anyone could react, a figure appeared between Chinyu and Gecko Hayate. A hand reached out and caught Chinyu's wrist. The crowd's pupils shrank in shock. The blonde hair was unmistakable. Chinyu smirked. Minato, I thought you weren't going to show yourself. It's the yellow flash, Namake's Minato. He actually made it here. Only a spacetime jutsu could allow him to cross 2 entire battlefronts this quickly. Forget that only Minato's speed could stop Chinyu's attack in time. Otherwise, Gecko Hayate would have been dead. Some of the shinobi grumbled in dissatisfaction. Oof. That kid deserved some suffering. But I guess we'll let it slide this time. Many were still angry at Gecko Hayate for abandoning his comrade on the battlefield. His reckless behavior just now had only made things worse. Honestly, I didn't want to interfere. Minato let out a wry smile. When I sensed the cloud ninjas retreating, I considered returning to the Earth country instead. But if I hadn't stepped in just now, this kid would have suffered. Minato-sama! Gecko Height shouted urgently. He was the one who toyed with me in the forest. That's why Yugao misunderstood me. You have to stand up for me. Shinyu shook his head with a chuckle. Minato, you saw it yourself. If you really want him to settle down, he needs to learn the hard way. Besides, you can't stop me from teaching him a lesson. Poof! Another cloud of white smoke erupted. Shinyu's figure vanished. A shadow clone? Minato's expression changed. He quickly turned, flicking a flying thunder god kunai behind him. He's behind Height. Someone shouted. Shinyu smirked, his figure shifting half an inch as the kunai barely grazed past him. The attack missed completely. It's happening. The crowd's nerves tensed up. Minato vanished in an instant, reappearing directly above his kunai, reaching out to grab Shinyu's shoulder. I got you. Minato smiled slightly. Oh? Are you sure? Shinyu's own grin widened. Crackle! Lightning erupted around him. And in a flash of blue light, Shinyu vanished again. Reappearing behind Gecko Height, his lightning-clad hand chopped down at the back of Height's neck. Fast as a thunderbolt. **** bang. A dull, thunderous impact echoed through the air. Shinyu's hand blade struck Gecko Height's neck with immense force, sending a wave of crushing power surging through his body. Height's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed limply to the ground, unconscious. The sudden turn of events left everyone frozen in shock, as if they had been petrified on the spot. Every pair of eyes was filled with disbelief. Before, they had only heard rumors from Gecko Height about Shinyu's abilities. But now, seeing it with their own eyes carried an entirely different weight. In just half a day, Shinyu had not only successfully repelled the Cloud Ninjas, but he had also mastered one of the most difficult secret techniques of the Cloud Village, lightning release chakra mode. How could they even begin to describe this level of talent? Terrifying? Monstrous? Beyond comprehension, ***. More importantly, ***, without comparison, there is no true impact ***. Facing the legendary Yellow Flash Namake's Minato, Shinyu still managed to discipline Gecko Height. Which meant, in terms of speed, Shinyu was likely even faster. Sorry about that, Minato. Shinyu grinned, scratching his head. When I decide to teach someone a lesson, no one can stop me. Not even myself. If this were the old Uchiha Shinyu, he would have groveled like a lapdog before the legendary golden child of Konoha Namake's Minato. But now, with the one-click max-level system, there was no reason to bow his head. Making him submit, impossible. No need to apologize, Shinyu. Minato smiled lightly. The fact that you held back is already the best lesson for Gecko Height. As a peace advocate, Minato had always been concerned about the Uchiha clan situation. He had a close friendship with Uchiha Fugaku, and they privately addressed each other as brothers. Minato truly believed that peace could be achieved through understanding. Otherwise, if Fugaku, who had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, had chosen to betray Konoha, he would not have hesitated to cut ties with Minato. Unfortunately, the Third Shinobi World War was nearing its end. And in just 1 year, Minato would die unexpectedly. With Danzo manipulating events from the shadows, Konoha would be plunged into chaos, leading to a series of tragic events. Of course, Shinyu didn't care about any of that. With his system, the world was his playground. If things got too messy, he could simply wipe out a few enemies, then walk away without a care. No one could stop him. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm heading back to rest. Shinyu patted Minato's shoulder, then casually walked into the cave, as if nothing had happened. The watching crowd was dumbfounded. In their eyes, Namake's Minato was unapproachable, destined to be the next Hokage. Regardless of age or rank, everyone treated him with utmost respect. But Shinyu? He just patted Minato like an old friend and walked away. Not a trace of awe or hesitation. The sheer boldness was shocking. After Shinyu disappeared into the cave, Yuzuki Sogo let out a bitter chuckle and stepped forward. Minato-sama, please don't take Shinyu's behavior the wrong way. He's the sole reason we were able to repel the Cloud Ninjas and the AB combo. And well, he's only 15 or 16. He's still learning proper etiquette. Compared to the 20-year-old Minato, Shinyu was technically a junior. And compared to Minato's long-standing prestige, Shinyu's casual attitude could indeed be seen as disrespectful. Sogo-senpai, you're calling me Minato-sama again. Minato shook his head helplessly. I actually like Chinyu's personality. But honestly, I always thought Chinyu was just an average Uchiha. Even Fugaku asked me to look after him. Looks like he was hiding his true strength all along. Hearing Minato's words, the surrounding shinobi couldn't help but shudder. They recalled the terrifying Kirin technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the unstoppable black flames. A chill ran down their spines. Minato-sama, your status is different now. Yuzuki Sogo smiled. You've earned the right to be addressed with respect. But there's something important you need to know. Chinyu has no intention of getting involved in the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. That's why he's been hiding his strength. As Yuzuki Sogo explained everything, Minato's expression grew serious. Sogo-senpai, you're saying Chinyu possesses powerful lightning release techniques, a special Sharingan, and an unparalleled talent for learning jutsu? Minato asked, his tone filled with disbelief. Seeing everyone nod in confirmation, Minato felt a growing unease. Sogo-senpai, I'll leave Gekko Hei-8 in your care. I need to have a talk with Chinyu. Minato-sama, we trust you. Yuzuki Sogo nodded solemnly. But be careful, Danzo's subordinates, Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Tokugane, not only escaped but also leaked our base's location to the Cloud Ninjas. If Danzo finds out that Chinyu ruined his plans, he might target him. We hope you can protect him when the time comes. Internal power struggles were far more dangerous than external enemies. Don't worry, Sogo-senpai. Minato nodded firmly. I'll report everything to the third Hokage. With him involved, Danzo won't act recklessly. Yuzuki Sogo let out a sigh of relief. Let's focus on reinforcing our defenses for now. Minato patted Sogo's shoulder. I'll go talk to Chinyu. As Minato walked away, Yuzuki Yugo finally couldn't hold back anymore. Father, are you saying that once Chinyu returns to Konoha, he might be targeted by Root? What's this? Inuko teased with a grin. Are you worried about your little boyfriend already? Yuzuki Yugo glared at him. He's not my boyfriend. I just don't want Konoha to lose such a powerful asset. If he's an ally, he's an irreplaceable force. But if he becomes an enemy, that would be terrifying. Sogo, you're right. Minato's voice turned serious. With someone like Chinyu, our only options are to befriend him or leave him alone. If we turn him into an enemy, we'll regret it forever. Hearing this, the entire group fell silent. They all understood exactly what it meant. Chinyu wasn't just powerful. He was a force that couldn't be stopped. Inside the cave, Chinyu sat cross-legged, quietly meditating, focusing on recovering his nearly depleted chakra. His mind was racing ****. How could he solve his chakra shortage problem in such a short time, ****. After 2 intense battles, his chakra had been almost completely drained. If not for his mysterious dojutsu as a trump card, he might have already collapsed in exhaustion. After careful consideration, Chinyu identified 2 possible solutions. 1. Form a contract with Mount Myaboku and learn Sage Mode, allowing him to absorb natural energy for rapid chakra recovery. 2. Find a tailed beast and become a Jinchuriki, gaining access to massive chakra reserves. However, both options were incredibly difficult to achieve. The Mount Myaboku summoning contract was currently held by Jiraiya. Since Orochimaru's betrayal, Jiraiya had been tasked with tracking him down, making it almost impossible to find him quickly. As for becoming a Jinchuriki? Aside from the 3 tails, all other tailed beasts were already sealed within hosts, and in this era of war, villages heavily guarded their Jinchuriki. Attempting to capture one of them would be even harder than finding Jiraiya. Thinking about it, Chinyu sighed helplessly. This is way too hard. Just then, a voice echoed inside the cave. Chinyu, is something troubling you? Maybe I can help. Chinyu's eyes lit up instantly. Namake's Minato. Minato was known for 3 major techniques. 1. Flying Thunder God, unmatched in speed and battlefield mobility. 2. Rasengan, a powerful, chakra-efficient attack. 3. Reaper Death Seal, his ultimate sacrificial jutsu. But for Chinyu, the most valuable technique was Flying Thunder God. Although Lightning Release Chakra Mode had greatly enhanced his speed, when it came to mobility, assassination, and surprise attacks, no technique could surpass Flying Thunder God. Minato's next words were unexpected. Chinyu, are you worried that Danzo might target you? Chinyu's eyebrow twitched. He hadn't even mentioned Danzo, but Minato had already jumped to conclusions on his own. Originally, Shinyu had been thinking about how to trick Minato into teaching him Flying Thunder God. But now? It seemed like Minato had just saved him the trouble. Shinyu smirked slightly and said, "That's just a minor issue. If Danzo really tries to make a move on me, I just won't return to Konoha. The world is a big place, there will always be somewhere for me to go." Minato's expression stiffened. His biggest fear was that Shinyu would leave Konoha due to Danzo's oppression. According to Yuzuki Sogo and the others, Shinyu's abilities had already reached, or even surpassed, Jonin level. And with his unparalleled learning talent, if Shinyu left, it wouldn't just be a loss for Konoha, it would also become a serious future threat. "Shinyu, don't think too negatively." Minato quickly tried to reassure him. "I have a close relationship with Fugaku, I won't let Danzo act recklessly. I'll personally report this to the third Hokage. He's wise and fair, so you don't need to worry. Just come back to Konoha with me." Shinyu knew Minato's character well. In the original story, Minato was a symbol of righteousness. He had no malicious intent toward Shinyu. But if Shinyu let himself be convinced so easily, then wouldn't that mean his 2 lifetimes of intelligence had been wasted? "I do want to return." Shinyu sighed dramatically, then added, "But I don't have many ways to protect myself. If you're willing to teach me Flying Thunder God, maybe I'll consider it." Minato froze for a moment, then chuckled. "So that's what you were aiming for from the start. Looks like you never actually cared about Danzo." Minato shook his head, then sighed. "Flying Thunder God is a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage. Even if I wanted to teach you, I'd need the third Hokage's approval. But if you want, I can teach you my own jutsu." "You mean Rasengan?" Shinyu rolled his eyes. With Minato's stubborn personality, convincing him to secretly pass down a forbidden technique would be harder than killing him outright. It looked like Shinyu would have to find another way. "You already know about Rasengan?" Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It doesn't require hand seals, and it doesn't consume too much chakra. It also has a structured training method. You should be able to master it in about a week." As he spoke, Minato demonstrated the technique. His right hand tensed slightly, and blue chakra swirled around his palm. In an instant, a glowing blue sphere formed, resembling a miniature star. In the Naruto world, there was a common joke. There is no enemy that Rasengan cannot defeat. If one isn't enough, use 2. If that doesn't work, just keep making more until you win. After finishing his demonstration, Minato asked, "Did you see it clearly? I'll show you again. With your talent, you should be able to master it within a week." Minato was genuinely eager to teach. Shinyu didn't outright refuse, since Rasengan was indeed powerful. It was also easier to use than Kirin, which required storm clouds to be effective. So, Shinyu activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. In the world of Naruto, Sharingan was essentially a built-in cheat code. Might as well use it. While Minato was completely unaware, Shinyu's eyes traced every detail of his chakra flow. But then, Minato suddenly sensed something off. When he looked up, he saw Shinyu's Mangekyo Sharingan staring directly at him. His pupils contracted instantly, and his chakra flow momentarily collapsed. The Rasengan in his hand dispersed into nothing. "Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Minato asked in shock. Shinyu wasn't surprised by Minato's reaction. The Mangekyo Sharingan had been documented in Konoha's history, especially by the second Hokage. As the most likely successor to the fourth Hokage title, Minato would have studied it in depth. Surprised? Shinyu smirked. A supposedly insignificant Uchiha suddenly possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Minato took a deep breath, then nodded. "Now I finally understand why people say you have an unmatched talent for learning jutsu." Inside the cave, Namake's Minato carefully examined the Mangekyo Sharingan in Shinyu's eyes before slowly looking away, a thoughtful glint flashing across his gaze. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan naturally has the ability to copy jutsu, though not every user can fully utilize this power. He then continued, his tone carrying a hint of awe. But according to Konoha's classified intelligence, once the Mangekyo Sharingan awakens, it grants unique dojutsu. If I'm not mistaken, that massive Azura-like entity, the Black Flames, and the powerful jutsu you used all came from these eyes, didn't they? Shinyu had already anticipated Minato's keen observations. From the moment he unleashed Susanoo, Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi to repel the Cloud Ninjas and the AB combo, he knew that sooner or later, people would put the pieces together. He nodded slightly. You're right, no wonder you're the top contender for the next Hokage. Minato, however, gave a bitter smile. There are many outstanding shinobi in Konoha like Fugaku, Shisui, my sensei Jiraiya, and even you. I'm only more accepted because I'm frequently active on the front lines and have no political background. If it were purely about strength, Jiraiya-sensei, Fugaku, and Shisui would all be just as qualified, if not more. Hearing Minato's humble words, Shinyu rolled his eyes. If you've got that much power, then show it off. What's the point of being strong if you just keep it hidden? People are selfish, Minato. If you're a hero, don't expect anyone to keep your secrets for you. Minato shook his head with a wry smile. I never thought you'd have such an insightful take on things, Shinyu. Your perspective is refreshing. Although I can't teach you Flying Thunder God directly, I'll request permission from the third Hokage once we return to Konoha. For now, let me demonstrate Rasengan a second time. As Minato gathered chakra in his palm once more, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Minato-sama, bad news. Yuzuki Sogo rushed into the cave, his expression grave. The sentries report that 3 kilometers away, a large mist ninja force has been spotted. We don't know who's leading them yet. Minato immediately dispersed his Rasengan, realizing the urgency of the situation. Yuzuki Sogo, noticing this, gave a brief apologetic glance. Sorry, Shinyu. I'll have to show you Rasengan later. You've already expended a lot of chakra in battle, get some rest here at the base. I'll handle the mist ninjas. Leaving these words behind, Minato rushed out. Yuzuki Sogo gave Shinyu a quick nod of apology, then followed after him. As soon as they left, the cave once again fell into silence. Shinyu chuckled, his eyes flashing with amusement. So even the mist ninjas are trying to take advantage of the situation, huh? Looks like everyone wants a piece of the action. He leaned back slightly, deep in thought. I was originally planning to hunt down a tailed beast as a chakra reservoir. But if I can capture a high-ranking mist ninja, maybe I can extract intel on the Three Tails' whereabouts. For now, however, he decided to focus on mastering Rasengan first. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a pleasant surprise. Mastering Rasengan instantly. Shinyu recalled every detail of Minato's second Rasengan demonstration, perfectly copied using his Mangekyo Sharingan. With his remaining chakra roaring through his system, he quickly gathered it into his right hand. For Naruto in the original story, learning Rasengan took structured training. But Shinyu, using Mangekyo Sharingan, had already dissected the entire structure of the technique. This made his learning process exponentially easier. Rasengan. Shinyu tensed his fingers, and a blue sphere of spiraling chakra instantly formed in his palm. The high-frequency chakra rotation hummed in the air, perfectly stable. Just then. Ding! A-rank Jutsu Rasengan detected. Would the host like to instantly max it out? Hearing the system's voice, Shinyu raised an eyebrow. Rasengan was already known for being highly versatile, and Minato had pushed its shape transformation to its peak. If he maxed it out even further, who knew what would happen? Max it out immediately. Shinyu gave the command without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Giant Rasengan. Ding! Detecting host's lightning chakra nature *** lightning release, Rasengan acquired ***. Shinyu paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. He had originally planned to follow Naruto's path, mastering wind style, Rasen Shuriken. But thanks to his system's instant max level feature, he had unexpectedly gained Giant Rasengan and lightning release, Rasengan instead. As for why no other elemental variants appeared, it was likely because his current chakra nature was limited to lightning. Looks like I'll need to obtain the Sage Body later. Then I can experiment with all elemental Rasengan variants. Shinyu smirked, his thoughts swirling with possibilities. Outside the cave, the mist ninja threat. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the sudden appearance of the mist ninjas had put everyone on high alert. As soon as Minato left, the defensive presence at the base weakened significantly. Originally, there were 26 shinobi stationed here. Now, only 12 remained, including Yuzuki Yugo and Gekko Hei 8. Father, what should I do? Yuzuki Yugo asked urgently. We don't know the enemy's numbers. I'm worried they might try to flank the base. Her words caused a moment of heavy tension in the air. The remaining shinobi instinctively tensed up, gripping their weapons tighter. However, Yuzuki Sogo simply glanced toward Chinyu's cave, then relaxed slightly. Yugao, don't worry. Yes, we're undermanned, and Minato isn't here. But don't forget, we still have Chinyu. At the mention of Chinyu, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Yuzuki Sogo then turned to Gecko Hey-8, who had finally regained consciousness. His voice was stern. Hey-8, next time you see Chinyu, don't start any trouble. He's on a level you can't even begin to compare to. Gecko Hey-8's face darkened, his fists clenching in frustration. His pride was deeply wounded. Don't worry, Yuzuki-san. My mission is complete, I have no reason to stay here. Since Chinyu is here, I'll leave the base and return to Konoha. With that, he turned to leave. But just as he took 3 or 4 steps forward, a massive black shadow suddenly descended from the sky. Bang! Gecko Hey-8 was slammed into the ground. He felt warm liquid splatter onto his face, the scent of blood thick in the air. Struggling, he lifted his head slightly to see. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Asterisk asterisk I it's a corpse. Gecko Hey-8's eyes widened in horror, his gaze locking onto the lifeless Konoha ninja just inches away from him. A wave of panic surged through his chest, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Then, he felt it. A sudden warm sensation spreading down his legs. A pungent smell filled the air. He had wet himself in fear. The surrounding Konoha shinobi, already on high alert, couldn't help but glance at him with undisguised disgust. To be fair, it wasn't entirely his fault. First battle. Hunted by the Umbu. Humiliated by Chinyu. Now staring into the dead, lifeless eyes of a fallen comrade. The fact that he hadn't dropped dead from shock was already impressive. ####the Mist Ninja Assault. Figures moved swiftly from all directions. After learning that the Cloud Ninja assault had failed, the Mist Village had immediately mobilized reinforcements for a second wave of attack. From their perspective, there were only 2 possible reasons Konoha had managed to withstand the first assault. 1, they had suffered crippling losses. 2, they had a powerful shinobi holding the line. But when they saw Namake's Minato, the Yellow Flash, leave the stronghold, leaving behind only a dozen Konoha ninjas. In their eyes, this place was practically undefended. From the very beginning, the Mist Ninjas had lured Minato away with a feint attack. Now, their elite forces had arrived for the real assault. They knew that Minato wouldn't be so easily deceived. But the fact that he was gone meant their plan had worked better than expected. If they could break through this defensive point, the Mist Village could push deep into the Land of Fire, striking at Konoha's rear lines. That would force Konoha into a 2-front war, breaking the delicate balance of the 3 great battlefields. And the most crucial part? This wasn't even their full force. Unlike the brutal powerhouse Cloud AB combo, the Mist Ninjas had sent a different kind of terror. 2 members of the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. ###the bloodthirsty executioners. Ziguishin Fujin, Fugaku Suikazen. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, his massive frame giving off an air of false sluggishness. But in the Bloody Mist era, every Mist shinobi had to kill their comrades to graduate. No one who survived that was sane. Fugaku was ruthless ***, the kind of man who would sell out his allies for personal gain ***. Koratsuchi Raiga Kurasuki. A thin, wiry man, dressed in black robes, his wild black hair adding to his menacing aura. In his hands, he held 2 twin blades crackling with electricity. Fresh red blood dripped from his swords. It was obvious who had just killed the Konoha sentry. Raiga chuckled, his mocking laughter echoing through the air. Ha! What a bunch of weaklings. Especially that brat over there, he actually pissed himself. For bloodthirsty warriors like them, this wasn't even a battle. It was a slaughter waiting to happen. Fugaku's cold eyes scanned the battlefield, his voice low and steady. Enough talk. Remember, we still have to deal with Namake's Minato later. Take this stronghold down now, by the time he returns, it'll already be too late. As the Mist Ninjas prepared for the attack, the Konoha defenders tightened their grips on their weapons. But in the back of everyone's minds, one thought lingered. Would Chinyu make a move? The battlefield turns. On the vast ruins, a massive force of Mist Ninjas, outnumbering the Konoha defenders several times over, gazed hungrily at their prey. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy, a suffocating tension pressing down on everyone present. And when the Konoha shinobi saw that the Mist forces were led by 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, Fugaku Suikazen and Raiga Kurasuki, Their hearts clenched in fear, as if an invisible hand was squeezing them dry. Hashtag panic and desperation. Hurry! Get Chinyu out here to deal with them, or we're all going to die. Gecko Hayate scrambled to his feet, his face filled with terror. Chinyu? Raiga Kurisuke raised an eyebrow, then smirked mockingly. Who the hell is that? Never heard of him. Are you just throwing random names at us in desperation? Ha! Mist ninjas aren't as easy to fool as those cloud fools, we were forged in blood and fire. As soon as he finished speaking, the mist ninjas burst into laughter, their cruel amusement echoing through the ruins. Even Fugaku Suikazan, with his usually thick and dull expression, let out a chilling chuckle. Enough playing around. Let's just finish this quickly. Although, I must say, I wasn't expecting to find such a lovely little beauty on the battlefield. His eyes locked onto Yuzuki Yugao, his grin widening. I'll take her. The rest of you handle the others. Hashtag fear and resolve. Yuzuki Yugao's face turned deathly pale. She had never expected such words. A deep, paralyzing terror surged through her. Yuga! Yuzuki Sogo's commanding voice snapped her back to reality. I'll hold them off, get to the cave and call Chinyu. Minato-sama isn't here, he's our only hope. Hearing this, the remaining Konoha shinobi immediately began forming hand seals. Activate the defensive barrier. Hashtag the mist strikes first. Too late. Fugaku Suikazan's cruel grin widened. Without warning, a dense white mist exploded outward. Silent killing technique. The battlefield was instantly shrouded in fog, reducing visibility to nothing. Then, whoosh! Fugaku moved like a blur, his massive but deceptively fast body crossing over 10 meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Yuzuki Yugao. It's the mist's infamous silent killing technique. Yuzuki Sogo's expression changed dramatically. He could feel the air shifting unnaturally around him. Yugao, dodge! He shouted desperately. Ha ha ha! Now you're worried? Too late. Fugaku laughed wildly, his massive hand reaching for her. This woman is mine. Yuzuki Yugao's breath hitched in terror. She tried to move, but in this impenetrable fog, she had no idea which direction to run. Hashtag a star descends. Just as despair crept onto her face, a blazing blue sphere of chakra whizzed past her shoulder. The air trembled, and the fog was violently displaced, revealing Fugaku Suikazan's grinning face. But when he saw the incoming Rasengan, his expression froze. Without a second thought, he whipped out the massive Samahata from his back, positioning it in front of him defensively. Boom! The Rasengan connected, crashing into Samahata with a devastating impact. A thunderous explosion erupted. A hurricane-force shockwave tore through the battlefield, instantly clearing the mist. Fugaku Suikazan's huge body was blasted backward like a cannonball, smashing through several mist ninjas who had been trying to advance. His flight ended abruptly when he collided with a massive tree over 100 meters away. Snap! The tree cracked in half, unable to withstand the sheer force. Hashtag stunned silence. The battlefield fell deathly silent. Even Raiga Kurisuke, who had been sneering moments ago, now had a stiff expression. He knew Fugaku's strength well. And in the silent killing technique's mist, they were supposed to have an overwhelming advantage. Yet Fugaku had been countered so easily. This wasn't just unexpected. It was completely beyond their calculations. Raiga's grip tightened on his twin blades, his eyes narrowing. Who? He muttered under his breath, scanning the battlefield. Then, from the dissipating mist, a calm yet commanding voice echoed. I'm right here. A figure stepped forward. His posture relaxed. His expression unbothered. Chinyu. Raiga's eyes darkened. So you're Chinyu. The mist ninjas, who had been laughing moments ago, now found themselves watching him warily. Chinyu simply cracked his knuckles and smirked. Didn't you want to know who I was? Now you'll find out firsthand. The chaos of battle. Enemy attack. Prepare for defense. Stay calm. This level of attack is nothing to Fugaku Suikazan. Dispel the silent killing technique. Raiga Kurisuke shouted urgently, his eyes flickering with unease as he took in the scene before him. The thick mist that had once given them an advantage began to fade. Ironically, what was meant to be the strongest assassination technique of the Mist Village had now become a liability, revealing their vulnerable position. If word got out about this humiliating failure, the Mist Village's reputation would be tarnished. As the mist fully cleared, the Konoha shinobi, though still shaken, began to notice the devastation left behind. Their eyes widened as they took in the fallen, motionless form of Fugaku Suikazan. The cracked ground, the shattered trees, the long trail of destruction. All evidence of the overwhelming power that had struck him down. Slowly, expressions of fear turned into hope. It's Chinyu. It has to be him. With him here, we might actually survive this. Idiots. Don't forget, he wiped out over 100 cloud ninjas in an instant. Even the AB combo had to retreat. Hearing the rising morale of the Konoha shinobi, the Mist Ninja's expressions darkened. Raiga-sama, should we retreat? One of the Mist Ninjas whispered hesitantly. Raiga's eyes flashed coldly. Without hesitation, he swung his blade. Schlick! A sharp glint of steel. A head flew into the air, blood spraying onto the ground. The Mist Ninja's lifeless body crumpled. Raiga snorted disdainfully. Spreading fear in battle? You deserve to die. As the corpse hit the ground, he turned, his voice booming. Enough hiding. If you've got guts, come out and face me. A voice, calm and unhurried, responded. Looking for me? Shinyu stepped forward, his gaze indifferent. He casually glanced at Yuzuki Yugo and smiled. My little girlfriend isn't someone you can insult. The last person who did, is already dead. ####the battle resumes. For a moment, Raiga stared at Chinyu in disbelief. Then, he laughed loudly, his voice filled with mockery. A brat? That's the legendary Chinyu? I thought it was some terrifying monster sneak attacking us, turns out it's just a Konoha Chunin. Then, his gaze shifted to Fugaku's fallen form. Fugaku. Stop playing dead. With Samahata, there's no way that attack did serious damage. A low chuckle echoed from the rubble. Ha! Raiga, can't you at least keep my secret? You'll scare Konoha's little hero away. Fugaku rose to his feet, dust falling from his massive frame. The bandages around his legendary sword, Samahata, unraveled, revealing its grotesque, jagged blade. Just looking at it sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Father, is that one of the 7 ninja blades? Yuzuki Yugo asked, her voice tense. Yuzuki Sogo nodded grimly. Be careful, Chinyu. According to intelligence, Samahata can absorb chakra. Your attack just now was likely completely drained. Then, his eyes flickered in confusion. But, Chinyu, how did you learn Minato-sama's Rasengan? In Konoha, everyone knew that Minato's signature techniques were part of the 3 great jutsu. Chinyu smirked, his gaze lingering on Samahata. You mean Rasengan? I just learned it. His voice remained calm, but his next words sent a shockwave through the battlefield. I was just thinking about how to solve my chakra shortage problem. But it looks like I overlooked Samahata. Perfect timing, I could use a good weapon. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. Even the Mist Ninjas exchanged uncertain glances. Was he seriously planning to steal Samahata? Fugaku burst into laughter. Brat, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Your attack was strong, sure, but all that chakra? Samahata devoured it completely. He raised his massive sword, letting its jagged scales ripple. Chakra flowed from Samahata back into his body, replenishing his strength. The Mist Ninjas smirked. Fugaku's grin widened. So tell me, hero, what's your face gonna look like when you realize all that power just made me stronger? Chinyu tilted his head slightly. His smile remained gentle. But his words sent a chill down everyone's spine. You seem to be enjoying my chakra. I hope you'll still be smiling in a moment. #### lightning strikes. Before anyone could react, electricity exploded around Chinyu's body. Lightning release chakra mode activated. His figure vanished in a flash of blue light. Fugaku, watch out! Raiga shouted in alarm. Fugaku reacted instantly, gripping Samahata tightly. But when he turned, his pupils shrank in horror. Giant Rasengan. Chinyu's right hand tensed, a massive vortex of chakra roaring to life. The 1-meter-wide Rasengan radiated pure destruction, its violent energy distorting the very air around it. Then, he slammed it forward. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the battlefield. A tornado of chakra engulfed Fugaku and Samahata, the sheer force ripping through the ground. Fugaku's massive body was flung backward like a missile, carving a deep trench through the battlefield. Trees snapped, boulders shattered, and finally, he crashed into a distant rock wall, the sheer impact causing it to crumble. Dust and debris filled the air, and an eerie silence followed. ####The battlefield shifts. Fugaku-sama got blown away again. The mist ninjas couldn't believe their eyes. Compared to the previous attack, this one was at least 10 times stronger. Raiga's face darkened, his grip on his swords tightening. Fugaku, get up! You have Samahata, this can't hurt you. But Fugaku didn't move. Raiga's breath hitched. Just then, a streak of lightning flashed near the rubble. The mist ninja's expression shifted to pure shock. It's him! He's too fast. His speed, it's on par with the yellow flash. Then, Shinyu's casual voice echoed through the battlefield. Oops. Looks like he overate on chakra, and died. He lifted Samahata effortlessly, smirking. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Storm breaks, lightning falls. Boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the sky as a bolt of lightning tore across the battlefield. At the same time, Raiga Kurisuke, seizing the opportunity, clashed his twin lightning swords together. Sparks erupted, and the heavens responded. From the storm-laden clouds, 7 or 8 massive lightning bolts descended, crackling with furious energy, resembling rampaging dragons aiming to annihilate Shinyu. Every possible escape route was sealed ****, a perfect lightning cage ****. The mist ninjas smirked, their expressions filled with glee and confidence. He's done for. But Shinyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Perfect time to test this blade's power. He tightened his grip on Samahata. The grotesque sword let out a beast-like growl, its jagged scales twitching in anticipation. Then, slash! Shinyu swung Samahata upward with a single stroke. The monstrous blade opened its maw wide and devoured the lightning hole. Crack! Boom! ****. The thundering bolts shattered mid-air, their arcs of electricity dispersing like shattered glass. Raiga's face twisted in shock, his confidence crumbling instantly. Impossible! Samahata, why isn't it rejecting you? As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga knew that Samahata was wild and untamable. Even the strongest wielders had to endure its backlash on their first contact. Yet Shinyu not only remained unharmed, but wielded it effortlessly. Shinyu chuckled softly, his Mangekyo Sharingan swirling ominously. His gaze was piercing, as if looking straight through Raiga's soul. It's even more obedient than my own son. A faint pulse of chakra flowed through Shinyu's body. The energy Samahata had absorbed from the lightning was now flowing into him, subtly replenishing his reserves. Not bad. The amount is small, but it's still useful. His gaze settled on Raiga, his voice calm but sharp. So tell me, if the 7 ninja swordsmen can't even protect their own blades, what do you think people will start calling you? Raiga's fury, Shinyu's amusement. Raiga's face darkened instantly, rage flashing in his eyes. You bastard! You dare covet our swords? Then, a sudden realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His expression shifted, and his eyes narrowed. I finally understand who you are. That bizarre Sharingan, your speed. You must be Uchiha Shursui. Silence. And then, Shinyu rolled his eyes. Not just him ***, everyone around them did the same ***. Even the mist ninjas exchanged awkward glances. A mist ninja hesitantly spoke. Raiga-sama, I think you're mistaken. Uchiha Shursui is known as Shunshin no Shursui, Shursui of the body flicker, famous for his teleportation techniques. Also, his Sharingan and age don't match the sky at all. Raiga's eye twitched. Shut up. If I say he's Shursui, then he's Shursui. He turned back to Shinyu, his voice filled with suspicion and frustration. Who the hell are you? Shinyu smiled gently, his voice carrying an eerie calmness. Me? I'm the one who's here to kill you. Boom! Suddenly, lightning erupted around Shinyu, his lightning release chakra mode surging violently. With a single step, he vanished. ###The mist's last stand. Raiga's eyes widened in alarm. He's coming. Deploy defensive jutsu. The mist ninjas reacted instantly. A group of them formed hand seals in unison. Suiton, Suijin Hiki. Water release, water wall. Massive walls of water erupted around them, forming a 100-meter-wide defensive barrier. Meanwhile, Raiga's elite guards took action. Suiton, Daibokufu no Jutsu. Water release, great waterfall technique. From their mouths, raging torrents of water surged forward like giant dragons, crashing toward the battlefield. In mere seconds, the entire landscape was submerged in water, turning the battlefield into an aquatic death trap. The Konoha shinobi, safe behind their activated barrier, watched with grim expressions. These mist ninjas, their coordination is terrifying. Their sheer chakra reserves, their precise timing. If we had to fight them head-on, we wouldn't stand a chance. Raiga's killing blow. Raiga smirked, his hands raising his twin lightning blades high. Above, the storm clouds churned violently. Where are you hiding, brat? Are you scared? Crack. A massive blue lightning bolt crashed down *** right into the water below ***. Electricity surged everywhere. The water, now a conductive death trap, turned into a sea of deadly lightning. The arcs of electricity spread like wild serpents, seeking out any living thing to electrocute and destroy. Yuzuki Sogo's face paled. Reinforce the barrier. Don't let the electricity breach. The Konoha shinobi poured more chakra into the protective seal, their faces dripping with sweat. Even though they weren't directly attacked, just maintaining the defense was draining their energy rapidly. Raiga grinned manically. Hiding won't save you. I'll break this barrier and watch you grovel. He raised his swords again, channeling even more lightning chakra. Above, the storm intensified, preparing to unleash another devastating barrage. Chin's counterattack, thunderous retribution. Suddenly, Yuzuki Sogo's eyes widened in horror. Look! Up there! Above them! Shinyu hovered in midair, his Rasengan glowing ominously. But it wasn't just any Rasengan. It was pulsating with violet blue lightning, arcs of electricity dancing along its surface. A terrifying aura of destruction radiated from the technique. Shinyu smiled apologetically. Sorry, first time using this. Took me a little longer than expected. Now, let me say a little prayer for you. With a casual flick of his wrist, he hurled the lightning release Rasengan downward. Raikiri Rasengan! Boom! The moment it made contact with the water, the entire battlefield exploded in a storm of lightning and devastation. The once strategically perfect aquatic trap had turned into a mass grave. And Shinyu was its executioner. ***, the thunder god's wrath***. Boom! A deafening roar of thunder shook the heavens, as if an ancient beast had awakened, tearing through the battlefield with sheer destruction. Blinding blue lightning illuminated the sky, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of raging light. The sheer explosive force was overwhelming, as if a boundless energy source had erupted, instantly destroying the water barriers formed by the mist ninjas. Countless razor-thin lightning needles shot out like a storm, piercing through the mist ninjas' defenses with terrifying precision. Each needle-sized bolt carried deadly voltage, their combined force shredding through flesh, muscle, and bone. The results were instantaneous. The mist ninjas' bodies were torn apart, their forms disintegrating into a grotesque mist of blood, merging into the very waters they had summoned. Within seconds, over 50 elite mist ninjas had been completely erased from existence. The scene was so horrifying that even the Konoha shinobi, safe behind their barrier, felt their spines run cold. The aftermath. As the lightning dissipated, the once flooded battlefield returned to dry land, the water draining away without its chakra reinforcement. And in its place, a gaping crater hundreds of meters wide marred the earth. The ground was scorched and scarred, littered with countless tiny puncture marks, remnants of the lightning needle's wrath. The only things left behind were two lightning blades, their once mighty owner nowhere to be seen. The mist ninjas had been completely erased from existence. The Konoha shinobi stared in absolute shock, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. It had barely been half a day since the cloud ninjas had attacked. Back then, Shinyu had annihilated over 100 enemies with a single Kirin. And now, he had just wiped out an entire mist battalion with a single lightning release, Rasengan. Was this even a war anymore? Or was it just one-sided extermination? Raiga's last stand. Shinyu landed lightly in the center of the battlefield, his gaze falling on the two abandoned lightning blades, their lingering arcs of electricity slowly fading into the ground. A playful smirk curled his lips. Raiga! You're the last one left. Why are you still hiding? Where did all that confidence go? At that moment, A pale, bloodied hand shot out from beneath the rubble. Gripping one of the lightning blades, Raiga dragged himself out, his body battered and covered in wounds. But his eyes still burned with unyielding rage. With a snarling roar, he poured every last ounce of chakra into his blade. He knew. Against this boy, a full frontal attack was his only hope. But Chinyu's smile only widened. Perfect timing. I was running low on chakra anyway. His hand moved. And Samahata roared to life. No fancy moves. Just a single, direct slash. Schlick. A horrifying tearing sound echoed as Samahata ripped into Raiga's body. The wild, unchecked chakra Raiga had poured out was instantly devoured, siphoned away like a feast for the monster sword. The lightning blade in his grip flickered weakly, its glow vanishing in mere moments. Raiga froze, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. Then. Pain. Samahata's razor-sharp spikes dug deep, tearing through muscle, bone, and flesh alike. Blood gushed violently, his exposed ribs and organs visible beneath the gaping wound. As a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga had never imagined he would one day die by the very weapons they prided themselves on. Why you're no ordinary shinobi. Who the hell are you? Shinyu tilted his head, his voice calm and amused. Who am I? I'm the one who came to kill you. Raiga coughed up blood, his vision darkening. Shinyu's smile remained. The dead don't need to know my name. Slump. Raiga's lifeless body collapsed. His ashen face stared blankly at the sky, as if still unable to accept his fate. ### the aftershock. As the dust settled, the Konoha shinobi finally snapped out of their daze. Shinyu casually picked up the lightning blades, barely giving Raiga's corpse a second glance. The battlefield is yours now. I'm going to rest. With that, he turned and walked away, as if he had just finished a minor chore. ###. Meanwhile, Namake's Minato's realization. Far away, Namake's Minato had finally tracked down the Mist Ninja diversion team. His kunai flashed, slicing open the last enemy's throat. As he watched the lifeless body drop, his expression darkened. Minato-sama. This was just a diversion. There were at least 100 Mist Ninjas here, yet we only found 8. Minato's eyes sharpened instantly. Damn it. They lured us away to attack the base. One of his men hesitated. But Chinyu is there. Should we really be worried? Minato's brows furrowed deeply. Chinyu is strong, yes. But he just finished a major battle. Even he has limits. Without hesitation, Minato tossed a marked kunai to his subordinate. If anything happens, channel chakra into this kunai. I will teleport back immediately. Then. Minato vanished, his flying thunder god jutsu activating instantly. When he arrived at the base, weapons were already flying toward him. Enemy attack. Defend the base. Minato blinked in confusion, then instantly teleported aside, dodging the incoming kunai. Yuzuki Sogo's eyes widened. It's Minato-sama. As Minato landed, he turned to speak. But his words died in his throat. His eyes locked onto the battlefield's aftermath. The giant crater. The scorched, punctured earth. The missing Mist Ninjas. And finally, Yuzuki Sogo's smug face. Minato-sama, you missed it again. Minato's heart sank as he listened to their retelling. Wait, he used 3 Rasengans to end the war? Minato's face went blank. How? How was that even possible? **** the storm before the storm ****. Yuzuki, where is Chinyu? Namake's Minato's voice carried an undeniable urgency. Initially, he had been skeptical of Chinyu's talent in learning jutsu. But now, standing amidst the devastation left behind, his doubts had shattered completely. Not only had Chinyu mastered Rasengan instantly, but he had also pushed its shape transformation beyond limits. Even integrating nature transformation, something that even Minato himself had struggled to achieve. If he hadn't seen the results with his own eyes, he would have never believed it. Minato-sama, Chinyu is resting in the cave. Yuzuki Sogo hesitated slightly, he had never seen Minato this flustered before. I'll be back shortly. Leaving those words behind, Minato vanished in a flash, his flying thunder god jutsu activating instantly. ###, the cave, an unexpected greeting. Inside the dimly lit cave, Chinyu stretched lazily. His expression suddenly hardened. His right hand curled slightly, chakra surging violently. A Rasengan formed instantly. With no hesitation, he hurled it backward. Whoosh! Minato appeared just in time to see the rapidly enlarging Rasengan rushing toward his face. His expression shifted, and he teleported again, reappearing 7 meters away. Didn't expect you to have that many flying thunder god markers left. Shinyu dismissed his Rasengan, his expression calm as ever. Minato let out a helpless chuckle. You really are a monster. Not only did you master Rasengan, but you even refined its shape transformation beyond anything I've ever achieved. And you combined it with nature transformation. Shinyu smirked playfully. Wanna learn it? Minato shook his head. No thanks. I spent years refining Rasengan, and I could never take it to that level. It seems this jutsu suits you more than it does me. Then, he added with a grin. But I do know some other jutsu. Want to learn them? Shinyu didn't refuse. Since he couldn't learn Flying Thunder God yet, mastering other jutsu wasn't a bad idea. ####3 days later, mastering the elements. Wind release, great breakthrough. Shinyu exhaled sharply, wind chakra exploding outward. A howling gale surged forward, transforming into razor-sharp wind blades. In the blink of an eye, the trees ahead were sliced clean through, the entire forest cleared in an instant. Minato shook his head in disbelief. Monster! You learned wind release this fast? Back when he had first learned this technique, it had taken him 3 days to master it. Shinyu had done it in half a day. Though, in reality, Shinyu had maxed it out instantly, but revealing that would be too shocking. Just then. Ding! Wind release chakra nature detected. Would you like to max it out? Shinyu didn't hesitate. Yes. Ding! Congratulations! Wind release chakra mastery maxed. Congratulations! Wind release, Raisin Shuriken maxed. Shinyu's smirk widened. He had spent the past 3 days exploring elemental nature transformations. Besides wind release, he had also practiced fire and water release. Now, he had fully developed multiple elemental Rasengan variants. But to avoid suspicion, he had kept them hidden for now. ##### The arrival of Konoha's reinforcements. Yuzuki Yugo suddenly rushed into the cave, her expression uneasy. Shinyu, Minato-sama, Konoha's reinforcements have arrived. Shinyu's eyes sharpened slightly. Are they asking for me by name? Sounds like they're not here with good intentions. Minato's expression darkened slightly. He had stayed here for 3 days, despite completing his original mission, because of Shinyu. 3 days ago, he had secretly reported Shinyu's abilities to the third Hokage. Now that the reinforcements had arrived, it was clear. The higher-ups were taking action. Shinyu. Minato hesitated. If anything happens, I'll stand by you. He had seen too many injustices in the village's politics. If the higher-ups wanted to suppress Shinyu, he wouldn't stay silent. ##### At the cave entrance, 2 factions collide. A new squad of Konoha shinobi had arrived. Leading them were 1. Uchiha Fugaku, leader of the Uchiha police force. 2. Moonlight Kuroya, one of Konoha's 8 colors. 3. A masked ANBU captain, representing Danzo's route. After receiving Minato's report, the third Hokage had immediately mobilized reinforcements. His reasons? 1. If Shinyu had unlocked a rare Sharingan ability, only the Uchiha clan head could properly assess it. 2. If Shinyu was a threat, Root would ensure proper containment. But because of the large-scale mobilization, even Danzo got wind of it. So now, Root had infiltrated the mission, under the guise of protecting Konoha's borders. At the cave entrance, tension was thick in the air. A Root ninja suddenly spoke coldly. Yuzuki Sogo, where is Shinyu? Why is he missing? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze hardened. We've already sent someone to notify him. He's with Minato. Let's wait a moment. As the Uchiha clan head, Fugaku held authority, but outside the Uchiha district, his influence was limited. Root had always been hostile toward the Uchiha, and this situation was no different. The Root ninja snorted coldly. Uchiha Chinyu's background is suspicious. This outpost is critical to Konoha's defense. Him leaving his post is a dereliction of duty. How do we know he's not a traitor, leaking secrets to the enemy? The atmosphere froze instantly. The accusation of treason was not a light matter. For years, Konoha's leadership, especially under Tobirama and Danzo, had always viewed the Uchiha clan with suspicion. That was why the Uchiha district was forcibly relocated to the outskirts of Konoha. To monitor any potential rebellion. Now, Root was openly pushing that same suspicion onto Chinyu. The surrounding Konoha shinobi tensed, sensing that the situation was about to spiral out of control. Power and politics collide. Uchiha Fugaku's brows furrowed deeply. Yamanaka Ryuya, your words are going too far. His tone was heavy, filled with thinly veiled anger. Chinyu has been with Minato this entire time. I watched him grow up. He has no ill intent toward Konoha, nor would he ever leak its secrets. As Chinyu's uncle, Fugaku had always kept an eye on him, though he had never seen Chinyu as anything more than a regular clan member. Had it not been for their familial bond, he might not have even asked Minato to look after him. But now, the truth was clear. Chinyu had been hiding his true strength all along. Not only had he awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had also displayed unprecedented power. The sheer contrast between his past mediocrity and his current overwhelming might had stirred unease among Konoha's upper echelon. And Danzo had already made his move, declaring Chinyu a threat. Danzo's leash tightens. Yamanaka Ryuya, one of Root's commanders, sneered. Fugaku, are you speaking as the Uchiha clan head? Or as Chinyu's uncle? His voice was laced with mockery, his intentions crystal clear. If I were you, I'd step back and let things proceed fairly. Return to Konoha for investigation and remove yourself from this situation. Leave Chinyu to Root. He smirked. If he's innocent, we won't harm him. Fugaku's face darkened instantly. This was a blatant power grab. Danzo was trying to seize control of Chinyu before the Hokage could intervene. And knowing Danzo's history with the Uchiha, if Chinyu fell into his hands, he might never return. Loyalty versus fear. Yamanaka Taicho. Yuzuki Sogo stepped forward, his expression firm. I, Yuzuki Sogo, swear on my life, Chinyu has no ill intent. He repelled the cloud ninjas. He repelled the mist ninjas. All of us here owe him our lives. His voice rang out, and the Konoha shinobi who had fought alongside Chinyu nodded in solemn agreement. Fugaku and Moonlight Kuroya were visibly surprised. They had not expected Chinyu's reputation to rise so quickly. Yamanaka Ryuya's face twisted in anger. You dare defy the village's authority? His voice boomed. Chinyu's innocence is not for you to decide. This is an internal matter for Konoha's leadership. If you speak out again, I will have you all detained for interfering in military orders. His gaze hardened as he turned to Yuzuki Sogo. And you, Yuzuki, don't forget, your clan only recently joined Konoha. Don't let your reckless words bring disaster upon your family. Yuzuki Sogo's expression stiffened. The Yuzuki clan had been mercenaries, only formally joining Konoha a generation ago. Though they had proven their loyalty, their status was fragile. Yamanaka Ryuya's veiled threat was clear. Step back, or risk the clan's future. A voice breaks the tension. Ha! A chuckle echoed from outside the cave. Root sure loves flexing its authority. I just killed 2 nobodies from the mist, and now another old fool shows up. Chinyu strode in casually, his steps unhurried, but his presence dominating the space. Minato walked beside him, his face stormy with barely restrained fury. He had heard everything. He had warned Konoha's leaders to handle Chinyu carefully, to avoid forcing him into a corner. Yet here was Danzo, pushing aggression yet again. Root moves first and loses. Impudent brat. Yamanaka Ryuya's anger flared. You dare speak so disrespectfully? You've clearly been hiding in Konoha for years with ulterior motives. Seize him. For Root operatives dashed forward, their movements swift and precise. Scram! Chinyu's voice boomed, filled with an undeniable force. Boom! A wave of crimson chakra erupted from his body. As if a disaster had descended upon the cave itself. The 4 Root operatives stumbled mid-step, their faces twisting in pain. The sheer pressure knocked them backward, forcing them to retreat 2 steps before they could even think to resist. But the true shock came from the rest of the room. Even Fugaku, Yamanaka Ryuya, and Kuroya felt their breath hitch. The power of the straight Tomoe. Fugaku's eyes widened. This is the power of the straight Tomoe? According to Uchiha legend, the straight Tomoe Sharingan was a rare anomaly, signifying a connection to the clan's origins, a purer, stronger evolution of ocular power. But what shook Fugaku the most was that this power felt more ominous than even a tailed beast. Danzo's strategy becomes clear. Insolent child. Yamanaka Ryuya gritted his teeth, but his voice was not as firm as before. We are the commanding officers here. You are a mere chunin, how dare you show such disrespect? Breaking military protocol is grounds for immediate imprisonment. His gaze snapped to Minato and Fugaku. What are you two waiting for? Seize him. A convenient charge. A scripted orchestration. Danzo had planned this from the beginning. No matter what, Chinyu would be labeled a traitor. But Chinyu just smirked. You want to imprison me? His crimson eyes glowed. A cold, eerie amusement flickering within them. Try it. The turning point, Chinyu's unleashed wrath. Namake's Minato and Uchiha Fugaku's expressions stiffened. They could see it clearly now. Yamanaka Ryuya had deliberately targeted them with his command, forcing them into an impossible position. 1. If they obeyed, they would become tools of Root, betraying Chinyu. 2. If they refused, they would be seen as defying Konoha's leadership. A calculated trap, one that would make Chinyu easier to capture while keeping Root's own men out of harm's way. Chinyu's counterattack, exposing Root's hypocrisy. Root really has no shame, huh? Chinyu's smirk widened as he spoke, his voice filled with mocking amusement. You accuse me of insubordination. But tell me this, what about Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torigen? Did you kill them for selling intelligence to the Cloud Ninjas? Or did you hand them over to the third Hokage for judgment? Or maybe... His eyes gleamed coldly. You just locked them away and covered up the entire thing? The weight of his words. A chill passed through the gathered Konoha shinobi. Everyone had heard the rumors. That Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torigen had leaked information to the Cloud Ninjas. Originally, they had expected the Cloud Ninjas to easily overrun the outpost, kill Chinyu, and silence all witnesses. But Chinyu had annihilated over 100 Cloud Ninjas and forced the AB duo to retreat. When this news reached Konoha, it had caused massive waves. Because even the Cloud Ninja's next Raikage, A, had begun suspecting Root of deliberately feeding him false intelligence. In his rage, he had thrown the intelligence scroll to Chinyu, leading to even more complications. Root's silent fury. Yamanaka Ryuya's face turned ashen, his fingers twitching slightly. He was Yamanaka Kaze's father. He was also one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates. He had volunteered for this mission not just to capture Chinyu, but to whitewash his son's crimes. Yet now, Chinyu had exposed Root's hypocrisy in front of everyone. You're just a mere chunin. Yamanaka Ryuya snapped, his voice sharp with anger. This isn't your concern. Yamanaka Kaze and Aburame Torigen are Root members. We will handle them internally. Minato's brows furrowed. This was wrong, no matter how they tried to justify it. So that's how Root works? Chinyu's chuckle was light, but his words carried a dangerous edge. You decide who's guilty and who isn't. If that's the case, then why can't I decide my own fate? Root's final move, and Chinyu's response. Enough. Yamanaka Ryuya's patience snapped. You dare question Root's authority? That alone is treason. Seize him. Four Root operatives stepped forward, ready to attack. Chinyu's smile didn't fade. Instead, it grew wider. So, in the end, strength is the only thing that matters? Fine. Don't blame me for what happens next. Suddenly. Crack. Lightning erupted from Chinyu's body, the air shimmering with electric arcs. And then. He vanished. The moment that changed everything. What? Both Moonlight Kuroya and Uchiha Fugaku were stunned. Even Minato's expression shifted slightly. Chinyu's speed was so fast that even they could barely track his movement. But for Yamanaka Ryuya, it was already too late. Before he could react, a strong hand wrapped around his throat. You! Yamanaka Ryuya choked, his body instinctively struggling. But then, his eyes met Chinyu's. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A deep, ominous crimson glow flickered in Chinyu's gaze. Yamanaka Ryuya's body froze instantly. You can't move, can you? Chinyu's voice was almost playful, his grip tightening slightly. That's the power of my Sharingan. A chill ran down Yamanaka Ryuya's spine. He had assumed that Chinyu was just a strong young shinobi. But this was far beyond anything he had expected. Rootsphere, and Chinyu's final judgment. Uchiha Chinyu. Release me. Yamanaka Ryuya's voice cracked with panic. I represent Danzo-sama. Chinyu's smirk remained, but his eyes turned cold. And I represent myself. I don't like you. So, die. Chinyu, wait. Minato's urgent voice rang out, but it was too late. Whoosh. Black flames erupted from Chinyu's hand, engulfing Yamanaka Ryuya instantly. Amaterasu? Fugaku's eyes widened in shock, his voice barely above a whisper. Yamanaka Ryuya screamed, his body thrashing wildly. Put it out. Use water release. Root operatives rushed forward, unleashing a barrage of water jutsu. Suetun, water wave. Suetun, water spout. Suetun, water dragon bullet. Suetun, water whip. Chinyu raised an eyebrow. Wow. You guys really don't like him, huh? But no matter how much water they used, the black flames did not fade. The end of Yamanaka Ryuya. No. Chinyu. I was just following orders. I don't want to die. But his pleas meant nothing. The black flames burned brighter, devouring him completely. With one final scream, Yamanaka Ryuya's body turned to ash, leaving behind only the suffocating scent of burnt flesh. A dead silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone's gaze shifted to Chinyu, now filled with fear and respect. This was no longer just another shinobi. This was a force of nature. A walking calamity. And from this moment on, no one dared to challenge him lightly again. The vast limestone cave was filled with the lingering smell of something burnt, refusing to dissipate. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the slightly thin figure, a faint trace of inexplicable fear flickering deep within their pupils. With just a single move, he had instantly killed Yamanaka Ryuya, a ninja with the strength of a jonin. Such a display of power, could it mean he possessed at least Kage-level strength? Are you still planning to capture me? Chinyu's gaze remained calm as he looked at the 4 Root Umbu ninjas. The 4 of them turned pale in an instant, shaking their heads hastily. No, we were just following orders. Seeing this, Minato Namikaze quickly intervened, persuading Chinyu they had no choice in this matter either. In everyone's eyes, if Chinyu were to go on a killing spree, it would be a terrifying nightmare. Humph, go back and tell Danzo not to provoke me again. If I lose control, even I fear myself. Chinyu snorted coldly. The 4 Root ninjas, as if granted amnesty, fled in panic. Minato, Kuroya, I want to talk to Chinyu alone. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly spoke. Moonlight Kuroya's expression stiffened, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. However, Minato Namikaze stopped him with a raised hand. Brother Fugaku, this is wartime. Be careful. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Uchiha Fugaku gave Minato Namikaze a grateful look before turning to Chinyu. Uncle Fu. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. He understood Uchiha Fugaku's intentions. Let's talk outside. As Uchiha Fugaku and Chinyu left, the suffocating pressure in the cave still lingered. You must be wondering why I didn't step in to stop him just now, Minato Namikaze said as he looked at Moonlight Kuroya. All the Konoha ninjas froze, their faces filled with confusion. Moonlight Kuroya nodded. Minato, with your speed and strength, saving Yamanaka Ryuya in time wouldn't have been difficult. I want to know why you didn't intervene. Do you hate Danzo? Within Konoha, there were various political factions. At the core, there was Danzo's hawkish faction, the 3rd Hokage's conciliatory faction, and the neutral Uchiha clan. Since Minato Namikaze was a disciple of the 3rd Hokage's student, Jiraiya, he naturally belonged to the same camp. No, Kuroya-senpai, you underestimate Chinyu. His strength and talent are terrifying beyond words. Whether it's A-rank or S-rank ninjutsu, no matter the chakra nature transformation, as long as he tries, he can master it in just half a day. If you were faced with such a frighteningly talented young man in Danzo's route, which side would you choose? As his words fell, the ninjas present all became visibly tense. Moonlight Kuroya's face was especially filled with shock. Kuroya-senpai, I hope you won't let minor grievances get in the way of Konoha's greater good. This is a crucial time in the war, and any unexpected factor could push Konoha to the brink of disaster. Minato Namikaze glanced at Moonlight Hayate. He had heard a little about Hayate's resentment towards Chinyu. Moonlight Kuroya's face darkened. Minato, I know my limits. That's for the best. I'll head out to check on them. Leaving those words behind, Minato Namikaze turned and left. Dad, didn't you say you would teach Chinyu a lesson? With your strength, dealing with him should be easy. Moonlight Hayate's face was filled with resentment. Shut up. I know what I'm doing, Moonlight Kuroya snapped, glaring at him before waving at the other ninjas to rest. In the vast limestone cave, only Yuzuki Aojirai and Inuzuka Ho remained. Aojirai, I want to hear your opinion on that kid. Remember, this concerns the higher-ups' evaluation of Uchiha Chinyu. Moonlight Kuroya spoke. Yuzuki Aojirai and Inuzuka Ho exchanged glances before replying in unison, do not provoke him. The simple answer caught Moonlight Kuroya off guard. He instinctively looked at Inuzuka Ho. Do not provoke him. Hearing the identical response again, Moonlight Kuroya's expression froze. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted within the cave. In the next instant, a hurricane-like force surged forth. The sudden development made Moonlight Kuroya and the others' faces change drastically. Without hesitation, they leaped forward to investigate. In a desolate clearing 10 kilometers away, Uchiha Fugaku had followed Chinyu. Staring at the thin figure before him, his expression hardened. In an instant, he used the body flicker technique, vanishing into thin air. The next moment, he appeared behind Chinyu, kunai in hand, slashing downward toward his back. Chinyu casually raised his arm to block. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted as his right leg swiftly swung up, aiming a lightning-fast kick at Chinyu's head. At the same time, his right hand flicked from his waist, releasing 3 shuriken. In an instant, the 3-pronged attack sealed off Chinyu's upper, middle, and lower escape routes. Uncle Fu, your probing is way too boring. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. Crackling sounds erupted from his body as he instantly activated his chakra mode. Violet lightning flickered around him as he ghosted backwards several meters. Uchiha Fugaku's kick missed, and the 3 shuriken, each entwined with special metallic wire, collided and ricocheted away. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Uchiha Fugaku's hands blurred through hand seals, his battle experience evident. Blazing chakra spewed from his mouth, surging along the steel wires toward Chinyu. The roaring flames condensed into 300-meter-long fire dragons, their fangs and claws bared. Chinyu, it's been a long time since we fought. Our Uchiha clan is best at fire release. Let me see how much you've improved. Uchiha Fugaku's face was solemn. I only know the Great Fireball. Chinyu sighed. Whatever. Even though it's 2 ranks lower, I'll show you. That way, you'll give up. His cryptic words made Uchiha Fugaku pause. The next moment, watching Chinyu's hands weave seals at a dizzying speed like a spinning wheel, Uchiha Fugaku's face changed drastically. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Chinyu's hand seals abruptly stopped. The scorching chakra gathered in his mouth and erupted in an instant. The heat waves surged like a tide. The roaring flames coalesced into a massive fireball dozens of meters in diameter. No, it was practically like a miniature sun. The trees along its path collapsed instantly. The 3 fire dragons, in comparison, seemed utterly insignificant. In the blink of an eye, they collided. Boom! The fire dragons were instantly crushed. The colossal fireball, after only a slight pause, continued its overwhelming advance toward Uchiha Fugaku. Both were fire release techniques. As the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku believed he had mastered fire release to perfection. But he never expected that Chinyu's great fireball would feel as powerful as an S-rank jutsu the moment he cast it. The scorching heat wave surged forward like a raging beast, making the air unbearably dry. The ground along its path was crumbling and charred, radiating intense heat, so much so that even the hard rock was beginning to melt under the extreme temperature. Staring at the rapidly expanding fireball reflected in his pupils, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened abruptly. A faint blue glow emerged around his body as a skeletal figure rapidly formed. It was none other than Susanoo. Boom! The great fireball struck Susanoo with violent force, triggering an explosion of searing fire waves that swept outward like an unstoppable tidal wave. Trees along the path were snapped in half, and roaring flames soared into the sky. The sheer force of the explosion engulfed an area spanning over a kilometer. Fugaku! What's going on? Minato Namikaze was the first to arrive. Feeling the scorching heat waves, his hands moved swiftly, forming a series of hand seals for a water release jutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Roar! 3 massive water dragons materialized out of thin air, surging forward and crashing into the sea of flames, instantly extinguishing the incoming fire. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku burst out from the flames, his Mangekyo Sharingan having already reverted to its normal state. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive surge of chakra erupted like a tidal wave, instantly flooding the surrounding land. The scorching fire waves were completely drowned out, generating thick clouds of steam. Wind release, great tornado. Minato followed up, unleashing a fierce whirlwind that swept through the area, dispersing the lingering mist completely. Minato, what happened here? Moonlight Kuroya rushed to the scene. Seeing the scorched and devastated landscape spanning over a kilometer, he exclaimed in alarm, "Don't tell me Chinyu was trying to escape and used some kind of forbidden jutsu? Dad, that must be it. Hurry and join forces with Lord Minato to capture Chinyu." Moonlight Hayate quickly chimed in. But before they could act, the sight of a descending figure made them freeze in shock. Are you bad-mouthing me? Chinyu glanced at Moonlight Hayate with a warm smile. Moonlight Hayate shuddered involuntarily, tripping over his own feet and falling to the ground. "Kuroya, Minato, don't misunderstand. I was simply testing Chinyu's strength. The explosion just now was caused by the great fireball." Uchiha Fugaku landed beside them. As his words sank in, the surrounding ninjas were left utterly stunned. They stared at the scorched landscape spanning over a kilometer, their faces filled with disbelief. "Fugaku, you must be mistaken," Moonlight Kuroya couldn't help but say. "According to Yuzuki, Chinyu knows some forbidden jutsu. A large-scale attack like this must have been caused by a forbidden technique." As soon as he spoke, the other ninjas remained silent, but their expressions betrayed their thoughts. After all, the Great Fireball technique was merely a C-rank fire release jutsu. Even though the Uchiha clan excelled in fire release, it was simply impossible to elevate the Great Fireball to an S-rank or forbidden technique level. It was definitely the Great Fireball. I saw it with my own eyes just now. But, the size was rather large, probably around 60 or 70 meters in diameter. Minato Namikaze glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and nodded in agreement. The air grew deathly silent. The Konoha ninjas exchanged uneasy glances. Even Moonlight Kuroya's face had turned grim. If anyone else had said this, they wouldn't have believed it. But the one speaking was Minato Namikaze. His words carried undeniable weight. A Chunin who could unleash a C-rank Great Fireball with the power of a forbidden technique, how could the Tokubetsu Jonin and Jonin here possibly accept such a reality? Alright, if there's nothing else, I'd like to continue my conversation with Chinyu. No objections, right? Uchiha Fugaku hadn't expected a simple test to cause such an uproar. "Go ahead, but be careful." Minato nodded in acknowledgement. "Can we not talk?" Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly. But seeing the stubborn look on Uchiha Fugaku's face, he had no choice but to turn and lead the way. As the two figures disappeared into the distance, Minato Namikaze glanced at Moonlight Kuroya before quietly departing as well. Shinyu's strength had shattered his understanding repeatedly. He needed to report everything that had happened here to the third Hokage as soon as possible. "Dad." Moonlight Hayate struggled to get up. Shut up, Moonlight Kuroya snapped, his voice sharp and unwavering. "Useless fool. You can't even handle a single glance from him." He then fixed Hayate with a piercing gaze. "Tell me, you didn't try to kill Chinyu, did you?" Moonlight Hayate hesitated for a moment before excitement filled his face. "Dad, you weren't here yet, so how could I dare attack him? Don't worry, I've thought of plenty of ways. As long as you make a move, I'll make sure he regrets ever crossing me." Slap. A crisp slap echoed through the air. Moonlight Hayate was stunned, clutching his burning cheek. Shut up, you fool, Moonlight Kuroya's expression was dark and serious. "I'm warning you, do not provoke Chinyu. Doing so would drag our entire clan down with you. This time, it's clear, the Uchiha clan has produced someone even more terrifying than Shisui of the Body Flicker." As his words fell, the nearby Konoha ninjas turned pale. In the previous generation of Konoha, the ones who made a name for themselves in the ninja world were the three Sannin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, as well as the Konoha's 8 colors. In the current generation, the most powerful figures at the top were Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, and Shisui of the Body Flicker. Below them were ninjas like the Inoshikacho trio who were also highly regarded. The rise of just one Uchiha Shisui had already made many people uneasy. And now, an even more terrifying Uchiha Chinyu had appeared. This could potentially shake the entire power structure of Konoha. Humph, do as you will. But if possible, even if you can't befriend Uchiha Chinyu, at the very least, do not make him your enemy. Leaving those words behind, Moonlight Kuroya turned and left. Moonlight Hayate was completely dumbfounded. The Konoha ninjas present were equally stunned. They had never expected that one of Konoha's 8 colors would say something like this. Several kilometers away, atop a rocky hill, Chinyu stood facing the wind. Uchiha Fugaku stood behind him, his expression more solemn than before. Just ask what you want, Uncle Fu. Stop hesitating. Chinyu smirked. But I must say, I never expected you to activate your Mangekyo Sharingan in front of everyone. Uchiha Fugaku's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Chinyu to see through his secrets so easily. Ever since awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan during the Second Great Ninja War, he had never displayed it in front of others. He knew very well *** this power could either protect the Uchiha clan or lead it to destruction ***. Thinking about the great fireball that had seemed almost like a forbidden technique, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but smile bitterly. He mused to himself, ***, I thought I had hidden myself deep enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more deeply concealed. Not only have you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but you also possess such an extraordinary talent, capable of elevating ninjutsu to this level, ***. Then, he spoke solemnly, but there's something I need to understand. It concerns the survival of the Uchiha clan. Chinyu chose not to explain Fugaku's misunderstanding. He couldn't exactly grab Fugaku's hand and earnestly explain some absurd truth, like how he was a transmigrator who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan just a few days ago thanks to a full-level system. If he really said that, he'd probably be treated as a lunatic. You're asking if I've met Uchiha Madara, aren't you? Chinyu looked at Uchiha Fugaku. For a brief moment, shock flashed across Fugaku's face, his pupils filled with disbelief. Although he quickly masked his emotions, Chinyu still caught the fleeting expression. From Fugaku's reaction, Chinyu deduced something that had never been mentioned in the original story. The reason Uchiha Fugaku awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan might be related to Uchiha Madara. Perhaps, in the beginning, Madara's intended pawn for overthrowing Konoha wasn't Obito Uchiha, but rather Uchiha Fugaku. After helping Fugaku awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he might have realized that Fugaku's ocular abilities were too powerful for his aging body to control, forcing him to abandon Fugaku. It was only after this failed attempt that Madara shifted his focus to Obito Uchiha, manipulating him step by step into seeking vengeance against the Uchiha clan itself. This ultimately led to the Uchiha massacre, orchestrated by Obito and Danzo, and carried out by Itachi Uchiha. You really do know about Uchiha Madara? Fugaku's voice became urgent. Did he help you awaken your Sharingan? Chinyu patted Fugaku's shoulder reassuringly. Uncle, don't worry. My Mangekyo Sharingan awakened naturally. I didn't need any help from him. Besides, think about it ***, I didn't even hesitate to kill Yamanaka Ryuya ***. Do you really think I'd let myself become that old fossil's puppet? Seeing Chinyu's casual and irreverent tone, Fugaku glared at him. But deep down, he felt a wave of relief. Even he had found Chinyu's overwhelming display of power unnerving. There was no way Uchiha Madara could control someone like him. Chinyu, hearing you say that, I feel relieved. I won't pry into your secrets any further, but whatever you do, don't reveal anything about Uchiha Madara. That guy is a madman. Fugaku's tone grew serious. But now that you've appeared, I suspect he'll come looking for you soon. When that happens, I hope you remember what you've said today. To Fugaku, Madara Uchiha was supposed to be dead, perishing in his final battle against the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, at the Valley of the End. Even Hashirama himself had passed away later due to cumulative battle injuries. So when Fugaku had seen Madara alive, he had been shocked beyond belief. Yet, despite knowing the dangers, he had still succumbed to the temptation of power, leading him down a path of no return. Uncle Fu, don't worry. I'm not as sentimental as you. Chinyu rolled his eyes. Then, looking at the vast forest below, he suddenly asked. Have you ever considered leading the Uchiha clan away from Konoha? Chinyu, what are you talking about? Fugaku froze, quickly scanning their surroundings before urgently saying. Are you suggesting a clan-wide defection? That would only escalate the conflict. No ninja village would ever allow it. To Fugaku, all his hopes lay in Minato Namikaze. As long as Minato became the fourth Hokage, Fugaku believed that, thanks to their friendship, he could mitigate tensions between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. But now, Shinyu's radical suggestion made him think that this was just the reckless mindset of youth. I know you're betting everything on Minato Namikaze, Shinyu said calmly. But instead of placing your clan's fate in someone else's hands, why not take control of it yourself? Unlike Fugaku, Shinyu had no deep emotional ties to the Uchiha clan. After all, he had only transmigrated into this body. Yet, he also wasn't heartless enough to stand by and watch them perish. That was why he had spoken up. Fugaku's expression shifted repeatedly, falling into deep contemplation. After a long silence, he finally said, I don't want the Uchiha clan to bear the stigma of traitors. Shinyu, you're still young. You don't understand what duty and responsibility mean. Duty, Shinyu let out a dry chuckle. That kind of thing can crush a person. But fine, if that's your decision, I won't interfere anymore. As long as Konoha doesn't provoke me, I won't cause trouble. But if they do, they shouldn't expect any mercy from me. Looking at Chinyu's calm yet unyielding demeanor, Fugaku felt something strange. The Chinyu of the past had been weak and unremarkable. But now? Now, he was like a razor-sharp blade, gleaming with a dangerous edge, a double-edged sword. Enough talk. Shinyu patted Fugaku's shoulder. Uncle Fu, as the clan leader, you should take the time to connect with Shisui. He's also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And don't forget about Itachi, he has the potential to become one of the strongest ninjas in the world. Leaving those words behind, Shinyu turned and left. For a moment, only Uchiha Fugaku remained on the rocky cliff, lost in thought. Initially, he had only approached Shinyu to assess his strength. But now? Now, he was more confused than ever. He had always suspected that Shisui Uchiha was Madara's chosen pawn, but he had never imagined that Shisui had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And as for Itachi, Madara had completely overlooked him. Chinyu, who exactly are you? You hide yourself so deeply, what is your true goal? Do you seek the throne of Hokage? After parting ways with Fugaku, Shinyu furrowed his brows slightly. He had already predicted that Fugaku would make this choice. But the Uchiha clan's problems ran too deep. Aside from the discrimination they faced in Konoha, many of their younger members had developed a thug mentality, abusing their police force status to extort protection money and commit various misconducts. Although Fugaku had tried to curb these behaviors, they were deeply ingrained in the clan's mindset. A fundamental issue that couldn't be easily changed. Even if Fugaku led the Uchiha clan in a rebellion, these people would never let go of their grudges against Konoha. And when that happened, Konoha would have the perfect excuse to wipe them out completely. In the tense atmosphere of the cave, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Chinyu, are you done talking? Minato Namikaze looked at the returning Chinyu and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone present, including Moonlight Kuroya, had been silently betting on one thing: whether Chinyu would defect and abandon the Hidden Leaf Village. After all, they had witnessed Chinyu unleash a C-rank jutsu with the power of a forbidden technique. And they all understood the deeper meaning behind Moonlight Kuroya's words. Better to be strangers than enemies. What's wrong? You thought I would run away? Shinyu glanced at Minato Namikaze, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Relax. There's no one in this world that I fear. His words sounded arrogant, but no one dared to refute them. Because they all knew Chinyu had both the power and the resolve to back his words. Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly and shook his head. I know that, of course. But, since you took down the Mist and Cloud Ninja's assault, they won't be making any moves for a while. So, the outpost will be handed over to Moonlight Kuroya. You and I will return to the Hidden Leaf Village. If you have any objections, feel free to speak up. The moment his words fell, everyone tensed up, their eyes fixed on Chinyu waiting for his decision. Is this about the Kanabi Bridge crisis? Chinyu asked casually. He had a rough idea of the timeline of the war, but he wasn't sure of the exact details. If it really was about the Kanabi Bridge battle, then the Third Great Ninja War was about to come to an end. How do you know about that? Minato's expression froze, his eyes flashing with confusion. Just a guess. Do you believe me? Chinyu patted Minato's shoulder and asked with a relaxed smile. When do we leave? Tomorrow morning. Minato's face visibly relaxed. Their biggest concern had been that Chinyu might misinterpret their urgency and suspect them of calling him back for ulterior motives. No problem. Chinyu agreed without hesitation. His reasons for returning to Konoha were twofold. First, he wanted to gain access to forbidden jutsu. Second, Obito Uchiha was about to embrace darkness, and Rin would soon become a pawn of the Mist Village used as a Jinchuriki weapon to disrupt Konoha. If Chinyu played his cards right, he might be able to locate and tame the Three Tails, turning it into his own chakra reservoir. I'm starving. Let's go get something to eat. Minato called out, leading the group of ninjas out of the cave. Chinyu followed without hesitation. Meanwhile, in a private conversation. Dad! Are you really letting me go back to Konoha with Uchiha Chinyu? Moonlight Hiate's face was filled with panic. Aren't you worried that he might kill me on the way back? The thought of Chinyu's terrifying strength filled Hayate with regret. All of this had started because of a woman. And now, he had offended someone even his father feared. If Chinyu didn't die, he would be Hayate's nightmare for life. Relax. I've already thought of a plan. Moonlight Kuroya's voice was calm. For him to have stayed hidden for so long, yet to step in and repel the Cloud and Mist ninjas at a crucial moment, proves that he still has loyalty to Konoha. If you sincerely apologize and offer him something valuable, you might be able to resolve this grudge. Hayate froze for a moment. Then, his eyes widened in shock. Dad. That thing is our clan's greatest treasure, Isn't this too much? No. Moonlight Kuroya shook his head firmly. If he accepts it, it could actually bring a great opportunity to our Moonlight clan. Besides, I've made up my mind. I hope that after this, you'll finally grow up and learn who you can and cannot provoke. Moonlight Hayate fell silent. After a long pause, under his father's watchful gaze, he nodded in reluctant agreement. The campfire gathering. Outside the outpost, the once defensive canyon had been flattened by the two recent epic battles. Now, 70 to 80 Konoha ninjas sat around a massive bonfire, its flames illuminating the dark night. The crackling fire warmed the air, yet the atmosphere remained heavy, perfectly reflecting the unspoken tension among the shinobi. Many of the ninjas subconsciously stole glances at Chinyu, their expressions wary and cautious. Ahem. Yuzuki Ajirai coughed, trying to lighten the mood. I found 3 wild mountain goats nearby. Let's have roast lamb tonight. But despite his effort, the other ninjas remained silent, still too intimidated by Chinyu to say anything that might offend him. Ajirai sighed helplessly. I'll cook for you all since I'm leaving tomorrow, Minato suddenly offered, hoping to ease the tension. But before he could stand up, Chinyu reached out and stopped him. I have some culinary skills too. Let me handle it. Chinyu patted Minato's shoulder and stepped forward confidently. The surrounding ninjas looked on in shock. As a seasoned ninja, hunting 3 wild goats was effortless for Chinyu. One of the goats, in particular, had massive curved horns, its body covered in battle scars, a sign that Yuzuki Ajirai had spared no effort in securing food for the war camp. Chinyu, are you sure you can cook? Yuzuki Ajirai couldn't help but ask. Chinyu rolled his eyes. Don't ask a man if he can perform. If a man can't, women won't love him. Put. Laughter erupted from various corners of the camp. Even Minato shook his head with a smile. Only 2 young girls, Yuzuki Yugao and Shizun, looked utterly confused. Dad, what does Chinyu mean by that? Yuzuki Yugao asked innocently. Yuzuki Ajirai's face turned red, and he quickly scolded. Little girl, stop asking so many questions. Just sit quietly. The suppressed laughter finally burst into open amusement, filling the camp with warmth and relief. Even Minato and Yuzuki Ajirai were surprised at how easily Chinyu had lightened the mood. Chinyu, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. A voice called out. Moonlight Kuroya had arrived, with Moonlight Hayate in tow. If we're talking about the best chakra blade here, it would be mine. Without hesitation, Kuroya drew his short sword and tossed it to Chinyu. Chinyu understood the gesture immediately and didn't refuse. Catching the chakra blade, he unsheathed it. The blue-tinted blade shimmered as chakra coursed through it. But the moment Chinyu infused his lightning release, the blade's arcs crackled like fireworks, dazzling the eyes. This is a fine blade. Chinyu smirked. Moonlight Kuroya nodded with a smile, knowing this was his chance to mend their relationship. If you like it, I can give it to you. If you like it, I can give it to you. Moonlight Kuroya's eyes locked onto Chinyu with unwavering intensity, as if trying to convey his full sincerity. The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the camp froze. One of Konoha's 8 colors, Moonlight Kuroya, had actually lowered himself to offer a gift to Chinyu, a gesture that shocked everyone present. This was beyond their expectations, leaving the ninjas feeling both surprised and unsettled. I appreciate the offer, but let's not waste time, everyone's hungry. Chinyu shook his head slightly, firmly rejecting Moonlight Kuroya's goodwill. His decisive attitude made Kuroya's expression stiffen, a trace of awkwardness flashing across his face. Seeing this, Yuzuki Yugao quickly lowered her voice and whispered to Moonlight Kuroya, trying to ease the tension. Don't take it the wrong way, Moonlight Senpai. Chinyu already has Samahata and the Thunder Blade, your chakra sword, while good, probably doesn't catch his interest. The blades of the 7 swordsmen of the mist? Moonlight Kuroya's eyes flickered with surprise. And before he could even respond, he heard gasps from the surrounding ninjas, confirming that Chinyu was no ordinary figure. Chinyu's eyes flashed coldly, and in an instant, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated without warning. The blood-red pupils gleamed with an almost mystical radiance. His left hand struck out like lightning, grabbing a slain mountain goat from the ground. Then, with an effortless flick, he tossed it into the air. With his right hand, he swung the chakra blade, cutting at blinding speed, his movements so precise and rapid that the surrounding ninjas could barely follow his actions. By the time they processed what had happened, the mountain goat had already been expertly dismembered, its meat cut into perfect portions, and dropped directly into a large boiling pot. If one had to describe this moment in words, only one phrase would be fitting. A butcher's precision. Chinyu's knife skills were as refined as a legendary master chef, every movement flawless and controlled, as if he had absolute mastery over the task. Within moments, 3 whole goats had been perfectly butchered, leaving the onlookers utterly speechless. When Chinyu had first seen the 3 wild goats, he had already decided. He would prepare a classic Chinese dish hand-grasped mutton ***. This would be his way of shaking up the taste buds of the Konoha ninjas, who were used to nothing but ramen and grilled meat. And thanks to his lightning-fast chakra blade technique, the meat's juices were perfectly sealed in, ensuring a level of flavor and tenderness beyond anything they had ever tasted before. The shocked reactions. What kind of strange cooking method is this? A ninja muttered, his face filled with puzzlement. Idiot, you're missing the point. Another ninja scoffed, admiration in his eyes. Did you see how smoothly he used his chakra transformation in Sharingan to cut that goat? That kind of skill isn't something just anyone can do. This guy must be a professional butcher trapped in a ninja's body. More voices chimed in, filled with astonishment and respect. Even Uchiha Fugaku was dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Chinyu would actually use his Mangekyo Sharingan to butcher meat. Asterisk, if Uchiha Madara saw this, he'd probably cough up blood on the spot. Asterisk. But then, Fugaku's eyes narrowed as he noticed something. Chinyu's brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. A ridiculous idea suddenly popped into Fugaku's mind. Asterisk, wait, he's not planning to use fire release, is he? Asterisk. And just as this absurd thought crossed his mind, Chinyu's hand seals flew at lightning speed, his fingers weaving through the air like magic. Fire release, fire spark. A burst of fiery chakra erupted from his mouth, instantly bringing the pot of water to a boil. The scene looked like a volcanic eruption, completely stunning everyone present. For an ordinary bystander, this cooking method would seem utterly absurd. But for seasoned ninjas, it was a display of absolute chakra mastery. Too little chakra, and the jutsu would fail. Too much chakra, and the entire pot would explode. Yet Chinyu had managed to boil the water perfectly, a level of control that even Minato Namikaze would find difficult to match. The final touches. As soon as the water boiled, Chinyu immediately drained the first batch, getting rid of the impurities. Then, with practiced efficiency, he added clean water and resumed cooking. He casually grabbed some fresh spring onions, Sichuan peppercorns, and a piece of aromatic pinewood. As soon as the fragrance filled the air, he covered the pot, letting the flavors infuse into the meat. Asterisk, just need to add salt at the end, and this dish will be a masterpiece. Asterisk. Bring me a stone, Chinyu ordered. Yuzuki Ajirai hurriedly fetched a smooth, flat rock without hesitation. Chinyu buried it in the fire, letting it heat up until scorching. Then, he rubbed the rock with sheep fat, producing a sizzling sound. With a swift motion, he flattened a piece of dough onto the stone, letting it cook over the open flame. The aroma of fresh scallions and crisp dough filled the air. Once golden brown, he flipped it, letting the other side cook to perfection. After making over 100 scallion pancakes, Shinyu finally lifted the pot lid. Instantly, the rich aroma of the mutton stew filled the air. The entire camp fell silent. Shinyu glanced around only to find that Yuzuki Ajirai and the others had transformed into hungry wolves, their eyes locked onto the pot, salivating uncontrollably. If I let my guard down, they'll probably pounce on the food. With a helpless sigh, Shinyu grabbed 7 or 8 pieces of lamb, wrapped them in pancakes, and slipped out of the crowd. You guys can serve yourselves, I've already shown you how it's done. He left those words behind and walked away. But the moment he turned his back, the hungry ninjas erupted into chaos. Let me go first, damn it. You shoved me out of the way. Orun, don't forget I'm your older brother. Let me have the first bite. TCH. In this situation, even if you were my mother, I wouldn't let you. Save some for me, or I'm challenging you to a duel. The irresistible fragrance of Chinyu's cooking had completely broken their composure. Even their sense of camaraderie crumbled in the face of hunger. Chinyu shook his head in amusement. He walked over to Yuzuki Yugo and Shizun, handing them each a pancake. Go ahead and eat. It's pretty good. Yuzuki Ajirai, seeing the food, shamelessly joined the chaos, saying, Damn, Minato gets this kind of treatment? I need in on this. Even Inuzuka Ho, still chewing, praised Chinyu. If someone marries you, they're seriously lucky. Minato, receiving a pancake from Chinyu, laughed. If you opened a restaurant in Konoha, you'd put Ichiraku Ramen out of business. Chinyu smirked. Playing weak for too long, sometimes, it's good to remind people I'm a dragon, not a sheep. The cold night wind whistled through the darkness, carrying with it a chill that seemed to seep into one's very bones, sending shivers down the spine. Chinyu did not return to the limestone cave to rest immediately. Instead, he turned toward the dense forest nearby and suddenly halted his steps. His tone was calm yet firm as he spoke. You've been following me for quite some time. Isn't it about time you showed yourselves? The moment his words fell, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. Under the dappled moonlight, their faces were revealed. It was none other than Moonlight Kuroya and Moonlight Hay-8. Moonlight Kuroya possessed the rare permeation jutsu, a bloodline limit that allowed him to become one of Konoha's most feared silent assassins. He had assumed this ability would grant him an advantage, yet Chinyu had seen through him instantly. Chinyu glanced at Moonlight Hay-8, then smirked. The permeation jutsu of the Moonlight clan is indeed impressive, but when you're dragging along this deadweight, how could I possibly not notice? Moonlight Kuroya smiled bitterly. Though he was known as one of Konoha's 8 colors, compared to Chinyu, his son truly paled in comparison. And compared to the terrifying young man before him, even Kuroya himself felt a vast chasm between their strengths. Chinyu, don't misunderstand. I followed you tonight to resolve the conflict between you and Hay-8. Kuroya got straight to the point. Our Moonlight clan, aside from our bloodline limit, is best known for swordsmanship. Among them, the Konoha Crescent Moon Dance is our clan's most treasured technique. Many outside the village compare me to Konoha's white-fanged, Tsukumo Hatake, precisely because of this technique. Hearing this, Chinyu raised an eyebrow. This surprised him. After all, he had planned to seek out Kakashi in Konoha to study swordsmanship. Yet, now someone was offering it to him voluntarily. Chinyu, I don't ask for much, just that you protect Hay-8 at critical moments. If you agree, I will teach you the Konoha Crescent Moon Dance and let the past grievances be forgotten. Kuroya's voice carried a sense of urgency. Chinyu frowned slightly and glanced at Moonlight Hay-8, who looked visibly tense. Then, with a dismissive shake of his head, he said, Forget it. If I have to take in a brat as collateral, I don't want it. With that, he turned and started to leave. Kuroya's expression froze, and he immediately called out. Chinyu, don't get me wrong. I intended to teach you this technique from the start. In a flash, he used the body flicker technique to reappear in front of Chinyu, his face filled with urgency. For the first time, Chinyu truly felt the weight of fatherly love. To resolve such a matter, Kuroya was even willing to offer up his clan's most treasured technique. It was a rare gesture, but it happened to align perfectly with Chinyu's own interests. Chinyu, please accept it. Otherwise, Hay-8 will never have peace of mind. Kuroya's tone revealed his deep concern. He understood that making an enemy of a powerful figure left only 2 choices: either eliminate them completely, or live in constant fear of retribution. And when it came to Chinyu, Hay-8 clearly had only the first option. Shinyu smirked. Well, if you're offering, it would be rude to refuse. He unrolled the scroll, and just as he did, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Backhand index pointing right detected, S-rank sword technique, Konoha crescent moon dance. Would you like to instantly master it? Without hesitation, Shinyu responded. Max it out immediately. Bell ding. Congratulations, host. Konoha crescent moon dance has been mastered, ***. As the knowledge of the technique flooded his mind, Shinyu casually rolled the scroll back up and handed it back to Kuroya. Kuroya looked stunned. Shinyu, what's wrong? To him, only a minute or two had passed since Shinyu took the scroll. He feared that Shinyu might suspect the authenticity of the technique. Nothing. I've already learned it. Keeping the scroll would be pointless. Shinyu's tone was calm and indifferent. Both Moonlight Kuroya and Hei-8 were dumbfounded. As the heir of the Moonlight clan, Kuroya had an A-rank talent. Even so, it had taken him a full year to master the Konoha crescent moon dance. Moonlight Hei-8, with slightly weaker talent, had taken more than 2 years. To the Moonlight clan, this technique was a great source of pride. But Shinyu claimed he had learned it in just 2 minutes? That was simply unbelievable. You don't believe me, do you? Shinyu chuckled. Kuroya hesitated, then forced a nod. He had no choice but to accept it ***. If Shinyu hadn't learned it, all his efforts would have been wasted ***. To avoid injuries, let's use tree branches instead. Shinyu reached out with his hand. With a slight motion, 2 3-foot-long branches flew into their grasp. Kuroya's expression changed slightly. Chakra string manipulation? That's a core puppeteer technique. Once again, he was shocked by Shinyu's chakra control. Let's keep it light. We begin now. Shinyu stepped forward, and in that instant, Kuroya's face darkened. Moon shadow? Kuroya barely had time to react before he instinctively spun around, thrusting his branch backward in defense. Whoosh! The ordinary tree branch, infused with chakra, cut through the air like a blade, emitting a sharp slicing sound. But the moment it pierced Shinyu's body, his figure dissipated into a blur, fading into nothingness. I'm behind you. A familiar voice whispered in his ear. Kuroya's expression changed drastically. Sun and Moon Reversal Strike. This was a core move of the Konoha crescent moon dance, using afterimages and clones to confuse the enemy, creating a false opening. If the opponent attacked the wrong target, they would leave themselves vulnerable to a fatal counterattack. Initially, Kuroya had thought Shinyu was joking. But now, he realized ***. Not only had Shinyu learned Moon Shadow, he had also mastered Sun and Moon Reversal Strike. This was beyond Kuroya's comprehension. To fully master the Konoha crescent moon dance, one needed years of rigorous training. Yet Shinyu had grasped everything in mere minutes. Kuroya's heart pounded furiously. What kind of monster is he? Moonlight Hei-8, watching from the side, was completely speechless. He had spent years struggling with this technique. But Shinyu had mastered it in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Hei-8 finally understood. He had never been on the same level as Shinyu. Not in the past. Not now. And never in the future. Sun and Moon Phantom Slash. Moonlight Kuroya roared, gripping the tree branch tightly with both hands as a torrent of chakra surged into it like a raging flood. With a sudden turn, he shot forward like an arrow from a bow, thrusting at Shinyu with shocking speed. In an instant, countless afterimages flickered through the air, filling the battlefield with an almost illusory presence. The sheer pressure of the technique seemed to lock onto Shinyu's very soul, creating an oppressive and suffocating aura. Shinyu's counterattack. Sun and Moon Blood Wheel Slash. Shinyu remained unfazed. He knew that Sun and Moon Phantom Slash was a technique filled with deception and unpredictability. The best way to counter it? Overpower it with sheer force. As a tide of chakra flooded into his tree branch, it radiated a dazzling glow. Without hesitation, Shinyu swung his makeshift blade forward, unleashing a strike that shimmered like a full moon, radiating an unstoppable cutting force. The attack cleaved through the sea of afterimages, cutting straight toward Moonlight Kuroya. Boom! The two attacks clashed violently, sending a shockwave rippling outward like a raging tsunami. Moonlight Kuroya's body staggered backward, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Moonlight Hei-8 shock. Father! Was that really the crescent moon dance? Moonlight Hei-8 asked anxiously. Idiot! Moonlight Kuroya snapped at his son, his tone laced with frustration. As a direct heir of the Moonlight Clan, how can you not recognize it? When we return, you're going to train twice as hard. I won't have you embarrassing our clan any further. Shin-Yu's exit. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Shin-Yu casually tossed the broken piece of tree branch aside. This battle had been nothing more than a test for him. To truly unleash the full potential of the Crescent Moon Dance, he needed a high-quality chakra blade. Only with a blade capable of strong chakra conduction could he enhance his swordsmanship with elemental chakra transformations, amplifying its power. He recalled that in the ninja world, the Land of Iron was renowned for infusing chakra into sword techniques. Among them, Mifune had honed his swordsmanship to a level rivaling Kage-level combatants. Unfortunately, as the wars continued, the number of samurai dwindled, and their swordsmanship gradually faded into obscurity. Kuroya's decision. You go ahead. I still need to train Hay-8. Moonlight Kuroya made no effort to stop Shin-Yu. At this point, he had fully realized. Shin-Yu's talent far exceeded his expectations. Whether or not Shin-Yu had grasped the essence of the Crescent Moon Dance was no longer important. His monstrous learning speed alone made him worthy of investment. Now, Kuroya finally understood why ninja like Minato Namikaze, Yuzuki Aojirai, and others valued Shin-Yu so highly even at the risk of offending Danzo Shimura. Minato's arrival. Moonlight Senpai, are you alright? Minato Namikaze's voice suddenly rang out, startling Moonlight Kuroya from his thoughts. Kuroya quickly shook his head. I'm fine, Minato. I was just exchanging techniques with Shin-Yu. Father, how is this just an exchange of techniques? You literally taught him the Crescent Moon Dance. Moonlight Hay-8 muttered, unable to hide his irritation. After all, very few people had ever been allowed to learn the Konoha Crescent Moon Dance. Among those who did, he had been considered a prodigy. Now, with Shin-Yu's freakish talent, his prodigy title felt completely meaningless. Enough! Kuroya glared at his son. Minato chuckled and shook his head. Don't be too hard on Hay-8, Moonlight Senpai. I think you made the right choice. Kuroya paused, then asked curiously. Minato, do you also believe that Uchiha Shin-Yu will achieve something extraordinary in the future? No. Minato shook his head firmly. Kuroya's expression stiffened, thinking he had miscalculated. But before he could respond, Minato continued. What I mean is, Shin-Yu hasn't even revealed his full strength yet. Kuroya's eyes widened in shock. Minato, what are you saying? From what he knew, Shin-Yu had single-handedly crushed the Cloud and Mist forces, even forcing the Ayabi combo to retreat. He had even earned the recognition of the future Raikage. For any ninja, this was already an incredible achievement. Yet Minato was saying that Shin-Yu was still holding back? The gap between expectation and reality was so massive that Kuroya struggled to process it. Minato's gaze flickered with concern. Now, I only hope that Danzo doesn't do anything foolish. Otherwise, Konoha may soon face a terrifying enemy. The journey back to Konoha. At dawn, Shin-Yu and his group of 4 left the outpost. Since Shizun was the only medical ninja stationed there, she had to stay behind. However, with Moonlight Kuroya and the additional reinforcements, the outpost's defensive capabilities had significantly increased. Even if something happened, they could hold out until Minato arrived with reinforcements. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique made him a mobile support unit, ensuring that the outpost would never be left defenseless. Originally, Yuzuki Yugo had planned to stay behind as well. But Yuzuki Aojirai had other ideas. He wasn't just thinking about a lost bet, he had his eyes on Shin-Yu's immense potential. The Yuzuki clan's influence in Konoha was not particularly strong. If Shin-Yu rose to power, and Yuzuki Yugo became his woman, their clan's status would rise dramatically. Even in the worst-case scenario, Shin-Yu's battle prowess and protective nature ensured that Yugo would never be mistreated. This mindset spread among the other ninjas in the outpost. By the end of the night, fathers with daughters were lining up to introduce them to Shin-Yu. At one point, the knocking on his door nearly broke it down. So, at first light, Shin-Yu hurriedly packed up and left. As Aojirai bid him farewell, he patted Shin-Yu's shoulder, wearing an all-too-knowing smile. His expression seemed to scream. Asterisk, I hope something happens between you and Yugo on the way back. Asterisk. Asterisk, by the time you return to Konoha, you should be husband and wife. Asterisk. Shin-Yu groaned internally. Asterisk, the people in this world mature way too fast. Asterisk. But then, glancing at Yuzuki Yugo, who was only 12 or 13 yet already showing signs of growth, he had to admit. Maybe this is just how things are in Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, inside the vast Hokage's office, the third Hokage's expression was grim. He looked at Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado and said in a low voice, "Danzo has broken our agreement. He sent Yamanaka Ryuya to test Uchiha Chinyu." Hamura's eyes narrowed. "Hiruzen, did Minato report the outcome?" Koharu smirked coldly. "Ryuya is an elite jonin who specializes in binding techniques. Did Uchiha Chinyu suffer at his hands?" Koharu is right. Before we fully understand Uchiha Chinyu's true motives, some level of pressure is unavoidable. And with Danzo playing the villain, it's all the better. Mitokado Hamura nodded in agreement. "Fools! Have you all lost your minds?" The third Hokage suddenly roared in anger, his usually composed demeanor shattered. "Did you already forget Minato's report? Do not push Uchiha Chinyu into rebellion, If we do, he will become Konoha's greatest enemy." His sudden outburst left Hamura and Koharu frozen in shock. They had known Hiruzen Sarutobi for decades. The man was calm, rational, and rarely had such emotional outbursts. Something was seriously wrong. What happened? Hamura's voice was laced with tension. The third Hokage let out a deep sigh, then reached for a scroll and tossed it onto the table. "Read this. Minato sent it. Then decide what we should do next." Hamura quickly snatched up the scroll, while Koharu leaned in to read over his shoulder. As their eyes scanned the contents, their expressions darkened. "Yamanaka Ryuya was killed in an instant?" Hamura's voice trembled slightly. Yamanaka Ryuya was an elite jonin, trained by Root, and specialized in binding and sensory techniques. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to detect and counter any attack. But according to the report, he had been caught in a genjutsu before he could even react. And then, consumed by black flames that could not be extinguished. Merely reading the description sent a chill down their spines. Minato believes Chinyu is still holding back his true strength. The third Hokage spoke in a low, grave tone. He also noted that Chinyu possesses an unparalleled ability to learn jutsu, likely tied to his unique Sharingan. He has shown little interest in power struggles, preferring to avoid trouble. But when forced into action, he single-handedly crushed the Cloud and Mist forces, defeated 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, and even claimed Samahata and the Thunderblade. Only a handful in Konoha's history have ever achieved such feats. The third Hokage locked eyes with his advisors. "Now tell me, what should we do?" Hamura and Koharu were speechless. They had previously assumed Chinyu was merely another Shisui Uchiha, talented, but manageable. A child that could be manipulated if necessary. But now, it was clear. Chinyu had been hiding his true strength for over a decade. And when he finally revealed himself, his power was terrifying. Even worse, he had no fear of killing Root operatives. This meant he wasn't just strong, he was also uncontrollable. Danzo's arrival. "Poof. You're all growing senile." A cold, gravelly voice interrupted their silence as the doors to the Hokage's office were forcefully pushed open. Danzo Shimura strode in, his face as cold as steel. The 2 Umbu guards stationed at the door hesitated but ultimately stepped aside. The third Hokage barely spared them a glance. "Let him in. I expected him to show up sooner or later." Danzo walked forward, his single visible eye locked onto Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, you've grown weak. You can't even handle a single Uchiha brat? I think it's time you step down as Hokage." The tension in the room thickened. The third Hokage's expression remained stoic, but his fingers tightened into a fist beneath his desk. Danzo continued, his tone dripping with disdain. "If I hadn't prepared countermeasures, you would have already made your decision without even informing me." "Danzo, you misunderstand." Hamura spoke up, attempting to de-escalate the confrontation. But Danzo simply snorted in derision. "Hamura, don't try to smooth things over. The reason Konoha is struggling on 3 warfronts is because of your weakness. If you had listened to my policies earlier and ruled with an iron fist, Konoha wouldn't have to fight 3 simultaneous wars." Hamura sighed, shaking his head. "Danzo, don't misunderstand. We all want Konoha to be strong, including Hiruzen. If you have a plan, then speak. We can discuss it together." The third Hokage nodded. "That's right. If you have a solution that benefits Konoha, I will consider it." Koharu remained silent, but her expression showed she agreed with Hiruzen's approach. Danzo's lips curled into a mocking smirk. No need. Since Uchiha Chinyu is such an unpredictable variable, he is a threat to Konoha. And if the Uchiha clan learns that such a powerful and rebellious individual exists among them, it will only embolden their arrogance. So, I have already sent my men to deal with him. The room fell into utter silence. Then, bang! The third Hokage slammed his hand down on the table, his face twisted with rage. Danzo, you've gone mad. We were just discussing how to recruit Chinyu into Konoha's service. And you you sent assassins after him? Hamura and Koharu's faces drained of color. They had underestimated Danzo's ruthlessness. Minato's plan had been to stabilize Chinyu and bring him under Konoha's control. But now, Danzo had completely ruined that possibility. You fool! If Chinyu defects, any village village would welcome him with open arms. If that happens, and he turns against Konoha, you will be responsible for the disaster that follows. For the first time, Hamura and Koharu saw true fury on the third Hokage's face. This wasn't just about political maneuvering. This was about the survival of Konoha itself. Danzo scoffed. If you're so afraid, then you're no longer fit to be Hokage. But the third Hokage's next words wiped the smug look off Danzo's face. Danzo, I am warning you, recall your men immediately. Or else. I will not show mercy. Danzo's eye narrowed dangerously. For the first time in years, the two most powerful men in Konoha stood on the brink of open conflict. A heavy atmosphere in the Hokage's office. The vast Hokage's office was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The third Hokage's rage had turned the faces of Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado ashen. Though they secretly resented Danzo's actions, they also understood that the current situation was too complex to act impulsively. Humph, Hiruzen, you truly aren't as sharp as you once were. Danzo snorted coldly, but there was a subtle shift in his tone. His previous aggression had softened slightly. For years, no matter what secret schemes Danzo orchestrated, he had never been able to escape Hiruzen Saratobi's detection. And every time he had tried to seize the position of Hokage, he had lost to Hiruzen. If not for their shared past and the fact that both wanted Konoha to thrive, the root organization would have been dismantled long ago. Rest assured, the forces I sent this time are not from Konoha. Danzo's tone was calm and measured. I hired a group of rogue ninjas to do the job. Even if the plan fails, Chinyu will assume another village is responsible. After all, with how much attention he's drawn lately, he has no shortage of enemies. With those final words, Danzo turned and left. The third Hokage's dilemma. As the office doors closed behind Danzo, the third Hokage rubbed his temples, feeling a growing headache. Hiruzen, what do we do now? Hamura asked, his tone carrying a rare trace of worry. Koharu remained silent, her sharp gaze locked onto the third Hokage, waiting for his decision. Danzo had already compromised by using external forces instead of Konoha's own shinobi. Now, the responsibility of handling the fallout rested on Hiruzen's shoulders. Danzo is as troublesome as ever. The third Hokage sighed deeply. Send word to Minato, tell him that rogue ninjas have been spotted in the Land of Fire. He should remain on high alert. In Hiruzen's view, Danzo was acting in Konoha's best interest in his own twisted way. And while they knew Danzo had hired rogue ninjas, they had no idea who these mercenaries were. Stopping them outright was impossible. The only course of action was to warn Minato. If Chinyu survived, it would be a testament to his own strength. If he fell to the assassination, then it would simply be his fate. Hiruzen's right. This is all we can do for now. Hamura nodded in agreement. Besides, the situation in the Land of Fire is shifting rapidly. The Earth country's forces have begun moving differently. It seems the 2-year-long stalemate is finally coming to an end. Once Minato returns to Konoha, we should send him and his team to Iwagakure for the final mission. Danzo's secret meeting. Outside the Hokage's office, Danzo stepped into the shadows, where two figures emerged. Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Tori, both key operatives of Root. Danzo-sama, did everything go as planned? Yamanaka Fu asked cautiously. His father, Yamanaka Ryuya, had been one of Danzo's most trusted men. After learning that Ryuya had died at Chinyu's hands, Fu had personally requested permission to take revenge. But in the end, even his father's vengeance mission had ended in failure. You need not worry, Fu. Danzo's lips curled into a cold smirk. The mercenaries I hired come from a fallen clan, but among them is a true monster. Hearing this, Yamanaka-Fu's expression froze. Wait. Danzo-sama, are you referring to that assassin who has been collecting bounties across the warfronts? Even the ever-silent Aburame Tori's face stiffened. If Danzo had truly hired that man, then Uchiha Chinyu was as good as dead. Chinyu's journey back to Konoha. The distance from the outpost to Konoha would take at least 4 days of non-stop travel. However, Minato, eager to return and assess the situation, had used Flying Thunder God to teleport ahead. He had offered to bring Chinyu and the others along, but Chinyu had refused. Flying Thunder God, though powerful, had limitations similar to Sasuke's later Rinnegan teleportation. Unlike Sasuke, who could open portals anywhere, Minato's jutsu required pre-marked seals. Additionally, teleporting multiple people at once significantly drained his chakra and mental focus, reducing his effective range. A mysterious roadside inn. Chinyu, there's a rest stop ahead. Why don't we take a break? Moonlight Hayate asked cautiously. Throughout the journey, he had kept a careful distance from Chinyu. But after days of non-stop travel, he was exhausted. Even though Konoha was only 20 miles away, he couldn't help but suggest stopping. Chinyu, we're already near Konoha's patrol zone. A short rest wouldn't hurt. Yuzuki Yugo also wiped sweat from her forehead, showing signs of fatigue. If Yuzuki Aojirai found out that his daughter had been traveling alone with Chinyu, his reaction would be interesting, to say the least. Chinyu stopped walking, standing before the inn's entrance. His eyes scanned the bustling crowd inside, and his lips curled into a playful smirk. Why not? This place looks lively. We might even have a little surprise. His cryptic words caught Yuzuki Yugo off guard, while Hayate had already rushed inside. Inside the inn. Boss. A pot of tea and 3 orders of dango. Moonlight Hayate shouted as he slumped into a seat, exhausted. Then, realizing what his father had told him ***, always respect Chinyu ***, he quickly added. The dango is for you guys. Chinyu chuckled but shook his head. You eat it. I'm not hungry. A frail-looking old man emerged from the kitchen, carrying their order. Young man, I urge you to try our dango. Travelers from all over go out of their way just to stop here. One taste, and you'll be coming back for more. Yuzuki Yugo's eyes lit up with curiosity. After all, unlike Chinyu, they weren't inhumanly strong. This was their first long-distance mission, and after days of travel, they were starving. Hearing the old man's boast, she didn't hesitate to grab a skewer and take a bite. But, before she could eat it, Chinyu's hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. The unexpected gesture made Yuzuki Yugo freeze, her face turning red. Chinyu, there are people watching. Let go of my hand. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Chinyu rolled his eyes. The people in this world seriously mature too fast. But his gaze remained locked on the old man. And on the many eyes discreetly watching them from the shadows. This dango, you shouldn't eat it. An ambush at the inn. Attack! A sudden shout shattered the tense silence. The seemingly frail and elderly innkeeper moved with unnatural speed, his hands lunging toward Yuzuki Yugo like lightning. Yuzuki Yugo was completely caught off guard. She had never expected this harmless-looking old man to be hiding such deadly strength. At this distance there was no way for her to dodge ***. The old man's face lit up with triumph. To him, once he secured a hostage, dealing with 2 inexperienced chunin would be easy work. Chinyu strikes. Heavy flow burst. Bzzzt. The air crackled with electricity as a thunderclad fist shot forward, carrying overwhelming force. Boom! The old man was sent flying hundreds of meters, smashing through wooden planks and trees along the way. When he finally slammed into a rock wall, his body twitched violently before he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his head lolled to the side, lifeless. Inside the inn. The 10+ merchants who had been preparing to attack were now frozen in terror. The intelligence they had received only mentioned 3 Konoha chunin as targets. With Minato Namake's already gone, they had assumed this would be an easy mission. But now, the man in front of them was nothing like what they had expected. The truth of their attackers. Clan leader, who is this guy? He's nothing like the intelligence we received. One of the rogue ninjas finally cracked, his voice trembling. The leader, disguised as a middle-aged merchant, narrowed his eyes at Chinyu. A sinister glint flashed in his expression. Oof. He's just fast, that's all. Don't forget our entire clan is here. If we take his head, the bounty we'll earn will be enough to survive this war. We fight for survival. His shout reignited the fighting spirit of the rogue ninjas. They tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to attack. Make it quick. We must kill him before that guy arrives for the bounty. Just thinking about the other bounty hunter, a man reeking of money and death, made the rogue leader's spine shiver. Shinyu's counterattack. So, there really is a bigger fish in this trap. Shinyu's lips curled into a smile, calm and unbothered. Since you're not the main target, you don't qualify to be questioned. The moment his words fell. Crack! The wooden floor beneath his feet shattered, sending splinters flying. And in the next instant, he vanished. Before the rogue ninjas could even react, Shinyu reappeared right in front of their leader. Rasengan. A whirling sphere of chakra formed instantly in Shinyu's palm. No unnecessary movements. No wasted energy. Just a simple, brutal strike *** straight to the rogue leader's chest ***. Boom! The rogue leader's eyes widened in horror, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He barely had time to raise his hands in defense before. Snap! His arms broke instantly, twisted at unnatural angles. The force of the attack launched him backwards, smashing through the inn's wooden beams, sending debris flying. He crashed into a large tree over 100 meters away. His chest completely caved in. This time, he didn't even cough up blood. Because he was already dead. The rogue ninjas panic. The clan leader is dead. A horrified gasp echoed in the room. Then. Run. If we don't escape, our whole Fuma clan will be wiped out. The remaining rogue ninjas immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Yuzuki Yugo Moonlight Hiate's reaction. Shinyu. Hurry and chase them. They dared to attack so close to Konoha. If they find weaker targets, it'll be a disaster. Yuzuki Yugo urged anxiously, drawing her chakra blade, ready to fight. Yeah. Shinyu, you go ahead. I'll protect Yugo. Moonlight Hayate added quickly. This was his chance to prove himself. But when he saw his own legs trembling uncontrollably, he realized. His words lacked conviction. Shinyu's calm response. No need. None of them will escape. Shinyu's gaze shifted to the distant forest. Because he knew. Just as the rogue leader had mentioned. A true monster had arrived. A sudden massacre. A series of agonized screams erupted from the forest. Yuzuki Yugo's face paled instantly. Shinyu. Is it Minato-sama? To her, this was Konoha's territory. With Minato's flying thunder god, he could have easily arrived within seconds. But before Shinyu could answer. What is that? Moonlight Hiate's expression twisted in terror. Before he could react, Shinyu's right leg shot out, kicking him aside. At the same time, Shinyu pulled Yuzuki Yugo into his arms, dodging to the side. Boom! The ground where they had just stood was suddenly pierced through. Dirt and debris exploded into the air, revealing two massive, black-veined arms linked together by grotesque tendrils. As the dust settled, Shinyu and Yuzuki Yugo landed several meters away. Moonlight Hayate, however, wasn't so lucky. He had been sent flying out of the inn, barely avoiding the gruesome fate that had awaited him. His face was deathly pale as he stared at the horrifying arms that had almost taken his life. If Shinyu hadn't reacted in time, I'd be dead. A familiar enemy. So, it really is you, you money-grubbing bastard. Shinyu's voice was calm, but his eyes gleamed dangerously as he gazed into the forest. The two monstrous arms suddenly tensed, then ripped through the ground, revealing a pile of mutilated corpses. The rogue ninjas who had tried to flee. All dead. Their lifeless bodies littered the ground, limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Shinyu, who is this? Yuzuki Yugo's face was as white as a sheet. To her, the previous rogue ninjas had just been ordinary enemies. But this person was on a completely different level. You've heard of Takigakure, right? Shinyu asked playfully, still watching the dark forest ahead. Yuzuki Yugo froze for a moment, then nodded. I heard that, 2 or 3 decades ago, Takigakure suffered a rebellion. Their powerful leadership was wiped out in a single night, and the village fell into obscurity, hiding behind waterfalls. Shinyu smirked. Yeah. And the one who massacred them is standing right in front of us. As he spoke, a tall, imposing silhouette emerged from the shadows. A man with stitched-together skin, his eyes gleaming with cold calculation. Kakuzu. A legendary assassin appears. The Takigakure rogue ninja who once controlled the distribution of tailed beasts? Moonlight Hyade's eyes widened in shock, his face turning deathly pale. His voice trembled as he asked. Chinyu, are you saying he's the one who slaughtered the leadership of Takigakure? That's right. Chinyu smiled calmly, his tone as composed as ever. He then turned his gaze toward the dark figure standing in the distance. I didn't expect to meet you so soon, Kakuzu. The moment those words left his lips, Yuzuki Yugo and Moonlight Hyade's expressions changed drastically. They knew exactly who Kakuzu was. An S-rank rogue ninja. A man whose power rivaled the Kage level. For years, the 5 great nations had struggled to capture S-rank rogue ninjas, yet they had failed time and again. And now, one of these legendary killers had appeared right before them. It was like a nightmare come to life. Fear and resolve. Chinyu, should we run? Moonlight Hayate asked anxiously. Konoha's gates are only a few miles away. If we run at full speed, we can reach the village's defenses before he catches us. His fighting spirit had completely crumbled in the face of an S-rank nightmare. Hayate, shut up! Yuzuki Yugo snapped, her tone sharp and commanding. She turned to Chinyu, whose expression remained calm and confident. Look at him. He's not even a little afraid. That means, he might actually be able to fight this S-rank rogue ninja. Besides, why is an S-rank assassin targeting us? Unlike Hayate, Yuzuki Yugo's mind was sharper. Chinyu had called Kakuzu a bounty hunter, and the rogue ninja clan they had just fought had also mentioned a bounty. That meant someone had placed a bounty on them. Chinyu, did someone put a hit on us? She asked, her voice tense with concern. Chinyu chuckled, then gently patted her shoulder. Not bad. You're smarter than I thought. Yes, we've been targeted by a bounty. And whoever ordered this hit spent big. To get Kakuzu involved, they must have paid at least 20 to 30 million ryo. What? Yuzuki Yugo and Moonlight Hayate stiffened in shock. A Konoha Chunin's monthly salary was only around 100 ryo. Even high-level jonin only earned a few thousand per year. Yet someone was willing to spend tens of millions just to kill Chinyu? That meant the person behind this bounty was no ordinary enemy. The truth of the bounty. Chinyu, does this mean someone in Konoha wants us dead? Yuzuki Yugo's voice wavered slightly. She feared the implications of this truth. Chinyu smirked slightly. Correction. They want me dead. You two are just collateral damage. His casual tone made Yuzuki Yugo glare at him in frustration. Chinyu, this is serious. I know. But if you're scared, you can leave. Kakuzu isn't interested in your lives. Your heads aren't worth enough. Yuzuki Yugo huffed angrily, her cheeks flushing with irritation. I'm not leaving. I believe in you. Right, Hayate? Moonlight Hayate had wanted to run, but now that Yuzuki Yugo was staring at him expectantly, he had no choice but to reluctantly nod. Why yeah. I guess. I'm staying too, ***. The battle begins. Are you done talking? Kakuzu's voice was low and gravelly, his black tendrils writhing ominously around his body. After absorbing the chakra of the rogue ninjas he had just killed, his presence felt even more monstrous. Kakuzu, you're still as obsessed with money as ever. Chinyu smiled, then suddenly said. How about a bet? If you win, you can take my head. But if I win, you become my subordinate. Sounds fair, right? Yuzuki Yugo and Moonlight Hayate froze in shock. Did he just try to recruit an S-rank rogue ninja? If this got out, the entire ninja world would explode. Kakuzu grinned darkly, revealing his grotesque, stitched-together body. Oof. You've got guts, kid. Most people scream when they see me. But you're still smiling. Fine. I accept your bet. But don't disappoint me. I hope you last at least 5 moves. The clash of monsters. Don't worry. Chinyu's smile widened. I'll make sure you enjoy the pain. Kakuzu's expression darkened. He could tell Chinyu wasn't bluffing ***. Oof. Let's see if you can back up that arrogance. Lightning release, dark thunder. One of Kakuzu's masks detached, opening its mouth, and unleashed a surging storm of lightning straight at Chinyu. The air crackled violently, as arcs of electricity illuminated the entire battlefield. Move back. This fight is about to end. Chinyu spoke casually, not even looking at Yuzuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate. The two didn't hesitate, retreating far away. They trusted Chinyu, but could he really end this so quickly? The massive bolts of lightning reached Chinyu in mere moments and struck him head-on. Boom! The entire inn exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. A massive dust cloud engulfed the area. Kakuzu smirked. Arrogant brat. You should have ***. But before he could finish, the flames of his own jutsu began swirling unnaturally. And then, they were blown away. The fire, which had been consuming the battlefield, suddenly spiraled into a vortex, seemingly sucked away by an invisible force. Kakuzu's smirk vanished instantly. His eyes narrowed. And then, a calm voice echoed from within the fading flames. Kakuzu, did you really think such weak attacks would work on me? The dust settled. And Chinyu stood there, completely unharmed. His eyes glowed ominously, filled with overwhelming confidence. And in his right hand, a black flame flickered to life. Amaterasu. A storm of death. Bzzzzzzzt. A piercing, high-pitched screech split through the air. The remnants of the scorched battlefield trembled as Chinyu emerged from the blazing inferno. In his hand, a spinning, comet-like sphere of razor-sharp wind chakra. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. Moonlight Hayate and Yuzuki Yugao felt their breath hitch, their eyes locked onto the deadly jutsu in Chinyu's grasp. But the one whose expression changed the most was Kakuzu. His face contorted in shock. What kind of wind-release jutsu is this? To refine both shape and nature transformation to such an extreme. A chill ran down his spine. I absolutely cannot be hit by that. Even with my earth-release enhanced body, I won't survive. His mind raced with potential countermeasures. But then, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. If I can take his heart, I can learn this technique myself. However, the moment he entertained that thought, his vision blurred. Crack! The ground beneath Chinyu shattered like a spiderweb, sinking under his sheer power. And in the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning streaked toward him. Before Kakuzu could even react, Chinyu was already in front of him. Your special delivery has arrived. Please sign for your package. Chinyu smirked. And then, he slammed the wind release, Raisin Shuriken straight into Kakuzu's chest. A devastating impact. Boom! The air itself trembled as the violent storm of chakra detonated. The shockwave expanded outward, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. Rocks, trees, *** annihilated into dust ***. The howling vortex of wind chakra tore through Kakuzu's body like thousands of microscopic blades, slicing him apart from the inside out. If not for his earth-release enhanced body, he would have been completely vaporized. But even then, he was barely clinging to life. His only option: abandon one of his hearts and fake his death. Then, when Chinyu lowered his guard, strike from the shadows. However, just as this thought formed in his mind, his eyes widened in horror. Because Chinyu was already preparing another Raisin Shuriken. But this time, it crackled with pure lightning. The death blow. Bzzzzzzzt. The lightning release, Raisin Shuriken roared to life, arcs of electricity dancing violently around it. Kakuzu's mind screamed in panic. No! My earth-release body won't withstand this. He was completely immobilized, trapped within the lingering force of the previous attack. He had become a sitting target. For the first time in decades, he felt true despair. Wait! Don't kill me! Kakuzu abandoned his fake death strategy and shouted desperately. You made a bet. I surrender. I'll serve you. Chinyu's smile widened. Oh? But wasn't I the one in charge of this bet? Without waiting for a response, he hurled the lightning Raisin Shuriken. Boom! The collision of wind and lightning chakra created a cataclysmic explosion. A maelstrom of compressed lightning erupted, piercing through Kakuzu's body like 1,000 electrified needles. Lightning countered earth release. And at this moment, Kakuzu's entire defense crumbled. The blast continued for nearly a full minute, shaking the very earth itself. When the dust settled, Kakuzu's body lay in ruins, riddled with countless puncture wounds. His 4 elemental masks were completely destroyed. And even his final heart had a deep, visible crack. Utter shock. Moonlight Hayate and Yuzuki Yugo stood frozen in disbelief. This was supposed to be an S-rank rogue ninja, a slayer of Kage-level opponents, a legendary assassin feared across the ninja world. Yet, he had been crushed by 2 techniques. This is unreal. Moonlight Hayate muttered blankly. This can't be the same Kakuzu who slaughtered the leadership of Takigakure. Yuzuki Yugo was equally stunned. 2 jutsu, just 2 jutsu. And he's already finished. Forced submission. You broke the deal. Kakuzu groaned from the wreckage, barely lifting his head. His voice was hoarse, filled with rage and humiliation. His 4 destroyed hearts were proof that he had been utterly dominated. Had that last attack continued for just a few more seconds, he would have been erased from existence. What's wrong? Still not satisfied? Shinyu smiled warmly, a stark contrast to his merciless actions. Kakuzu's face twisted with fury. Die, brat! The ground beneath Shinyu erupted. A swarm of black tendrils shot forth, aimed to impale him from every direction. It was an attack that left no room for escape. But Shinyu didn't move. Instead, he simply smiled wider. And then a blood-red construct materialized around him. Susanoo. Clang! The tendril assault was completely deflected, bouncing harmlessly off the ethereal armor. Kakuzu's eyes widened in horror. That's a giant, spectral warrior loomed over him. Its presence godlike, unstoppable. Shinyu's voice was calm and amused. Oh, right. I still have water, earth, and fire Rasen shuriken left to try. Wanna be my test subject? Kakuzu froze completely. For the first time in his long, ruthless life, he felt true helplessness. Kakuzu's defeat. No, just kill me. Kakuzu roared in frustration. I knew Danzo was scheming something. That bastard set me up. Moonlight Hayate and Yuzuki Yugo stiffened. They had already suspected that Konoha might be involved. Perhaps it was the hidden mist or the hidden cloud seeking revenge for their losses. But now, with Kakuzu himself confirming Danzo's involvement, their suspicions turned to certainty. A betrayal from within Konoha itself. Yuzuki Yugo clenched her fists. This is unforgivable. Shinyu chuckled softly. Good. You confessed everything like a good boy. Then, he added. Don't worry. I won't kill you. You're too valuable. The Susanoo vanished, and Shinyu stood completely exposed, not even bothering to defend himself. Kakuzu stared in disbelief. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Shinyu smiled knowingly. No. Because you can't. Kakuzu fell silent. Then, after what felt like an eternity, he let out a long, defeated sigh. Fine. I surrender. The 1,000 tendrils slithered back into the earth. And the legendary S-rank assassin had just become Chinyu's subordinate. A battlefield in ruins. The once mighty S-rank rogue ninja, Kakuzu, now lay in the wreckage like a lifeless fish, stripped of all his former prestige. If Danzo were to witness this scene, his so-called trump card reduced to this pitiful state, he would find this reality too cruel to accept. Relax. Shinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder, his tone filled with undeniable confidence. One day, you'll realize this was the best decision you've ever made. Had he not just personally experienced Chinyu's overwhelming strength, Kakuzu would have scoffed at his words. But after suffering through the sheer devastation of 2 Rasen shuriken, he now had only one thought in mind. To become stronger. To regain his dignity in front of Chinyu. To prove his worth once more. The path to true power. What kind of power are you talking about? Kakuzu suddenly grabbed Chinyu's wrist, his grip surprisingly firm despite his injuries. Shinyu smirked. In this world, the most dangerous people are those without ambition. If you wanted someone to grow stronger, the best way was to amplify their greed. Just like Obito Uchiha, who went from being a nobody to the mastermind behind the 4th Great Ninja War. You've heard of the 3rd Great Ninja War's trigger event, right? The disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage. Shinyu's piercing gaze locked onto Kakuzu. Despite being a bounty hunter who operated in the shadows, Kakuzu's intelligence network was vast. In his world, money could buy any information. If it couldn't, then you just needed more money. Yeah, I know about that. Kakuzu nodded, his expression unreadable. The whole ninja world was in chaos over it. The bounty on the third Kazekage was set at a staggering 100 million ryo. But I never found out who actually did it. It wasn't Konoha? No. Shinyu shook his head decisively. I want you to find someone. Once you do, take the third Kazekage's heart from him. With the power of Iron Sand, you'll reach a whole new level of strength. Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear allowed him to steal hearts and gain new chakra attributes. And Iron Sand, just like Cloud's Black Lightning, was a rare, mutated form of elemental transformation. Not a Kekei Genkai, but something even rarer. Most shinobi couldn't obtain this power. But Kakuzu was the exception. The ultimate gamble. Kakuzu's eyes gleamed with excitement. But he quickly restrained himself, forcing a deep breath. Do you know where the third Kazekage is? Shinyu smiled faintly. He had expected this reaction. You have quite the network in the black market, don't you? Use it to track down a man named Sasori of the Red Sand. Once you find him, take the Kazekage's heart from him. Kakuzu's mind raced. Yuzuki Yugo and Moonlight Hayate, who had been listening all this time, were stunned. They were about to step forward and question him, but Shinyu's Mangekyo Sharingan spun. In an instant, they collapsed, unconscious. A necessary precaution. Shinyu sighed softly. He didn't doubt Yuzuki Yugao's loyalty. But he also knew. If she was dragged into this, Danzo and the Umbu would start monitoring her. And if she was interrogated under duress, she might accidentally expose everything. Kakuzu observed the scene, his expression unreadable. Then, after a long pause, he finally spoke. Boss, your Sharingan, it's just like Uchiha Madara's, isn't it? There were only two people in history who had ever terrified Kakuzu to the point of retreating. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. And Madara Uchiha. As a survivor of the first great ninja war, he knew all too well what those names meant. Shinyu chuckled. Something like that. He didn't bother hiding the truth. If he wanted Kakuzu's absolute loyalty, he needed to instill an appropriate level of fear. A new mission. Back to the real topic. Shinyu's tone became serious again. You have a lot of connections in the black market. I need you to find Sasori of the Red Sand. If you can get him to hand over the third Kazekage's heart, take it. Sasori specializes in making human puppets. He needs live subjects for his work. Sasori's human puppets retained all the jutsu their original bodies had. If Kakuzu obtained the Kazekage's heart, it would be a major power boost. But if Shinyu could recruit Sasori himself, that would be even better. And if he later found Orochimaru, maybe he could even combine Sasori's puppetry with genetic cloning. A perfect fusion of human and machine. That would be the ultimate soldier. Kakuzu's connection to Sasori. Kakuzu's expression stiffened. That kid? Shinyu raised an eyebrow. You know him? Of course. Kakuzu nodded. That brat is obsessed with making puppets. He used to buy half-dead corpses from me. Sometimes, he even put out bounties for live captures. Kakuzu's tone darkened. I never thought he'd be crazy enough to target his own Kazekage. Shinyu sighed internally. He had almost forgotten. He was trying to recruit a greedy mercenary and a deranged puppet artist. Truly, the Akatsuki was filled with lunatics. But then again, what better people to reshape the world? Eliminating the witnesses. Since you know where he is, you should get moving. Shinyu glanced toward a distant forest. A few root operatives just arrived. You can handle them, right? Kakuzu followed Shinyu's gaze. Hidden in the shadows were 3 root ninjas, silently gathering intel. Their mission had been to observe the fight and report back to Danzo. But by the time they arrived, the battle was already over. And now, they were completely exposed. Kakuzu grinned viciously. Boss, don't worry. They won't leave here alive. With a flick of his wrist, a swarm of black tendrils erupted from his body, shooting toward the root ninjas like a massive net. The hunters had become the hunted. And Danzo's spies were about to disappear forever. A sudden silence. Ah! 3 agonized screams tore through the air. Then, silence. Using his Mangekyo Sharingan, Shinyu clearly saw what had happened. From beneath the earth, a web of black tendrils had erupted without warning, piercing through the bodies of all 3 root ninjas in an instant. As their lifeblood was drained, Kakuzu's body began to recover, his breathing stabilizing. Then, with a swift, practiced motion. He ripped out their hearts and integrated them into his own body. A new lease on life. Kakuzu's departure. Feeling his strength returning, Kakuzu took a deep breath and slowly stood up. "Boss, I'll head out first." His eyes flickered coldly. "Do you need me to deal with Danzo?" Kakuzu wasn't a fool. He knew this entire debacle had been orchestrated by Danzo. If not for Chinyu's intervention, he would have been nothing more than a corpse right now. And Kakuzu never forgot those who tried to kill him. "No need." Chinyu patted Kakuzu's shoulder, signaling him to leave. "I'll handle it myself." Kakuzu paused, a rare flicker of surprise crossing his face. Then, after a moment, he asked, "Boss, aren't you going to put some kind of seal on me? What if I just run away?" In Kakuzu's experience, spies, defectors, and rogue operatives were always marked with some kind of binding technique. A curse mark, a genjutsu, a sealing jutsu *** something *** to keep them in check. And yet, Chinyu had done nothing. "Nah." Chinyu smiled easily. "Putting restrictions on you would just feel unnatural." Then, with absolute confidence, he added, "Besides, I believe in my own charisma. Once I shake the world, all of the ninja world will bow before me." To anyone else, these words might have sounded like a joke. But to Kakuzu, they sent chills down his spine. Because Chinyu had the power to back it up. With a deep breath, Kakuzu gave a slow, respectful nod. "Understood, boss. I'll be in touch." Then, he vanished into the night, waking the others. As Kakuzu disappeared, Chinyu turned to Yuzuki Yugao and Moonlight Hey-8. With a simple hand sign, "Release." The two began to stir, their eyes fluttering open. Chinyu. Yuzuki Yugao rubbed her eyes sleepily. "I think I just had a weird dream, something about an S-rank rogue ninja attacking us." Then, she looked around. And saw the utterly destroyed battlefield. Her eyes widened in shock. "Wait, this wasn't a dream?" Chinyu chuckled. "Come on, it's getting late. If we stick around, Konoha will send patrols." He reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Yuzuki Yugao pouted, swatting his hand away. "Chinyu. Stop treating me like a little kid." Chinyu laughed, but said nothing. She might act tough, but at the end of the day, she was still just a girl. And right now, he had bigger things to worry about. Tension at Konoha's gate. At the main gates of Konoha, the atmosphere was tense. Due to Chinyu's sudden rise, his overwhelming victories against the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist, Konoha's leadership had taken notice. Even the Uchiha clan was stunned. They had thought Shisui Uchiha was the greatest talent of their generation. Recently, even young Itachi Uchiha had been making waves. But now, another hidden prodigy had emerged. A boy who had been bullied and ignored for years had suddenly become a legend overnight. Because of this, the Uchiha police force had been stationed at the gate, waiting for his return. But they weren't the only ones. Minato Namikaze was also waiting. And standing beside him, Danzo Shimura. Danzo's suspicious behavior. Minato had returned to Konoha a short while ago, quickly handling his duties. But when he saw Danzo personally waiting at the gates, a bad feeling settled in his gut. Danzo never showed up in public without a reason. And considering what had happened at the outpost, this was not a coincidence. "I can't wait any longer. I'm going to check on them." Minato prepared to teleport, forming the Flying Thunder God hand seal. But, oh, going somewhere, Minato? Danzo stepped forward, blocking his path. Minato's eyes narrowed. "Danzo-sama, my team is late. I need to ensure their safety." His tone was colder than usual. Minato had long suspected Danzo of interfering with Chinyu. And if anything had happened to them, there would be consequences. Danzo, however, simply smiled. "Minato, you truly have the heart of a Hokage. Always so responsible." Then, he glanced at the setting sun, as if deep in thought. "But I suppose it is getting late." He sighed dramatically, shaking his head. If they haven't returned by now, the chances of them making it back are slim. Minato's hands clenched into fists. Danzo's smile widened. After all, 15 minutes had passed. With an S-rank assassin like Kakuzu after them, Chinyu should already be dead. There was no need to wait any longer. "Well, Minato, I won't keep you any longer. Danzo turned to leave, his mood lifted. But then. Minato, why are you just standing there? A calm, familiar voice rang out. Danzo's footsteps froze mid-step. His smile stiffened awkwardly. Slowly. He turned around. And saw. Shinyu walking casually toward the gate. Alive. Unharmed. And smiling. Danzo's entire body tensed. His mind went blank. Impossible. A slap in the face for Danzo. Shinyu, did anything happen on the way back? Why were you delayed by 15 minutes? Minato Namake's face lit up with relief, but when he turned to look at Danzo, there was a hint of provocation in his gaze. Just a moment ago, Danzo had been so sure that Shinyu was dead. And yet, here he was, standing right in front of him. A slap to the face, loud and clear. Shinyu smiled casually and patted Minato's shoulder. Nothing much. We just got tired and took a short break. Then, with a relaxed tone, he added. If there's nothing urgent, I'll head back and rest. The Uchiha police force's reaction. The Uchiha police force members nearby began to whisper among themselves. Did you see that? That so-called weakling, Uchiha Shinyu, is acting all friendly with Minato Namake's. TCH, they seem pretty close. The one speaking was Uchiha Ishii, a lean, sharp-eyed man in his early 20s. Once considered a rising star in the Uchiha clan, he had been overshadowed by Shisui Uchiha's meteoric rise. And now, another prodigy had appeared. A boy once ignored by everyone was now being praised as a genius. Uchiha Ishii wasn't happy about it. But Shinyu? He didn't even spare them a glance. In this world, strength was everything. If people had a problem with you, you just beat them until they shut up. Danzo's thinly veiled threat. You must be Uchiha Shinyu. Danzo finally spoke, his tone light, yet unsettling. He turned to face Shinyu, his smile unreadable. It seems the rumors were true. You've survived quite the perilous journey back to Konoha. Truly impressive. Shinyu met Danzo's gaze head-on, his smile growing wider. Thank you for your concern. Honestly, aside from a few annoying flies, the trip was peaceful. Then, his eyes twinkled with amusement. Maybe I was just lucky. Or maybe, some of your subordinates were unlucky and got lost along the way. Danzo's expression stiffened ever so slightly. But Shinyu's smile remained unchanged. A dangerous revelation. Uchiha Shinyu, you truly are different from the rest. Danzo's tone was calm, but his words carried a hidden weight. They say you've awakened a certain, legendary pair of eyes. Perhaps you will surpass Uchiha Shisui and become the greatest genius of your clan. The Uchiha police force members tensed instantly. Even though they should have been proud to see another Uchiha rise to prominence. Jealousy was an ugly thing. This was especially true for Uchiha Ishii. His fists clenched tightly. Shinyu's playful response. Ha, Danzo-sama, you flatter me. Shinyu chuckled, his tone light-hearted. How could I compare to you? You've done so much for Konoha, after all. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading to report in. Minato immediately stepped in, his voice firm. Yes, we've already kept the third Hokage waiting long enough. Then, turning to Yuzuki Yugao and Moonlight Hayate, he added. You two should go rest. Moonlight Hayate let out a sigh of relief and quickly excused himself. Yuzuki Yugao hesitated for a moment, then gave Shinyu one last worried glance before leaving. Now, only the key players remained. And the atmosphere grew heavy. The last word. Let's go, Minato. Shinyu patted Minato's shoulder, then turned to Danzo one last time. Danzo-sama, you can stay here if you like. Maybe if you wait long enough, your wish will finally come true. Then, without waiting for a response, Shinyu walked off toward the Hokage's office. Minato followed, smirking slightly. Seeing Danzo eat a loss like this was a rare sight. And he was enjoying it. Danzo's growing frustration. Danzo stood frozen, his smile now completely gone. The Uchiha police force members also left, their expressions dark. Danzo-sama, are we still waiting? A Chunin stationed at the gate hesitantly asked. You fool! Know your place. Before Danzo could respond, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun emerged from the shadows. Both of them looked equally displeased. Danzo, however, remained silent, his thoughts churning. Shinyu's words had hit a nerve. He had been too confident in this operation. Kakuza should have finished the job. And yet, Shinyu had walked back completely unharmed. Danzo's left hand twitched slightly, or his stolen Sharingan eyes were hidden beneath his bandages. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he was being watched. Like his secrets weren't so secret anymore. A mission for his subordinates. Danzo-sama, didn't you send Kakuzu to eliminate Uchiha Chinyu? Yamanaka-fu finally asked, his voice tense. How is Chinyu still alive? Danzo's expression darkened. Aburame Toryun quickly added. Maybe Chinyu took a different route. If Kakuzu had actually failed, Chinyu would have retaliated by now. Danzo nodded slowly. Gather a team. Find Kakuzu. Check the outpost. I want answers in 30 minutes. Go. Yamanaka-fu bowed quickly and disappeared. But as he left, a different thought crossed his mind. What if Kakuzu wasn't dead? What if he had switched sides? If that was the case, then Danzo had just made a terrible mistake. The Hokage's office, a tense atmosphere. The Hokage's office was eerily quiet. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado all sat with their eyes closed, as if lost in thought. The air was heavy, filled with an unspoken tension. Finally, Hamura broke the silence. Hiruzen, do you really think he will come? Koharu also turned her gaze toward the third Hokage, waiting for an answer. For a moment, the room fell silent again. Then, Hiruzen spoke firmly. I trust Minato, and I trust that Chinyu will return. If he couldn't even survive this, how could he have defeated the Cloud and Mist forces? Even the Raikage himself admitted his strength. Koharu and Hamura's expressions stiffened. This wasn't the response they had wanted. An ominous report. Hiruzen, aren't you being too naive? Hamura pressed further. Just then, an Anbu operative flickered into the room, pulling out a sealed scroll. We have confirmed the identity of the bounty hunter working with Danzo. Aside from the Fuma clan, Danzo also hired Kakuzu. The same Kakuzu who once attacked the first Hokage and massacred the leadership of Takigakure. What? Hamura and Koharu's faces darkened instantly. But there was also a flicker of relief in their eyes. Even Hiruzen's aging face showed a rare change in expression. Inform Minato immediately. Tell him to report to me at once. Hiruzen's voice was sharper than usual. He had remained calm when Chinyu first left, but upon hearing that Danzo had sent someone like Kakuzu, he could no longer sit still. Hiruzen, you're overreacting. Koharu suddenly spoke, her tone indifferent. If that boy dies, he dies. It's not our concern. Don't forget, this is wartime. We can't afford distractions. Hamura nodded in agreement. Koharu is right. The fewer problems we have, the better for Konoha. Hiruzen's expression darkened. But before he could speak, a knock sounded at the door. Chinyu arrives. Hokage-sama, I've brought Chinyu. Minato's voice echoed from outside. Hiruzen quickly opened the door. And froze for a moment. Standing beside Minato was a young boy with an unfamiliar yet strangely commanding presence. It's him? Hamura and Koharu's expressions shifted. They stood up instinctively, unable to hide their shock. In their eyes, Chinyu was far too young. Only 14 or 15. Yet, he had personally defeated Cloud and Mist forces. Even the Raikage acknowledged his strength. If he continued to grow, his future power would be unimaginable. So you're Uchiha Chinyu. Hiruzen finally spoke, his tone calm yet curious. Come in and rest. You're not what I expected. Chinyu didn't hesitate. Without the slightest formality or hesitation, he walked directly into the office. Minato blinked in mild surprise, then sighed helplessly and followed. Oof. No manners at all. Koharu snorted disapprovingly. But the moment she locked eyes with Chinyu, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. The power of the 9 Tomoe Sharingan. In an instant, Chinyu's eyes shifted. A deep crimson glow engulfed his irises, and his pupils spun violently. 9 Tomoe Sharingan. A forbidden gaze, exuding a sense of inevitable disaster. Ah! Koharu's face twisted in shock, her body tensing involuntarily. You, how dare you? Hamura reacted instantly. His body flickered, appearing beside Chinyu in a flash. His right hand transformed into a claw-like shape, chakras surging from his fingertips. Sealing jutsu, water chain bind. A complex ceiling formation spread from his foot. 4 water chains erupted from the ground, twisting toward Chinyu. But, just as the attack was about to land, the world shifted. Caught in an illusion. Genjutsu. Hamura's eyes widened in realization. Hiruzen shouted immediately. Kai! Release! Hamura's vision snapped back to reality. But his own jutsu had backfired. The water chains meant for Chinyu had wrapped around his own limbs instead. Koharu, meanwhile, was drenched in cold sweat, her breathing ragged. A simple demonstration. Chinyu! What do you think you're doing? Hamura roared in anger, struggling against his own sealing technique. Guards! Arrest him immediately! But no one came. The office remained silent. Chinyu smiled warmly, as if nothing had happened. Relax. I know you're all curious about my abilities. So I just gave you a little demonstration. Then, his eyes returned to normal, and the genjutsu dissolved instantly. At that moment, 8 Umbu operatives materialized in the room. Each one carried battle-hardened experience, their presence suffocating. You brat, are you mocking us? Hamura's face darkened further. He hated the fact that he had been trapped so easily. Guards! Arrest him! The Umbu exchanged glances. And did nothing. They only took orders from the Hokage. Not from Koharu or Hamura. Stand down. Hiruzen waved his hand, and the Umbu vanished immediately. Koharu and Hamura's faces twisted in frustration. Hiruzen, what is the meaning of this? Koharu snapped. He just attacked Konoha's senior counsel. He must be punished. Hamura's anger burned even brighter. But Hiruzen's tone was absolute. Enough. It was just a demonstration. I will handle it. And I am still the Hokage. His voice left no room for argument. Koharu and Hamura's expressions darkened further. They understood this tone. Hiruzen only used it when making decisive moves for Konoha's future. After a long pause, Hamura finally exhaled sharply. Fine. If the Hokage insists, we'll leave. Then, before exiting, he added coldly. I just hope you don't make a decision that endangers Konoha's foundation. Otherwise, we won't hesitate to report this to the daimyo. And with that, they left. The aftermath of the confrontation. As Koharu Utatane and Hamura Mitokado stormed out of the Hokage's office, their murderous glares lingered on Chinyu. It was as if they wanted to tear him apart on the spot. But Chinyu? He simply smiled. Hiruzen's unshaken confidence. Close the door, Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice was calm and composed, as if he had already dismissed their threats from his mind. As the third Hokage, his authority and reputation were absolute. He wouldn't be intimidated so easily. Minato sighed quietly as he shut the door. He had a feeling that Chinyu's fearless nature was going to make things even more complicated. And sure enough, Chinyu spoke first. Hokage-sama, handling things this way might push the 2 advisors further toward Danzo's side. Chinyu's unpredictable mind. Minato winced slightly. He had expected Chinyu to be bold, but not to the extent of openly clashing with the village's elders. Even more shocking. The power of Chinyu's Mangekyo Sharingan was terrifying. Even veteran strategists like Koharu and Hamura had been caught off guard and instantly controlled. Hiruzen chuckled, shaking his head. Uchiha Chinyu, you've hidden yourself well. With your intelligence and courage, I don't even know how to describe you. To think you've concealed such strength for over a decade. I almost believe you're some kind of demon in disguise. Chinyu smiled faintly but said nothing. He obviously couldn't tell them that he was a reincarnated soul who had taken over this body and awakened his true potential. Besides, Hiruzen was already coming up with his own explanations. Why interrupt when he was doing all the work? A direct question. Hiruzen's smile faded slightly. His gaze sharpened. Chinyu, I want to know. Why did you suddenly reveal yourself? Why now, after hiding for so long? Was it because you didn't want to see Konoha's defenses fall? Because you wanted to protect certain people? Or, is there something, or someone, you care about? Minato remained silent, but his sharp blue eyes locked onto Chinyu. He understood Hiruzen's direct approach. This conversation would decide Chinyu's fate. Chinyu, remember this. Your answer will determine whether you can stay in Konoha. I hope you will be like Minato. A new pillar of strength for our village. Shinyu's answer. Shinyu looked at Hiruzen and Minato, their expressions serious and expectant. Then he grinned. I have no interest in becoming Hokage. I don't care about your political power struggles. I just don't like people scheming behind my back. If someone hates me, they should fight me directly. And if they're not afraid to die, I'll be happy to send them on their way. One less enemy, one less problem. Two less enemies, even better. I just want to live a peaceful life. Hiruzen and Minato froze. The Anbu in the shadows also stiffened. What kind of logic was this? A foreign concept, being a salted fish. Minato hesitated, then asked. Shinyu, what do you mean by peaceful life? Shinyu chuckled, rubbing his nose. A life where I can lie under the sun all day. Flip over when I get too hot. Maybe have a beautiful girl apply sunscreen for me. That is the life of a salted fish. Silence. Minato's brain short-circuited. Hiruzen's eyebrows twitched. Even the Anbu hidden in the shadows struggled to keep their composure. This was too ridiculous. Hiruzen's offer. Hiruzen finally sighed. Shinyu, is that really all you want? If you're willing, I can promote you to an elite jonin immediately. I can even announce your achievements. Give you the same influence as Minato. Even the Anbu were surprised. This was a huge offer. Minato was already considered the next Hokage. And now, Hiruzen was implicitly giving Shinyu the same status. A potential Hokage candidate. But Shinyu didn't even hesitate. No thanks. Being Hokage is too much trouble. I don't want to go bald early. I don't want white hair from stress. And most importantly, I don't want to die for the village. That's Minato's job. Minato. The room fell silent again. Shinyu walks away. If there's nothing else, I'm heading home. Without waiting for permission, Shinyu turned and left. Minato opened his mouth to stop him, but Hiruzen raised a hand. The door shut behind Shinyu. A long silence followed. Then, Hiruzen spoke. Minato, what do you think? Minato hesitated, then said. Hokage-sama, I trust him. Despite everything, Shinyu chose to fight for Konoha. He fought against the cloud forces when he could have stayed hidden. He fought against the mist's ambush when he could have run. And despite knowing Danzo was after him, he still returned. With his power, he could have disappeared any time. But he didn't. Minato met Hiruzen's gaze. That means his heart still belongs to Konoha. Hiruzen fell silent. Then, after a long pause, he nodded. Very well, Minato. Shinyu's future is in your hands. Make sure he becomes one of Konoha's strongest weapons. We need him, just like we need you. After all, the departure of the Sannin has weakened us greatly. Minato nodded solemnly. And in that moment, the fate of Uchiha Shinyu was sealed. A calculated gamble. The Hokage's office had fallen silent. Minato Namikaze stood still, processing the implications of Hiruzen's words. During the Second Great Ninja War, the Sannin had earned their legendary status from Hanzo the Salamander. Wherever they appeared, they could dominate the battlefield. Had they still been active today, the great nations would have hesitated before challenging the Land of Fire. But now, Orochimaru had betrayed the village. Tsunade was crippled by trauma. Jiraiya had left on his own path. Their absence was a crippling loss for Konoha. However, if Shinyu could be brought into the fold, he could become a decisive force in ending the Third Great Ninja War. Hokage-sama, you needn't worry. Minato finally spoke, his tone reassuring. I have a good relationship with Fugaku Uchiha. With his support, Shinyu will likely remain a salted fish. At the mention of salted fish, Minato couldn't help but smile wryly. Hiruzen, too, let out a helpless chuckle, shaking his head. As long as he doesn't stir up trouble, I can live with that. Then, Hiruzen's expression hardened. Regarding Canopy Bridge, we've received new intelligence. I want you to handle it personally. Iwagakure has pulled back their elite forces, and their conflict with Kumogakure seems to be reaching its end. Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. This war was far from over. Danzo's meeting with the elders. Meanwhile, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Midokado exited the Hokage's building, their faces dark with anger. Danzo. Hamura's gaze sharpened as he spotted a familiar figure. Let's go speak with him. Koharu nodded and strode forward. Danzo had been about to re-enter the Hokage's office but paused as they approached. "Why are you two here?" His one visible eye narrowed slightly. "Where is that brat?" "Poof." Hamura snorted in frustration. "That boy is too arrogant. He dared to use genjutsu on us right inside the Hokage's office." Then, with a grim expression, he added, "His eyes are terrifying, he must be a genjutsu specialist." Danzo's expression changed slightly. "Genjutsu? This means Hiruzen's intelligence network is still as sharp as ever." Then, his tone darkened. "So, Kakuzu failed. That boy must have changed his route and avoided the ambush." Hamura scoffed. "I knew it. He's just a coward who values his own life. There's no way he could have beaten Kakuzu." However, Koharu's gaze remains serious. "Danzo, we cannot allow him to remain unchecked. You need to contact Kakuzu again and ensure the job is finished." Danzo's lips curled into a knowing smile. They were finally aligning with him. "Don't worry. Hiruzen's decision today has already jeopardized Konoha's foundation. I will contact Kakuzu and have him eliminate Chinyu." Then, his voice dropped to a suggestive tone. "But we must also consider who will be the next Hokage." Hamura and Koharu froze. They had anticipated this move. But they hadn't expected Danzo to be so blatant about it. "Danzo, you." Hamura hesitated. At that moment, a root operative appeared. "Danzo-sama, Yamanaka-fu has returned." Danzo's plans crumble. Danzo turned to the elders. "No need to rush your decision. I will have Yamanaka-fu contact Kakuzu immediately. Chinyu has returned to Konoha, and we will create an opportunity for Kakuzu to strike. This time, he cannot fail." However, before he could finish, Yamanaka-fu ran toward them, panting heavily. His face was pale with shock. "Danzo-sama. Kakuzu and the entire Fuma clan force have been wiped out." Danzo's smile froze. His muscles tensed. "What did you just say?" It wasn't just him. Both Hamura and Koharu were equally shocked. "That's impossible. What happened?" Yamanaka-fu's voice trembled slightly. "The Fuma clan's elite were completely slaughtered. The battle site was filled with high-level destruction. Based on our analysis, the attacks were all at an S-rank level." Danzo's hands clenched tightly. Hamura and Koharu's faces turned pale. They knew. Moonlight Hayate and Yuzuki Yuga weren't capable of such devastation. If these S-rank jutsu weren't from Kakuzu, then the only explanation was Chinyu. Which meant Kakuzu was likely dead. A thought struck them simultaneously. If Chinyu had truly wanted us dead just now, we would already be corpses. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a tense glance, their faces ashen. Danzo's losing hand. Danzo's expression turned ice-cold. "Hamura. Koharu." His voice was low and urgent. "Don't forget what you promised me." However, Hamura suddenly exhaled deeply. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned to Koharu and said, "Koharu, the weather is nice today. We haven't had coffee in a while." Koharu nodded immediately. "Yes, I could use a break." Then, without another word, they turned and walked away. Danzo's face twisted in rage. "You cowards!" This had been his best chance to seize the Hokage's position. But now, Kakuzu was gone. His biggest bargaining chip had been destroyed. His influence was slipping. Damn it! Damn it all! Danzo's last resort. Yamanaka-fu hesitated before speaking. "Danzo-sama, what do we do now? Even Kakuzu couldn't kill him. Do we just let Chinyu walk freely in Konoha?" Danzo's teeth clenched tightly. Even Aburame Torian looked uncertain. If Kakuzu himself had failed, who else could even attempt it? Then, Danzo's expression shifted. A dark, knowing smirk spread across his face. "Don't worry. I have a better candidate in mind." A new pawn had entered the game. The Uchiha district, a place of power and surveillance. The Uchiha clan district was situated in the northwest corner of Konoha, near the village's outer perimeter and adjacent to a mountain range. Its location gave it an imposing, fortress-like presence ***, easily defensible, yet also easy to monitor ***. To Konoha's leadership, this placement wasn't just strategic. It was a silent message. "We are watching you. A deep-rooted connection. As Chinyu made his way toward the Uchiha district, he felt a strange sense of belonging. It wasn't just nostalgia. It was something deeper, embedded in his very soul. A connection that even his rational mind couldn't explain. He lifted his gaze to the wooden entrance gates, where the Uchiha crest was carved into the surface. Then, a sharp whistle of something cutting through the air. Chinyu's brows twitched slightly. Without turning his head, 3 shuriken flicked out from his fingers, streaking like black lightning toward the incoming attack. A metallic clang rang out. The projectiles deflected each other mid-air, scattering harmlessly to the ground. Then, a young voice rang out. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Chinyu sighed. The prodigy appears. A massive fireball, at least 4 to 5 meters in diameter, roared toward him like a rolling inferno. Chinyu's hands flickered through seals effortlessly. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. A water dragon erupted from the ground, its serpentine form twisting as it collided with the fireball. A deafening boom shook the air. Steam exploded outward, clouding the battlefield. Then, Chinyu moved. His body blurred, weaving through the waves of heat and steam. In an instant, he appeared behind his attacker, pressing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder. That's enough, Itachi. The 6-year-old Uchiha froze mid-seal, eyes wide with surprise. Even though he had caught a glimpse of Chinyu's movement, he had been completely unable to react in time. A brother's praise. Chinyu smiled, his grip firm but not aggressive. 6 years old and you've already awakened the one Tomoe Sharingan. You're really something, Itachi. Even in his past life, the original Uchiha Chinyu had cherished his younger cousin. And in this life, that sentiment hadn't changed. Itachi, for his part, had always looked out for his quiet and introverted older cousin. But now, his expression was a mix of frustration and curiosity. Brother, you've been hiding your strength all this time. Chinyu rubbed the bridge of his nose. I just didn't want unnecessary trouble. But this time, I had no choice. Itachi's eyes narrowed slightly. You're not supposed to be back yet. You didn't escape from the Hokage's office, did you? Chinyu mockingly gasped. What do you take me for? Then, eyes twinkling, he added. Shouldn't you be in the academy right now? You didn't use a shadow clone to skip class, did you? Itachi visibly tensed. Don't tell my father. Chinyu chuckled and ruffled Itachi's hair. Relax. As long as your father doesn't bother me, I won't bother him. Then, his eyes shifted toward the nearby woods. Something wasn't right. An unwelcome interruption. Without another word, Chinyu vanished. Brother? Itachi barely had time to react before Chinyu disappeared from sight. His lightning body flicker is even faster than Shursue's. Itachi's heart pounded. Then, he quickly followed after him. A familiar face in trouble. As Chinyu landed lightly in the clearing, his gaze instantly locked onto a familiar figure. Yuzuki Yugo. Her chakra blade was drawn, her face streaked with dirt, exhaustion evident in her eyes. But that wasn't what caught his attention. It was the 3 figures standing in her way. More specifically, the man leading them. Uchiha Ishii. A former prodigy of the Uchiha police force, once hailed as a talent. Until Shisui Uchiha's rise had utterly overshadowed him. And now, he was looking for an opportunity to assert dominance. A challenge from Uchiha Ishii. Ishii's lips curled into a smirk. Chinyu, is this your friend? His tone was mocking, eyes gleaming with malice. Have you forgotten the rule? Outsiders aren't allowed within 500 meters of the Uchiha police force's territory. Chinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. That rule doesn't exist. Before he could say more, Itachi stepped forward. Ishii, release her. His voice was calm but firm. You're violating clan regulations. Ishii's smirk widened. Fugaku-sama isn't here. That means I decide the rules. But... His gaze flickered back to Chinyu, voice dripping with mockery. If you start listening to me, I might let it go. Otherwise, I'll have to punish her for trespassing. Itachi's jaw clenched slightly, but before he could step in, Chinyu placed a hand on his shoulder. Stay back, Itachi. Then, turning to Ishii, he asked. No room for negotiation, huh? Ishii chuckled darkly. You're catching on. Also, I just got promoted to Elite Jonin. Do you really think you can? Before he could finish, Shinyu smiled. A lightning strike. Elite Jonin, huh? No wonder you're so bold. But... His voice dropped an octave. And in that instant, lightning erupted from his body. A sharp crackle filled the air. The ground beneath him shattered as he pushed off. And in the blink of an eye, he was gone. What? Ishii's eyes widened as a blur of blue lightning appeared directly in front of him. Before he could react, heavy current burst. Shinyu's fist slammed into Ishii's gut. A direct, crushing impact. Ishii's body folded inward, his breath forcibly expelled. The force sent him flying backward, crashing into a nearby tree with a loud thud. The two followers beside him froze in terror. Shinyu straightened, his expression unreadable. Elite Jonin? He scoffed. You'll need more than a title to challenge me. A thunderous impact. A deafening explosion shook the forest. Lightning crackled violently, illuminating the area in an eerie blue glow. The sheer force of the impact sent Uchiha Ishii flying like a cannonball. His body slammed into a massive tree. The trunk snapped in half, collapsing with a heavy crash. For a moment, silence. Then, the two remaining lackeys finally snapped out of their daze. Their faces turned pale with fear. But they didn't hesitate. They drew their kunai and lunged at Chinyu's chest. However, before their blades could even touch him, lightning surged. A sharp electric discharge flickered across Chinyu's body, and the kunai were instantly repelled, bouncing off as if striking solid steel. Monster! The two Uchiha staggered back, their eyes filled with sheer terror. But before they could retreat, a massive fist filled their vision. Bam! Two shadows shot backward, crashing into separate trees. Blood splattered, and their bodies slumped lifelessly to the ground. They struggled weakly, but it was clear. They wouldn't be standing up anytime soon. Itachi's shock. This is too strong. Itachi Uchiha stared in disbelief. He had heard from his father, Uchiha Fugaku, that Chinyu had changed recently. However, he had assumed that meant Chinyu had simply reached the level of a Jonin or elite Jonin at best. Yet now, he had just obliterated Uchiha Ishii, a so-called elite Jonin, in mere seconds. Itachi had considered stepping in to assist against Ishii. But now, he realized, he would have just gotten in the way. Checking on Yugao. Shinyu turned toward Yuzuki Yugao, who still seemed a bit dazed. He ruffled her hair gently. You're not hurt, are you? If you are, I can heal you. Due to his time at the outpost, Shinyu had taken every opportunity to learn medical ninjutsu from Shizun. Now, his mystical palm technique and delicate illness extraction technique were at an advanced level. Yugao blinked, then shook her head. I'm fine, but the bento I brought for you got ruined. She looked down, disappointed. Shinyu sighed, shaking his head. Come on, let's go get some ramen at Ichiraku. Itachi joins the outing. Ha? Can we just go like that? Yugao's cheeks flushed slightly. To her, this felt dangerously close to a date. Shinyu grinned and glanced at Itachi. Want to come along, Itachi? The young Uchiha froze, clearly caught off guard. At his age, he was still only a child. He had yet to graduate from the academy, though he was already far stronger than most genin. This is your little brother, Uchiha Itachi, right? Yugao smiled, clearly having heard of him before. I don't really need to go. Itachi hesitated. But Yugao grinned mischievously. Aren't you curious about how strong your brother really is? Maybe if we work together, we can get some secrets out of him. Don't you want to know how he single-handedly defeated the cloud and mist forces? Itachi paused, then bit his lip and finally nodded. Fine. I'm coming. Shinyu rolled his eyes but said nothing. Let's go. Ichiraku Ramen, the gathering place. As the group walked through Konoha, many villagers noticed them. The sight of an Uchiha walking around with a non-Uchiha, especially a beautiful girl like Yugao, drew disapproving looks from several people. The resentment toward the Uchiha clan was already deep-rooted. But Shinyu? He didn't care at all. If anything, he found it mildly amusing. Welcome! A young girl around 12 or 13 greeted them warmly. From inside the shop, a voice called out. Seat the guests. I'll have the ramen ready soon. That was Tucci, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. Shinyu sat down casually. One chashu ramen for me. Ichiraku Ramen was a legendary place. Jokingly, some fans even speculated that Tucci was secretly an Otsutsuki hiding in Konoha. Yugao quickly ordered the same. "I'll take chashu as well." Itachi sighed, giving in to the flow. "Same for me." As the food was being prepared, their conversation shifted. When Yugao described how Chinyu had used lightning release, Kirin to annihilate over 100 cloud ninja, Itachi's eyes widened slightly. His gaze toward Chinyu changed. A flicker of pure admiration and respect crossed his face. An unexpected guest. "Tucci, one chashu ramen for me." A deep but slightly weary voice came from the entrance. Chinyu's brows twitched slightly. A tall man with silver hair, carrying a massive scroll, sat down beside him. "Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect you to return at such a time." Tucci emerged from the kitchen, his expression brightening slightly. Even though he was just a ramen chef, he understood that Konoha was in a critical period. And Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was a reassuring presence. "Tucci, you haven't changed." Jiraiya chuckled as he broke apart his chopsticks. Then, his eyes landed on Chinyu. Tucci, realizing something, quietly stepped back into the kitchen, giving them space. "Ramen will be ready in 10 minutes. Jiraiya's evaluation." Jiraiya sighed, his expression complicated. "So, Minato asked me to come back because of you, huh?" His gaze sharpened. "I heard you single-handedly drove back the cloud and mist forces. If that's true, you're already close to Kage level. There are very few in Konoha who could defeat you now." Yugao and Itachi remained silent, sensing the weight in Jiraiya's words. Even among the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya was known for his keen judgment of talent. And now, he was placing Chinyu in the same conversation as Kage-level shinobi. Chinyu simply smirked. "Oh? And what do you plan to do about it, Jiraiya-sama?" Jiraiya's eyes narrowed slightly. "That depends on your answer." "What exactly are you planning to do, Chinyu?" A carefree response. Chinyu laughed casually, his expression completely relaxed. "Jiraiya-sama, you're exaggerating. I just wanted to be a carefree salted fish, like you. Writing little yellow books, enjoying life, that sounds wonderful." Then, he sighed dramatically. "But fate had other plans. I didn't want to get involved, but I have a kind heart, you see. I just couldn't stand by and watch." Jiraiya stared at him, momentarily stunned. These words, they aligned perfectly with what Minato had said before. But this wasn't the answer he wanted. A crossroads of fate. Jiraiya's expression darkened slightly. "Chinyu, you should understand something. Once you've revealed your power, you can never go back. There will come a time when you must make a choice." Then, his voice dropped, becoming more serious. "I returned because I need to know. What do you think will happen to Konoha in this war? The Canopy Bridge battle is approaching. At this stage, you are the greatest variable. With your power, you could turn the tide of war. Or you could become Konoha's greatest disaster." Chinyu smiled faintly. "Relax. I was already thinking about heading to the battlefield for some training." Then, his eyes flashed with confidence. "Canopy Bridge will be a victory for Konoha." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised that Chinyu agreed so easily. But this outcome was exactly what Konoha needed. Rather than letting a wildcard like Chinyu remain in the village, it was better to send him to the battlefield, where his power could be monitored. A condition. But before Jiraiya could say anything, Chinyu spoke again. "However, I have one condition." Jiraiya paused, then nodded. "As long as it doesn't threaten Konoha's safety, I'll consider it." Chinyu grinned. "You really need to stop seeing me as a threat. I told you, I just want to be a salted fish. It's not my fault people keep dragging me into things." Then, his expression turned playful. "But since you're here, Jiraiya-sama, why don't you give me the Mount Mayaboku summoning contract?" Jiraiya's brows twitched. "So that's what you're after? Minato mentioned you were interested in summoning the toads." His gaze sharpened. "I don't mind giving you the contract. But I must warn you. If you ever betray Mount Mayaboku, I will personally revoke your contract." As the Toad Sage, Jiraiya had special privileges, including the ability to control access to Mount Mayaboku. Chinyu laughed and waved a hand dismissively. "Relax. I'm a good person." Then, he turned toward the steaming bowls of ramen that had just arrived. Let's eat first, then we'll talk contracts. The Ichiraku ramen meal. Seeing that neither Jiraiya nor Chinyu were clashing, Tucci let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ramen is ready. Then, he placed a bottle of sake on the table. Jiraiya-sama, here's your sake. Jiraiya blinked. Wait, didn't you just say I shouldn't drink? Tucci grinned. Well, you've got 3 kids with you. If you get too drunk, they can carry you home. Jiraiya chuckled, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Itachi and Yugo ate in near silence, their focus elsewhere. It was obvious. They were eager to witness the summoning contract process. After all, only a few shinobi ever managed to sign contracts with legendary summoning beasts. And of all the contract locations, the 3 most powerful were Mount Myaboku, toads; Ryuchi Cave, snakes; Shikatsu Forest, slugs. These places became famous because of the Sanin's rise to power. Now, Shinyu was about to join their ranks. Leaving Ichiraku. We're done eating. Yugo and Itachi spoke at the same time, their eyes burning with anticipation. Shinyu sighed. You two are staring at me like hungry wolves. Jiraiya grinned, patting his wallet. Fine, fine. I'll pay for this meal. Then, he sighed dramatically. What a waste of money. If only I could have spent it on some lovely young ladies instead. His face filled with longing as he thought about the women at the hot springs. Shinyu rolled his eyes. Jiraiya, you're embarrassing yourself. You call yourself one of the Sannin? Then, without waiting, he stood up and left. Jiraiya grumbled, quickly following. You don't understand, kid. You're too young to appreciate the finer things in life. Maybe I should lend you a copy of Ica Paradise ***. It'll open your mind to a whole new world. A shadow in the darkness. As the group left, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, then vanished toward Konoha's root headquarters. Secluded training ground. Following Itachi's lead, the group arrived at a secluded training ground outside the village. The area was near a small valley, mostly deserted. Scattered around were training dummies, many riddled with shuriken holes. Shinyu glanced around. So this is where you've been sneaking off to, huh? Jiraiya smirked. Didn't expect 3 geniuses from the Uchiha clan all at once. He turned to Itachi. Kid, want me to take you as a disciple? Itachi blinked. Then shook his head. No, I'd rather learn from my brother. Jiraiya snorted. You'd rather learn from this monster? Then, his expression turned exaggeratedly serious. Stick with him too long, and you'll lose your humanity. Come with me, and I'll introduce you to something that feels like heaven. Once you experience it, you'll never want to leave. Shinyu facepalmed. Jiraiya, stop corrupting the kid. Let's focus on the summoning contract. Jiraiya pouted, but then, he unsealed a large scroll from his back. He unrolled it, revealing a long list of names. At the very top was an ancient name, Otsutsuki Hamura. Shinyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiraiya's voice turned serious. Sign here, and you'll be able to summon the toads of Mount Myaboku. Then, he added a warning. But if you already have another summoning contract, you'll need to cancel it first. The toads don't like two-timers. Shinyu simply smirked. Fortunately, I'm a loyal man. Then, he bit his thumb and reached for the scroll. The contract is sealed. Shinyu grinned, his expression filled with amusement. Jiraiya, don't worry. I have quite the temper myself. So I hope the toads don't get on my bad side. Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Big talk. Just don't come crying to me later. Then, his expression turned serious. Bite your fingertip, write your name on the scroll, and I'll complete the sealing process. Once the contract is signed, you can't betray Mount Myaboku. Or you'll turn to stone. Shinyu nodded, then bit his finger, letting his blood flow onto the ancient scroll. With quick strokes, he wrote his name. The moment he withdrew his hand, Jiraiya's fingers flashed through a series of seals, and a 5-colored glow enveloped the scroll. The sealing runes merged with Shinyu's signature, forming a complex summoning formula. As the light faded, Shinyu felt a strange connection forming. A link to another dimension. Learning the summoning technique. It's done. Jiraiya rolled up the scroll, slinging it back over his shoulder. You can try summoning now. But be careful not to embarrass yourself. Shinyu suddenly paused, realizing something. Wait, I don't actually know the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched. You don't know the seals? For a moment, he was genuinely surprised. From Minato's reports, Shinyu was an unparalleled genius, someone who had hidden his strength for over a decade. Yet now he was saying he didn't even know how to perform a basic summoning jutsu? Seeing Chinyu's honest nod, Jiraiya sighed deeply. Fine, I'll demonstrate. But don't expect to succeed on your first try. Most people fail at least 9 out of 10 times at the beginning. Then, Jiraiya smirked confidently. Watch closely, kid. It's time for the legendary Toad Sage to make his entrance. He bit his thumb, his hands moving fluidly through a rapid series of seals. Then, summoning jutsu. Jiraiya slammed his palm onto the ground. A web-like summoning circle spread out, and with a burst of white smoke, a small toad appeared, clad in arm guards. It bore a resemblance to the one he had summoned when fighting Itachi and Kisame in the original timeline. The weight of a summoning contract. Yugao's eyes sparkled. So this is a summoning beast? She looked at the toad in awe. I heard that having a summoning contract can double one's combat strength. And that summoning beasts are loyal partners who never betray their summoners. Shinyu internally scoffed. Tell that to Manda. If the giant snake from Ryuchi Cave had heard that statement, it would have laughed its fangs off. Itachi's curiosity. Itachi, standing beside them, finally spoke. Brother, do you think you can summon one successfully? Shinyu patted him on the head, smiling. Trying to see me fail, huh? I'll give it my best shot. Then, he quietly activated his system interface. Ding! The host has acquired summoning jutsu. Would you like to instantly master it? Instant max level. Ding! Congratulations, host. Summoning jutsu has been fully mastered. A flood of knowledge surged into his mind. Everything about the summoning jutsu became crystal clear. Jiraiya's encouragement. Jiraiya patted Chinyu's shoulder, grinning. Don't feel bad if you fail at first. Even I, a natural genius, struggled a bit. Shinyu cut him off with a smirk. You mean when you accidentally reverse-summoned yourself to Mount Mayaboku? Jiraiya's smile froze. His eye twitched slightly. How do you know about that? Aside from Hiruzen and Tsunade, the only other person he had ever bragged to was Orochimaru. And he might have mentioned it in Ika Paradise. The more he thought about it, the more he realized it wasn't much of a secret anymore. TCH. You're too sharp, kid. Jiraiya huffed. Let's see if you can still be smug when you summon a tadpole with no legs. Even Yugao pumped her fist in encouragement. You got this, Shinyu. Itachi, though silent, watched intently. His gaze burned with anticipation. A perfect summon. Shinyu exhaled slowly, steadying himself. His fingertip still had a trace of blood, and he wiped it across his palm. Then, he formed the hand seals effortlessly, his movements flawless and precise. Jiraiya's expression subtly changed. He had expected clumsy, hesitant seals. But Chinyu's form was too perfect. Too natural. Then, summoning jutsu. Shinyu slammed his palm onto the ground. A massive surge of chakra erupted from his body. Nearly 80% of his reserves were drained instantly. Wait, this much chakra? Jiraiya's eyes widened in alarm. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the ground as 3 colossal figures materialized. A shockwave blasted outward, forcing Yugao and Itachi to shield their eyes. When the dust settled, 3 mountain-sized toads stood before them. Gamabunta, the toad boss. Gamaken, the shield-wielding warrior. Gamahiro, the twin-blade wielder. Jiraiya's jaw nearly hit the ground. What the hell? He had expected a small toad. Maybe even a half-formed tadpole. But Shinyu had just summoned the 3 strongest toads of Mount Mayaboku simultaneously. Gamabunta puffed on his pipe, looking around. Jiraiya, what the hell is going on? Did you summon us for a war? Gamaken frowned. If it's a battle, we'll need at least 1,000 pounds of bugs as payment. Gamahiro nodded in agreement. Yeah, Jiraiya. You better have a good reason for this. But then, they noticed Shinyu. Gamabunta's eyes narrowed slightly. Wait a minute, who the hell is this kid? Jiraiya felt his soul leave his body. Shinyu, what did you just do? The Toad Trio's suspicion. As Gamma Hero finished speaking, the three giant toads turned their sharp gazes toward Jiraiya. Their expressions were tense and wary. If they didn't get a reasonable explanation, things might turn ugly very quickly. Jiraiya snapped out of his stunned state, glancing around before letting out a bitter laugh. Can I just say? I wasn't the one who summoned you? Not you? Gamabunta's brow furrowed, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Then was it Minato? I don't see him anywhere. Given how chakra-intensive their summoning was, there were only a handful of shinobi in the current era who could pull it off. Aside from Jiraiya and Minato, they couldn't think of anyone else. Then, Jiraiya sighed, glancing at Chinyu. It was him. For a moment, the three toads blinked in confusion. Then, their gazes snapped to Chinyu. A kid? Gamabunta's voice carried a hint of irritation. And he summoned all three of us at once? Jiraiya simply patted Chinyu's shoulder, stepping back. Good luck, kid. One giant toad is already a pain to deal with. You summoned three. You're on your own. Then, without hesitation, Jiraiya turned and ran. Even Itachi and Yugo looked uneasy. But before they could move, Chinyu raised a hand. Stay back. I've got this. Then, he looked up at Gamabunta, his expression calm and composed. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. A test of strength. Gamabunta snorted, his massive frame shifting slightly. You've got guts, kid. But don't think you can just summon us and send us back like nothing happened. Gamma Hero and Gamaken remained silent, but their agreeing stares made their stance clear. Chinyu's smile widened. Then what's the solution? Gamabunta's eyes gleamed. Simple. Fight us. If you win, we'll let this slide. If you lose, you'll be catching bugs for us for a month. At the mention of fresh insects, all three toads visibly perked up. Chinyu chuckled. I like this solution. Then, his eyes changed. A crimson glow spread across his irises. Nine Tomoe Sharingan. A blood-red moon reflected in his gaze. The surrounding air grew heavy, and an overwhelming wave of ocular power surged outward, pressing against the three toads like an invisible force. Gamabunta's expression darkened immediately. The eyes of calamity. The great sage once warned us about them. Be careful, this isn't ordinary genjutsu. Gamabunta's hand instinctively went to his blade. But before he could draw, Chinyu moved. Or rather, he stared. Tsukuyomi. Time froze. For the three toads, only an instant passed. But within that instant, their minds were trapped in an illusionary world. To Jiraiya and the others, it seemed as if the toads merely paused for a brief moment. But that was all Chinyu needed. Lightning surged across his body, and the ground beneath him exploded as he shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on Gamabunta's head. An undeniable victory. By the time the three toads snapped out of the genjutsu, Chinyu was already on top of Gamabunta. He patted the massive toad's head lightly, smiling. Looking for me, Bunta? For a moment, Gamabunta's entire body stiffened. Under normal circumstances, he would have shaken Chinyu off immediately. But now, he didn't dare. Because if Chinyu had been able to trap them in genjutsu and move this fast, then he could have just as easily killed them. The battle was already over. Gamabunta let out a long sigh, releasing his grip on his sword. All right, kid. You win. Then, he took a deep drag from his pipe. Consider this matter settled. But next time you summon us, it better be for something important. With that, the three toads vanished in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya's shock. Jiraiya stood frozen in place. His mind flashed back to when he first entered Mount Mayaboku. To the countless humiliations he suffered at the hands of the toads. The bug feasts and how they were still wiggling in the bowl. His stomach gave an involuntary lurch. And now, Chinyu had tamed them in a matter of seconds. This actually worked? Reassuring Itachi and Yugo, Chinyu landed lightly on the ground. Itachi and Yugo rushed up to him immediately. Brother, are you okay? Chinyu smiled, ruffling Itachi's hair. I'm fine. Then, Itachi hesitated before asking. Was that the Sharingan just now? Chinyu nodded. That was the Mangekyo Sharingan. The ultimate form of the Uchiha's eyes. One day, you'll awaken it too. Itachi's eyes widened with awe. Really? For the first time, he sounded like a normal 6-year-old. Shinyu chuckled, patting his head. Of course. Then, glancing at the sky, he added. It's getting late. You two should head back. After a moment's hesitation, Itachi and Yugao nodded, turning to leave the training ground. Now. Only Shinyu and Jiraiya remained. A conversation over drinks. Jiraiya let out a long breath, shaking his head. Kid, that was some serious technique. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself. He grinned, finally relaxing. Looks like you're not just talk after all. Shinyu smirked, reaching into his bag. He pulled out 2 bottles of sake, tossing one to Jiraiya. Drinking makes conversations easier. Consider it a show of respect. Jiraiya grinned, catching the bottle. Now you're talking. Then, as he popped the cap, he added. Alright, kid. Let's talk about what's next. A discussion over sake. Jiraiya caught the bottle of sake with ease, but hesitation flickered across his face before he finally sat down cross-legged. Kid, I didn't expect you to know so much. As he spoke, he watched Shinyu casually pull out an assortment of dried meats and snacks, making himself comfortable. Taking a swig of the sake, Jiraiya continued. You weren't actually after the summoning jutsu, were you? You wanted Sage Mode. Sage Mode. One of the strongest power-ups in the latter part of the ninja world's history. Even Orochimaru had been obsessed with obtaining it but never succeeded. Shinyu had long suspected. Orochimaru's failed attempt at Ryuchi Cave probably happened after a brutal defeat at Jiraiya's hands. Just like how he had once coveted Itachi's Sharingan, but after being humiliated in a genjutsu duel, he had set his sights on Sasuke instead. Shinyu smirked, making no attempt to deny it. More or less. Then, he took a sip of sake, his expression thoughtful. This world belongs to the strong. The bigger your fist, the louder your voice. Wouldn't you agree? Jiraiya's expression shifted slightly. Didn't you say you wanted to be a salted fish? This doesn't exactly fit that image. Shinyu chuckled. In a world like this, if you don't have absolute power, you don't even have the right to lie down and be a salted fish. His gaze turned sharp. Don't worry, I'll get Sage Mode eventually. But I don't rush things. I prefer to let fate decide. Then, he casually added. By the way, you should stop focusing solely on Orochimaru. You should check out the Rain Village. Jiraiya's expression tensed slightly. Shinyu continued. That place is about to change the entire ninja world. He was thinking of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. According to the original timeline, Danzo would soon make his move against the Akatsuki. Once Yahiko was killed, Nagato would spiral into darkness, and the Akatsuki's purpose would be twisted beyond recognition. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, watching Shinyu carefully. Kid, you seem to know an awful lot. What exactly have you been doing all these years? Then, he exhaled slowly. Minato told me your talent for ninjutsu was beyond anything he'd seen. And now, after watching you summon all 3 great toads at once, I have to agree. His tone grew serious. I don't want to be your enemy. I just hope you never become a threat to Konoha. Otherwise, things will get complicated. Shinyu simply smiled. Jiraiya stretched, dusting off his robe. As for the Rain Village, I'll take a look. I've heard stories about those 3 kids. I wonder how they're doing now. With that, Jiraiya turned to leave. Shinyu watched him go, his expression unreadable. Then, he shifted his gaze to the left side of the forest. The moment he had summoned the 3 toads, he had sensed a presence lurking in the distance. Even from 600 to 700 meters away, they couldn't escape his detection. And as for who it was? He didn't even need to think. Danzo, ha! Shinyu chuckled softly. I wonder what he's planning now. Then, stretching lazily, he took another sip of sake. Life would be pretty boring without a few people willing to risk their lives for my entertainment. Meanwhile, at Root headquarters, Danzo stood atop a rooftop, his face partially concealed in shadow. The wind ruffled his robes, but his expression remained calm and calculating. Behind him stood a tall, pale-skinned man. His thin lips curled into a faint, eerie smile. A smile that sent chills down the spine of the Root ninja standing nearby. Danzo-sama. Urgent report. A Root operative appeared instantly, but hesitated for a moment. His gaze flickering toward the pale-skinned man. Recognizing the individual, his face paled dramatically. Danzo, however, remained unshaken. No need to be alarmed. He is our ally now. Speak. The root ninja nodded stiffly. According to our intelligence, Uchiha Chinyu and Jiraiya left the village together. During their journey, they summoned 3 of Mount Mayaboku's great toads. At this, Danzo's expression barely flickered. But the man beside him suddenly let out a low, amused laugh. Oh? His serpentine tongue flicked out briefly, his voice silky and dangerous. So Jiraiya has grown even stronger? To the root ninja reporting, the speaker's very presence was terrifying. A legendary figure, once a Sannin, now an exiled rogue ninja. Orochimaru. Despite his fear, the root ninja forced himself to continue. No, sir. It wasn't Jiraiya who summoned them. It was Uchiha Chinyu. Danzo's pupils contracted slightly. Orochimaru's smile widened significantly. Interesting. His voice dripped with intrigue. So you're telling me a 14-year-old boy summoned 3 of the strongest toads in existence? The root ninja swallowed hard. Not only that, he defeated them in a wager battle. With a single glance, Danzo and Orochimaru exchanged a look. For the first time, true seriousness entered their expressions. Danzo's mind was already spinning with possibilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Only Uchiha Madara was ever known to wield such power. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with obsession. A Mangekyo at his age? Then, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. Danzo. I never expected you to bring me such a delightful opportunity. If I could claim that body as my own. His voice turned into a low, dangerous chuckle. Danzo, however, remained calm. Orochimaru. His tone was sharp and warning. Don't forget the terms of our cooperation. Their alliance was built upon mutual interests. And Danzo's own ambitions had yet to be fulfilled. Even without Shirsue's Mangekyo, he had spent years collecting Sharingan. But to truly surpass Hiruzen's Sarutobi, he needed both the wood release of Hashirama Senju and the power of Madara Uchiha's eyes. And now, a new opportunity had presented itself. Danzo's expression darkened. Uchiha Chinyu will not remain unchecked for long. Orochimaru merely laughed softly, his golden eyes flashing with twisted excitement. Then let's see how long this little Uchiha can survive. The early morning sunlight was like scattered gold, gently enveloping the entire Hidden Leaf village. In front of the solemnly sealed gate, Chinyu yawned and stretched lazily. The upcoming Canopy Bridge battle was undoubtedly a pivotal moment that would determine the course of the entire Naruto storyline. Whether it was fulfilling the promise he had made to Jiraiya or compensating for his chakra deficiency by locating the 3 tails, Chinyu knew he had to embark on this journey himself. Hello! A sudden female voice broke the silence. Chinyu followed the sound and saw Rin standing before him. At 14 or 15 years old, Rin was like a delicate flower in the Hidden Leaf village. Her beauty was unique, and her gentle, kind personality made her the secret crush of the future big boss, Obito. Are you here to join the mission? Rin couldn't help but ask. According to her mission scroll, the team heading to Canopy Bridge consisted only of her, Kakashi, and Obito. Their leader was supposed to be none other than the yellow flash of the leaf, Minato Namikaze. But now, an unfamiliar figure had appeared at the rendezvous point, making Rin curious. I suppose you could say I was temporarily dragged into this as extra manpower. Chinyu responded with a faint smile. Dragged into this? Rin was momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. Don't worry. With Sensei Minato and Kakashi here, we'll be safe. Oh, and let me tell you a little secret, Kakashi was just promoted to Jonin today. It's a symbol of strength. As she spoke, she couldn't help but size Chinyu up. So, you're a Chunin like me, huh? Is this your first mission? No wonder you arrived so early, you must be nervous. Don't worry, I'm a medical nin. If anything happens, I'll take good care of you. Seeing Rin's enthusiastic expression, Chinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Asterisk, this girl is such a pure-hearted fool. No wonder so many people like her, asterisk. Asterisk, she's so friendly the moment we meet, and she keeps casually cursing me to get injured. If I had a worse temperament, I'd probably slap her already, asterisk. By the way, when did you graduate? Kakashi is really amazing. Rin continued chatting away. Chinyu sighed helplessly and glanced at the nearby bushes. Kakashi, stop hiding and come out. If you wait any longer, my ears are going to start growing calluses. Kakashi? Rin was taken aback, but before she could react, a dark shadow flashed out from the nearby trees. Like a ghost, it lunged at Chinyu with astonishing speed, crossing a distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Before Rin could react, Kakashi's chakra-infused short blade was already unsheathed, transforming into a white streak of light as it slashed toward Chinyu. Kakashi, don't! Rin cried out in alarm. But the next second, her expression froze. Lightning flickered briefly across Chinyu's body, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Kakashi's blade struck only empty air. Just as he steadied his stance, a chilling sensation spread across his neck and icy blade was pressed against his throat. Don't move. My sword is very sharp. Chinyu smiled warmly. But in the eyes of Rin and Kakashi, that smile sent a shiver down their spines. That speed, it's terrifying. Chinyu, could you at least go easy on him? A voice sounded suddenly. In a flash of golden light, Minato Namikaze appeared beside them using the Flying Thunder God technique. Judging by the way Minato and Chinyu interacted as equals, the confusion on Kakashi and Rin's faces only deepened. Minato, you have the nerve to be late? If you had arrived earlier, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened, and I wouldn't have needed to make a move. Chinyu withdrew his blade, sealing it back into a scroll. Seeing Kakashi and Rin still looking dumbfounded, he rubbed his nose and said, Minato, I think you should probably explain the situation first. Chinyu wasn't bothered by Kakashi's hostility. After all, Kakashi had lost his father, so it was natural for him to have a twisted inner world. Besides, in this near-invincible and monotonous life, having these fearless little brats around for entertainment wasn't too bad. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi and Rin instinctively looked toward Minato. Sorry, I'm not late, am I? A panicked voice yelled from afar. Soon, a figure wearing goggles Uchiha Obito landed in front of Kakashi. You're already late. Kakashi responded coldly. But right now, we have more important things to deal with. Sensei Minato, missions must follow protocol. When we accepted this mission, it was explicitly designated as a 4-person team. So why is there suddenly an unknown outsider here? Chinyu couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at Kakashi, who had such a rigid way of thinking that he even dared to question Minato directly. His feats of defeating Cloud and Mist Shinobi were only known to Konoha's higher-ups and some Uchiha clan elders. To Kakashi and the others, he was still an enigma. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, albeit its weakest member, knew at least a little about his fellow clansmen who had awakened the Sharingan. Weren't you assigned to guard the Northwest stronghold? Why are you here? Chinyu searched his memories and realized that this version of him had some prior interactions with Obito. So it wasn't surprising that Obito knew about his mission. But given the sudden changes, Chinyu had no idea how to explain the situation to him. Ahem. Obito, mind your manners. Minato cleared his throat awkwardly. He, too, wasn't sure how to explain. He couldn't just tell them that Chinyu was a highly skilled Uchiha who had been lying low for years, only to return with a Mangekyo Sharingan capable of obliterating anything in his path. Sensei Minato, did I say something wrong? Obito rubbed his eyes, looking confused. I was just helping an old lady cross the street, so I was a little late. And then some sand got in my eyes. Seeing Obito, who was wearing goggles yet still claiming he got sand in his eyes, Chinyu rolled his eyes. At least come up with a better excuse. Alright, we're right on time. Minato clapped his hands. For once, Kakashi isn't arguing with you, Obito. Let's get going. We can talk on the way. He then turned to Chinyu and paused before announcing. There are 3 things I need to say today. First, let's welcome Elite Jonin Chinyu to our team. Elite Jonin? Kakashi and the others were momentarily stunned, especially Rin, who couldn't help but ask, Sensei Minato, he's clearly wearing a Chunin headband, so how did he suddenly become an Elite Jonin? In the ninja ranking system, there were Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin. Special Jonin referred to those who had surpassed Chunin in skill but had not yet reached the full Jonin level. They typically had a unique expertise, with overall strength barely qualifying for Jonin exams like Hayate Gecko, who mastered the Konoha-ryu 3-day moon dance, or ninjas who excelled in a particular field, such as Genjutsu specialists. Elite Jonin, however, were the best among Jonin. He was specially promoted to Elite Jonin by the 3rd Hokage yesterday. He just hasn't had time to receive the official announcement or change his headband yet, Minato said with a helpless expression. explaining this wasn't his strong suit. And with the third Hokage's gag order in place, he couldn't just reveal Chinyu's secrets. Otherwise, he would have preferred to lay everything out in one go. The third Hokage personally promoted him? Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back anymore. Chinyu, did you awaken the 2 Tomoe Sharingan? Or did you unlock the 3 Tomoe, like the clan leader? See, Kakashi? This is the genius of the Uchiha clan, way stronger than your Chunin rank, Obito said smugly, using the opportunity to flaunt. Chinyu rolled his eyes at Obito's arrogance and said, Kakashi was promoted to Jonin today as well. Obito was stunned. He had always regarded Kakashi as his rival, thinking that once he awakened his Sharingan, he could surpass him. But now he found out that Kakashi had already reached Jonin before he even obtained his Sharingan. Yet, compared to Chinyu's elite Jonin title, this news seemed far less significant. Obito, did you forget? Rin quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Weren't we planning to give Kakashi a gift? This is my gift. It may look plain, but it'll be very useful in critical moments, Minato said as he handed over a flying thunder god kunai. Rin also quickly took out a specially prepared medical kit. Kakashi, I made this myself. I hope it comes in handy. Hearing such heartfelt gifts being presented, Chinyu had the urge to pinch Rin's delicate nose. But before he could act, Minato gave him a knowing wink. Chinyu, as a senior, shouldn't you contribute something too? Kakashi hesitated for a moment before accepting the flying thunder god kunai and the medical kit. Sensei Minato, I don't need anything from him, he said stubbornly. Seeing Kakashi's attitude, Minato sighed in exasperation. Kakashi, this is a rare opportunity. If I didn't have a connection with Chinyu, no one would be able to get anything from him. Something valuable? Kakashi frowned. Sensei Minato, what could he possibly have that's better than the flying thunder god kunai? If he really has something, I'd like to see it, but I won't accept it. For Kakashi, Chinyu was someone his age who had already overshadowed him today, not only defeating him in a single move but also holding a higher rank. Expecting him to be happy about it was impossible. Alright, since you're so determined, I'll ask Chinyu to give you all a little demonstration, Minato said helplessly, looking over at Chinyu. Minato, can't you act a little more mature? Chinyu sighed but flipped his hand to summon a sealing scroll. With a puff of smoke, a menacing Samahata and a thunder blade appeared in his hands. Ha, right off the bat, you bring out the 7 ninja swordsmen Samahata and Thunderblade. Chinyu, you really don't hold back, Minato's eyes gleamed. How about this, you be the bigger person and give Kakashi a gift? No way. Chinyu immediately sealed Samahata and the Thunderblade back into the scroll. I'm keeping them for my collection. Seeing such valuable treasures slip away, Minato looked disappointed. But compared to him, Kakashi and the others were even more shaken. The 7 ninja swordsmen were infamous in the ninja world, and their swords were their lifelines. There was a saying, as long as the swords exist, the wielders live. Yet now, 2 of the 7 legendary swords were in Chinyu's hands. That could only mean 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen had already fallen at the hands of the young man before them. Kakashi-sensei. Obito couldn't hold back anymore. Before he could say more, Minato let out a bitter chuckle and nodded. Kakashi, looks like your luck is bad today. I was planning to help you snatch something from him. But you're right, one of the reasons Chinyu was promoted to Elite Jonin was because he killed 2 of the missed 7 ninja swordsmen. Minato then turned to Chinyu. Since the battle at Canopy Bridge is urgent, we'll be splitting into 2 teams. I'll operate alone, while the 3 of you will be under Chinyu's command. What? Obito and the others were dumbfounded. Even Kakashi couldn't stay silent. Sensei Minato, team formation requires cooperation. Chinyu may be strong, but forcing him into our team doesn't seem appropriate. Minato knew Kakashi had never gotten along with Obito. So if he was actually opposing Chinyu's inclusion, that meant he really didn't want to be in the same team. Sighing, Minato said, Kakashi, this is a direct order from the 3rd Hokage. It's an emergency wartime deployment. An order? Kakashi froze for a moment before his expression turned cold. If it's the 3rd Hokage's order, I'll follow it. But let me remind you, no matter who it is, breaking the rules will bring disgrace. Watching Kakashi act so rigidly, Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, Relax. I never follow the rules, and that includes the 3rd Hokage's orders. I don't want to be the team leader. From now on, you 3 will operate as a team with Kakashi as the leader. I'll act alone. Alone? Obito was shocked. Chinyu, this is a direct order from the third Hokage. If you disrupt the mission structure, you'll be disgraced when we return to the village. Disgraced? Chinyu chuckled and waved dismissively. So what? Why should I care about their opinions? Forget disgrace, if the sky were to collapse, I still wouldn't care. Minato, it's getting late. Let's go already. Dealing with these kids is giving me a headache. You're really good at pushing responsibilities onto others. How about we swap? You lead the team, and I go kill people instead. Seeing Chinyu's completely indifferent attitude toward the current situation, Kakashi and the others were dumbfounded, unable to find the right words to respond. Minato Namikaze, too, was utterly helpless. Among all the ninjas in Konoha, probably only Chinyu had the audacity to say such things. After all, not long ago, another Konoha legend, Tsukumo Hatake, had been accused of violating the rules, leading him to die in sorrow and regret. Orochimaru-sama, they have set out. In the shadows, Yamanaka Kaze flashed into view. Oh! How exciting! Orochimaru, wearing a different face, leisurely walked out of Konoha. His crimson tongue licked his dry lips as he said, I thought it would take more effort to get Minato Namikaze out of the way. But it seems fate is on my side. Keep tracking him. I'll catch up soon. The Mangekyo Sharingan is destined to be mine. Leaving those words behind, Orochimaru vanished into thin air. Yamanaka Kaze and the newly arrived Aburame Torian exchanged glances. We should move as well. Don't forget to leak this information to the IWA Nin. If we can use them to kill Chinyu, that would be ideal. Danzo-sama has warned us Orochimaru is a double-edged sword. If mishandled, he could be dangerous to us, Aburame Torian said with a nod. Everything is for the sake of Root. Let's go. Hours later, Chinyu's group finally arrived at the outskirts of their destination. Alright, we'll rest here for a moment and go over the situation. Minato took out a map and spread it before them. This time, our enemy is IWA Nin. Between us and Iwagakure lies the Grass Village. Originally, Grass Village served as a buffer between Konoha and IWA, ensuring that if IWA attacked, Grass Village would provide us with critical defense time. However, when we discovered the situation, IWA had already sent a force of over 1,000 troops past Grass Village's defenses. Now, they're only 3 kilometers from Konoha's defensive line. What? Kakashi and the others visibly paled. Grass Village had survived between two great nations primarily due to the tacit agreement of both sides. If the two major villages shared a direct border, there would be constant tension, making sleep uneasy for both. As such, Grass Village's existence was essential for maintaining peace between Konoha and IWA. But now, IWA had silently bypassed its defenses. This left only two possibilities: either Grass Village was instantly annihilated without resistance, or they had betrayed Konoha and surrendered to IWA. To Chinyu, the latter was the obvious answer. A small nation could only serve as a buffer if it maintained a balance of power. But now, Konoha was fighting on 3 fronts, while the Cloud Village watched from behind, waiting for an opportunity. Anyone with common sense would assume Konoha was doomed. Compared to Iwa's 1,000-man force, Konoha's mere dozens of troops seemed pitiful. For Grass Village, opening the gates to the future victor was the logical path for survival. I trust you all understand the situation. Since Chinyu refuses to be the team leader, that responsibility falls to Kakashi. Minato glanced at Chinyu, sighing helplessly. My only wish is that, after this war, I can still see all of you standing before me. If there's nothing more to discuss, let's move out. For Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, this was their first time entering such a large-scale battlefield. Yet they had no choice but to steel themselves and press forward. The 4 figures vanished into the forest. Chinyu stretched lazily, glancing toward the dense underbrush behind him with an amused smile. This time, I really hope to reel in a big fish. If it's just small fry again, I'm going to die of boredom. With that, he leaped forward, following the others. After several hundred meters, Kakashi noticed Chinyu lagging behind and frowned. Keep up with the team. I'm the captain now. Seeing Kakashi's authoritative tone, Chinyu rolled his eyes. You only have that position because I gave it to you. Don't forget, I don't follow rules. You. Kakashi clenched his fists in frustration. Minato, watching this exchange, sighed deeply. He was seriously beginning to regret pairing Chinyu and Kakashi together. If even he couldn't get Chinyu to cooperate, how could Kakashi possibly manage? Stop. Kakashi suddenly halted, raising his hand in a tactical signal. Minato nodded approvingly, shifting his gaze toward a distant tree. He could sense an enemy lurking there. Kakashi, let's discuss our strategy first. There are multiple enemies. Minato suggested a careful approach. Kakashi glanced at Chinyu and shook his head. Sensei, there's no time. If we hesitate, they might escape. I just developed a new technique, it's named after you. As he spoke, Kakashi's hands moved swiftly through a series of seals. With the final seal complete, crackling arcs of electricity surged around his hand **Chidori, ***. Creating an A-rank jutsu at such a young age made Kakashi a true prodigy. Feeling the sheer intensity of the technique, Obito and Rin's expressions changed. Kakashi, we don't know how many enemies there are. This jutsu is powerful, but it carries risks, Minato warned. Shinyu, talk some sense into him. Shinyu rolled his eyes. Minato, stop trying to pin this on me. Let me be honest, Chidori is indeed fast. But your experience and reaction speed aren't good enough to handle it. If you rush in now, you're walking straight into death. Hearing such blunt criticism, Minato forced a bitter smile. He was starting to regret asking Chinyu to intervene. Humph. I created this technique, I know it best. Kakashi scoffed. I don't need your baseless critiques. Sensei Minato, cover me. I only need a moment to take them all down. Seeing Kakashi's determination, Minato reluctantly nodded. Boom! Kakashi slammed his electrified hand into the ground, sending violent arcs of lightning tearing through the earth. Then, like a cannonball, he shot forward at incredible speed. With the lightning release enhancing his cells, his acceleration became even more explosive. Shinyu, watch closely, this is my true power. His voice crackled with the sound of lightning. The Iwa hiding behind the tree was startled. That brat dares to charge at me head-on? Fury twisted his face as he quickly hurled a barrage of shuriken. But before they could reach Kakashi, Minato effortlessly deflected them with his own kunai. 1, 10, 15. Your attacks have completely exposed your positions. Kakashi's figure flickered like a phantom, tearing through 15 shadow clones in an instant. His gaze suddenly shifted, locking onto the figure behind the large tree like a bolt of lightning. The sheer speed and precision of the attack left Rin and Obito utterly shocked. This was beyond anything they had ever known. Someone's coming. Shinyu suddenly spoke, his nerves instantly tensing as his body entered a guarded stance. Obito's expression changed abruptly, and moments later, a figure emerged from the ground. 4 of them. The Iwa hesitated for a split second, barely registering the faces of his opponents before a kunai whizzed through the air like a flash of lightning. With a pft, the Iwa instantly dispersed into white mist, a shadow clone. Minato's expression shifted sharply, and he immediately called out, Shinyu, they're yours. The moment his words fell, Minato vanished like a ghost. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Kakashi. A gleaming blade rapidly expanded in Kakashi's vision. With his current momentum, dodging was impossible. Put! Minato appeared just in time to intercept Kakashi's charge, halting him instantly. However, the gleaming blade still managed to graze Kakashi's shoulder, sending blood splattering outward in a vivid arc. The injury was sharp and strikingly visible. Without hesitation, Minato disappeared once more, carrying Kakashi away. Kakashi, are you alright? Rin's face paled, and she instinctively took a step forward. Before she could continue, Chinyu stretched lazily and grinned. My turn. As soon as the words left his mouth, crackling arcs of lightning filled the air. Shinyu vanished from sight like a ghost. Gone? The Iwa, having just failed his attack, felt his mind reel as his shadow clone's memories flooded back to him. His expression twisted in horror. In those memories, he saw 2 terrifying figures, the Yellow Flash and the Crimson Azura, ***. Yet among the two, it was the Crimson Azura who truly sent chills down his spine. Rumors spoke of this young man's years of dormancy, only for him to emerge in 2 battles and slaughter nearly 200 enemy ninjas. Such a record was terrifying even in the brutal Third Great Ninja War. Run! The thought flashed through his mind. He turned to flee only to freeze in place as his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Chidori! Lightning crackled around Chinyu's right hand, leaving no room for theatrics. He simply slashed directly at the Iwa's neck. Put! A massive head flew into the air, accompanied by the cleanly severed trunk of a half-meter wide tree. As the enormous tree crashed to the ground with a resounding boom, Shinyu's figure became visible once more. Casually, he caught the severed head mid-fall, then vanished again. Gone again? That lightning flicker technique is nearly as fast as Sensei Minato's. Obito couldn't contain his shock. You looking for me? Shinyu's voice suddenly rang out. He casually tossed the severed head forward, its wide-eyed, terrified expression still frozen in horror. Blood splattered across the grass, filling the air with a thick, metallic stench. The sheer terror on the Iwanin's face suggested he had seen something horrifying in his final moments. Was that Chidori? Kakashi finally spoke, his voice uncertain. Obito and Rin also looked stunned. Minato, standing off to the side, could only smile wryly. To outsiders, Kakashi's newly developed Chidori was an A-rank jutsu of considerable difficulty. But for Chinyu, who could master S-rank techniques instantly, this was laughably easy. Jiraiya had once mentioned that Chinyu's first attempt at the summoning jutsu had directly summoned the 3 great toads of Mount Myaboku. For someone like him, Chidori was child's play. Good eye. Chinyu smiled warmly. Lightning crackled from his right hand, expanding outward in violent arcs that seemed ready to rip apart everything around him. Chidori. Seeing this, even someone as clueless as Obito recognized it. This was the very technique Kakashi had been boasting about just moments ago. But then, the lightning on Chinyu's hand suddenly spread across his entire body. In an instant, he seemed to be bathed in lightning itself. This is Chidori Nagashi. This is Chidori Spear. This is Chidori Blade. As Chinyu demonstrated one variation after another, Minato's face twitched uncontrollably. Enough! Kakashi could no longer contain himself. Just a moment ago, he had been full of pride, hyping up Chidori as his greatest creation, comparing its speed to his teacher's legendary Yellow Flash. But now, watching Chinyu effortlessly cycle through advanced variations of Chidori, it felt like he was being slapped repeatedly in the face. Kakashi, don't take it too personally. Chinyu meant well, Minato reassured him with a helpless smile. Chinyu casually patted Minato's shoulder. Apologies, but I did do it on purpose. A ninja who completely disregards caution places his teammates in danger. Now, do you still want to be the team captain? The air turned heavy. Rin quickly interjected, Chinyu, Kakashi didn't mean to be reckless. He would have succeeded. Obito, surprisingly, also stepped in, Rin is right. Kakashi messed up this time, but that doesn't mean you should take away his captaincy. Besides, I made mistakes too. Seeing this rare display of unity, both Chinyu and Minato were a little surprised. Kakashi and Obito were usually at each other's throats. Yet now, Obito was standing up for Kakashi. I've always been fair. Since you're all pleading for Kakashi, I'll let it go this time. Chinyu shrugged indifferently. To him, the position of team captain was meaningless. He wasn't going to follow orders anyway. Rin and Obito sighed in relief. Kakashi, you're injured. Let me treat you, okay? Rin's worried gaze locked onto the wound on Kakashi's shoulder. It had nearly cut through muscle. Kakashi, still somewhat dazed, finally snapped out of it. Ignoring the others, he locked eyes with Chinyu. I don't want to be the captain anymore, he said. But soon, I will surpass you. I will master an even stronger Chidori. And when that day comes, I hope you'll return the captaincy to me. Hearing Kakashi's determined words, Chinyu rubbed his nose, considering whether he should just tell him the truth. Kid, I've got a lightning-style technique that can literally smite the heavens. Kirin *****. Seeing Kakashi's resolute expression, Minato Namikaze sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. He could only hope that Chinyu wouldn't further provoke Kakashi's already fragile pride. Alright, Rin, treat Kakashi now. We'll be splitting up soon. Minato spoke up, his tone calm yet firm. I was worried about you all at first, but with Chinyu here, I believe nothing will go wrong. Leaving those words behind, Minato picked up his backpack and vanished like a ghost. Phew! Obito let out a sigh of relief, plopping down beside Chinyu with a slightly nervous expression. Chinyu, I didn't expect you to be hiding so much strength. Sharingan, powerful lightning release. No wonder you became an elite Jonin. You're definitely stronger than some people. As he spoke, he deliberately glanced at Kakashi. It was clear he was trying to use Chinyu to boost his own confidence. Who was it just now that froze in fear when the enemy ambushed us? Kakashi shot back coldly. And who always claims they'll protect Rin? You. Obito clenched his fists in frustration. I just got some sand in my eyes. Shinyu just stole my moment, that's all. Seeing the two bicker, Shinyu shook his head helplessly. Kids arguing really don't need a reason. Rin, has Kakashi's bleeding stopped? Shinyu turned his gaze toward Kakashi's wound. As the team's medical nin, Rin had some skill, but she was still a novice. Medical ninjutsu required precise chakra control, a talent that only 1 in 100 could master. For Rin to have reached this level was already impressive. Kakashi's wound is deep. It'll take some time. Rin wiped the sweat from her forehead. Kakashi frowned slightly and said, Rin, if you're tired, take a break. My injury isn't urgent. As he spoke, he reached for a bandage. But just as he moved, Shinyu placed a hand on his shoulder. I'll handle it. You're already a burden. If you're injured, I'll have to waste energy looking after you. Shinyu's right hand glowed with chakra, and in an instant, the mystical palm technique activated. The sharp pain in Kakashi's shoulder rapidly faded, and the wound healed at an astonishing speed. Both Kakashi and Obito were stunned. Even Rin, a medical nin herself, was speechless. Shinyu, you're a medical nin too? Rin couldn't contain her shock. She understood the difficulty of medical ninjutsu better than anyone. For Shinyu to heal injuries this quickly meant he was at least at a high-level medical nin's proficiency. Half a one, I suppose. Shinyu withdrew his chakra, watching as Kakashi's wound fully closed. Now then, it's time to catch a big fish. #### 30 minutes later. Shinyu's team entered a dense bamboo forest. The eerie silence around them was unsettling. Suddenly, Kakashi extended his arm, signaling them to stop. Earth release, Earth Spike Jutsu. Spikes of earth shot up from the ground beneath them, densely packed enough to turn anyone into a pincushion. Scatter! Shinyu smirked slightly. This was almost exactly like the original timeline. It was as if he had some clairvoyant foresight. The four of them instantly moved, dodging in different directions. However, all of them, whether consciously or subconsciously, kept their eyes on Rin. Rin landed on the water's surface, her feet barely touching down when ripples spread outward. A figure, hidden by camouflage concealment, suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed her without hesitation. Heh, what a bunch of reckless fools. You can't even protect one girl. A large IWA nin, Daisher, sneered. You can relax, we'll take good care of her. With that, he and another IWA nin, Kaguri, immediately retreated, using earth release techniques to cover their escape. The bamboo forest fell into dead silence. So there was an ambush. Shinyu was right. Rin emerged from the shadows, completely unscathed. The IWA nin we encountered before didn't go back. They were definitely planning something. And seeing how young we are, they couldn't resist making a move. If only they knew, they actually captured Shinyu's shadow clone instead. Rin giggled. Even Kakashi, usually composed, fell silent for a moment. Kakashi had always considered himself a genius with sharp instincts. Among his peers, he could read most of them easily. But when it came to Shinyu, he felt like he was dealing with an enigma. Shinyu really is a master strategist. Obito, on the other hand, was excited. So do we go after them now? He was eager to see Kakashi fail again. No. We take down their leader first and wipe them all out in one go. Shinyu smirked. ####. Meanwhile, in an IWA nin hideout. Kaguri and Daisher carried Shinyu's shadow clone into a rocky cave. This girl is surprisingly quiet. She must have realized her friends can't save her. Daisher sneered. Now, we just need to use genjutsu on her to extract intel. If we can learn Konoha's numbers and positions, we'll be war heroes. Kaguri grinned, placing Shinyu's clone against the cave wall. He signaled Daisher to begin the illusion technique. With rapid hand seals, Daisher's voice resonated coldly. Genjutsu, hypnosis. A wave of mental energy spread outward. Shinyu's clone immediately went slack, his eyes dull and lifeless. Daisher and Kaguri exchanged glances, surprised at how easily their genjutsu worked. This is perfect. Kaguri grinned. We should be able to extract intel before their reinforcements arrive. He stepped forward, reaching out to lift Shinyu's chin. But the moment their eyes met, a smile formed on Shinyu's lips. How was my acting? His voice, casual and amused, sent chills down their spines. What are you? Their expressions twisted in horror. The girlish figure before them spoke with a man's voice. Only now did they realize. they had walked straight into a trap. Heh, why don't you step outside and see for yourselves? Shinyu smirked. A second later, his body dispersed into white mist. A shadow clone. Daisher and Kaguri's nerves snapped. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward the cave entrance. But just as they reached the exit, a wave of scorching fire engulfed them. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lightning release, Chidori. Obito's hands moved rapidly through seals, gathering scorching chakra in his mouth before unleashing a massive 5 to 6 meter wide fireball that surged toward the cave entrance like an unstoppable force. Earth release, Earth Fissure Jutsu. Kaguri's face twisted in shock. However, as Jonin of Iwagakure, their strength was not to be underestimated. Their battle experience far surpassed that of ordinary shinobi. Their hands flashed through a series of seals before they slammed their palms against the ground. Boom! The rocky terrain beneath them cracked and surged upward, forming a towering earthen wall that clashed violently with the incoming fireball. The fireball shattered upon impact, scattering blazing embers in all directions like a fiery rain. Seeing their attack blocked, Kaguri and Daisher immediately split up and fled. But unlike Daisher, who used camouflage concealment, Kaguri's escape was much more exposed. The moment he leaped out of the cave, a blinding streak of lightning filled his vision. Kakashi, with Chidori activated, was charging straight at him. You brat! You're courting death! Kaguri's face contorted in fury as he roared, pulling out a hidden blade from his sleeve and slashing toward Kakashi. This was a life-and-death attack, a desperate gamble. In Kaguri's mind, no matter how unique this brat seemed, he was still just a kid. Against veteran shinobi, such reckless combat was suicide. He was certain that psychologically, the boy couldn't handle a true kill-or-be-killed fight. But just as this thought formed, two shadows flashed into his vision. Lightning release, Chidori Stream Shuriken. Two kunai, crackling with violent electricity, slashed through the air and struck Kaguri's blade before it could reach Kakashi. Clang! The powerful impact sent Kaguri's sword flying from his grip. Kaguri's face twisted in shock. That instant of hesitation was all Kakashi needed. With his Chidori-enhanced speed, he closed the distance in an instant. Chidori! There were no unnecessary movements. Just a straightforward, electrified thrust to Kaguri's chest. Put! Blood erupted as Kakashi's lightning-coated hand pierced through Kaguri's torso. The sheer brutality of the scene sent chills down everyone's spine. For the first time, Kakashi landed a killing blow with Chidori. A rare smile appeared on his face. It's you! Kaguri's voice came in weak, broken gasps. His gaze shifted toward the figure who had assisted Kakashi **Chinyu***. A twisted, almost hysterical grin spread across Kaguri's bloodied lips. Daisher, run! Go tell Lord Kitsuchi *** the Crimson Azura is here, ***. Tell them to run for their lives. His final, desperate scream echoed through the battlefield. Daisher, who had been using his camouflage concealment, had initially planned to let Kaguri distract the enemy before launching a surprise attack. But hearing that name, he didn't hesitate for even a second. He turned and fled immediately. Crimson Azura. A name that had shaken the entire ninja world. It was a name spoken in fear even by the future Raikage of Kumogakure. This one man had displayed an unparalleled mastery of offensive, defensive, and illusion techniques. Any shinobi below Kage level who encountered him had one option ***, run ***. At first, many villages refused to believe the rumors. But then, Kirigakure attempted to raid Konoha's northwest stronghold. They sent 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, both monsters born from the bloody mist. Neither survived. From that moment on, the legend of the Crimson Azura became undeniable. What the hell is going on? Obito, who had been preparing to protect Rin, was stunned by the sudden turn of events. What did he say just now? Who is the Crimson Azura? Kakashi's expression darkened, and he grabbed Kaguri's collar. Answer me. Who is the Crimson Azura? But before he could get a response, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air from behind him. Kakashi, watch out! Rin screamed. Obito rushed forward in panic. But against an invisible enemy, their efforts were meaningless. Daisher smirked in satisfaction. His camouflage concealment jutsu was nearly flawless. It was on par with Kirigakure's silent killing technique. Against Kakashi, who had just exhausted his attack, defense was impossible. Now, His only option was to surrender and become a hostage. I see you. A calm, almost casual voice rolled through the air like a hurricane. Daishi's body froze. His nerves screamed in alarm as he instinctively turned around, only to see a lightning-clad figure standing right behind him. Their eyes met. Blood-red Sharingan stared back at him. A gaze as cold as the moon. This is Sharingan? Daishi's face stiffened. Now, he understood why the enemy had spotted him. But at this close range, escape was impossible. Shinyu thrust his hand forward. Lightning flared violently. Chidori! A streak of pure electricity pierced straight through Daishi's chest. Put! Blood exploded into the air, forming a thick, red mist. Daishi's eyes remained wide open, frozen in disbelief. He had imagined countless ways to die on the battlefield. But he never expected to fall at the hands of a mere teenage boy. Thud! His corpse hit the ground heavily, blood splattering across the dirt. Shinyu wiped the blood from his hand onto Daishi's lifeless body. All right. In Iwagakure, shinobi operate in three-man teams. Now that all three are dead, their squad has likely already contacted the main force. The next battle is going to be a rough one. Obito, Rin, and Kakashi stood stiffly, their expressions uneasy. They had won, but barely. Aside from Kakashi's one kill, Rin had only used basic medical techniques, and Obito had only cast a single fire jutsu. If Iwa's main force arrived, they'd be completely outmatched. Kakashi, the sky looks like it's about to rain. Should we retreat for now? Kakashi hesitated. Unlike Obito and Rin, his biggest concern was the name Crimson Azura. A title that could make Jonin flee in terror. That put him on par with Minato Namikaze. Most importantly, there were only 6 people here. 2 were dead Iwanin. Obito and Kakashi were constantly at odds. Kakashi knew his own limitations. Rin, despite her skills, was not a combat specialist. So that left only one possibility. The Crimson Azura was none other than Uchiha Chinyu. Kakashi, I want to know, are you the Crimson Azura they were talking about? Kakashi was the first to break the silence, unable to suppress his curiosity. Obito and Rin were momentarily stunned before turning their gazes toward Chinyu as well. The sheer terror in the Iwanin's voice had planted seeds of doubt in their hearts. They needed to know the truth. Can I say no? Chinyu sighed helplessly. At this moment, he really wanted to punch forth Hokage. Not only did he give him such a ridiculously over-the-top title, but the speed at which it spread was absurd. In just 7 or 8 days, it had almost reached the entire ninja world. At this point, Chinyu was seriously considering the possibility that there was a spy network dedicated to gossiping about him. Kakashi and the others were dumbfounded. His vague response left them even more confused. Before they could press further, a sudden wave of whistling projectiles filled the air. Careful, enemy attack! Kakashi shouted, swiftly drawing his chakra-infused short sword. The blade gleamed with a pale, misty glow as it danced through the air like a butterfly, deflecting the incoming kunai. The metallic clangs echoed through the surroundings, sparks flying in all directions. Obito was rattled, but this time, he gritted his teeth and moved in front of Rin. His hands flashed through seals, and with a deep inhale. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive fireball surged forward, intercepting the incoming kunai. Meanwhile, Shinyu remained the most unbothered of the group. The lightning arcs surrounding his body automatically repelled any kunai that got too close. The first wave of attacks had barely ended when they finally steadied themselves. Only to see hundreds of figures surrounding them in every direction. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Obito's face turned pale as he counted their numbers. This was at least 100 times their own force. Kakashi, is this their entire reinforcement squad? Obito instinctively moved closer to Kakashi. Rin also stepped back, her expression tense. Against such an overwhelming force, the three of them seemed utterly insignificant. Heh, I didn't expect you four to actually defeat Kaguri and Daishi's squad. A masked Iwanin leaped down from a tree, landing gracefully. As soon as his foot touched the ground, steam began rising from his body. Shinyu's brows furrowed slightly. He quickly scanned his memory for information on Iwanin. Meanwhile, Kakashi and the others froze. They had only been guessing about Shinyu's identity before. But now, the enemy had confirmed it outright. What's with the look on your faces? The steam-cloaked ninja sneered mockingly. Don't tell me you don't recognize the infamous Crimson Azura of the battlefield? He let out a cold chuckle. It's no surprise, though. Rumor has it that the Uchiha clan's newest prodigy, Uchiha Chinyu, has surpassed even Uchiha Shisui. In the Northwest Pass, he obliterated 100 ninjas with lightning release, terrified a tailed beast with genjutsu, and wielded black flames that shattered morale. And as if that weren't enough, he casually took down 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The Iwanin's tone suddenly shifted to disdain. But tell me, do you really believe that nonsense? I sure don't. This is just Konoha fabricating a hero to cover up their losing war. His voice turned hysterical, laced with madness. Chinyu finally recognized him. He had originally expected the squad leader to be Kitsuchi, the son of Inoki. Instead, it turned out to be a bloodline limit user Explosion Release Ninja Gari. Explosion Release was an extremely deadly ability. Any attack that made contact with an enemy triggered an explosion. The sheer destructive power depended on the user's chakra reserves. According to the original timeline, Gari was strong enough to be recognized by Hiruzen, and later, he was even resurrected as a reanimated shinobi. Without a doubt, he was at Kage level strength. So you recognize me? Gari grinned viciously. You're not wrong, brat. I'm the Explosion Release Ninja, Gari. I don't care if you're Crimson Azura or White Azura. If you don't want to suffer, surrender now. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Hundreds of Iwanin locked their eyes onto Chinyu, treating him as the only real threat. Just like Gari, they didn't believe the rumors. To them, Chinyu was just a made-up legend. Chinyu. Kakashi couldn't hold back any longer. They didn't believe Gari's words. But the fact remained that, despite being Konoha shinobi, they had never heard of Uchiha Chinyu before. In a situation like this, doubt was inevitable. There are exactly 365 of them. Chinyu suddenly laughed. Half of them are shadow clones. You Iwanin sure love puffing up your numbers, huh? His voice cut through the battlefield like a blade, sending a ripple of unease through the enemy ranks. Gari's expression faltered. This basin spans several kilometers. The Iwanin had completely surrounded it, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Before arriving, Gari had ordered every soldier to create a shadow clone, effectively doubling their numbers to intimidate the enemy. Yet now, Chinyu had instantly seen through their illusion of numbers. Did he use Sharingan? Gari locked eyes with Chinyu. But a second later, his instincts screamed at him, and he quickly averted his gaze. His expression darkened. Crimson 9 Tomoe Sharingan. It's different from the usual Uchiha eyes. You really are special. Well, I am a bit special. Otherwise, how could I stand out? Chinyu's lips curved into a warm smile. But his gaze suddenly shifted past Gari toward the outer edges of the encirclement. They're all in position, huh? Looks like it's time to begin. Begin? Gari froze for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Brat, you mean it's time for you to die? Even if you figured out that half of us are shadow clones, so what? We're all elite Iwanin, do you really think some overhyped myth like you can compare? Gari lifted a hand and dragged his thumb across his neck in a mock execution gesture. Brat, just wait for your death. Kakashi and the others went pale, instinctively pressing their backs together. Their peripheral vision remained locked onto Uchiha Chinyu. Faced with certain death, they had no confidence left. Yet Chinyu remained as calm as ever. The countdown is just about over, Chinyu suddenly said. Everyone froze. Even Gari's laughter momentarily halted. Brat, you really know how to joke. You're completely surrounded, what can you possibly do? Do you really think someone's coming to save you? Gari mocked with a sneer. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito instinctively thought of Minato Namikaze. They knew little about Chinyu. But the golden flash of Konoha was legendary. If Minato arrived, perhaps they had a chance to escape. Sorry, I guess I've been too low-key. Chinyu smirked. He raised a hand and pointed toward the sky. Take a good look. Tell me who's really surrounded, His cryptic words made even Kakashi and the others uneasy. They instinctively looked up. Their pupils shrunk violently. Their eyes widened to the brink of tearing apart. Boom! A deafening thunderclap shattered the silence. Overhead, black storm clouds churned, forming a massive vortex. Bolts of lightning arced wildly, slithering like electric serpents. Within the swirling chaos, A colossal, ethereal beast lurked in the clouds. A Kirin. At that moment, everyone realized the truth. Gari hadn't been lying after all. The overwhelming electrical energy pressing down from above. That had to be the legendary lightning release jutsu rumored to have obliterated hundreds of cloud nin in an instant. A superior lightning release technique that could wipe out an entire battlefield. Brat, are you insane? If you drop that attack, you'll die too. Gari's expression twisted in horror. They had been so focused on Chinyu's reputation that they had completely ignored the sky above. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito's nerves stretched to the breaking point. This situation had spiraled beyond their expectations. If the Kirin descended, just as Gari said, even they would be annihilated. Ha! Our safety isn't your concern. What you should be worried about. Chinyu smirked. Is how you're going to survive this? With a flick of his wrist, a thunder-infused blade materialized in his hand. With a single reverse grip throw, the lightning blade tore through the air. Boom! The storm clouds erupted. A roar deep and ancient shook the heavens. A gigantic, mythical Kirin burst from the clouds. It dove downward at blinding speed. Faster than the eye could follow. Faster than anyone could escape. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin's faces turned deathly pale. In the face of the descending thunder beast, their only thought was to close their eyes and wait for death. Boom! The thunderstorm exploded across the battlefield, engulfing everything in a sea of lightning. For 10,000 meters, lightning raged unstoppably. Trees evaporated on impact. Iwa Nin, desperate to flee, were incinerated instantly. Even the mountain itself crumbled under the sheer force. It took 1 to 2 minutes before the destruction settled. The storm clouds dissipated. The lingering lightning arcs vanished. All that remained was a scorched basin, a shattered forest, and a deep crater where the attack had landed. At its very center, among the wreckage, stood a massive, translucent figure. Within its protective embrace were Chinyu, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, completely unharmed. All right. If you're not dead from fright, open your eyes. Chinyu spoke casually. Kakashi and the others flinched. Their muscles involuntarily twitched. Then they slowly, hesitantly, opened their eyes. We're not dead? Obito stammered. That attack, it was apocalyptic. Then, his gaze landed on the crimson entity shielding them. His breath hitched. His eyes trembled in shock. Susanoo. Obito's voice was barely above a whisper. This thing blocked the attack at the last second? Rin's face turned pale. As she stared at the towering, blood-red Susanoo, she finally understood why Chinyu was called the Crimson Azura. The power of that lightning release. It must have been beyond S rank. Kakashi gritted his teeth. His mind flashed back to how he had bragged about his Chidori earlier. Now, he wanted nothing more than to find a hole and crawl into it. This is Susanoo. A Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Chinyu stated matter-of-factly. But then, his brows furrowed slightly in mild surprise. Chinyu. Obito's excitement surged. So if I awaken Sharingan, I can get this too? His face lit up with enthusiasm. Kakashi, did you hear that? Our Uchiha clan is amazing. I'll catch up to you in no time. Kakashi's expression darkened. His gaze shifted to Chinyu's eyes. The moment their eyes met, a cold, invisible force seemed to grip his very soul. It felt as though Chinyu could pull his consciousness away with just a glance. Kakashi, what's wrong? Are you so shocked by my potential? Obito grinned, patting Kakashi's shoulder. He wasn't about to waste this rare chance to show off. You? Kakashi snapped out of his daze. He looked at Obito and scoffed. His Sharingan isn't normal. If it were that easy, your Uchiha clan would have dozens of Crimson Azuras by now. To reach his level, you'd need extraordinary means. And you? You'll never get there in this lifetime. You. Obito fumed. But deep down, he knew Kakashi was right. Alright, you three wait here for Minato to arrive. I have something else to take care of. As Chinyu deactivated his Susanoo, Kakashi and the others stiffened. Kakashi quickly asked, Chinyu, what's going on? Did some enemies escape? Chinyu had originally planned to make up an excuse. But now that Kakashi had conveniently filled in the blanks for him, he decided to go along with it. He nodded. That's right. There was another ninja observing us from afar. He didn't enter the battlefield, but he likely got caught in the shockwave of my attack and is injured. Shinyu, let's go together. Obito couldn't hold back his eagerness. Seeing his impatient expression, Shinyu shot him a side glance. What? Are you scared? You said you wanted to awaken your Sharingan, didn't you? If you keep running from battle, you'll never awaken it. The only way to win is to face your enemies head-on. Shinyu patted Obito's shoulder, then turned to Kakashi. You're the team captain now. This lightning blade is useless to me. Take it as a gift for becoming a Jonin. Don't forget Konoha's white fang was stronger than even the legendary Sannin. You should already have a measure of what truly matters. If you don't want to learn his sword techniques, just give the blade back to me. Leaving those words behind, Shinyu's body flared with lightning. In the next instant, he vanished. He really left. Obito muttered. Do you think Shinyu will come back? Kakashi and Rin both fell silent. Shinyu's words just now sounded almost like he was leaving his final message. Should we go after him? Rin couldn't hold back her anxiety. We're a team. Even if we're not as strong as Shinyu, we can't just leave him alone. Rin's right. We should go help Shinyu. Obito immediately agreed. But just as he stepped forward, Kakashi blocked him. Obito, think about it. If even Shinyu considers this enemy dangerous, do you really think we can handle it? Don't forget we were completely useless earlier. The only thing we can do now is wait for Sensei Minato and report everything to him. Meanwhile, a charred figure crawled out from beneath the earth, his face twisted with fear. I was so close so close to dying, If I hadn't used spore reproduction beforehand, I would have been completely annihilated by that Kirin attack. Black Zetsu's face was pale. He had possessed an Iwa Nin, originally planning to capture an Uchiha for Madara's plan. According to his intelligence, there were 2 Uchiha on this battlefield. And with 200 Iwa Nin, capturing them should have been easy. That's why he had been manipulating Gari, urging him to capture the Uchiha at any cost. But he had never expected to encounter the Crimson Azura himself. A single lightning release jutsu had wiped out the entire Iwa Nin force. If he hadn't prepared an escape measure, he would have died on the spot. No. I have to tell Madara, He needs to know that a terrifying new Uchiha has appeared, Black Zetsu quickly scanned his surroundings. Then, he fled in the direction of Kusagakure. In his mind, Shinyu's mysterious eyes were comparable to Madara Uchiha's own. From the shadows, a figure stepped out, silently watching Black Zetsu flee. Of course it's this immortal cockroach. Shinyu smirked. In the original timeline, after Obito was buried by Iwa Nin, Kakashi had avenged him. But then, the Iwa Nin reinforcements arrived. Minato had to teleport in to rescue them. Later, when Minato searched the battlefield, he never found Obito's body. That meant Black Zetsu had been lurking there all along. Shinyu had anticipated this. That's why he had prepared a special gift Kirin . Now, he was letting Black Zetsu escape on purpose. Because he wanted to meet Uchiha Madara himself. Several hours later, Kusagakure. Shinyu froze as he looked at the silent village before him. Now he understood why Kusagakure had allowed the Iwa Nin to pass through unchallenged. Black Zetsu had fled here. Which meant this place was likely Madara Uchiha's hiding spot. And more importantly, Kusagakure itself was under their control. Keep a close watch. A patrolling Kusagakure ninja barked orders at the village entrance. The village chief said not to let any Konoha or Iwa Nin enter. 2 hidden guards immediately tensed up, becoming more alert. But in the next instant, their pupils shrunk violently. A lightning-cloaked figure materialized in front of the patrol leader. A flash of lightning, and a severed head flew into the air. Enemy attack, The 2 hidden sentries barely had time to react. But before they could sound the alarm, the lightning-cloaked figure appeared behind them. You two should get some rest. Shinyu's hands blurred. His knife hand strikes landed cleanly on the backs of their necks. Before they could even scream, they collapsed unconscious. With the outer guards eliminated, Shinyu didn't hesitate. His body flickered. And he slipped into the village like a ghost. Compared to Konoha, Kusagakure was nothing more than a mountain stronghold. The entire village had barely 1,000 people. And among them, only 100 could even be considered shinobi. Of those 100, less than a third were chunin level. And only 10 could barely be considered jonin. Kusagakure had only ever existed as a buffer zone between Konoha and Iwagakure. But now, they had allowed an Iwanin invasion. Something unthinkable under normal circumstances. It all makes sense now, Madara must be hiding here, and Kusagakure is completely under his control, Using genjutsu, Shinyu had extracted information from one of the guards. The cave ahead is Kusagakure's forbidden area. If Madara's hiding somewhere it's there Shinyu smirked. With his current strength, forget Kusagakure. Even Konoha couldn't stop him from coming and going as he pleased. If not for the risk of alerting Madara, he would have stormed through the village openly. Then, a faint voice echoed from the cave. That voice, Black Zetsu, Shinyu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside the dark cave, A withered figure sat motionless on a chair. His face, covered in deep wrinkles, resembled ancient tree bark, a man at the very edge of life and death. Suddenly. Disaster. Our plan has been ruined. Black Zetsu rushed into the cave in a panic. Madara Uchiha slowly opened his heavy eyelids. His brows furrowed instinctively. In his mind, Black Zetsu was supposed to be his spiritual will made manifest. Cold, calculating, never flustered. But now. The sheer panic in Black Zetsu's voice was completely out of character. Something had happened, something even he had not foreseen. What happened? Why didn't you bring the target to me? Why do I even keep you around? Madara's voice was sharp, his tone filled with authority. Black Zetsu froze. Only now did he realize. He had completely forgotten his usual careful demeanor after barely escaping death. Looking at Madara's displeased expression, Black Zetsu felt a flicker of frustration. But when he thought about his true goal reviving his mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki he clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and calmed himself. Lord Madara, I lost my composure for a moment. Our plan was unexpectedly disrupted. A new Uchiha has appeared, one with straight Tomoe Sharingan, just like yours. Madara's expression shifted drastically. Straight Tomoe Sharingan. That was merely his way of referring to the Mangekyo Sharingan. But he had been watching the Uchiha clan closely for years. Besides Shisui Uchiha and Fugaku Uchiha, he had found no one with the potential to awaken Mangekyo. And more importantly, the method to awaken it was known only to him. He had never shared it with anyone. Because if everyone possessed the Mangekyo, then he himself would no longer be special. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu continued, his voice solemn. I only know his name Uchiha Chinyu . When I infiltrated the Iwanin ranks, I learned that he first revealed his true strength recently, on the battlefield at the Northwest Pass. There, he fought against Cloud Nin and Miss Nin. And according to the reports, he annihilated 100 enemies with lightning release. He terrified a tailed beast with genjutsu. And he wielded black flames capable of shaking an entire battlefield. Black Zetsu paused, then added. He has awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. And more than that. He has already mastered Susanoo. Susanoo. Madara's face darkened. So he's already reached that level? I thought I would have to cultivate a new pawn. But it seems one has already grown on his own. Black Zetsu hesitated. Madara's next words made his heart skip a beat. Black Zetsu. I want you to capture him and bring him to me. Capture him? Black Zetsu's face twisted in disbelief. This isn't part of our plan. A Mangekyo Sharingan user who has unlocked Susanoo. His power is already at its peak. Convincing him to serve us will be nearly impossible. In Black Zetsu's calculations, their original target, Obito Uchiha, hadn't even awakened Sharingan yet. But now, Shinyu had suddenly appeared. A fully realized Mangekyo user with unmatched battle prowess. With their current strength, trying to force Shinyu into submission. The outcome was uncertain. Black Setsu. Madara's voice turned cold. I've noticed something. You've been acting less like me lately. Madara's eyes sharpened. Remember this. I am the one who controls the shadows. War, destruction, death ***, all of it has always been within my grasp ***. As long as you bring Chinyu to me, I have 10 ways to make him kneel before me. You understand me, don't you? Madara's Sharingan spun, locking onto Black Setsu. His voice was laced with authority and menace. Black Setsu's expression fluctuated. He knew. If he acted suspiciously now, Madara would immediately grow distrustful. And if Madara ever discovered that Black Setsu was not his will made manifest, then their entire plan would be jeopardized. After a brief moment, Black Setsu forced himself to nod. I will go at once. Leaving those words behind, he turned toward the cave's exit. But just as he took his first step, his pupils shrunk violently. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive blazing sphere ***, dozens of meters wide ***, engulfed the entrance in an inferno. The sheer heat wave made the surrounding air distort. The temperature of the entire cave skyrocketed instantly. Black Setsu and Madara were both shocked. In their entire lives, only one person had ever been able to unleash a great fireball jutsu of this magnitude. Uchiha Chinyu. Lord Madara. Black Setsu's expression changed drastically. He barely had time to call out before the fireball expanded in his vision. The intense heat began charring his cloak. Just as he prepared to retreat, a figure appeared in front of him. Despite his aged body, Madara's movements were still swift. He raised an ancient Uchiha war fan and swung it directly at the incoming fireball. Uchiha Reflection. The blazing sphere halted midair for a split second, then rebounded like a cannonball, flying even faster than before. Boom! The redirected fireball exploded against a distant mountain wall. Flames erupted skyward, shaking the entire valley. The surrounding ground scorched black. Buildings burned to cinders. The air reeked of charred earth and smoke. Madara and Black Setsu turned toward the cave entrance. A lone figure stood there. A smirk played on his lips. His crimson eyes glowed ominously. Ha! My bad. I got a little excited when I heard you wanted to capture me. My hands slipped, and I accidentally threw a snack at you. You! Black Setsu's face darkened completely. This was the second time Chinyu had nearly killed him. The first time might have been coincidental. But the second time? It was intentional. Chinyu smirked. What's wrong? Upset? You sure are hard to kill, aren't you? Survived the basin. And now, saved just in time again. No wonder they call you a 1,000-year-old monster. ***, 1,000-year-old monster? Madara Uchiha's expression darkened instantly. So did Black Setsu's. That was supposed to be a secret. If Madara was the shadow behind decades of war, genocide, and slaughter, then Black Setsu was the hidden manipulator behind centuries of conflict. From the eternal feud between the Uchiha and Senju, to the rise and fall of shinobi nations, all of it had been carefully orchestrated by him. Yet now, the boy before them had casually pointed it out. Was it just a lucky guess? Or did he know the truth? So, you are Uchiha Chinyu? Madara's voice turned cold. You speak of Black Setsu as if he is something else. But he is merely a manifestation of my will. Still, I am pleased you have sought me out yourself. This proves that I was not mistaken about you. Child, you should already know who I am. I am Madara Uchiha, the greatest and strongest Uchiha in history. I rivaled the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Even though he is dead, I still live. That alone proves I am the strongest, beyond all comparison. Madara's lips curled into a sinister grin. If Hashirama were still alive, my stronger Mangekyo Sharingan would have utterly crushed him. I would have proven myself as the true sovereign of this world. Do you want power, child? If you are willing to become my instrument of vengeance, I will show you the path to strength beyond your imagination. His words were enticing, laced with undeniable temptation. To an ordinary Uchiha, such an offer would be irresistible. But Chinyu? A reincarnator with complete knowledge of this world. Someone with a full level system from the very start. Become Madara's subordinate? That's the funniest joke I've heard all day. What's wrong? Still considering? Madara's eyes gleamed with amusement. To him, the Rinnegan was his ultimate trump card. Without Senju DNA, it was impossible to awaken. Even he himself had only discovered it by stealing Hashirama's cells. That secret alone should have been more than enough to manipulate a young Uchiha. Sorry, I'm not interested in the Rinnegan. Chinyu's calm response shattered the silence. Madara and Black Setsu froze. Their gazes snapped to Chinyu, filled with undisguised disbelief. The existence of the Rinnegan was one of the Uchiha clan's greatest secrets. Even within the clan itself, only a handful knew of its potential. And yet, this boy had casually dismissed it. You? What did you just say? Madara's expression twisted in shock and rage. Where did you learn about the Rinnegan? Was it from Hashirama? To Madara, the only person worth fearing was Senju Hashirama. He refused to believe that a mere Uchiha youth could have uncovered this secret. Take a guess. Chinyu's smirk widened. Or better yet, why don't you swear loyalty to me, and maybe I'll help restore your strength? Madara and Black Setsu's expressions sank completely. From the very beginning, this boy had seen straight through them. No hesitation. No doubt. No fumbling for answers. It was as if he had been watching them for years. If Chinyu were some ancient being, they might have believed it. But his body, his chakra signature, everything about him screamed a mere teenager. Yet he knew too much. What's wrong? Not interested? Chinyu continued mocking them with his smirk. I came here with sincere intentions, you know. If you're not willing to submit, well, I guess I'll have to kill you instead. The moment those words fell, Madara and Black Setsu's expressions turned savage. Attack, ***. They roared in unison. Dozens of white Zetsu clones erupted from the ground, swarming toward Chinyu in a relentless assault. So, negotiations have failed. Chinyu sighed theatrically. Then, crackle! Lightning exploded from his body. He stomped once. The ground collapsed instantly. Boom! A violent electrical surge tore through the earth, pulverizing the white Zetsu clones before they could even react. At the same time, Chinyu's figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Madara. Heavy current bomb. His fists clenched. Lightning coiled around them like a living entity. 1,000,000 volts of electricity surged through his arms, before slamming down toward Madara without mercy. Such speed! Madara's face contorted in shock. If not for his Mangekyo Sharingan, he wouldn't have even seen the attack coming. Even now, after losing his Rinnegan, he had managed to steal a Mangekyo from another Uchiha. Though weaker than his prime, he could still use Mangekyo techniques. Susanoo. Deep blue chakra erupted, forming ribcage-like armor around him. Boom! Chinyu's thunder-infused fist slammed down mercilessly. The impact shook the cave violently. The ground caved in under Madara's feet. His newly formed Susanoo was crushed several meters into the ground. A violent coughing sound echoed through the dust. Through the semi-transparent Susanoo, Madara could be seen spitting blood. Hold him down. Black Setsu's face twisted in alarm. Madara was already at death's door. The only reason he was still alive was because of Hashirama's cells barely sustaining him. Against an ordinary opponent, he could still annihilate an entire village. But against Chinyu, a Mangekyo Sharingan user who seemed to know everything, the situation was completely unpredictable. Black Setsu, give me power. Madara wiped the blood from his lips, his face twisting in rage. A mere child dares to challenge his ancestor? I'll show you. Even among Mangekyo Sharingan users, the difference in power can be colossal. His voice turned into a furious roar. Black Setsu's body stiffened. He knew. If he granted Madara power now, he would burn away his remaining life force. And that would ruin everything. Black Setsu, what are you thinking? Hurry up and give me your power. Only if I kill him can the plan continue. Uchiha Madara roared furiously. As a being that even Senju Hashirama dared not underestimate, being looked down upon by a mere junior in his twilight years was the greatest humiliation for him. Black Setsu, if this old man kills me, I'll make sure to kill you as well. You'd better think carefully. Shinyu said with a playful smile. No, rather, whether he kills me or not, you are destined to die. The first half of the sentence made Black Setsu feel as though he had grasped a lifeline, but the latter half twisted his expression in an instant. Just like Uchiha Madara, he had lived for countless years and had never been so belittled. More importantly, even Madara was unaware of the secret of his 1,000-year existence, yet this young man had exposed it with a single sentence. This realization sparked a murderous intent in Black Setsu. As he looked at Chinyu's playful expression, Black Setsu's face contorted with ferocity. Fine, fine. Since you are seeking death, then Lord Madara shall show you what true despair is. Countless roots shot out from Black Setsu's body and immediately pierced into Uchiha Madara. As the roots wriggled, a massive surge of power was injected into Madara's body like a raging tide. Ah! Uchiha Madara roared in a deep voice. His once withered body gradually regained its youth, his wrinkled skin became firm and tight, and a vast aura spread outward with him at its center. In his current state, burning the last remnants of his life force, Madara was at least 10 times stronger than before. Though he had yet to reach his peak, he was far beyond the level of mere shadows. He could easily crush 10 of them with one hand. This is the feeling of power. Uchiha Madara felt the surging energy within him, his killing intent growing even stronger. He knew this was a battle where his life was burning away. He had to end it quickly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Blazing chakra gathered in Madara's mouth, and in the next instant, he exhaled it in a massive fireball tens of meters in diameter, hurtling toward Chinyu with overwhelming momentum. Not bad, quite the presence. Chinyu grinned playfully. But tell me, is your current strength 1/10 of your peak? Or merely 1/20th? Can I just say, this level of power isn't enough to defeat me? The seemingly casual remark nearly made Madara explode with rage. His expression twisted in fury, but just then, he saw the wildly rotating chakra sphere in Chinyu's hand. Asterisk buzz. Buzz. Buzz, asterisk. The piercing hum was so sharp that it made eardrums ache. Is this guy insane? He's refined shape transformation to the absolute limit and then infused it with wind release chakra. He's completely merged nature transformation with shape transformation. At this level of rotational cutting speed, it could probably shred mountains and boulders instantly. Black Setsu's face changed drastically, but as he was currently serving as Madara's energy conduit, he was completely unable to escape and could only watch the battle unfold. PSSSH. Chinyu suddenly hurled the wind release, Rasengan forward, and the moment it collided with the incoming Great Fireball, the outcome was decided. Wind fuels fire, but when the wind is stronger and the fire weaker, the balance shifts. The moment they made contact, the enormous fireball was sliced cleanly in half and instantly dispersed. The scattering flames were immediately drawn in by the wind release, Rasengan. Fire rises with the wind, and the wind strengthens the fire. The two elements enhanced each other, and in an instant, a blazing inferno erupted into the sky. Like a fiery comet, it crashed downward, aiming directly for Madara's Susanoo. Boom! A storm of fire and wind erupted into the sky, the violent shockwaves ripping through everything in the surroundings. The cave collapsed under the impact, razed to the ground in an instant. The surrounding cliffs bore deep claw-like scars as if torn apart by a fearsome beast. The trees in the valley were all snapped in half, and even the clouds above were pierced by the surging shockwave. The sudden eruption of battle shook the entirety of Grass Ninja Village. The few remaining jonin, led by an elderly man, rushed toward the battlefield in a hurry. When they saw the colossal Susanoo emerging from the inferno, their expressions changed dramatically. Elder! That's Lord Madara! A jonin could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed in shock. Who is fighting against Lord Madara? They had long been placed under Madara's control via his Mangekyo Sharingan. According to the plan, once Madara died, his genjutsu would force them to commit suicide. Yet, Chinyu's sudden intervention had completely ruined Madara's scheme. It's a young man. He's using the same eye techniques as Lord Madara. A grass ninja's expression shifted drastically. As he looked at Chinyu standing opposite Madara, beyond his shock, his face also showed a hint of fanaticism. To them, Uchiha Madara was an omnipotent god, the very foundation of their strength. However, in contrast to their zeal, Madara's pupils contracted sharply. He had already expended a great deal of ocular power countering the wind release, Rasengan. Initially, he had thought that was Chinyu's trump card, but when he saw the completely different Rasengan in Chinyu's left and right hands, his face twitched slightly. At first, Madara had believed that possessing Susanoo would make him invincible against a younger foe. Combining it with his vast combat experience and various techniques, he had been confident that slaying a junior would be no challenge. But after witnessing the devastating power of the wind release, Rasengan, and then seeing Chinyu holding both a water release, Rasengan, and a lightning release, Rasengan, a chill ran down Madara's spine. "Why aren't you making a move?" Chinyu grinned playfully. "If one Rasengan isn't enough, then how about two? And if that still doesn't work, I'll just use three. My dear ancestor, don't you think that makes sense?" His voice wasn't loud, yet in that moment, it sent a chilling sense of impending doom through Madara's heart. As he looked at Chinyu's seemingly gentle smile, Madara felt an eerie illusion. Compared to him, it was Chinyu who seemed more like the ancient monster who had lived for centuries. "Kid, perhaps we can negotiate." Madara suddenly spoke. Black Zetsu was stunned. He had never imagined that the mighty Uchiha Madara would say such a thing. However, the next words that reached his ears struck him like a thunderclap, shaking his very soul. "Negotiate? Hell no. I gave you the chance to be my underling, and you refused. Now, you can take your trip down to the underworld and find some company there." As Chinyu's voice fell, the water release, Rasengan, and the lightning release, Rasengan, in his hands were instantly launched. If wind and fire complemented each other, then water and lightning were no exception. Two Rasengan infused with different elemental properties, both refined to the utmost in shape transformation, were unleashed simultaneously. Even Chinyu himself could not imagine the sheer destructive power of their collision. The battlefield lay in ruins, with two colossal, spectral figures facing off from a distance. Under the shocked gazes of the grass ninjas and Uchiha Madara, Chinyu suddenly hurled the water release, Rasengan, and the lightning release, Rasengan, forward. The short distance of 100 meters was crossed in an instant, and the two Rasengan collided directly with Madara's Susanoo. Perhaps because he was not in his prime, the Susanoo that Madara summoned did not manifest its three-faced Azura form from the original story. At this moment, it had only a single head, and as the Rasengan approached, it barely had time to raise both hands in defense. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted like a raging storm. The combined forces of lightning and water were unleashed to their fullest extent. The violent energy rebounded, with the compressed water from the Rasengan transforming into countless high-pressure water blades, while the lightning chakra turned into a dense flurry of needle-like thunderbolts. The saturation attack enveloped Madara's Susanoo completely. The sheer power unleashed by the fusion of lightning and water devastated everything within a 500 to 600 meter radius. The incoming shockwave carried fragments of water and lightning blades. Some grass ninjas who had been watching from a distance were caught off guard, letting out screams as fresh blood splattered from their bodies. Some were even more unfortunate, entire arms were severed at the elbow. Seeing this, the elderly leader of the grass ninjas turned pale. Everyone present was an elite of the grass ninja village, and every loss was significant. "Fall back. All of you, retreat immediately." The elder hesitated for a moment as he glanced at Madara, who was still within the explosion's aftermath, but he ultimately gave the order. The moment his words fell, the grass ninjas, whether injured or not, hurriedly withdrew. However, just as they took a few steps back, their bodies suddenly convulsed as if possessed. Their eyes widened in shock as the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan flickered deep within their pupils. Chinyu noticed this as well. It seemed that all these people had been placed under Madara's deep hypnosis, manipulated to act at his command. Fire release, Great Fireball. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire. Lightning release, Earth Walk. A barrage of attacks erupted instantly. Even the severely wounded grass ninjas did not hesitate, disregarding their injuries entirely. At this moment, a single voice echoed in their minds, compelling them to attack relentlessly even if it cost them their lives. Boom! The wave of attacks rained down upon Susanoo. Unfortunately, the so-called Jonin of Grass Ninja Village were not particularly powerful. Most of them had been forcibly promoted to serve as a facade, and the village lacked a proper system for learning jutsu. The techniques they used were mostly imitations, making them half-baked at best. Chinyu recalled that in the original story, there had been a group of rogue grass ninjas who specialized in stealing techniques from other villages and adding their own flawed modifications. In the end, they were easily defeated by Kakashi's team, a classic example of an undisciplined force. As the explosions subsided and the flames dissipated, the grass ninjas were already preparing for a second wave of attacks, their hands forming seals rapidly. But Chinyu moved. No, more precisely, his eyes moved. The moment his eyes widened, his Tomoe Rinnegan spun wildly. Whoosh! Black flames, like ghostly fire from the underworld, erupted violently. Amaterasu! In an instant, more than 10 grass ninjas, including their elder, were engulfed by the black flames. The sudden eruption of this deadly technique even caused Madara, who was still within the explosion's aftermath, to change his expression slightly. He had not expected this young man to be so ruthless at such a young age. More importantly, not only had his Mangekyo Sharingan awakened Susanoo, but it also possessed this ominous black flame as a physical attack method. Madara had originally planned to use the grass ninjas to harass Chinyu, but now that plan was completely useless. Seeing his final trump card being effortlessly nullified, a trace of madness flashed across Madara's face. He let out a frenzied roar. Brat, you forced my hand. If you want me dead, then we'll go together. Madara suddenly clasped his hands together, channeling the last remnants of his chakra into Susanoo. The Susanoo, which previously only had one head, suddenly surged with an overwhelming aura. Under its frenzied transformation, 2 additional heads emerged in an instant. Roar! A beast-like roar erupted from Susanoo's mouth as it spread its 6 arms wide. The residual energy of the lightning water Rasengan explosion was instantly torn apart. At the same time, as Madara pressed his hands together, Susanoo's 6 arms also moved in unison, rapidly forming hand seals. Seeing this, Chinyu raised an eyebrow and let out a helpless chuckle. You old geezer. Even in death, you won't let me have it easy. This is heavenly obstacle quaking star, isn't it? Madara froze for a moment, his gaze flickering with a hint of surprise. He had not expected Chinyu to recognize the jutsu he was about to unleash. However, having already committed to this final move, Madara had drained the last remnants of his life force. He had no strength left to inquire further. As his hands came together in a final seal, his dimming eyes slowly closed, and his body went completely still. Boom! A deep sonic boom echoed across the sky. A massive meteorite descended from the heavens, carrying an oppressive aura of impending doom. As the meteorite collided with the atmosphere, friction ignited blazing flames around its surface. It was so immense that it seemed to blot out the sky, visible even from tens of thousands of meters away. Chinyu gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. That damned Uchiha Madara. If we meet again, I swear I'll kill him. As he watched the heavenly obstacle quaking star plummet toward him, countless thoughts raced through Chinyu's mind. With his current arsenal of jutsu, destroying this colossal meteorite was impossible. As for escaping? Leaving aside the fact that hundreds of grass ninjas were still present, the sheer diameter of the meteorite and the shockwave it would generate made escaping unscathed extremely difficult. There was no choice. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Chinyu swiftly formed hand seals, instantly creating 10 shadow clones. It wasn't that he didn't want to summon 2,000 clones like Naruto, rather, he was currently in a chakra-depleted state. By his calculations, he could create around 200 to 300 clones, but doing so would severely weaken his remaining chakra, leaving him unable to execute his next big move. As the meteorite roared downward and the chaotic sounds of villagers fleeing filled the air, Chinyu sprang into action. Chinyu's right hand suddenly opened wide, and a wind release, Rasengan rapidly formed in his palm. At the same time, his 10 shadow clones synchronized their actions, pouring wind release chakra furiously into the Rasengan. Originally, this was just a theoretical technique for Chinyu. Due to his persistent lack of chakra and the fact that his previous enemies were not strong enough, he had never developed it. But now, with the system's max-level enhancement, he finally had the chance to unleash it. As more wind-release chakra was infused, the Rasengan's size expanded at a terrifying rate. In the blink of an eye, it grew to an enormous diameter of 7 to 8 meters. The fierce compression and rotation of the chakra even caused stinging pain on Chinyu's hand, as if his very skin was being cut. Buzz! A faint humming sound vibrated through the air. Chinyu knew that not only had the shape transformation reached its absolute limit, but even his own chakra was nearly depleted. Looking up at the flaming meteorite, now less than 5,000 meters away, Chinyu hurled the colossal wind release, Rasen Shuriken with all his strength. PSSSH. A sound like fabric tearing rang through the air. The massive wind release, Rasen Shuriken transformed into a brilliant streak of light, shooting forward at incredible speed. The 5,000 meters between them was covered in just a few seconds. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, splitting the sky apart like a thunderclap shaking the heavens. The colossal wind release, Rasen Shuriken instantly disintegrated into billions of razor-sharp wind blades, slicing into the meteorite's core. The flames and hurricane-force winds surged wildly, sending debris flying in all directions. The entire sky became a sea of fire, so bright that it seemed as if the heavens themselves were burning. Even Shinyu, standing beneath the explosion, found it difficult to keep his eyes open. The overwhelming shockwave swept outward like a raging tsunami, threatening to swallow everything in its path. Boom! As the final thunderous roar echoed across the sky, the long stalemate came to an abrupt end. The massive meteorite shattered into countless fragments, scattering like a rain of falling stars. Shinyu let out a sigh of relief. Beside him, his 10 shadow clones, having exhausted all their chakra, dispersed into nothingness. Even his Susanoo, after enduring the final wave of debris, faded away completely. The aftermath. As everything returned to silence, the once mighty valley had been obliterated into a wasteland. Even the grass ninja village, located further away, was left scarred and devastated. The air was filled with cries of pain and sorrow, creating a scene of utter desolation. Though it wasn't quite a hell on earth, the village had suffered far more damage than Shinyu himself. Black Setsu's hidden shock. 10,000 meters away, Black Setsu emerged from the shadows. His eyes widened in shock as he watched the meteorite shatter into countless pieces, becoming a rain of falling stars. He had never imagined that Uchiha Madara's final, ultimate technique would be so easily neutralized. When Shinyu first unleashed his lightning water Rasengan, Madara had already realized that he was no match for Shinyu in a direct fight. Thus, he had used the opportunity to have Black Setsu escape underground, avoiding the battlefield entirely. Then, Madara had unleashed his strongest jutsu, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, intending to drag Shinyu to death with him. In his eyes, Shinyu, despite his overwhelming strength lacked large-scale, high-destruction techniques By all logic, Shinyu should not have been able to counter the meteorite. But reality was unpredictable. At the last moment, Shinyu took a desperate gamble, creating the colossal wind release, Rasen Shuriken to shatter the meteorite completely. Madara once said that if that brat survived, I should go back and finish him off. Should I take a look? Black Setsu muttered to himself. However, after just a moment of hesitation, he quickly abandoned the idea. Even Uchiha Madara had failed to kill Shinyu. There was no way he, Black Setsu, would stand a chance. Casting one last glance at the ruined battlefield, Black Setsu vanished into the ground and fled swiftly. Shinyu's reflection. Standing amidst the ruins, Shinyu lingered for a moment before sighing. As expected, Black Setsu was a coward. He didn't even dare to check if I was dead before running away. From the beginning, Shinyu had anticipated that Black Setsu would never die alongside Madara. Madara, too, would never willingly let Black Setsu perish with him. He would definitely find a way to escape. After neutralizing Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, Shinyu had cancelled his Susanoo, but not because he had run out of ocular power. Rather, it was a trap. He wanted to lure Black Setsu out. Unfortunately, it didn't work. But then again, surviving for 1,000 years required extreme caution and cowardice, something Black Setsu had mastered perfectly. Recovering Madara's body? Right. I need to recover Uchiha Madara's corpse. Shinyu's eyes gleamed. To obtain the Rinnegan in the future, he would need to transplant Senju Hashirama's cells. If Madara had any remnants of Hashirama's cells, it would save him a lot of trouble. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, Madara's body had completely vanished. All that remained were some black ashes and a flattened battlefield covered in rock fragments. It seemed that Madara, even in death, had taken precautions to prevent his body from falling into Chinyu's hands, self-destructing in advance. A true schemer until the end. Shinyu abandoned his search. Looking around at the scattered remnants of Madara's belongings, Shinyu quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball. A massive fireball erupted, engulfing the entire battlefield in flames. Since Madara didn't want to leave anything for him, then Shinyu wouldn't leave anything for anyone else either. The black ashes in his hand were enough. If someone like Kabuto or Orochimaru got their hands on Madara's remains and used Edo Tensei, it would be an absolute nightmare. Orochimaru's arrival. After finishing his work, Shinyu turned and left without hesitation. A few minutes later, a rapidly approaching figure landed in front of the raging inferno. His already pale face turned even darker. Damn it. I was too late again. Otherwise, I could have found out what happened here, asterisk asterisk. It was Orochimaru. He had been tracking Chinyu, but was momentarily sidetracked by some interesting specimens. Thinking it would only take half a day, he had briefly left Chinyu's trail, believing his snakes could easily track him again. But he had never expected to miss such a world-shaking battle. Even though Orochimaru had arrived 10 minutes earlier, when he saw Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, he immediately backed away, unwilling to risk getting caught in the destruction. Now that everything had settled, he finally dared to approach. That meteorite. Could it have been Uchiha Chinyu's doing? If it really was him, then my future plans must change. Orochimaru's face darkened. Looking around at the scorched battlefield, his expression became even uglier. Asterisk asterisk, that brat didn't even leave a single corpse behind, asterisk asterisk. And before leaving, he set everything on fire. Could he have noticed my presence? In truth, Chinyu had not detected Orochimaru at all. But his cautious nature had accidentally guessed right. Asterisk asterisk ding. Congratulations, host, for learning the super large wind release, Rasengan. Would you like to upgrade it to max level with one click? The system's voice echoed in Chinyu's mind, causing his footsteps to slow. Just now was his first time using the super large wind release, Rasengan, and it had required the assistance of 10 shadow clones. Now that he had successfully executed it once, he could use the system's one-click max level upgrade to fully master the technique. Next time, he would be able to unleash it alone. Max level, now. Chinyu commanded decisively. Ding. Congratulations, host, the super large wind release, Rasengan has been upgraded to max level. As the system's voice faded, Chinyu exited his mental space. After leaving Grass Ninja Village, he quickly made his way toward Canopy Bridge. Although he had crushed Cho's army, the mission to destroy Canopy Bridge was still unfinished. Based on his calculations, Kakashi and his team should already be deep behind enemy lines, working on the task. A sudden encounter. Minato? Why are you here? Chinyu raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Namake's Minato suddenly appear before him. Minato froze for a moment, glancing toward Grass Ninja Village and then back at Chinyu, who looked slightly fatigued. His expression twitched, and he couldn't help but ask. Chinyu, don't tell me that huge commotion from Grass Ninja Village just now was caused by you? Hearing this, Chinyu cursed Uchiha Madara inwardly. Of all the jutsu he could have used, why did he have to unleash such an obvious attack like Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star? That massive meteorite had been visible from several kilometers away, drawing attention even from Minato. Now, even he had come to investigate. This would be hard to explain. Can I say it wasn't me? Chinyu sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Minato rolled his eyes at him. You saying that just makes me more suspicious. In this godforsaken place, I can't think of anyone asterisk asterisk except you asterisk asterisk who could shatter such a massive meteorite. I just want to know who your opponent was. Since Minato was so convinced, Chinyu couldn't be bothered to argue. Instead, he patted Minato's shoulder playfully and said, I'm afraid if I tell you, you won't believe me. Minato frowned. Not believe you? You've already admitted you were involved in that battle. So what could be so unbelievable? I just want to know asterisk asterisk who the hell summoned the giant meteorite asterisk asterisk. When Minato had first seen that enormous falling rock, he had considered whether he could counter it if he were in the same situation. His conclusion? Unless he used the Flying Thunder God barrier to teleport it away, he had no means of destroying it. The fact that someone had fought against such an opponent. After thinking hard about all the possible candidates, Minato realized that besides the Kage, only Uchiha Chinyu could have done it. So, he had temporarily abandoned his plan to reunite with Kakashi's team and had come here instead to confirm his suspicions. And now, seeing Chinyu, his guess was completely confirmed. What he hadn't expected, however, was how easily Chinyu admitted to being involved. The answer that shook Minato. Chinyu smiled. Uchiha Madara. Minato's entire body tensed instantly. His gaze turned sharp, and his expression darkened. Chinyu, don't joke around. According to the first Hokage's records, Uchiha Madara is long dead. How could you have fought him? As a legendary figure, Uchiha Madara's name was well known to Minato. Even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had personally confirmed Madara's death and recorded it in Konoha's classified archives. Now, Chinyu was claiming that Madara was alive? That was too absurd to believe. What if he isn't dead? Shinyu smirked. Forget it. If you don't believe me, then drop it. But tell me who else but Madara could have nearly killed me, Minato was speechless. He had to admit if Uchiha Madara was still alive, then him fighting Shinyu wasn't impossible. But why would two Uchihas fight each other? A storm of questions swirled through Minato's mind, leaving him completely confused. He finally sighed and asked, if your opponent really was Madara, then where is he now? If Madara was alive, he would pose a huge threat to Konoha. Shinyu's shocking reply. Shinyu patted Minato's shoulder again, grinning. That old man? Of course, I killed him. Not even a trace of him remains, I burned everything to ashes. You don't need to check. That guy was too cunning. Minato's brain completely froze. Uchiha Madara, dead? He looked at Shinyu's casual expression and felt like his entire worldview was breaking apart. Madara was a legendary ninja, someone who had fought on equal footing with the first Hokage. A man feared by all 5 major villages. And now, Shinyu was telling him that Madara had died so easily? Even worse, not even a trace of him remains? That was too much to process. You don't believe me? Shinyu glanced at Minato. Whatever. Don't ask me again, I'm tired. That battle drained almost all my chakra. I need to recover. When we return, it's up to you how you report this. Whether they believe you or not, that's your problem. Minato sighed in frustration. Even he was doubting reality. How was he supposed to explain this to others? Still, as he watched Shinyu sit down to meditate and recover chakra, Minato's expression suddenly froze. His hand reached into his pouch and pulled out a flying thunder god kunai. The seal markings on it were glowing red-hot, and the metal was burning hot to the touch. Minato's expression darkened. Kakashi and the others are in trouble. This kunai was part of a special pair he had given to Kakashi's team for protection. If Kakashi drew the kunai, stained it with blood and chakra, and activated the seal, it meant they were facing a life-or-death crisis. A new battle begins. Shinyu raised an eyebrow. Do you need me to come with you? Of course. Minato grabbed Shinyu's shoulder without hesitation. I'd rather burn more chakra than let you out of my sight. If you tell me next time that you fought the first Hokage, I won't even know how to react. Let's go. With that, Minato formed a hand seal, activating Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the two of them vanished from the battlefield. After several rapid teleports, covering a total of 20 kilometers, they finally arrived at the scene. And immediately sensed that something was wrong. Sensei. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out. Shinyu quickly took in the entire battlefield. The surrounding ninjas had formed a siege, consisting not only of Iwa-nin, Rock Ninja, but also Kirin, Mist Ninja. Leading the Mist Ninja was Biwa Juzo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. On the Iwa-nin side, perhaps because they had ventured deep into enemy territory, only a few unremarkable jonin were leading the squad. As Shinyu and Namake's Minato suddenly appeared, the expressions of all the enemy ninjas changed dramatically. Panic in the enemy ranks. This is bad. It's the Yellow Flash, Namake's Minato. And the infamous Blood Azura, Uchiha Shinyu. Why are they here? It's spacetime ninjutsu. The rumors were true. Namake's Minato is a master of spacetime techniques, which is why he arrived so quickly. The elders in our village once said if we ever encounter the Yellow Flash of Konoha, no matter what mission we're on, our first priority is to flee. The battlefield erupted into chaos. Every ninja was on edge, their nerves stretched to the limit. The sudden arrival of these two monsters made the entire atmosphere suffocating, as if an invisible hand were crushing their hearts. Run! Someone shouted in panic. Instantly, the Iwa-nin and Kirin scattered like cannonballs, retreating at full speed. Biwa Juzo, leading the mist forces, took one last glance at Shinyu, then turned and fled first, vanishing into the mist. A thick fog rapidly spread, shrouding the entire forest. The urgent situation. Sensei! Hurry, go after the mist ninjas. They've taken Rin. Uchiha Obito's voice was filled with panic and urgency. Half of his face was covered in blood, with a deep, jagged wound across his cheek. But what caught Shinyu's attention was that Obito had finally awakened his Sharingan. Though only a single Tomoe, it was still a major milestone. Shinyu patted Obito's shoulder with a smirk. Looks like this disaster turned out to be a blessing for you, you even awakened your Sharingan. Then, his expression turned serious. Don't worry. Rin isn't in immediate danger. Her body is special. If I'm not mistaken, the Mist Ninja intend to turn her into the Three Tails Jinchuriki. The Three Tails? Minato's expression darkened. He was no stranger to the concept of a Jinchuriki. After all, Uzumaki Kushina was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now, the Mist Ninja were planning to capture Rin and make her the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. That was a huge threat. Shinyu, are you sure about this? Please, go save Rin. I beg you. Obito's panic escalated. To him, Rin was more important than even Kakashi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened his Sharingan for her. Shinyu nodded calmly. Leave the Mist Ninja to me. Minato, you handle the destruction of Canopy Bridge. Before anyone could react, crackling lightning erupted around Shinyu's body. Boom! In the next instant, he exploded forward like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that the surrounding fog was forcefully parted, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Minato's growing concern. Shinyu. Minato's expression turned grim. Just now, Shinyu had casually mentioned Uchiha Madara, which had seemed ridiculous at the time. But now, Shinyu had immediately guessed why the Mist Ninja took Rin. And when he mentioned the Three Tails, Minato's heart clenched tightly. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could Shinyu be targeting the tailed beast itself? If Shinyu had really fought Uchiha Madara, then it was entirely possible that he would go after a tailed beast. Minato could no longer stay calm. Hurry! We need to destroy Canopy Bridge and then chase after Shinyu. I'm worried he's about to do something crazy. Kakashi and Obito are stunned. Sensei, isn't Shinyu just going to rescue Rin? Kakashi hesitated. After witnessing Shinyu's power multiple times, Kakashi had come to trust him. That's why he had stayed behind to finish the mission, believing Shinyu could handle Rin's rescue alone. Besides, Kakashi was still haunted by his father's death. He was determined to complete the mission at any cost. But Minato's serious expression made him uneasy. Minato's gaze hardened. If it were just a rescue, I wouldn't be so worried. What I fear is that he's going after the Mist Village's tailed beast. The tailed beast? Kakashi and Obito were completely stunned. To them, tailed beasts and Jinchuriki were distant concepts. More importantly, in their minds, tailed beasts represented destruction and chaos. Jinchuriki were isolated and feared by others. And now, Shinyu was actively going after one? If they hadn't heard it directly from Minato, they wouldn't have believed it. Enough talking. We don't have time to guess, we need to destroy the bridge and stop Shinyu. Minato's urgent voice snapped them back to reality. The chase begins. Several kilometers away, silhouettes darted through the thick mist, moving at high speed. At the front was Biwa Juzo, carrying the executioner's blade on his back. Behind him were 12 other Mist Ninjas. One of them spoke up anxiously. Juzo-sama. What do we do now? The mizukage ordered us to eliminate all enemies. If we let Konoha's forces escape, it could disrupt our plans. Juzo scowled. Shut up! He snapped. We just encountered the yellow flash and the blood Azura. Do you know what that means? If we were facing even one of them, we'd run without hesitation. If you want to die, stay behind. The rest of us will split up and escape. Without waiting for a response, Juzo's hands blurred through seals, activating hidden mist jutsu. A thick fog surged outward, covering the entire forest. As the sounds of his comrades scattering filled the air, Juzo sighed in relief. But in the next instant, a chilling sensation of imminent death crawled up his spine. His muscles tensed instinctively, and he dodged without hesitation. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning split the mist apart. Juzo felt a sharp sting on his cheek, and then he heard the sound of a massive tree collapsing in the distance. 2 sharp screams echoed through the forest. Then fell silent. The Mist Ninjas, who had been scattering, froze in terror. The thick fog still obscured their vision, but it felt as if an invisible force was strangling their hearts. A voice echoed through the mist, tinged with amusement. Oops. I was moving too fast and accidentally crushed 2 of your comrades. Hope you don't mind? The seemingly unremarkable voice echoed through the mist-shrouded forest, carrying a chilling undertone that seeped from the soles of one's feet straight to the crown of the head. Biwa Juzo's expression darkened. Blood Azura, don't push your luck. If you force me into a corner, I won't just sit here and wait for death. 10 days ago, when news reached the Mist Village that their vanguard force attacking Konoha's northwest stronghold had been annihilated, Biwa Juzo had been shocked to the core. He knew full well that the ones leading that force had been Fugaku Suikazan and Raiga Korosuke, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist whose strength was in no way inferior to his, and in certain aspects, even superior. After all, wielders of the executioner's blade throughout history had specialized in silent assassination techniques. In direct combat, he admitted he was not as formidable as those 2. Yet, even the 2 of them together had fallen to the blood Azura. If it weren't absolutely necessary, Biwa Juzo would have never chosen to fight Chinyu. Chinyu's response. Sorry about that. I just enjoy the feeling of trapping prey. Chinyu smiled warmly, his tone casual yet chilling. Besides, I'm running low on chakra. If you don't mind, let me test your strength. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a swift motion, Chinyu summoned Samahata into his grasp. Without any unnecessary flourishes, he swung it in a wide, forceful arc, slicing through the dense mist before him. Boom! A tempestuous gale exploded outward, transforming into a storm of wind blades that tore through the air. The mist, which had once shrouded the entire forest, was dispersed as if a veil had been lifted. Some of the trees were even cleaved in half, their trunks sliced cleanly by the razor-sharp wind blades. Biwa Juzo's desperate retreat. Scatter! Quickly! Biwa Juzo roared. Once upon a time, the mere mention of his name, Silent Killer Biwa Juzo, had struck fear into the hearts of ninja across the 5 great nations. But now, the situation had completely reversed. As the thick mist dispersed, Biwa Juzo had no time to think. He grabbed a nearby mist ninja and hurled him behind him before turning and fleeing at full speed. Chinyu's ruthless precision. How rude. Throwing away garbage like that isn't very polite. A playful voice sounded behind him. Zap! A flash of lightning streaked through the air. In an instant, Chinyu transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing right behind the unfortunate mist ninja. Samahata squirmed hungrily, and with a single, effortless slash, a head flew into the air. In the next moment, Chinyu caught the severed head with one hand. The corpse's chakra was swiftly devoured by Samahata, leaving nothing behind but a drained husk. Biwa Juzo's horror. Hearing the agonized scream behind him, Biwa Juzo's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he sped up, trying to escape. But just as he thought he had widened the distance, a figure flickered ahead of him. And standing there, blocking his path, was the very person he feared most. In Chinyu's hand, was the severed head of the mist ninja Juzo had thrown away earlier. Here, take your trash back. Chinyu casually tossed the bloodied head toward Juzo. Scarlet droplets splattered through the air, staining the surroundings. Biwa Juzo's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. In the next instant, his expression contorted with rage. You little brat! If you're forcing my hand, then die. A desperate counterattack. Water release, violent water wave. Juzo's hands blurred through hand seals at lightning speed, chakra surging into his palms. But before he could fully unleash his jutsu, a lightning-clad figure appeared right in front of him, moving like a phantom. I already told you, let me get a few more hits in first. Chinyu's grinning voice was the last thing Juzo heard before. Samahata came crashing down. Overpowering force. Juzo's expression twisted in shock. He had no choice but to disperse his gathered chakra and raise the executioner's blade to block. Boom! A deafening impact rang out as the 2 massive blades clashed head-on. The sheer force of the collision sent Juzo flying backward, his body crashing into a tree nearly 8 meters away before he finally managed to stop himself. The harsh reality. Such raw power. Such precise swordsmanship, ***. In that brief exchange, Juzo had clearly felt it. Chinyu's strike had deliberately targeted the executioner's blade's weakest point, near the hilt. To be able to adjust his attack in an instant. This level of skill was far beyond Juzo's expectations. He had thought that despite Chinyu's strength, wielding a massive sword like Samahata would be difficult. After all, in the original story, only Hozuki Mangetsu was able to wield all 7 blades simultaneously. Even if Juzo himself had obtained Samahata, he wouldn't have been able to use it as effectively as Chinyu just did. Chinyu's advantage. Thanks for the chakra. Chinyu didn't immediately chase after Juzo. That last strike had been executed using a technique derived from Konoha-ryu, 3 days moon dance, allowing him to strike Juzo's weak point while simultaneously draining his chakra with Samahata. The sensation of chakra surging into his body was refreshing, like quenching a long thirst. Though it wasn't much, the quality was excellent. Juzo's growing despair. Biwa Juzo's face turned pale. His grip on the executioner's blade tightened. He could feel it clearly, his chakra reserves had been drained significantly. At this rate, if he took 10 more hits, his chakra would be completely sucked dry. The final betrayal. Juzo-sama, what now? The remaining mist ninjas hesitated. Watching their leader struggle against Chinyu, their earlier confidence was shattered, replaced by sheer terror. Shut up! Juzo's expression twisted with rage. And in the next instant, he vanished. Chinyu's amusement. Seeing Juzo disappear, Chinyu tensed slightly, prepared for a counterattack. But then, his lips curled into a smirk. Because Juzo didn't attack him. Instead, he reappeared behind 3 of his own subordinates. And in one swift motion, swoosh! His executioner's blade sliced through their necks. 3 heads flew into the air, their faces frozen in shock and betrayal. Surrender? The remaining mist ninjas panicked, fleeing in terror. But Juzo wasn't done. He vanished again, his blade reaping more lives. A few minutes later, Juzo returned, carrying 7 severed heads. His expression was grim. I surrender. Chinyu smiled warmly. Surrender? You just killed off your entire squad without hesitation. Before you surrender, let me get a few more hits in first. Surrender. But still 2 cuts, asterisk. Biwa Juzo's face turned ashen in an instant. As a proud member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, he had been willing to slaughter his own subordinates to prove his loyalty and save his life. Yet now, Chinyu was still demanding to cut him twice? This was utterly humiliating. But when he recalled how Fugaku Suikazan and Raiga Kurisuki had fallen to Chinyu, his expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, Fine. I'll let you cut me twice. I'll even give you some of my chakra, but you must keep your promise. His voice carried a hint of resentment and unwillingness, but more than that fear Chinyu's playful response. Hearing this, Chinyu chuckled playfully. Relax, I was just joking. No need to take it so seriously. But since you've chosen to surrender, I'll leave something behind for you. As he spoke, a sinister crimson glow spread rapidly through his Sharingan. The hypnotic trap. Biwa Juzo's body stiffened. The moment his gaze met Chinyu's blood-red eyes, an ominous feeling surged through his heart. Not good. That was the last thought that crossed his mind before he felt as if his soul was being forcibly pulled away, dragged into an endless abyss within the 9 Tomoe Sharingan. A moment later, his vision distorted. When he finally regained clarity, he felt as though he had been drenched in water, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his back. As his gaze returned to Chinyu, the mere sight of those sinister red eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Without thinking, he immediately lowered his head. Chinyu's benevolence. Relax, Chinyu said with a smile, patting Juzo on the shoulder. I've merely implanted a deep-level hypnotic suggestion in your subconscious. Unless you meet someone with stronger genjutsu than mine, you won't be able to break free. But don't worry, I'm a nice guy. As long as you don't betray me, I won't kill you. Juzo's silent horror. A nice guy? Biwa Juzo's face twitched slightly. If even this counted as nice, then there were probably no evil people left in the world. He had personally experienced Chinyu's terrifying genjutsu, nearly getting trapped in an endless hypnotic nightmare with just one glance. Now, he finally understood why Fugaku Suikazan and Raiga Kurisuki had died. Because against this kind of monstrous existence, they never had a chance to resist. And now, with an unbreakable hypnotic suggestion implanted in his subconscious, Biwa Juzo gritted his teeth before finally abandoning the last remnants of his pride. My lord, I would never betray you. If you wish to retrieve the girl who was taken, I can lead you there. Chinyu's real target. Seeing Juzo's immediate shift in attitude, Chinyu wasn't surprised at all. In this world of survival of the fittest, strength dictated everything. If you couldn't win, you had 2 choices, die or submit. And Biwa Juzo was smart. He knew when to bend the knee. Otherwise, Chinyu wouldn't have minded cutting him down and extracting information from his corpse. I want to know where the 3 tails is. Chinyu asked directly, wasting no time. Juzo's shock. Biwa Juzo's expression changed. He had assumed that Chinyu was simply here to rescue the girl. But now, it was clear he was after the Three Tails as well . However, after witnessing Chinyu's genjutsu prowess and terrifying strength, it wasn't impossible that he had the ability to capture a tailed beast. The hidden truth about the Three Tails. My lord, Juzo said cautiously, both the Three Tails and the Six Tails exist in the Mist Village. However, apart from Utakata, who has been living outside the village, the whereabouts of the Three Tails have always remained a mystery. Chinyu's suspicion. A mystery? Chinyu's brows furrowed slightly. The timeline he was in differed by over a decade from the original story. Based on what he remembered, no era Rin had been captured and forcibly turned into the Three Tails Jinchuriki. The Mist's original plan was to send Rin back to Konoha, where they would release the Three Tails inside her, allowing it to rampage through the village. However, midway through the plan, Kakashi killed Rin, causing the mission to fail. Afterward, the Three Tails was sealed inside the fourth mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. But what about before all that? A missing mizukage? Juzo's words sparked a thought in Chinyu's mind. In the original story, the first, second, and fourth mizukages had all been seen. Yet the third mizukage had barely appeared, never even having a name revealed. Chinyu had previously speculated that the third mizukage might have been the Three Tails Jinchuriki. If, for some reason, the Mist Village needed to transfer the Three Tails to a new host. And if this process led to the third mizukage's death, then it would explain why Yagura succeeded him so easily. It would also explain why Yagura was later manipulated by Uchiha Obito, because without a strong mizukage, the Mist Village had fallen into chaos. A new lead. Juzo. Chinyu's gaze sharpened. Do you know where the third mizukage is? Take me to him. Biwa Juzo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. My lord, the third mizukage is extremely mysterious, even within the Mist Village. However, now that you mention it, I also suspect that he might be the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Currently, he resides in the Dongyu Lake within the Mist Village's territory. I can take you there immediately. Juzo did not dare to delay. He feared that if he hesitated even slightly, Chinyu would cut him down on the spot. Destination, Dongyu Lake. Let's go. Chinyu didn't hesitate. If the third mizukage truly was the Three Tails Jinchuriki, then Rin was definitely there as well. He could kill two birds with one stone ***, rescue Rin and deal with the Three Tails ***. More importantly, he needed chakra. And a tailed beast was the best source possible. Dongyu Lake, a forbidden place. Deep within the land of water, a vast lake stretched endlessly across the horizon. A group of ninjas emerged from the forest, landing atop a cliffside altar overlooking the water. Waves crashed violently against the rocks below. At the center of the altar stood three colossal stone pillars, towering over 30 meters high. Strange ceiling inscriptions covered the surrounding rocky ground. At the center of it all, a cloaked figure sat cross-legged. Mizukage-sama, we have brought the girl back. A masked ninja spoke solemnly. The third mizukage slowly lifted his head. His voice was hoarse and grating, like the rasp of a dying man. Good, bring her forward. As he lifted his hood, his terrifying, scale-covered face was revealed. All the surrounding ninjas instinctively stepped back. Humph, you have truly disgraced the name of our hidden Mist Village. A masked ninja stepped out from the shadows. It's Lord Koriari Kushimaru of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. The leading Mist ninja's face lit up with joy. In the battle at the Northwestern Pass, both Fugaku Suikazan and Raiga Korosuke had been slain. The appearance of Koriari Kushimaru, one of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, was undoubtedly a morale booster for them. Humph, even among the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, there are differences in strength. Suikazan and Raiga were merely second-rate, how could they compare to me? Koriari Kushimaru said coldly. This mission includes Juzo Biwa, who specializes in silent assassinations. If he and I join forces, that man will have no escape, even if he comes. Upon hearing this, the others dared not speak out, but they knew well that Juzo Biwa excelled in using the executioner's blade in combination with the hidden mist technique to kill without a trace. If they added Koriari Kushimaru's longsword, Nuwabari, to the mix, their power would be even greater. In the thick mist, who could detect the hair-thin steel wires? And once discovered, survival would be nearly impossible. Kushimaru, you're boasting about me again, Juzo Biwa's voice suddenly rang out. The mist ninjas tensed up, and soon, a figure burst forth from the trees. It's Lord Juzo. The leading Jonin's eyes gleamed with joy. Earlier, during the capture mission, Juzo Biwa had stayed behind to cover their retreat, making them worry about his safety. Now that he had returned alive, it meant the mission was a complete success. Juzo, you're always so slow. Did it really take you this long to deal with a few Konoha brats? Koriari Kushimaru said impatiently. You didn't leave any survivors, right? If you left something undone, perhaps I can clean up after you. To outsiders, the 7 ninja swordsmen seemed like a unified group, but in the hidden mist village, strength ruled supreme. The infamous blood mist upbringing had fostered constant internal strife among them. There is indeed one thing left unfinished, Juzo Biwa said as he landed beside Koriari Kushimaru. His fingers suddenly clenched tightly around the executioner's blade, and with a swift motion, he swung it straight at Kushimaru. I still owe you your head. The sudden attack shocked everyone. At such close range, Koriari Kushimaru was caught off guard and could only hastily raise his long sword, Nuwabari, to block. However, against the sheer force of the executioner's blade, his defense was clearly insufficient. If the blade connected, his neck would likely be half severed. Sanbai. The third mizukage roared, and a crimson tail burst from his body, smashing into the executioner's blade. A sharp metallic clang echoed through the air. The immense power of the tailed beast nearly knocked the sword from Juzo Biwa's grasp. Realizing his failed strike, Juzo quickly activated the hidden mist technique and retreated into the mist. Juzo, who gave you the audacity to try and assassinate me? Now that you want to flee, it's too late. Kushimaru shouted in rage. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about how he and Juzo could easily assassinate their enemies, only to be betrayed in the next instant. Ninjutsu, Earth Spider Nuwabari. Kushimaru hurled his long sword, Nuwabari, sending steel threads weaving like a spider's web toward Juzo Biwa. Wind release, wind breakthrough. The third mizukage also made his move, forming hand seals and unleashing a powerful gust that instantly dispersed the surrounding mist. Juzo had just taken 7 or 8 steps when he felt a surge of relief, but then his pupils shrank sharply. A ghostly figure suddenly appeared before Kushimaru, wielding a sinister blade. It was Samahata. I'll be borrowing your chakra, my friend. Shinyu said with an amused smile. His right arm bulged with power, and his strength surged as he swung Samahata straight at Kushimaru. With a wet slicing sound, blood splattered everywhere. A massive head was sent flying. Kushimaru had just launched his long sword, Nuwabari, and hadn't anticipated that another figure lay hidden within the mist, wielding Fugaku Suikaizen's Samahata. Did this mean the young man before him was the rumored Crimson Azura, Uchiha Chinyu? So young. That was the last thought that flashed through Kushimaru's mind before his head hit the ground dead. The mist ninjas around him turned pale with shock. Just moments ago, Koriari Kushimaru had been bragging arrogantly, but now he had been slain in a single strike. It was utterly unbelievable. Shinyu, you're here. Rin Noera stirred from unconsciousness and, upon recognizing the figure before her, tears welled up in her eyes. When she stepped onto the battlefield, she had already accepted the possibility of death. When she was captured, she had resigned herself to her fate. But being rescued at the critical moment, words could not describe how she felt. At this moment, it was as if an invisible force had gripped her heart. Is that the Crimson Azura, Uchiha Chinyu? My God, why is he here? He's the slaughtered demon from the Northwestern Pass? Panic erupted among the mist ninjas. They instinctively withdrew, knowing that their only safe haven was near the third mizukage. Crunch, crunch of the sound of chewing echoed from Samahata as it absorbed chakra and transferred it into Chinyu's body. Feeling his chakra replenish, Shinyu did not immediately pursue his fleeing enemies but instead turned his gaze toward the third mizukage. The third mizukage was the most enigmatic figure in the hidden mist village. After the second mizukage perished alongside the second Suchikage, he had been chosen as the third mizukage. His strength placed him among the top Kage-level shinobi. But now, looking at his face covered in scales, Shinyu finally understood why the third mizukage had always remained so secretive. So, you're a failed Jinchuriki. Shinyu said indifferently. At these words, many people tensed up, including Juzo Biwa. Boss, why would you say that? Juzo Biwa could no longer hold back his emotions. Having already surrendered to Chinyu and become his subordinate, Juzo, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, had always been curious about the mysterious third mizukage. In the hidden mist village, strength reigned supreme, and the 7 ninja swordsmen were notorious for their unruly nature. They had long been dissatisfied with the secrecy surrounding the third mizukage. Now that Chinyu had declared him a failed Jinchuriki, it undoubtedly struck a nerve. I didn't expect even the defiant Juzo Biwa to surrender. It seems I underestimated you. The third Mizukage's hoarse voice rang out. As he suddenly lifted his head, the wind blew back his cloak, revealing a face covered in thick scales resembling that of a fishman. The mist ninjas present were visibly shaken, with some even taking a step back. Juzo Biwa's pupils involuntarily contracted. Heh, no wonder you were so eager to kidnap Rin Noera, even going so far as to infiltrate the land of Earth at great risk. Shinyu remained unfazed. It seems your seal can't hold much longer, you'll soon be consumed by the tailed beast's backlash. The land of water was separated from the land of Earth by another nation. The extreme lengths taken to capture Rin indicated the urgency of the situation. Furthermore, in the original story, after Rin was deemed a failed Jinchuriki weapon, the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, inherited the role. Shinyu had suspected something was amiss, and now, it seemed his guess was correct. So, you're the hidden genius of Konoha, the Crimson Azura, Uchiha Shinyu? The third Mizukage paid no heed to his own appearance and raised his green glowing eyes. Among the younger generation, you are truly impressive to be able to see through my flawed seal. If only you were one of us in the hidden mist village. His inexplicable words left everyone momentarily stunned. Shinyu smirked playfully. Mizukage-sama, are you trying to recruit me into the hidden mist and make me the fourth Mizukage? That's quite the offer. Heh, you truly are sharp. But you are not from our village, and the Uchiha clan has its fair share of scandals. Even within Konoha, you are a troublesome figure. If you were to become Mizukage, the hidden mist village might as well change its name entirely. The third Mizukage shook his head. However, if you are willing to join us, I have the authority to make you the Grand Elder, granting you the highest power below the Mizukage, including the authority over life and death. At these words, the expressions of the mist ninjas changed drastically. 3 of the 7 ninja swordsmen had already fallen to Shinyu, and Juzo Biwa had surrendered. If Shinyu were to become the Grand Elder, it would be nothing short of a nightmare for them. So, boy, have you made up your mind? The third Mizukage asked again. Shinyu chuckled. It seems I'm still being underestimated. A mere broken village could never satisfy my ambitions. My goal is the entire shinobi world. No, it's not even limited to this world. Madman. That was the only thought that crossed everyone's mind. Such blatant provocation even made the third Mizukage's expression change. His face darkened, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Boy, you're too arrogant. It seems we won't come to an agreement. That's right. We won't. Shinyu replied playfully. So, shall we get to the fun part? Shinyu's taunting words made the third Mizukage's face turn even grimmer. His pupils gleamed with killing intent as he roared, Fine. Since we can't reach an agreement, then you can die with me. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from within the third Mizukage. In the next instant, 3 long, whip-like tails shot out from his back, lashing toward Shinyu. He immediately entered full-tailed beast transformation. No, he had abandoned his control over the beast, allowing it to rampage freely. The attack carried immense force, and as the tails whipped through the air, they continued to grow in size. Boss, watch out. Juzo Biwa's face turned pale. He had the impulse to assist, but against the terrifying might of a tailed beast, he knew he was powerless. Stand back. This beast is interesting, I want to play with it. Shinyu smirked. The Tomoe in his 9-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, unleashing a tidal wave of crimson ocular power. In an instant, Susanoo manifested. Boom! The 3 massive tails struck Susanoo like iron whips, unleashing shockwaves that shook the surrounding trees. However, despite the overwhelming force, neither Susanoo nor Shinyu, standing within it, were moved. *** Black Flame Blade, Garuda, ***. With a mere thought, Shinyu's 9-tomo Sharingan spun even faster. Susanoo's right hand erupted with black flames, forming a blazing sword. With a single slash, the flaming blade cleaved straight toward the 3 tails. The sudden attack sent a flicker of shock through the third Mizukage's eyes. Without hesitation, he hastily withdrew his tails and opened his mouth wide, channeling an immense amount of chakra. *** Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique, ***. A massive torrent surged forth like a raging tidal wave, crashing toward the black flames. But upon contact, the water was instantly evaporated. The black flame blade relentlessly pursued one of the tails. Squelch! A sharp tearing sound echoed. The sheer sharpness of the black flame blade even surprised Shinyu. It was far stronger than Sasuke Uchiha's Amaterasu. The enormous tail was severed at the middle. Black flames latched onto the wound like an inextinguishable curse, spreading in both directions. Rohar! The scorching heat and searing pain sent the three tails, Isabu, into a frenzy. Moments ago, it had completely taken over the third Mizukage's consciousness, believing it was more than enough to deal with a mere brat. Yet, reality had struck back so swiftly. Atop the cliff, the severed tails of the three tails thrashed wildly as endless seawater surged forward. Yet, the flickering black flames showed no sign of extinguishing. Though the torrents of water slowed the fire's spread, if this continued, the tails would be lost and even its life could be at risk. Cough, I'd advise you to cut your losses and sever the tails. As a tailed beast, you'll regenerate soon enough. Of course, if Matatabi, the two tails, doesn't mind, you could borrow a few from her. Shinyu coughed lightly, speaking as if he were offering kind advice. His seemingly casual words, however, echoed through the battlefield like a demonic incantation. The distant mist ninjas, who had retreated far away, along with Juzo Biwa, were left utterly dumbfounded. In their understanding, a rampaging tailed beast was a force of utter destruction. Even if numerous elders and elite shinobi sacrificed their lives, they could only barely suppress it. Yet now, Shinyu was openly mocking a tailed beast in front of everyone. His calm and nonchalant demeanor made them feel as though they were in a dream. If not for the seriousness of the situation, some of them might have even slapped themselves to check if they were truly awake. Brat, you're seeking death. Isabu, the three tails, roared furiously, its voice exploding like thunder, sending ripples across the entire lake. The sheer force of its voice made the eardrums of those nearby ache in pain. However, its defiance lasted less than 3 seconds. Gathering chakra in its mouth, Isabu unleashed a high-pressure water blade, severing the burning tail in one swift motion. Blood gushed out, dyeing the entire lake red. Watching the three tails actually sever its own tail, the spectators were stunned. Is this really a tailed beast? Where is its pride? No, where is its legendary ferocity? Feeling the shift in the gazes around it, Isabu's face twitched. Looking at the calm and composed Shinyu right in front of it, the beast finally snapped. With a thunderous roar of rage, its three tails swelled rapidly. In the process, the third Mizukage's body was crushed from within, exploding into a mist of blood that scattered into the air. A colossal, monstrous form, dozens of meters tall, was now fully revealed before everyone. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Shinyu with unrelenting hatred. With its massive jaws opening wide, it immediately unleashed a devastating attack, aiming to vent its fury. Boom! 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 ***. 3 massive water bombs shot out at extreme speed. At such close range, dodging was nearly impossible. Good timing. Shinyu smirked. But in an instant, Susanoo's back expanded, revealing a pair of massive wings that swiftly shielded him. Boom! 3 consecutive earth-shattering explosions erupted, sending towering water columns skyward as torrential waves raged across the battlefield like a violent storm. The distant mist ninjas, along with Juzo Biwa, bore the brunt of the shockwaves and hurriedly used ninjutsu to defend themselves. Yet even in this life-threatening moment, they refused to take their eyes off the battlefield, desperate not to miss a second of this legendary battle. They needed to see, against a tailed beast, did Shinyu truly have the power to back up his brazen words? As the water spray rained down from the sky, Susanoo's figure re-emerged. Despite the relentless bombardment, Susanoo's defense remained unshaken. However, Shinyu had already fought a grueling battle against Uchiha Madara earlier, depleting both his ocular power and chakra significantly. A prolonged battle would be disadvantageous. And only a fool would waste chakra in a contest of endurance against a tailed beast. Brat, if you have the guts, stop hiding inside that turtle shell. Isabu bellowed. Cough, you do realize that you're the one who looks like a turtle, right? Shinyu teased. But fine, I won't bully you. If you can defeat my underling, I'll let you hit me as much as you want. A strange silence fell over the battlefield. Juzo Biwa felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The mist ninjas standing near him instinctively took several steps away. From their perspective, while the 7 ninja swordsmen were undoubtedly powerful, they were nothing compared to a tailed beast. Being thrown into a fight against the three tails? There was only one fate to be obliterated. Juzo, wipe that miserable look off your face. You should be honored to take part in this. Shinyu rolled his eyes. Then, biting his right index finger, he let blood seep out before swiftly performing a series of hand seals. Is that summoning jutsu? Juzo Biwa exhaled in relief, though he remained inwardly stunned. Many people could use the summoning jutsu, but very few could summon creatures capable of fighting a tailed beast. Isabu was momentarily startled before bursting into laughter. Brat, do you actually think such petty tricks will work on me? You're underestimating me too much. If you can actually summon something worthy, I'll fight you with only 2 tails. Its thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. Shinyu smirked playfully. I just hope you don't regret not having more tails later. Summoning jutsu. With a powerful slap against the ground, Shinyu activated the summoning seal. Boom! Mysterious summoning markings expanded in all directions. In the next moment, an explosion of smoke engulfed the battlefield, and when it cleared, 3 massive figures stood towering like ancient titans. Each one was just as enormous as the 3 tails itself. Juzo Biwa's executioner's blade slipped from his grasp in sheer shock. Even Isabu nearly bit its own tongue in disbelief. You brat, summoning us again so soon? Gamabunta exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes at Shinyu. This isn't a game, kid. If it's not something important, don't blame us for getting angry. However, before Gamabunta could say more, both Gamaken and Gamahiro's pupils contracted sharply. Cough, Gamabunta, I really like what you just said. Not even a tailed beast intimidates you, that's the kind of courage worthy of Mount Mayaboku's boss. Shinyu laughed. So, I'll leave the rest to you 3. Just remember, don't kill it. Leave it alive for me to capture. Gamabunta froze. Only now did he realize. The entire battlefield had fallen into dead silence. Following the gaze of Gamaken and Gamahiro, he turned his head only to see Isabu's utterly bewildered expression. In that instant, Gamabunta suddenly felt sympathy for the 3 tails. A one-on-one fight? Isabu could probably manage. But being thrown into a 3-on-1 brawl against the strongest toads of Mount Mayaboku? That was just unfair. And judging by their reactions, it looked like Gamabunta and Isabu had fought before. Perhaps during the Second Shinobi War, when Jiraiya had made him battle a tailed beast. But now? Now, Gamabunta realized what was coming next. A full-on team beatdown of a lone-tailed beast. On the vast, rocky cliffs, 3 towering figures, each as massive as the 3 tails, stood firmly, their gazes locked onto the pitiful-looking tailed beast before them. In the distance, the mist ninjas in Juzo Biwa remained frozen in place, their expressions utterly blank, as if time itself had stopped. At that moment, they finally, truly understood a fundamental truth. It was better to offend the lightning-fast yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, than to provoke the eerie, blood-soaked Uchiha Chinyu. Minato's flying thunder god technique was formidable, but even against a tailed beast, its effectiveness had limits. On the other hand, Chinyu's seemingly endless stream of unpredictable abilities such as summoning 3 colossal battle beasts in an instant made survival nearly impossible for his enemies. How was a tailed beast supposed to stand a chance against this? You brat, are you trying to set us up? Gamabunta grumbled, his usual carefree puff of smoke forgotten in the face of the unfolding battle. Just moments ago, he had boasted loudly, and now that boast had come back to bite him. Looking at the utterly bewildered expression on the 3 tails, Gamabunta didn't feel the least bit relieved. After all, this was still a tailed beast. Gamabunta, since you've already talked big, we need to follow through even if we have to crawl to get it done. We can't disgrace Lord Fukasaku and Lord Shima. Shinyu spoke with a casual smile, his tone carrying an indescribable air of confidence. In that instant, the expressions of the 3 great toads changed. They turned their gazes toward Shinyu, their eyes filled with undeniable shock. You know about Lord Fukasaku and Lady Shima? Gamabunta asked urgently. In Mount Mayaboku, the 3 great sage toads were highly mysterious figures, unknown to most. Even among the summoners, only Jiraiya had ever met them. This was why, in the original story, even after Jiraiya's death, Naruto wouldn't have learned about sage mode if Fukasaku hadn't sought him out personally. How dare you ignore me? The furious roar of Isabu, the 3 tails, shattered the moment. As a tailed beast, it had always been a legendary force of destruction. When had it ever been so blatantly disregarded? Its immense chakra surged like a tidal wave, and its massive maw opened wide tailed beast ball, Endless chakra condensed into a swirling sphere, emanating an overwhelming aura of destruction. The sheer intensity of the attack seemed capable of swallowing the entire battlefield. Enough talk. Deal with it first, we can chat later. Shinyu's voice was calm, yet there was an undeniable authority in his words. Gamabunta hesitated for a moment, then snorted. Ken, Hero, don't slow down, we're using special tactics. Understood. Gamaken and Gamma Hero responded in unison. Unlike Gamabunta, they were more straightforward and obedient. Die! The Three Tails roared. Being treated with such disdain by three summoned beasts was an unforgivable insult. The tailed beast ball, fully charged, was unleashed in an instant. A 7 to 8 meter wide sphere of condensed chakra tore through the air, flying toward the three great toads with an earth-shattering force. Move! Gamabunta barked. The three toads, known for their incredible jumping power, launched into the air with explosive force. The cliffs, already under immense pressure, collapsed instantly under the impact. Like arrows loosed from a bowstring, the massive toads soared skyward, while the Three Tails, having unleashed its attack, fell helplessly toward the lake below. Boom! The tailed beast ball missed its targets, slamming into a distant mountain range. A deafening explosion followed. A torrent of water erupted skyward like a monsoon, turning into a downpour that battered the battlefield. The sheer force of the attack made it difficult for Juzo-Biwa and the Mist Ninjas to remain standing. Even massive trees, thick as an adult's embrace, were snapped in half like twigs under the shockwave. The Mist Ninjas, caught in the chaos, felt as if they had been dragged into a battle between gods, mere mortals, helpless before the clash of titanic forces. Not everyone had the luxury of staying perfectly safe inside a Susanoo, like Chinyu. Now! Gamma short blade back slash. Asterisk asterisk twin blade strike, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk gamma flying fork cleave, asterisk asterisk. Three thunderous battle cries rang out as the three toads coordinated their assault. The Three Tails, still plummeting toward the lake, suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger. Its instincts screamed at it. But it was too late. Gamabunta, using the cliffside as a foothold, kicked off with explosive force, launching himself like a cannonball straight toward the Three Tails. His massive short blade flipped in his grip before he slashed it down with full force, aiming directly at the tailed beast's chest. You wretched toad! You dare challenge me? The Three Tails roared in fury, instinctively swinging two of its tails to intercept Gamabunta's strike. However, before it could fully react, Gamma Hero's twin blades cleaved into its back, pinning its tails down. At the same time, Gamaken's massive fork shot forward like a javelin, striking the Three Tails' neck. Boom! The combined attack detonated inside the Three Tails, sending shockwaves through its immense body. The beast hurtled through the air like a ragdoll, crashing into the lake's shallow banks. Crack! The ground shattered upon impact, sending cracked spider webbing across the terrain. The massive fork impaled the Three Tails, pinning it in place like a skewered beast. Rohar! Dazed and disoriented, the Three Tails thrashed and howled in frustration. But as it struggled to lift its gaze, it found the three toads surrounding it in a perfect triangular formation. Their hands rapidly formed intricate seals, channeling immense chakra. The very lake water around them surged with power, forming spiraling tendrils that snaked toward the Three Tails. Asterisk asterisk combined ninjutsu, Gamma 3 water annihilation, asterisk asterisk. The final seal was completed as their hands clapped together. The lake water twisted and surged, transforming into serpentine torrents that ensnared the Three Tails. Within a single breath, the monstrous tailed beast was completely bound, even its mouth was sealed shut. The lake itself had been weaponized as a prison, sealing the Three Tails' movements entirely. Brat, we've got your turtle locked down. Now it's up to you, do we seal it, or do we kill it? Gamabunta barked, his voice urgent. Though the toads made it look easy, their victory was largely thanks to precise tactics and teamwork. If the Three Tails had still had its Jinchuriki, things might have been far more difficult. But even a tailed beast can't win when it's outnumbered and overwhelmed. Now, pinned and bound, the Three Tails could do nothing but glare in frustration, letting out muffled, indignant cries. I'm coming. Chinyu's 9 Tomoe Sharingan spun rapidly. With a powerful flap of Susanoo's wings, he shot downward, streaking toward the battlefield like a crimson meteor. Juzo-Biwa and the Mist Ninjas, for a moment, forgot their enmity toward Chinyu. They instinctively rushed to the cliff's edge, eyes wide, eager to witness what came next. How did Chinyu, who had subdued even a tailed beast, plan to claim his prize? Even the three great toads held their breath, their gazes locked onto Chinyu, curious about what would happen next. You humans think you can suppress me forever with just 3 toads? Once I break free, I will tear you apart. Though the Three Tails couldn't open its mouth, its thunderous voice resonated through the air, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. Gamabunta, noticing the Three Tails' barely restrained fury, sighed helplessly. Shinyu dismissed his Susanoo, stepping forward as he spoke. I'll give you one chance, surrender peacefully, or I'll be forced to take action. Give me a chance? The Three Tails laughed mockingly. You can't even maintain your own defenses anymore, and you think you can frighten me? Do you think I, the mighty Three Tails, was born to be intimidated? Is that so? Shinyu shook his head, sighing. Well, since you refuse to take the easy way out, I suppose I'll have to get rough. Before his words even finished, Shinyu suddenly raised his head. His 9-tomo Sharingan spun wildly, radiating an almost hypnotic glow. Anyone who locked eyes with it would feel the entire world twisting around them. Don't look at his eyes. Gamabunta quickly bit his tongue to stay alert. He had already fallen prey to Chinyu's genjutsu once before and wasn't about to repeat that mistake. Unfortunately, Gamaken and Gamahiro lacked the same experience. They failed to react in time and instantly lost consciousness, trapped within the illusion world. This development made Gamabunta's heart sink. The sealing technique they had used to restrain the Three Tails required all three of them to maintain it together. With Gamaken and Gamahiro incapacitated, the seal would inevitably break. If the enraged tailed beast escaped now, the consequences would be disastrous. However, as the seal unraveled, the Three Tails, instead of rampaging, collapsed motionless onto the ground. Its massive eyes were now marked with the crimson glow of the 9-tomo Sharingan. This shocking scene sent chills down Gamabunta's spine. Even a tailed beast had been completely trapped in Chinyu's genjutsu? Gamabunta, what just happened? Gamaken and Gamahiro snapped out of the illusion, their faces still pale with lingering fear. The brief moment they had lost consciousness had been enough to put them in mortal danger. If the Three Tails had attacked then, they would have been finished. It's a genjutsu. Never look into that brat's eyes, or you'll be trapped. Gamabunta warned urgently. Gamaken and Gamahiro's expressions turned grim. Suppressing their curiosity, they avoided Chinyu's gaze. But as they realized that even a tailed beast had succumbed to the illusion, an icy dread crept up their spines. Inside the illusion space, Shinyu stood before the trapped Three Tails, his eyes gleaming with amused satisfaction. With his perfect Mangekyo Sharingan, casting Tsukuyami was effortless. And since the Three Tails lacked a Jinchuriki, it couldn't use different chakra natures to disrupt the genjutsu, a major weakness of an unsealed tailed beast. The illusion world was dyed in a scarlet hue. Ethereal tailed beasts materialized, their ghostly figures surrounding the Three Tails. Pinned to the ground by massive stakes, the Three Tails could only thrash helplessly as the spectral beasts lunged at it, tearing into its flesh with savage bites. The pain was real. When Kakashi had been caught in Tsukuyami, he had experienced being stabbed repeatedly for 3 days and nights even though only a second had passed in reality. It had left him bedridden for weeks. And that was when Itachi was terminally ill, with an imperfect Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original story, Madara Uchiha had subdued the Nine Tails with a single glance. Even Obito had done the same. This proved that while the tailed beasts had near limitless chakra, their mental resistance was weak when facing the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan. Now, Shinyu, who had maxed out his abilities through the system, pushing his Mangekyo to the level of 9-tomo Sharingan, had an absurd advantage. With the three great toads already suppressing the Three Tails, it had been far too easy for him to ensnare the beast in Tsukuyami. You brat! Let me go and fight me properly. The Three Tails howled in frustration. It knew this was an illusion, but the pain felt real. It was like being butchered alive, over and over again. Watching its own body get torn apart and then reform, only to be ripped apart again, filled it with horrifying dread. No surrender, huh? Shinyu sighed, lying down lazily with his hands behind his head. Well, my current ocular power is strong enough to keep you trapped here for days. If someone rescues you, great. If not, enjoy your stay. He turned away and began walking off. The Three Tails panicked. Even after living for thousands of years, it couldn't withstand this endless torment. Wait. What do you want from me? For the first time, the mighty Three Tails felt genuine fear toward a human. Shinyu stopped, turning back with a smirk. Looking at the massive beast trembling under the illusion's torment, he chuckled. Honestly? Not much. My chakra runs out too fast, I use too many big moves. So, I just need you to stick around and lend me chakra whenever I need it. His calm voice echoed through the illusion space. The three tails froze. You went through all this trouble, just for that? You don't need me to fight wars or destroy villages? Shinyu rolled his eyes. Why would I bother? You're weaker than me. In my prime, I could take you down in 10 hits. If you didn't have all that chakra, I wouldn't have even wasted my time. Humiliation. The three tails shook with rage. A tailed beast, one of the 9 great beasts, was being mocked to its face. If anyone else had said this, it would have ripped them apart. But right now, it was trapped in the illusion, utterly powerless. And if Shinyu was telling the truth, then this deal wasn't entirely unacceptable. Fine. I agree. But you can't restrict my freedom, and you can't seal me away. The three tails finally gave in. The pain was unbearable, and it didn't want to suffer for days. Deal. Shinyu smirked. But I warn you, if you go back on your word, don't blame me for turning you into three-tailed turtle soup. Red braised, The three tails' expression changed dramatically. Though it sounded like a joke, after experiencing Chinyu's terrifying methods firsthand, Isabu knew that he absolutely could do it. From the beginning of the battle until now, aside from their initial exchange, it had mostly been the three great toads fighting. Despite the three tails being weakened by the seal, the fact that Shinyu had trapped it in genjutsu with just a glance clearly illustrated the vast difference in their power. Alright, let's head back now. As Shinyu spoke, the crimson glow in his 9 Tomoe Sharingan rapidly receded like a withdrawing tide. The illusionary figures tormenting the three tails vanished instantly, and in the next moment, Shinyu's presence inside the tailed beast's mind disappeared. Outside the illusion space. To the three great toads, everything that had transpired in the illusion world seemed long and complex, but in reality, it had all happened in an instant. As soon as the 9 Tomoe Sharingan reflection faded from the three tails' pupils, their instincts screamed at them. The brat must have failed. We need to seal it again fast. Gamma Bunter roared, his urgency overriding his doubts. He hadn't wanted to listen to Shinyu, but at this point, there was no choice. If the three tails broke free, they wouldn't survive the consequences. Why are you all so nervous? Shinyu's calm voice suddenly rang out. The three great toads, who had just been about to form hand seals, froze mid-motion. Seeing Shinyu standing there completely relaxed, they panicked and instinctively looked toward the three tails. And then, they saw something that shattered their understanding of reality. The three tails, who had been furious, ferocious, and unwilling to submit just moments ago, was now calmly looking at Shinyu with an oddly submissive expression. And then, in a voice that shouldn't have belonged to a mighty tailed beast, it spoke. Uchiha-sama. The three great toads turned to stone on the spot. What the hell? This wasn't mind control, this was brainwashing at Godspeed. Just a moment ago, the three tails had been screaming in defiance. Now, it was obediently calling Shinyu Uchiha-sama? Alright, calling me Uchiha-sama feels too formal. Shinyu waved dismissively. He hadn't expected the three tails to sell out its pride this quickly. From now on, just call me Lord Shin. As he spoke, he gestured as if figuring out how to carry the three tails around like an accessory. The three tails bristled, its chakra flaring up. I already called you Uchiha-sama, that's more than enough respect. And now you want to turn me into some kind of doll? Where is my dignity as a tailed beast? Even the three great toads instinctively stepped back at the sheer indignation in its voice. Shinyu rolled his eyes. So, do you want to go back into the illusion and experience being torn apart again? Or would you prefer to be sealed inside a chamber pot? He narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with amusement and menace. The three tails shuddered violently. Realizing the absolute lack of negotiation power, it immediately switched gears. Lord Shin. Lord Shin, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously, The mighty three tails grinned ingratiatingly, its voice filled with flattery. Actually, we tailed beasts were really adorable when we were young, you know? That tanuki and that fox? They used to fight all the time. I was the one who stopped them from tearing each other apart, The way the three tails effortlessly changed its tone and started sucking up left everyone in stunned silence. The three great toads, Juzobiwa, and the mist ninjas, all of them were utterly frozen in disbelief. No, not just disbelief. They were horrified. Even Juzobiwa, who had seen plenty of brutal battles, felt his worldview crack. A tailed beast, being this good at flattery? Asterisk. Watching as the Three Tails literally transformed into a cute mascot, Juzo couldn't help but slap the mist ninja beside him. Asterisk, tell me I'm dreaming. This isn't real. Asterisk. The mist ninja clutched his sore cheek, looking miserable. Can I just say it hurts? Also, why the hell did you hit me instead of yourself? Shinyu ignored the chaos behind him and motioned for the Three Tails to perch on his shoulder. After adjusting its size several times, he finally nodded in satisfaction and turned to the three great toads. Gamabunta, I really appreciate your help. Seeing the casual way Shinyu was treating a tailed beast, Gamabunta's face twitched. After witnessing this absurd display, there was no way he believed Shinyu's nonsense. Asterisk, brat, cut the crap. With your strength, you didn't need us at all. Asterisk. Gamabunta exhaled deeply. Asterisk, you wanted to use this whole Three Tails incident to make us submit, didn't you? Asterisk. Asterisk, you clearly know about Lord Fukasaku and Lady Shima. Are you planning to learn Sage Mode, like Jiraiya? Asterisk. Hearing Gamabunta's sharp deduction, Shinyu smiled. You're half right. I do intend to master Sage Mode. I know you think I have ulterior motives, but this isn't your decision to make. Just relay my request to the two elders. Asterisk, and tell them, this world is about to change. Asterisk. The expressions of the three great toads changed dramatically. Even Gamaken and Gamahiro were shaken. Shinyu's words were cryptic, but they had lived long enough to understand the implications. After exchanging glances, Gamabunta snorted. Fine. I'll pass on your message. But don't summon us for nonsense again. With that, the three great toads vanished as the summoning jutsu was released. Asterisk, tch, those dumb toads. I wonder what their faces will look like when you summon them to fight another tailed beast. Asterisk. The Three Tails snickered mischievously. Shinyu shot it a look. I'm hungry. Go catch me some fish. You want a tailed beast to catch fish? Juzo Biwa, who had just walked over, stumbled in shock. And the worst part? The Three Tails didn't even argue. It just happily swam off to start fishing. At that moment, Juzo almost collapsed face-first onto the ground. As a high-ranking member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he knew that tailed beasts were normally revered as living gods in the Hidden Mist Village. But now, the hierarchy had completely flipped. If he hadn't seen it himself, he never would have believed it. With renewed respect, he turned to Shinyu and bowed. Lord Shin, do you have any other orders? Not for now. Shinyu waved lazily before suddenly raising an eyebrow. Actually, there is something. There's a new guy in your village. Hashigaki Kisame. Find him for me. His strength is greater than ours? Zabuza Momochi's expression changed slightly. Though his heart was full of confusion, he did not dare to question Shinyu's words in the slightest. With doubts still lingering in his mind, he could only turn around and leave in a hurry. As for whether he would betray them or never return, Shinyu did not care at all. If he wasn't afraid of death, he was welcome to try. Shinyu, are you alright? 3 figures rushed out from the forest, appearing travel-worn. Since Minato Namikaze had not been to this area before and had not left a Flying Thunder God seal, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and hurry over. The frantic journey left Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha struggling to catch their breath. By the time they arrived at the battlefield, both of them had completely exhausted their strength and could no longer fight. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. The person is over there. Shinyu glanced at Kakashi and the others before leaping toward the broken cliff. Earlier, while the 3 great toads were fighting the Three Tails, he had secretly hidden Rin no Era using Susanoo and set up a barrier. By now, judging from the time, Rin should be waking up soon. Sensei, wait for us. Obito gasped for breath and forced his aching legs to move, but just like Kakashi, he collapsed after only a few steps, completely drained of energy. Sai, you two stay here. I'll go take a look. Minato sighed helplessly. Shinyu was 2 years older than Kakashi and Obito, but the gap in strength was simply too vast. It was something one couldn't help but marvel at. Shinyu, thank you for saving me. Just as Minato steadied his footing, he saw Rin no Era running straight into Shinyu's arms. The sensation of her soft body made Shinyu pause for a moment. Seems like saving a damsel in distress came with some unexpected perks. Asterisk. How long do you two plan on hugging? If those 2 guys see this, I worry they might just drop dead on the spot. Minato coughed lightly. As their teacher, he could naturally sense the ambiguous atmosphere between his students. If Kakashi and Obito discovered that the person they traveled so far to save had thrown herself into another man's arms, the heartbreak might be worse than death itself. Sensei, what are you talking about? There's nothing between me and Chinyu. Rin's face flushed red, and she lowered her head so much that it almost buried into her chest. Yeah, nothing at all. Just saved you twice, and you haven't even pledged yourself to me. Chinyu chuckled dryly. Chinyu, you. Rin's face turned even redder, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Minato rolled his eyes helplessly. It seems like those two kids really stand no chance against you. Anyway, back to the point, what exactly happened with that massive explosion? While rushing over, they had seen from afar how the shockwave from a tailed beast bomb had overturned an entire mountain. Such a large-scale attack was impossible to miss. I only remember that as soon as Chinyu appeared, I blacked out for no reason. Rin looked embarrassed. She had been held captive the entire way, subjected to constant genjutsu and hypnosis, leaving her mentally exhausted. The fact that she was even able to wake up briefly was already remarkable. Here, I encountered Koriari Kushimaru of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen and the 3rd Mizukage. Shinyu did not hide anything. He knew that the 3 Great Toads had close ties with Jiraiya, meaning this information would leak sooner or later. Rather than wait for it to come out, it was better to be upfront about it. Besides, he was curious about how Konoha would react to him next. You mean the most mysterious 3rd Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village? Minato's expression changed drastically. In his view, a Kage-level ninja would rarely appear on the battlefield. Firstly, they needed to stay in the rear to oversee the war effort, and secondly, they had to avoid ambushes from rival villages that could turn the tide of battle. But now Chinyu was telling him that not only did he run into the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also the Mizukage himself, and not just any Mizukage, but the most secretive 3rd Mizukage. Who would believe such a thing if they hadn't heard it firsthand? Yet in the next moment, Minato felt even more stunned. If Rin had been captured by the Mist Village under the leadership of the 3rd Mizukage, then Chinyu's opponent should have been the Mizukage himself. But now Chinyu stood before them completely unharmed. That could only mean one thing. Chinyu, did you defeat the 3rd Mizukage? Minato asked in shock. No. Chinyu shook his head. I accidentally killed him. The calm words swept through the area like a hurricane. Hearing the first part, Minato secretly sighed in relief, but the latter half crushed his composure entirely. Rin, standing beside him, was completely dumbfounded, unable to process what she just heard. The 5 Kage were the strongest ninja in each of the 5 great villages, each possessing extraordinary power. Their presence alone could shift the course of a battlefield. But now Chinyu was saying he had accidentally killed the 3rd Mizukage? That was simply absurd. Chinyu, that's not a very funny joke. Minato forced a stiff smile. Why did the 3rd Mizukage retreat? Seeing Minato's unwillingness to believe, Chinyu rolled his eyes. Do I look like I'm joking? The 3rd Mizukage was a Jinchuriki. I already extracted the 3 tails from him, it's over there catching fish for me. Stunned silence. Rin and Minato were both in a daze, staring at Chinyu like he was spouting complete nonsense. Minato forced a smile, intending to pat Chinyu on the shoulder. But just then, a furious roar erupted, making his expression change dramatically. Damn it! Who told you to look at me with those idiotic eyes? I'm your granddaddy, the 3 Tails. The enraged bellow of Isabu, the 3 Tails, was full of frustration. Even the way it spoke had turned gruff and indignant. Minato hurriedly followed the voice, his tense nerves on the verge of snapping. What he saw next nearly made his scalp go numb. Kakashi and Obito were standing in front of a massive turtle with 3 tails, struggling to hold it back. In its mouth, it clamped 2 fish. As a high-ranking member of Konoha and the most likely candidate to become the next Hokage, Minato had seen images of all the tailed beasts before. But this scene before him? This was beyond belief, like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Kakashi, Obito, shut up right now. Minato Namikaze roared furiously. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared ghost-like in front of Kakashi and Obito. The sudden movement left both of them stunned. However, what happened next made their legs tremble uncontrollably before their eyes. The creature they had been teasing suddenly dispelled its transformation jutsu, revealing its true form, a massive, ferocious turtle over dozens of meters in size. They had been toying with a tailed beast just now. Were they tired of living? Brats! The dignity of a tailed beast cannot be violated. Taste my wrath. The three tails threw its head back and let out a deafening roar, the shockwave so powerful that even the surrounding leaves were blown away. The sheer force of the sound felt like it could tear eardrums apart. Kakashi and Obito, already exhausted and unsteady on their feet, found themselves unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The gust from the beast's roar was the final straw, they both collapsed onto the ground. Minato clutched his Flying Thunder God kunai, inwardly groaning. He specialized in the Flying Thunder God technique, but at this moment, he had yet to seal the Nine Tails and thus couldn't use the Nine Tails chakra mode. Nor did he have time to learn Sage mode. Without a powerful offensive technique, dealing with a colossal-tailed beast like this left him completely powerless. Oi, little three, stop scaring them. You know fire release, right? Start a fire for me, I want to grill some fish. Chinyu used the body flicker technique to appear beside the Three Tails, casually patting its leg as he spoke. The once murderous Three Tails instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Lord Chin, please wait a moment. I'll gather firewood right away. In the blink of an eye, it shrank back to mascot size, bouncing off into the forest to collect firewood. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this really the terrifying legendary tailed beast? It was acting more like an overly enthusiastic husky. Chinyu, can you tell me this is just an illusion? Minato's expression was stiff as he asked hesitantly. Chinyu rolled his eyes. If you want to test it, I can have little three slap you. You guys must be starving after a whole day of running around. Let's have some special grilled fish today. With that, Chinyu turned and disappeared into the forest in search of ingredients. Sensei, did you bring an extra pair of pants? I think my pants got wet from the Three Tails' saliva. Obito trembled as he spoke, his terrified expression making it hard to hold back laughter. Minato finally snapped out of his shock and rolled his eyes. If the Three Tails hears you say its saliva smells like urine, you won't even be enough to get stuck between its teeth. Go wash up and stop embarrassing yourself. Kakashi, also recovering, smirked. Coward. What did you say, Kakashi? You fell down too. Your legs were shaking just like mine. I'm not worse than you, I just got my pants wet, that's all. Obito glared at him while catching the backpack Minato tossed his way. If you're so great, why don't you go find a tailed beast to cook for you like Chinyu does? I'll even call you Dad. With that, he ran off, feeling not only that his pants were wet but also that something a bit softer had stuck to him. Half an hour later, the fire was finally set up. For massive fish, nearly half a meter long each, had been cleaned and placed over the flames for grilling. Beside them, a large iron pot was simmering with an enticing broth, filled with wild mushrooms, leafy greens, and red chili peppers that the Three Tails had gathered from the forest. Every bubbling motion released an intense, spicy aroma. The fish roasted quickly, their skins turning golden and crispy. Chinyu sprinkled them with a special blend of spices he had brought from Konoha, cardamom, star anise, and more, drizzling them with sesame oil from time to time. The scent was absolutely mouth-watering. Sensei, Chinyu isn't really planning to put all 4 fish into that spicy broth, is he? That seems a bit much. Obito had just returned from washing up when he saw the scene before him. Short-sighted. Minato rolled his eyes at him. If Chinyu hadn't spent his time training as a ninja, there probably wouldn't even be an Ichiraku ramen in Konoha right now. Tucci would have had to become his apprentice instead. Minato had once traveled to the northwest frontlines and tasted authentic Chinese cuisine. The flavors of lamb skewers and handheld meat were still vivid in his memory. And now, seeing the Three Tails practically drooling with glowing eyes beside them, he knew that a battle for food was about to begin. Sensei, are you serious? Rin couldn't hold back her curiosity. Ichiraku Ramen was the most famous shop in Konoha, and they often ate there. Now, hearing Minato give such high praise to Chinyu's spicy broth, she found it hard to believe. Whenever they were on missions, they would simply roast fish over a fire or eat dry rations. They had never seen someone go to such lengths to prepare a meal on the battlefield. All right, it's ready. Chinyu inspected the 4 fish, then, under everyone's watchful eyes, placed them into the prepared broth. He adjusted the fire, and as the spicy soup boiled, he casually tossed in a handful of fragrant herbs and a bunch of fresh green onions. The ingredients blended together in the bubbling liquid, releasing an irresistibly delicious aroma. The Three Tails, now in the form of a child-sized creature, didn't hesitate. Its forked tails expertly wielded chopsticks, snatching a piece of crispy skinned, tender fish and dipping it in the broth before stuffing it into its mouth. The spicy and herbal flavors exploded on its taste buds, complementing the crispy skin and tender fish meat perfectly. With a loud gulp, the three tails swallowed the bite whole. How does it taste? Rin couldn't help but ask. Watching a tailed beast crouch beside them, eating dinner like an ordinary person, was beyond surreal. She could brag about this for the rest of her life when they returned to the village. It's terrible. Absolutely awful. The three tails' eyes teared up from the spiciness, but despite its words, its remaining two tails skillfully grabbed 3 more pairs of chopsticks, dividing its portion effortlessly. You lying little beast. If it's so bad, why are you eating like that? Minato suddenly snapped out of his daze. Not believing the three tails' words for a second, he grabbed his chopsticks and snatched a piece of fish. The moment it touched his tongue, he finally understood this was so delicious that even a tailed beast had to fight for a share. This wasn't just food. This was divine cuisine. Crazy. Watching the once mighty tailed beast, along with Minato Namikaze, the man most likely to inherit the title of 4th Hokage, completely abandon their dignity to snatch food from a tailed beast's mouth, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito could no longer stay calm. The moment they took their first bite of the grilled fish, they finally understood tailed beasts weren't just ferocious, they were also incredibly cunning. At the same time, they realized why Minato had said that in front of Chinyu, Ichiraku ramen was nothing more than a joke. Seeing the 4 people and 1 beast, all sweating from the spiciness, wiping their faces while desperately stuffing food into their mouths, Chinyu couldn't help but sigh. This was the perfect example of online dating meets hotpot instant regret. The way they devoured the food, their faces flushed from the heat, proved that even the legendary Southeast Asian makeup techniques couldn't salvage their dignity. If they knew that this was merely the tip of the iceberg when it came to Chinese cuisine, they would probably be willing to pay Chinyu a lifelong meal fee. After a satisfying feast, the three tails and Obito sneakily ran off and returned with a huge pile of river fish, eager to replicate Chinyu's cooking. Unfortunately, despite repeated attempts, they only managed to grasp the basics, failing to capture the essence of grilled fish. In the end, they could only stare longingly at Chinyu like pitiful children. 4 fish. 5 people. Plus a tailed beast. Definitely not enough. Alright, it's about time we set off. We're at the border of the land of water, and the death of the 3rd mizukage will soon be discovered. If we stay here any longer, we'll become targets. Minato patted the dust off his clothes and stood up. After a night of rest, they had regained a decent amount of chakra and stamina. Moreover, Minato didn't want news of Chinyu capturing the three tails to spread too soon. After all, aside from Chinyu, only the 1st Hokage had ever achieved such a feat. Though Hashirama subdued the tailed beasts, they remained unruly and defiant. Chinyu, on the other hand, had trained the three tails to behave like an obedient husky. It was simply incomparable. Boss, make me some more food. You cook, and I'll slaughter 10 people for you, each cut drawing blood. The three tails wagged its 3 tails while sitting on Chinyu's shoulder, patting its chest in a show of loyalty. Chinyu rolled his eyes. You glutton. You're so big, how am I supposed to feed you? Keep talking, and you'll be eating raw fish from now on. Now move out and save your energy. Faced with Chinyu's scolding, the three tails instantly deflated. Normally, it survived on chakra alone and didn't need food. But after tasting the grilled fish, it had developed a newfound craving for gourmet meals. Watching the three tails drape itself over Chinyu's shoulder, occasionally making small talk, Minato could only smile bitterly and rub his temples. Truly, this was too much for him to handle. Inside the Hokage's office in Konoha, the dark office was suddenly lit up. Hurried footsteps echoed through the halls as figures rushed toward the room. Apart from the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the advisors Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Utatane, and Danzo Shimura had also arrived. Sarutobi, what's the meaning of calling us here in the middle of the night? Danzo let out a dissatisfied snort. Did you fail in your battlefield command? If something critical happened, your position as Hokage might be in danger. Hearing Danzo's endless talk about the Hokage position, Hiruzen rolled his eyes helplessly. There has indeed been a major development on the battlefield, he said. But it's not about Konoha. The 3rd mizukage of Kirigakure has been killed. His words, though softly spoken, hit the room like a thunderclap. The 3 advisors' expressions changed dramatically. A Kage-level ninja was the leader of their respective village, the strongest pillar of support in war. Now, the 3rd Hokage was telling them that the most mysterious of the mizukages had been slain. This meant that the war between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire was effectively over. Sarutobi, are you sure about this intelligence? Why haven't I detected any signs of it? Danzo questioned urgently. Could this be a smokescreen from Kirigakure? If you fall for it, we could end up suffering a major defeat. Hamura and Kohara nodded in agreement. Saratobi, Danzo has a point. If this information isn't verified, making a misjudgment could be catastrophic for Konoha, Hamura said in a grave tone. No, the third mizukage of Kirigakure really was killed by one of our own. Hiruzen's voice grew even heavier. The three advisors' expressions froze, and Danzo could no longer hold back. Saratobi, do you realize the nonsense you're spouting? He slammed his hand on the table. According to my intelligence, the third mizukage was a Jinchuriki. Killing him would require at least a Kage-level ninja. In Konoha, aside from the legendary Sannin, you, and me, even Minato wouldn't be able to pull it off. Danzo's words completely ignored Hamura and Koharu, but they didn't mind. Unlike Danzo, who was constantly scheming to become Hokage and increase his power, they were merely advisors. The difference between them was clear. You're wrong. You've underestimated someone. A voice came from the doorway as Jiraiya walked in. The one who killed the third mizukage is Uchiha Chinyu. He also captured the three tails. His calm words swept through the room like a hurricane. Danzo and the others were stunned. Just moments ago, Danzo had been boasting that it would take a Kage-level ninja to kill the third mizukage. Now, Jiraiya was telling him that a mere 14 or 15-year-old had reached the level they had trained for their entire lives. It was simply impossible to accept. Jiraiya, are you sure about this? Danzo could no longer contain himself. To him, Shinyu was a member of the Uchiha clan. Anyone who posed a threat to his path to becoming Hokage was an obstacle that needed to be removed. This intelligence came directly from Minato, delivered by the toads. Jiraiya pulled out two scrolls. One of them is from the three great toads of Mount Myaboku. During the battle with the third mizukage, the mizukage was overwhelmed by his own tailed beast. Shinyu summoned the three great toads to suppress the three tails and then used his Mangekyo Sharingan to subdue it. Summoning all three great toads at once? Everyone was dumbfounded. To them, this was simply unimaginable. Summoning three powerful creatures simultaneously required an immense amount of chakra, as well as a deep understanding of summoning techniques. In Danzo's mind, aside from the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara, he couldn't think of anyone else capable of such a feat. But now, Jiraiya was telling them that Chinyu had done it. It was beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, you're saying Uchiha Chinyu successfully captured a tailed beast? Does that mean he possesses a powerful sealing technique? Danzo asked urgently. As high-ranking officials in Konoha, they understood the difficulty of sealing a tailed beast. Without an Uzumaki clan member as a Jinchuriki, it usually required the sacrifice of multiple sealing team members. Now, Shinyu had done it alone. It was simply astonishing. No, the information from Minato was strange. It seems the three tails wasn't sealed, it was subdued by Chinyu using gourmet food. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and gave a wry smile. Tempted by food? The expressions of the third Hokage and the others froze instantly. This was completely beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, you must be joking. Danzo spoke coldly. Tailed beasts are ferocious creatures. Have you forgotten the rampage of the nine tails? Conquering the three tails with food? That's nothing but a fool's dream. His slightly hysterical words echoed through the office, and the third Hokage and the others all nodded in agreement. I didn't want to believe it either. But take a look at this photo. Jiraiya flipped his hand, pulling out a picture of a picnic, immediately drawing everyone's attention. When they saw the three tails, reduced to the size of a husky, using its tails to hold chopsticks while fighting humans over food, their faces twitched uncontrollably. This was utterly disgraceful for a tailed beast. Do you believe me now? Jiraiya smiled bitterly. When I first received this intelligence, I also thought Minato was joking and debated whether to report it. But after being contacted by Lord Fukasaku of Mount Myaboku, I decided to call an emergency meeting. Being able to tame a tailed beast to this extent is no ordinary feat. Hearing this, both the third Hokage and the three advisors fell into silence. The information before them was beyond their imagination. If they hadn't heard it firsthand, who would believe that a mighty tailed beast could be so submissive to a human, a species it had always despised? Jiraiya, you personally reporting this matter must mean you have something in mind, right? The third Hokage suddenly spoke. If Chinyu had once been merely an outstanding genius of the Uchiha clan, then by now, having slain the third mizukage and captured the three tails, his strength had risen to their level. He was now a force that could not be ignored. Sensei, you should know what I'm thinking. For once, Jiraiya looked serious. How should Konoha treat him? Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane's expressions shifted slightly. As advisors, they understood the importance of weighing pros and cons. Now, Uchiha Chinyu had demonstrated strength that could threaten the village's stability. A decision had to be made immediately. Humph. He killed the third mizukage and seized the three tails without authorization. If word gets out, it will be a major crime. Danzo snorted coldly. Don't forget that the third great ninja war started because the third Kazekage went missing, causing Tsunegakure to go on a rampage and suspect us. The war with them has only just stabilized. If they find out Uchiha Chinyu killed the third mizukage, then they'll blame us for the third Kazekage's disappearance too. At that point, both Kirigakure and Tsunegakure will go to war with us. The result will be our destruction. His lengthy speech echoed through the office, making everyone's expressions grow heavier. As extreme as Danzo's words sounded, they weren't without merit. Saratobi, Danzo has a point. Hamura spoke up in agreement, while Koharu also nodded. This made a smirk appear on Danzo's face. As a man who sought control, the most basic requirement for seizing power was to dominate the conversation, and clearly, he had done just that. The third Hokage's expression darkened, but he did not respond immediately. Instead, he asked, Jiraiya, what is your opinion? With that, all eyes turned toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I advise you to consider the bigger picture. Every word you say now will affect Konoha's fate. As one of the legendary Sannin, you must learn to make sacrifices. Danzo coldly reminded him, his tone carrying a veiled threat. I believe we should treat Uchiha Chinyu well. His talent is terrifying. Jiraiya ignored Danzo completely. If the first Hokage built Konoha, then Uchiha Chinyu will be the key to Konoha's rise. Konoha's rise? Even the third Hokage's expression changed. As the current Hokage, he had never been praised in such a way. Especially coming from Jiraiya, who was usually carefree and never so serious, this was completely unexpected. Ridiculous! Danzo roared in anger. Jiraiya, do you even realize what you're saying? If not for Uchiha Madara, would Lord Hashirama have died from illness? If not for him, Konoha would have unified the 5 great nations by now. And now you dare compare another Uchiha to Lord Hashirama? That is treason. As soon as he finished speaking, Danzo took a sudden step forward. His figure flickered like a ghost, appearing directly in front of Jiraiya, his right hand striking out like a venomous snake toward Jiraiya's shoulder. Boom! A puff of white smoke erupted. Jiraiya had used the substitution jutsu. Danzo's hand grabbed nothing but a withered log. Failing his attack, Danzo's face stiffened. He quickly turned around, scanning the room. Jiraiya, you are tarnishing Lord Hashirama's legacy. Do you still not understand? Danzo bellowed. But Jiraiya remained unfazed. Danzo, if you couldn't even see through my substitution jutsu, then you're already too old. He said indifferently. In the future, it will be the younger generation who supports Konoha, not stubborn relics like you. It's precisely because of people like you that Konoha is constantly embroiled in internal conflict. As he spoke, a faint whistling sound came from behind Danzo. Boom! The wooden log Danzo had grabbed suddenly transformed into a second Jiraiya. In an instant, his hands formed seals, and his long silver hair shot out like venomous snakes, swiftly wrapping around Danzo. Danzo's expression changed drastically. Caught off guard and at such close range, he had no chance to resist. He was instantly bound tightly by Needle Jizo. Danzo, if you can't even defeat me, you have no right to challenge him. Jiraiya quickly released his jutsu, his voice cold and firm. This is no longer your era. His words echoed through the office, and even Hamura and Koharu's expressions shifted. The large office was now shrouded in silence, as if consumed by an oppressive stillness. The third Hokage clasped his hands together, remaining quietly contemplative. However, to Danzo, this silence felt like a resounding slap to his face. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with confidence, believing he could dictate Chinyu's fate. Yet now, he had been effortlessly countered by Jiraiya, completely caught off guard. What made it even harder to accept was that Jiraiya had praised Chinyu as someone greater than Danzo himself, even calling him a relic of the old era. To Danzo, this was an unbearable humiliation. Good. Very good. Danzo sneered. Jiraiya, you've truly become arrogant. Don't forget I am Konoha's advisor. You are nothing. And that brat is nothing as well. With that, he clenched his hand, crushing the cane he held. Fury twisted his face as he declared, everything I do is for the safety of Konoha. You all should know exactly what kind of disaster will unfold if word of the third Mizukage's death spreads. Right now, you have only one choice, to follow my plan. Otherwise, we will suffer the brutal retaliation of both Kirigakure and Tsunagakure. His hysterical roar filled the room, even forcing the third Hokage to furrow his brows. Danzo, have you lost your mind? The third Hokage's voice was sharp. Are you trying to use this incident to blackmail us into submission? Hiruzen knew Danzo all too well, he was willing to do anything to achieve his goals. Danzo had even plotted against him before. If he could do that to the Hokage, what would he do to Chinyu? Humph. Danzo scoffed, his face twisted with a sinister expression. I am thinking of Konoha's survival. Summon Chinyu and Minato back immediately. If Chinyu refuses, that means he has intentions of defecting. Once he returns to Konoha, we must imprison him and seize the three tails at all costs. We cannot let the world discover that he killed the third Mizukage. If necessary, we must force him to reveal how he captured the tailed beast. Jiraiya's expression changed drastically, about to protest only for the third Hokage to raise a hand to stop him. That's enough, Danzo. His voice carried undeniable authority. Did you forget who the Hokage is? Yes, Chinyu killing the third Mizukage was beyond our expectations. But we will not imprison him, nor will we treat him differently. Otherwise, don't blame me for bringing up old grievances. The moment those words fell, the air in the office shifted. The usually kind and approachable Hiruzen Sarutobi now exuded an aura of decisiveness and dominance. This was the true presence of the Hokage. You! Danzo's face turned ashen. His expression twitched in frustration. Faced with Hiruzen's firm stance, he could feel his momentum slipping away. He knew all too well, Hiruzen held too many of his secrets. His failed assassination attempt on the third Hokage during a visit to the daimyo's palace, his secret executions of political rivals within Konoha, and perhaps even his covert dealings with Orochimaru. Hiruzen might already have evidence of it all. Now, with the situation turning against him, Danzo's face darkened. After a long pause, he finally turned on his heel, striding toward the exit. I will accept your decision. But I will be the one to assign his surveillance. With that, he disappeared down the corridor. The third Hokage let out a quiet sigh of relief, watching Danzo's retreating figure. Then, turning to Jiraiya, he said, You were reckless this time. Danzo holds grudges, you've made an enemy of him. Hamura Midokado and Koharu Utatane also looked uneasy. For them, speaking ill of Danzo behind closed doors was one thing, but dragging them into the open conflict was another. Clearing his throat, Hamura quickly said, Since the decision has been made, we have no reason to linger. We'll take our leave. Without waiting for a response, both advisors hurriedly exited the office. Now, only the third Hokage and Jiraiya remained. All right, they're gone. I know you have more to say. The third Hokage folded his hands and looked at Jiraiya expectantly. Without hesitation, Jiraiya pulled up a chair and sat down casually. Aside from the intelligence I just shared, Lord Fukasaku gave me one more message. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. The shinobi world is about to change. What? The third Hokage's face paled. Those words carried deep implications. If they had come from an ordinary person, he wouldn't have given them a second thought. But considering Chinyu's monstrous talent and power, even Hiruzen couldn't ignore the weight of this statement. Sensei. I believe Chinyu knew the three great toads would relay everything to me. That's why he said those words. Jiraiya's voice was grave. When I first taught him the summoning technique, I was just as ignorant as Danzo. I thought I could easily suppress a mere boy. But I was wrong. He mastered the summoning technique instantly. Not only did he successfully summon a toad, he summoned all three great toads at the same time. That's something even I struggle to do. As Mount Myaboku's representative, Jiraiya had certain privileges such as summoning the two great sage toads, using sage mode, and freely entering Mount Myaboku. But all of this required the approval of the great toad sage. Yet Chinyu, without ever stepping foot in Mount Myaboku, had broken precedent by summoning all three great toads at once. That alone proved how extraordinary he was. You're saying, even the two great sage toads have taken notice of Chinyu? The third Hokage's voice turned serious. Jiraiya nodded. The great Toad Sage once made a prophecy that the shinobi world would face great upheaval. I originally thought it referred to the Third Great Ninja War. But now, I believe it's connected to Chinyu. Moreover, Lord Fugaku told me that the Great Toad Sage has decided to let Chinyu enter Mount Myaboku to train in Sage Jutsu, in hopes of finding answers through him. Training in Sage Jutsu? The third Hokage's expression changed drastically. Jiraiya, are you saying that Lord Fugaku wants to use Sage training to test Chinyu's learning capabilities? His strength is already beyond our understanding. If he masters Sage mode on top of that, we'll be in serious trouble. 15 years of obscurity, only to emerge as a force beyond imagination. The Mangekyo Sharingan, unparalleled lightning release techniques, monstrous learning ability. Now, he had even slain the third mizukage and effortlessly tamed the Three Tails. Even the third Hokage himself couldn't easily achieve such feats. If Chinyu were to master Sage mode, his power would ascend to an even more terrifying level. Seeing the deep frown on the third Hokage's face, Jiraiya sighed helplessly and said, I've thought about this issue as well. But with the talent Chinyu has displayed, even if he doesn't go to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage mode, he could just as easily seek out Ryuchi Cave or the Shikatsu Forest. Don't forget, those giant serpents are extremely greedy. If Chinyu offers the right conditions, gaining the opportunity to learn Sage mode wouldn't be difficult at all. As he spoke, Jiraiya took out a token given to him by Fugaku and continued. Moreover, the Great Toad Sage has lived for countless years. With it keeping an eye on Chinyu, we might be able to gather even more intelligence on him. The third Hokage fell into silence. Jiraiya's words were irrefutable. Indeed, as Jiraiya had pointed out, Chinyu's abilities had already far surpassed their control. Furthermore, allowing Chinyu to leave for a period of time to train in Sage mode could serve as a way to test his true learning potential. Perhaps this wasn't a bad thing after all. Alright, since you've already made up your mind, I'll leave this matter to you. The third Hokage sighed. But before we fully understand Chinyu's stance, you must be extra cautious of Danzo. And I also want you to find a way to strengthen Minato. Otherwise, with Chinyu's rapid rise, Minato's chances of surpassing him will diminish. When it came to Konoha's future leadership, the third Hokage still leaned toward the familiar and reliable Minato Namikaze. Looking at Jiraiya, who was absent-mindedly rubbing his nose, the third Hokage sighed again and said, If only you were willing to take this position, I wouldn't have to worry so much. The three Sannin were once my pride. Now, one has left, one has retired, and even you are avoiding responsibility. If all of you were still here, Konoha wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression froze for a moment before quickly returning to normal. He rolled his eyes at the third Hokage and said, You old man, don't try to guilt-trip me. Besides, don't forget I've already trained Minato to replace me. But don't worry, before Lord Fugaku left, I already secured an opportunity for Minato to learn Sage mode. If he masters it, his strength will definitely surpass mine. Jiraiya wasn't going to pretend he wasn't concerned about Chinyu's meteoric rise. Especially since his prized student, Minato, was being outpaced. So, for once, using his connections, he had indulged in a bit of selfishness. Heh, you're still the same, always pulling little tricks behind the scenes. The third Hokage chuckled. I just hope that during his Sage mode training, Minato will surpass Chinyu. TSK, are you doubting your own student's talent? Jiraiya rolled his eyes. Don't forget, Minato is Konoha's Yellow Flash. Among all the students I've taught, he is the most talented. With me personally overseeing his training, I have no doubt he will surpass Uchiha Chinyu. Just wait and see. With that, Jiraiya turned and disappeared from the office without another word. Watching Jiraiya's departing figure, the third Hokage sighed and turned to look out the window at Konoha village. Muttering to himself, he said, Will the shinobi world really change because of one boy? 3 days later, Chinyu and his group finally crossed Konoha's border. After avoiding several active war zones, they arrived at Konoha's sealed gates. During these days, Chinyu learned from Minato that after the destruction of the Kanabi Bridge, Iwagakure's supply lines had been cut off. Their vanguard forces had been completely wiped out by Chinyu and Minato, causing morale among the IWA shinobi to plummet. At the same time, another major event had occurred. The third Raikage of Kyomogakure personally led his forces in a surprise attack on Iwagakure's tailed beast Jinchuriki ***, escalating the conflict even further. While the final outcome was still unknown, this move by Kyomogakure had given Konoha a much-needed reprieve, leading to a temporary halt in the war against Iwagakure. It was clear that among the four great nations, Iwagakure had the second largest military force, surpassed only by Konoha. Their numbers even exceeded Kumogakure's. Kumo had clearly suffered losses at Chinyu's hands and, after seeing IWA struggle on the front lines, had decided to take advantage of the situation to suppress them further. However, upon learning that the third Raikage's target was a tailed beast, Chinyu immediately understood. The Raikage's true goal was likely to obtain a tailed beast to strengthen Kumogakure, probably inspired by Killer Bee, who had mastered perfect synchronization with his tailed beast. "Chinyu, you're finally back." A familiar voice suddenly rang out. Three figures appeared ghost-like in front of the group. "Brother!" Uchiha Itachi looked at Chinyu, his face showing hesitation as if he wanted to say something but held back. Beside him stood another young man, about 4 or 5 years older, carrying a short sword on his back. Chinyu recognized him instantly. "Alright, whatever you need to say, save it for later." Chinyu ruffled Itachi's hair and then looked at the older youth. "Shursui, it's been a while." In the original Uchiha Chinyu's memories, there were recollections of Uchiha Shursui. Shursui had a gentle personality and had always been kind to Chinyu, even back when he was considered a dead last. In those fragmented memories, Shursui had even taught the previous Chinyu how to use shuriken techniques. "Chinyu, it really has been a long time." Shursui smiled wryly. "I never expected you were hiding so much. The last time we met, I was still thick-skinned enough to teach you shuriken techniques." Hearing this, Chinyu scratched his nose helplessly. He couldn't very well tell them that the dead last version of himself had been replaced by a genius, right? Better to let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. "Alright, we can catch up later. You three came here for a reason, didn't you?" Chinyu asked. At his words, even Minato's expression stiffened slightly. He had already sent the intelligence regarding Chinyu back to Jiraiya, but Jiraiya had remained silent about what decisions had been made. Now, with Uchiha Fugaku personally waiting for them here, it was clear that the situation had escalated. "I went through a lot of trouble to shake off the surveillance using Itachi and Shursui as an excuse to come here and test my luck," Fugaku said, activating his Sharingan and scanning the surroundings. "Didn't expect to actually run into you." Recently, the Uchiha district has been under heavy surveillance by the Umbu, with a majority of the spies coming from Danzo's root division. This sudden change made me immediately think of you. I need to know what exactly happened, Fugaku didn't care that Minato was present. In his eyes, Minato was the only Konoha high-ranking official he trusted, his only hope for becoming Hokage. But now, with Chinyu as an unpredictable variable, he couldn't sit still any longer. "They've already started moving? Their efficiency is faster than I expected." Chinyu scratched his nose. "It's nothing major. I just killed the third mizukage and then kidnapped the Three Tails. Looks like Danzo really is getting old, he can't even stay calm over something this small." His calm and indifferent tone left Fugaku, Shursui, and Itachi completely stunned. Their gazes toward Chinyu turned incredulous. "Killing the third mizukage, kidnapping the Three Tails. That's a small matter? Chinyu, you said you killed the third mizukage. You aren't joking, are you?" Uchiha Fugaku grabbed Chinyu's shoulders tightly, his voice filled with urgency. "Fugaku, it's true. We can testify to it." Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly, glancing at Chinyu's open backpack. "The Three Tails is still resting inside." Hearing this, Fugaku and the others immediately rushed forward anxiously. "Who's disturbing my rest?" The Three Tails stretched lazily and poked its head out of the backpack. "Of? A tailed beast?" Uchiha Itachi was visibly startled, instinctively taking half a step back. He almost lost his balance, but Chinyu reacted quickly, steadying him with a firm grip on his shoulder. "It's really the Three Tails, Isabu." As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku had seen illustrations of the tailed beasts before. But seeing one in person like this still felt unreal. "Hey, kid over there. I heard Konoha has this place called Ichirako Ramen. Take me there, I want to try it. I won't treat you unfairly." The Three Tails suddenly spoke. "Me?" Uchiha Itachi pointed at himself. "Are you sure this is okay? Relax. As long as I get my fill, I won't go on a rampage. Otherwise, I might have to give you a good smack." The Three Tails spoke in a lazy, mischievous tone. "You little rascal, one day without discipline and you start acting up again." Chinyu smacked the Three Tails on the back of the head. The mighty-tailed beast instantly cowered. That's right, Fugaku and the others weren't seeing things. In Chinyu's hands, the fearsome Three-Tails was acting like a domesticated husky. Was this truly the same creature known for its destructive rampages? Brother, can I take it to Ichiraku Ramen? Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment before asking. But just as he finished speaking, 4 figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, surrounding Chinyu's group. Uchiha Chinyu, the 3rd Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage's office. The leading Umbu spoke coldly. However, the moment they saw the Three-Tails, their pupils contracted violently. Chinyu. Fugaku's expression changed drastically, but Minato quickly stepped forward and shook his head. Don't worry. With Jiraiya-sensei involved, there won't be any major problems. Chinyu, don't let this bother you. Relax. If I wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to stop me anyway. Chinyu chuckled. But as soon as he said that, the 4 Umbu immediately tensed up, their nerves on high alert. Before they could react, Chinyu's figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Stay on guard. The Umbu leader shouted as the 4 immediately assumed defensive positions. I'm over here. Stop dragging this out, you're wasting my time. Chinyu's voice drifted from the front gate of Konoha's barrier. Everyone aside from Minato, who was already used to this, was utterly stunned. Even Fugaku, Shisui, and the Umbu were visibly shaken. That body flicker technique, it's too fast. Uchiha Shisui's expression shifted slightly. Shisui was renowned in the ninja world for his mastery of the body flicker technique, but just now, the speed Chinyu displayed was at least on par with his own. You all go ahead. This is my kunai, use it to contact me if anything happens. Minato handed one of his flying thunder god kunai to the Umbu leader. Just go. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't cause trouble. After spending time with Chinyu, Minato had gained a good understanding of his personality. Chinyu was friendly and easygoing, but when it came to battle, he was decisive and ruthless. He had his own principles, but also had clear boundaries that should not be crossed. The Umbu leader nodded gratefully before quickly chasing after Chinyu. Watching them leave, Fugaku could no longer remain calm. Minato! Didn't you promise to keep an eye on Chinyu? How did things escalate to him killing the 3rd mizukage and bringing back the Three-Tails? Danzo will never let this slide. Minato sighed helplessly. Chinyu's capabilities surpassed even my expectations. But if we trace it back to the cause, the 3rd mizukage died due to a tailed beast backlash. Chinyu merely subdued the Three-Tails, the responsibility doesn't lie with him. I just worry that Danzo won't see it that way. If this isn't handled properly, things could become much more complicated. Fugaku's expression darkened. The Uchiha clan was already in a precarious position within Konoha. If this incident escalated, it would only make things worse for them. Uncle, I'll go check on the situation. Shisui's gaze hardened, and in a blink, he vanished using body flicker. #Hokage's office, Konoha. The front of the Hokage's office appeared quiet, but in reality, over 100 elite Umbu operatives were hidden in the shadows. Jiraiya leaned against the doorway, waiting for Chinyu's arrival. Hey, pervy sage, you're not at the bathhouse today? Chinyu greeted him casually, causing the surrounding Umbu to twitch uncontrollably. Jiraiya snapped out of his thoughts, his face twitching. If anyone else had exposed his habits so bluntly, he would have already given them a good punch. You brat, you're as unruly as ever. Jiraiya sighed. Come on, everyone's waiting for you inside. Don't worry, I'll help you with this situation. Oh, and Lord Fukasaku has already agreed to let you train in Sage Mode at Mount Myaboku. Once this is over, you can head there. Jiraiya had thoroughly discussed Chinyu's personality with Minato. So, the moment they met, he deliberately offered a tempting reward, hoping to make the upcoming discussion smoother. Alright, let's save the rewards for later. Chinyu casually patted Jiraiya's shoulder and smirked. Let's deal with the main issue first. If we mess up the serious matters, even the best rewards won't mean much. Seeing Chinyu boldly walk ahead into the Hokage's office, Jiraiya found himself increasingly unable to understand him. Even with the entire Konoha leadership and over 100 Umbu operatives on high alert, Chinyu showed absolutely no fear. Where did this confidence come from? Inside the office, Jiraiya knocked on the door. After receiving permission, he pushed it open. The moment Chinyu stepped in, all eyes locked onto him. No more precisely, their gazes were fixated on the Three-Tails. They were desperate to confirm whether the intelligence they had received was true. It's true. The third Hokage's expression turned grave. Everything is real. The enormous office was engulfed in an eerie silence. When everyone saw the three tails, its body shrunken to the size of a mere plush toy, lazily napping atop Chinyu's backpack, their pupils constricted violently, including Danzo and the three senior advisors. This scene was simply too shocking. In their understanding, a tailed beast should either be sealed inside a host or contained within a powerful vessel. But now, one was casually resting out in the open, appearing completely harmless. This was beyond anything they had ever imagined. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe such a thing? Chinyu, welcome back. The third Hokage was the first to break the silence. I have already received Minato's report regarding your actions on the front lines. I also learned about the Land of Water's attempt to abduct Noara Rin and forcibly turn her into the Three Tails Jinchuriki. However, the fact that the third mizukage was killed has escalated this matter to the highest political level. After extensive discussions, we have reached several decisions. As Hiruzen spoke, his sharp gaze locked onto Chinyu, carefully observing his every reaction, hoping to catch the slightest change in expression. The third Hokage really gets straight to the point. I appreciate that kind of efficiency. Chinyu smiled warmly. Go ahead and tell me your decisions. If they're reasonable, I won't object. You insolent brat. Danzo snapped, his voice filled with anger. Chinyu's casual demeanor made the elder's expressions flicker with discomfort. After all, most younger shinobi, even the exceptionally talented ones, would tremble and respect when facing just one of Konoha's senior leadership. Yet here was Chinyu, standing before the Hokage, the three advisors, and one of the most dangerous men in Konoha, acting as if he were merely having a friendly chat. This could only mean one thing. He was utterly unfazed by them. Did he have absolute confidence, or was he hiding an even greater trump card? How am I being insolent? Chinyu's expression remained calm. Do you expect me to stand here and let you dictate my fate? Don't forget I've returned after accomplishing great feats. Shouldn't I be rewarded instead of being treated like a criminal? His words weren't loud, yet they instantly stunned Danzo into silence. Before Danzo could retort, the third Hokage raised a hand, stopping him. Enough. Hiruzen exhaled. Chinyu is right. In this matter, he was only indirectly involved in the third mizukage's death. And on the battlefield, his contributions were undeniable. However, due to the political significance of this event, I ask that you remain in Konoha for the time being until the war concludes. During this period, I will assign Anbu to ensure your safety. As soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Chinyu. Even Jiraiya felt a little nervous. Minato had entrusted him with ensuring this situation didn't spiral out of control. If Chinyu rejected the proposal, things could quickly become much more complicated. That's all? Chinyu's voice was lighthearted. As long as they don't interfere with my eating, drinking, having fun, or flirting, I have no problem with it. I could use a little break anyway. Think of it as me giving you all some face. His playful response made Jiraiya secretly sigh in relief. As long as Chinyu agreed, the rest of the negotiations would be far easier. Now he could report back to Minato with peace of mind. Good. Seeing Chinyu's cooperative attitude, the third Hokage finally smiled. Since Chinyu has agreed, I'll leave the rest to Minato. Chinyu, if you have nothing else to discuss, you may leave for now. Hiruzen had carefully considered who should monitor Chinyu during this period. After much deliberation, he chose Minato. Minato had both the relationship and strength necessary, and with his Flying Thunder God technique, he could keep up with Chinyu's mobility. It was the safest choice. Then I'll be going now. Chinyu cast a glance at Danzo, whose face was dark as night, and smiled warmly before turning away. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. He had been constantly on edge, worried that Danzo might cause trouble. But now Chinyu was openly provoking Danzo, as if he didn't even take him seriously. Was this confidence or pure audacity? Sensei, I'll be leaving too. Jiraiya turned to follow Chinyu. But just as he did, his expression changed drastically. Secret technique, mind transfer jutsu. 5 figures suddenly appeared from all directions. At the same time, 5 root shinobi burst forth, forming complex sealing hand signs. 5 elements binding seal. The sudden attack sent shockwaves through the room. Even the third Hokage and Jiraiya were caught off guard. Danzo's lips curled into a sinister smile. In the next instant, he vanished, appearing directly behind Chinyu. His left hand surged with cursed seals, reaching straight for the three tails. Sealing jutsu, self-damning curse mark. It was a flawless plan. The Yamanaka clan would invade Chinyu's consciousness, preventing him from resisting. The Aburain clan's sealing techniques would restrict his chakra. And in the final moment, Danzo would take the three tails for himself. But they had underestimated their opponent. Shinyu was not someone who could be easily subdued. Danzo. Shinyu smiled, unfazed. You've really let me down. As he turned, his 9-tomo Mangekyo Sharingan activated instantly. Who had the stronger mental power? The 5 Yamanaka shinobi didn't even come close to Chinyu's level. Before they could complete their jutsu, they were instantly dragged into his mental plane. Inside Chinyu's consciousness, they were met with an overwhelming sight. A massive Mangekyo Sharingan, floating ominously in the void. Their hands, frozen in seals, stiffened midair, their minds completely paralyzed. Meanwhile, the Aburain clan's sealing team charged forward. But before they could reach him, Chinyu's Mangekyo spun once more. Susanoo. A colossal crimson warrior erupted from his body. The sheer force of its emergence instantly blasted Danzo and the root members backward. The Hokage's office itself shattered under the pressure. Everyone was stunned. Danzo's expression twisted in shock. Even he had only seen Susanoo once before when Madara Uchiha fought the first Hokage. And that battle had left Hashirama fatally wounded. Now, standing before them was another Susanoo. A towering, crimson specter, exuding an aura of pure destruction. A calamity incarnate. The massive Susanoo erupted like a rampaging beast, instantly shattering the Hokage's office. Gale-force winds swept through the area, sending debris and rubble flying like a torrential storm. It was as if a terrifying natural disaster had just been unleashed. Is this the legendary power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? The third Hokage emerged from the wreckage, his expression dark with anger. The ultimate power of the Uchiha, the same ability that once belonged to Uchiha Madara? His eyes locked onto the colossal crimson figure, a towering entity of destruction. Then, turning toward Danzo, his fury erupted. Danzo, have you lost your mind? Why didn't you follow the agreed decision? His furious roar echoed through the ruins, shaking everyone present. Even Jiraiya and Hamura Mitokata were visibly shaken. They had never seen the usually composed third Hokage this enraged before. But before anyone could react, Susanoo's massive right hand shot forward like lightning, grabbing the airborne Aburain Toryun in an iron grip. Impossible. As Danzo crawled out of the rubble, his face darkened. His chest tightened as he saw Toryun struggling helplessly in the grip of Susanoo. Chinyu, this brat. Shinyu. Release him now. Danzo's voice was sharp and commanding. Destroying the Hokage's office is already treason. If you kill another Konoha shinobi, you will be declared a traitor to the village. His voice carried the weight of authority and threat. Danzo, stop. The third Hokage's face turned pale, his voice filled with urgency. You have no right to make that decision. Shinyu. Calm down, let me handle this. His desperate plea rang through the battlefield. Even Jiraiya, Hamura, and the surrounding Anbu had never seen Hiruzen this frantic before. But Shinyu wasn't listening. He had never been one to resolve things with mere words. A warm smile spread across Chinyu's face. The 9-tomo Mangekyo Sharingan spun ominously. And then, Susanoo's fingers tightened. No! Stop! Toryun's painful screams echoed. His signature jutsu, the parasitic insects, were utterly useless against Susanoo's absolute defense. A moment later. Splat! A sickening crunch filled the air, followed by a wet, crushing sound. Blood splattered. Toryun's body had been crushed like a watermelon, reduced to an unrecognizable mess. Silence. Absolute silence. The Anbu shinobi froze, their faces turning ashen white. Toryun had been a top-tier elite jonin. Yet he had been instantly obliterated, as if he were nothing. A terrifying realization settled in their hearts. If we had foolishly attacked Shinyu just now, we would have been next. Shinyu. You're courting death. Danzo's roar shattered the silence. Toryun had been one of his most trusted subordinates, a pillar of Root's elite forces. Yet Shinyu had just killed him without hesitation. This was blatant provocation. Oops. Shinyu chuckled, his expression playful. I guess I still haven't mastered Susanoo properly. Accidentally crushed him. He grinned, looking straight at Danzo. But I'm sure you understand, right? His tone was light-hearted, but his words were dripping in mockery. Danzo's face twisted in rage. Kill him. His voice was filled with fury and bloodlust. Kill Uchiha Shinyu now. But before his forces could even move, two figures instantly appeared beside him. One in front. One behind. Danzo, enough. Jiraiya grabbed Danzo's left shoulder. Minato grabbed his right. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi arrived, their faces pale with tension. Everything they had feared had come to pass. Minato! Jiraiya! Danzo's eyes burned with rage. Shinyu is slaughtering Konoha's own shinobi. This is treason. Get out of my way. Konoha is not a place for him to run wild. But Minato's grip didn't loosen. Jiraiya's expression remained grave. Danzo! Jiraiya's voice was low and serious. We're not stopping you. We're saving you. His words fell like a thunderclap. Even Danzo flinched. The root leader. The one who had always sought to be Hokage. Yet here was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, telling him. Asterisk if you move now, you will die. Asterisk. You? Danzo's face twisted. You think I fear him? You think I... He stopped mid-sentence. Because in that moment, his gaze met Shinyu's. And suddenly, a chilling realization crept into his mind. Shinyu's expression was calm. His body language was relaxed. Despite standing alone against the entire village, he showed no fear. Not even an ounce of hesitation. Why? Because. Asterisk he knows we can't stop him. Asterisk. Asterisk he knows he can escape anytime he wants. Asterisk. Asterisk even here, in the heart of Konoha. Asterisk. Danzo couldn't find the words to rebuke the Hokage. Because deep down, he knew Hiruzen was right. If he attacked now, he could very well end up like Torian. Shinyu. Uchiha Fugaku finally broke the silence. You've killed a man. You've proven your strength. Let's end this here. His voice was calm, but urgent. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had to set an example. And right now, his priority was preventing a full-scale conflict. Fugaku is right. The third Hokage spoke next. Shinyu, this matter will be handled appropriately. This time, Danzo acted recklessly. His words made everyone tense up. If even Hiruzen Sarutobi was admitting fault, then Shinyu truly had the upper hand. Shinyu's eyes gleamed with amusement. Then, he laughed lightly. Well, since Uncle Fugaku and the Hokage have spoken, it would be rude not to give them some face. He smirked. But Danzo, you'd better send more men next time. I could use the practice. His words sent chills down everyone's spine. Shinyu wasn't threatening them. He was playing with them. And worse, they all knew he could back it up. You little bastard. Danzo's expression twisted into a ferocious snarl as he roared in fury. As a high-ranking official of Konoha and the leader of Root, when had he ever been treated with such disdain? Moreover, Shinyu's strength had indeed surpassed his expectations, but he still had his trump cards. Danzo, shut up. The third Hokage barked coldly. Nito, take Danzo back. Without my order, he is not allowed to leave Root. Sarutobi, you. Danzo was so enraged that he momentarily lost his words. However, when he met the unquestionable gaze of the third Hokage, the words that had reached his lips were swallowed back. With a heavy flick of his sleeve, he turned and said in a cold voice, I'll return on my own, but I won't let this matter rest so easily, no matter who is backing you. Throwing down those harsh words, Danzo indeed left without looking back. As he watched Danzo depart, Uchiha Fugaku felt even heavier at heart rather than relieved. This feud was now set in stone. Sensei? Jiraiya couldn't help but look at the third Hokage. The third Hokage let out a deep sigh and said, Minato, take Shinyu back first. I'll handle the rest. Namake's Minato did not refuse. From the beginning, he had felt uneasy, but he never expected the situation to escalate to this extent, completely beyond his control. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Shinyu to come to the Hokage's office alone. Now, the only thing he could do was figure out how to mend the rift between both sides. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind, but with a flicker of his figure, Namake's Minato appeared beside Shinyu. Uchiha Fugaku, still uneasy, quickly followed. Shinyu, let's go, Namake's Minato spoke first. Sorry for the trouble, Shinyu chuckled dryly. This made Namake's Minato smile bitterly. It's a good thing you held back. If you had killed everyone, I wouldn't have been able to clean up this mess. I don't even know whether to say you were showing mercy or sparing me some face. Next time, don't forget to treat me to a good meal. And me. I didn't cause any trouble just now. The Three-Tails Isabu suddenly emerged from Chinyu's backpack. Watching the man and beast still thinking about food at such a critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku's heart grew even heavier. As the three of them left, only Jiraiya and the third Hokage remained in the vast ruins. The other Umbu members had clearly gone to calm the alarmed villagers and shinobi. Jiraiya, if you were to use your trump card, do you think you could defeat Shinyu? The third Hokage suddenly asked. As his teacher, he knew Jiraiya's abilities very well. Among the three Sannin, Orochimaru devoted himself to forbidden jutsu research, Tsunade specialized in medical ninjutsu, and Jiraiya was the best at combat. In terms of raw battle strength, Jiraiya was the strongest of the three. A 50% chance of winning, and that's assuming Shinyu isn't hiding any trump cards of his own. If he has more, I can't say for sure, Jiraiya said gravely. If anyone else had heard Jiraiya's evaluation, they would have gasped in shock. The Sannin were considered Kage-level fighters, and with Sage Mode, they could even reach beyond that. Yet now, against a younger opponent, Jiraiya had given such a cautious assessment an unbelievable notion. The third Hokage fell silent. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, he finally said, "What you fear most about him isn't his current strength, it's his terrifying learning potential, isn't it?" "Yes." Jiraiya nodded solemnly. "That's why I agreed with Lord Fukasaku to let him learn Sage Mode to truly assess the danger he poses." Having seen Jiraiya's Sage Mode upon his return, the third Hokage knew well how difficult it was to master. In every era, among hundreds or even thousands of candidates, only one might succeed, sometimes none. Moreover, failure could turn one into a frog or even a stone statue. Training in Sage Mode was a double-edged sword. After witnessing Chinyu's terrifying potential firsthand, a ridiculous thought flashed through the third Hokage's mind: what if Chinyu failed? Would that actually be better for the situation? But the moment this thought arose, his sense of justice suppressed it. "When do you plan to send him?" the third Hokage sighed. This time, Danzo broke the original agreement and fought Chinyu. The grudge is now set in stone. Even though he didn't directly kill the third mizukage, he was indirectly involved. "I hope you can handle this matter as soon as possible." Jiraiya nodded. "Don't worry, I'll arrange for him and Minato to leave tomorrow. Learning Sage Mode will take at least a few months. By then, the Third Shinobi World War may already be over." Meanwhile, under the escort of Uchiha Fugaku and Namake's Minato, Shinyu returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. Since the previous Uchiha Chinyu had lost his parents at a young age, his residence had been arranged near Uchiha Fugaku's home. Following closely behind them were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. "You're finally back." Upon hearing footsteps, Uchiha Makoto was the first to open the door. Seeing Chinyu, she smiled gently. "Chinyu, welcome home safely. Aunt Makoto, you're still as sweet-talking as ever. I don't have any gifts, so how about I give you this for protection?" Chinyu casually flipped his hand, pulling out the three tails. The sudden action stunned everyone, including Uchiha Makoto. "Boss, that's not fair. You just made me your subordinate, and now you're giving me away? If word gets out, the other tailed beasts won't be so easy to fool." Isabu panicked instantly. "This thing can talk?" Uchiha Makoto was momentarily taken aback. "What is it?" "The three-tails Isabu, just like the nine-tails, it's a tailed beast weapon," Uchiha Fugaku answered first. "Chinyu, stop joking. Are you planning to lay hands on the other tailed beasts as well?" "Fugaku, don't be so serious. What if you scare the children?" Uchiha Makoto glared at him before waving at Chinyu. "Chinyu, I've prepared a delicious meal for you. I also have something very important to announce." "Something important?" Uchiha Fugaku and the others were momentarily stunned. Chinyu was also a bit surprised, but his gaze quickly fell on Uchiha Makoto's slightly rounded belly. "Aunt Makoto, you're pregnant, aren't you?" Chinyu's sudden words made Uchiha Fugaku freeze, and he hurriedly asked, "Makoto, is what Chinyu said true?" Uchiha Makoto was momentarily stunned. "Chinyu, I just got back from the doctor and found out myself. How did you figure it out? At that moment, even Uchiha Fugaku and the others sensed that something was off. Could it be the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said, Makoto, be careful in the coming days. Itachi, Shursui, help set the table. Minato, stay and have a meal with us. It's been over a year since we last had a drink together. Fugaku, you're too polite. I've also been wanting to taste my sister-in-law's cooking again. Namake's Minato wasn't foolish, he instantly realized that Uchiha Fugaku wanted to talk to Chinyu privately. If it had been anyone else, Minato wouldn't have let Chinyu out of his sight. But as a close friend, he knew that Fugaku wouldn't gamble with the fate of his clan so recklessly, otherwise, he wouldn't have entrusted the clan's future to Chinyu in the first place. Minato, thank you. Uchiha Fugaku showed a grateful expression before turning to Chinyu. Chinyu, come with me. I want to talk to you alone. All right. Chinyu didn't refuse. At the very least, he still held due respect for the kindness Fugaku's family had shown him in the past. Casually tossing the three tails to a stunned Uchiha Itachi, Chinyu said, just feed it a meal, and it won't cause trouble. Yeah, boss is right. Just let me eat until I'm half full. The three-tails Isabu didn't mind Chinyu's casual treatment at all. Watching a mighty-tailed beast sink to the level of being satisfied with just a meal, Namake's Minato couldn't help but feel helpless. However, what shocked him more was Chinyu's ability. If he could tame other tailed beasts as easily as this, the entire shinobi world would tremble in fear. Chinyu followed Uchiha Fugaku deep into an underground passage. As they walked, he observed Fugaku dispelling intricate sealing techniques one by one, confirming that their destination was likely the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds. After passing through the final corridor, they finally arrived before a massive sealed door. The door was forged from special chakra-infused iron, capable of absorbing chakra to resist attacks. Combined with additional sealing techniques, even an S-rank jutsu would struggle to break through. Chinyu, I'm sure you've already guessed, this is the Uchiha clan's forbidden area. Only the clan leader of each generation may enter, and only those who have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan can open it. Uchiha Fugaku spoke in a solemn tone. This time, you will be the one to open it. Chinyu didn't hesitate. Stepping forward, his 9-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. The intricate seals on the door began to shift and transform, eventually forming a blood-red eye. A massive surge of spiritual energy shot straight into Chinyu's mind. Uchiha Madara, get out of my head. Chinyu snorted coldly, unleashing a tidal wave of spiritual energy. This was a sealing technique left behind by Uchiha Madara. When activated by the Mangekyo Sharingan, it triggered an illusion-based assault to test the inheritor's strength. Seeing Chinyu snap out of the illusion in an instant, Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically. When he first entered this place, despite having the Mangekyo Sharingan, he couldn't achieve what Chinyu just did. It had taken him a full minute to clear the illusion, and even then, his father, the previous clan leader, had praised him as a genius. But now, Chinyu had broken free in just a single breath. The sheer difference in talent left even the mentally prepared Uchiha Fugaku utterly shocked. If he was considered a genius, then Chinyu was nothing short of a monster. Let's go. Chinyu stepped into the chamber first. Inside, numerous scrolls were neatly arranged, and in the center stood a rough-hewn stone tablet engraved with a Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku quickly followed, regaining his composure. This is where we store our clan's ninjutsu scrolls and secret records. However, when Madara left, he took most of our valuable techniques with him, leaving behind only a few. You are free to browse through them. As for that stone tablet, you can use your Mangekyo Sharingan to unlock its secrets. You may gain some special insights. But before that, I want to know, what are your intentions? Do you plan to follow in Uchiha Madara's footsteps? As he spoke, Fugaku's gaze sharpened, studying Chinyu's expression closely. If I told you I encountered Uchiha Madara on the battlefield, would you believe me? Chinyu smiled as he met Fugaku's gaze. His voice was calm, but in Fugaku's ears, it was like a thunderclap. You really encountered him? Were all your recent actions under his orders? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. From Fugaku's reaction, Chinyu became even more certain Madara had never stopped trying to recruit those who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, especially the Uchiha clan's leader. If he could manipulate Fugaku, reviving his ambitions would be an easy task. Uncle, you underestimate me. Chinyu chuckled and shook his head. He did want me to inherit his will, but what if I told you that I already killed him? Would you believe me? You killed him? Uchiha Fugaku's expression underwent a dramatic shift. To the Uchiha clan, Madara was akin to a god. After awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan, Fugaku had encountered him once and knew just how terrifying he was. Yes, he's dead. I have no reason to lie to you. Chinyu stated calmly. Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought. After a long silence, he finally said, 10 years ago, I also met him. Even though he was old, he was still far stronger than me. For the future of the Uchiha clan, I fought him, but I wasn't at your level. Over the years, you've seen the decline of the Uchiha clan. If not for him taking most of our forbidden and secret techniques, our clan wouldn't have fallen into decline. Uchiha Fugaku paused slightly before continuing. I once thought that the Uchiha clan would continue to decline in its downfall, but I never expected geniuses like you and Shursui to appear. However, I don't want you to follow in Uchiha Madara's footsteps. Even he couldn't escape the fate of destruction, and I don't want to see our clan meet that same end again. Shinyu didn't rush to refute his words. If Uchiha Madara hadn't been so selfish when he left, if he had left behind the method to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as the scrolls for advanced ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, perhaps the Uchiha clan wouldn't be so lacking in high-level combat power. Just imagine, if the clan had 7 or 8 Mangekyo Sharingan users at the same time, who in the entire shinobi world could stand against them? Shinyu, I hope you can give me an answer, Uchiha Fugaku repeated. Uncle, don't worry. My dream is to be a lazy slacker. As long as they don't push me too far, I'll behave myself, Shinyu said with a faint smile. As his words faded, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered a few times before he finally let out a deep sigh. Since you say so, I won't question you further. Now that you've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, take a look at the stone tablet. If there's a legacy that suits you, having an extra means of self-defense isn't a bad thing. I'll be heading back to check on Makoto and the child. I'm getting old, and in the future, the position of clan leader may have to be entrusted to you. With that, Uchiha Fugaku turned and left. Shinyu rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had thought that Fugaku wanted to discuss something important, but it turned out he was just looking to pass the clan head position to him. It was both amusing and frustrating. However, what interested him most right now was the Uchiha clan's inheritance. He casually flipped through the scrolls around him and quickly understood why Uchiha Fugaku bore such resentment toward Uchiha Madara. Aside from records glorifying Madara's achievements during the Warring States period, the only ninjutsu-related techniques left were 3 fire-style jutsu: Fire Release, Blazing Song, Fire Release, Dragon Fire, and Fire Release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Aside from the last one, which could unleash S-rank power if the user had sufficient chakra, the other techniques were relatively mediocre. At that moment, Shinyu finally understood what it meant for a great figure to be selfish. Still, he couldn't entirely blame Uchiha Madara. As a figure revered by the clan, if future generations were to surpass him, it would be tolerable if he were dead. But if he were still alive and found out that his title as the strongest Uchiha had been snatched away, he wouldn't be pleased. That said, even scraps were still valuable. For others, learning these jutsu would take time, but for Chinyu, no technique had a learning barrier. Ding! Congratulations, host! Fire Release, Blazing Song has been instantly mastered. Ding! Congratulations, host! Fire Release, Dragon Fire has been instantly mastered. Ding! Congratulations, host! Fire Release, Majestic Destroyer Flame has been instantly mastered. Hearing the system's notifications, Shinyu placed the scrolls back in their original positions before turning his attention to the crude stone tablet. As soon as his gaze met the blurred Sharingan on its surface, his Mangekyo Sharingan reacted, spinning rapidly without warning. With a hum, a booming sensation echoed in Chinyu's mind, and his consciousness was swiftly dragged into the illusionary space of the stone tablet. In the pitch-black void, a massive, blood-red Sharingan stood out starkly. My successor, this is a memory of my Mangekyo Sharingan technique, left within this stone tablet. If you can obtain it, you may attempt to wield this invincible power. Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly echoed through the space. His tone was ethereal, carrying an air of absolute authority. As the voice faded, Shinyu's 9 Tomoe Sharingan abruptly stopped spinning. His consciousness returned to reality, and a new, unfamiliar method of activating a dojutsu had appeared in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has acquired the Mangekyo Amplification Eye. Would you like to instantly master it? The system's voice rang out again, making Chinyu raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had just speculated on what this so-called invincible technique might be, and the system had already delivered a pleasant surprise. In the original story, aside from the limbo, border jail technique, Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan had another unknown ability. Based on Chinyu's deductions, this unknown dojutsu was likely an amplification ability, a powerful support technique that could enhance all forms of attacks, including ninjutsu and dojutsu. For example, it could amplify Great Fireball, Shibaku Tensei, or even a three-headed Susanoo, elevating them to forbidden jutsu levels. Otherwise, in the original series, Uchiha Sasuke had reached the same level as Madara, yet his techniques never seemed as overwhelming. It seemed that while Madara had taken most of the clan's forbidden jutsu scrolls, he had left behind one of the strongest dojutsu. This was understandable. Madara had always held the mindset of a supreme warrior. He had nothing but disdain for the weak, including his own clansmen. Rather than leaving behind ninjutsu and forbidden techniques to cultivate a group of mediocre shinobi, it was better to leave the strongest dojutsu for the strongest individual. That way, he could groom a more powerful pawn. However, if Madara knew that the technique he had carefully preserved ended up in the hands of the very person who killed him, his feelings would undoubtedly be complicated. System, instantly master it. Chinyu snapped back to reality and gave the command. Host, please wait. Congratulations, host. Mangekyo amplification I has been instantly mastered. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Chinyu smirked playfully, feeling an uncontrollable urge to test his newfound power. In the next moment, a crack echoed through the chamber as a deep fissure split across the stone tablets engraved Sharingan. It seemed that Madara had only intended for one person to inherit this technique. As expected of his domineering mindset, one pawn was enough. Shaking his head, Chinyu didn't linger. He had already obtained the strongest inheritance. He had no interest in reading old records that glorified someone he had personally killed. As he left, the sealed door automatically closed behind him. Back in the reception hall, Uchiha Fugaku returned quickly. Seeing everyone already seated and waiting to eat, his stern expression softened into a smile. Let's eat first. Chinyu will need some time before he returns. Makoto, you've worked hard. When the baby is born, Itachi, you'll have to take good care of your younger sibling. Don't worry, father. I will take good care of my little brother or sister, Uchiha Itachi replied casually. However, in the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted as he looked toward the hallway. Brother, you're back already? Father said you would need more time. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned and turned around in surprise. You didn't gain anything? As the clan leader, Fugaku had been verbally passed down the stone tablet's secrets, but compared to Chinyu, who had the system and the powerful spiritual mind of a reincarnated soul, he was clearly at a disadvantage. I did gain something. My strength has skyrocketed again, Chinyu said with a smirk before turning to Namake's Minato. How about a spar? A little practice never hurts. You've gained something? Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted slightly, and even Namake's Minato and the others showed looks of surprise. The strength Chinyu had already displayed was far beyond their understanding. If he had obtained another power boost, it meant his strength had risen yet again. Yeah, just a little something. Chinyu smiled. Alright, let's not rush into this. Eat first. If we keep delaying, the food will get cold. Uchiha Makoto interjected. Even though Namake's Minato and the others were eager to know what Chinyu had gained, they suppressed their curiosity and focused on their meal. The meal passed in an instant. As soon as Uchiha Makoto finished cleaning up the dishes, everyone except Chinyu stood up in unison. Chinyu, I want to spar with you. 3 voices rang out simultaneously. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Namake's Minato looked at each other, all filled with an urgent desire to witness Chinyu's newfound strength firsthand. Father, brother may have gained something new, but in such a short time, he probably hasn't fully mastered it yet. Aren't you being a little too hasty? Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui hesitated. In their minds, whether it was ninjutsu or dojutsu, there was always a process from learning to mastery. No, Chinyu, I believe you've already mastered it. Namake's Minato said firmly. The Uchiha clan is known for its dojutsu expertise. If your new ability is related to the Sharingan, your learning speed should be exceptional, right? Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's expressions stiffened. When they saw Chinyu smiling and nodding, their faces changed instantly. After all, Chinyu and Uchiha Fugaku had only been in the secret chamber for a minute or two at most. Mastering a new Mangekyo technique in such a short time? That was unthinkable. You guys haven't been around Shinyu long enough, his learning ability is monstrous. Namake's Minato spoke lightly, but his expression grew serious. So, should we start? In the village? Shinyu smirked playfully. There are at least 30 or 40 people monitoring outside. If we accidentally destroy something, Danzo will never let it go. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui stiffened once more. After all, Shinyu had just destroyed the Hokage building and killed Aburame Torian. Even though Danzo was primarily responsible for that conflict, Shinyu was still under surveillance. If another incident occurred, Danzo would surely seize the opportunity to act against him. Don't worry, we'll leave a clone behind and head outside the village. Namake's Minato smiled mysteriously and flipped out a flying thunder god kunai. In the next moment, Shinyu and the others vanished from the estate, leaving behind a shadow clone to maintain appearances. Outside Konoha, 30 kilometers away. Boom! 5 figures descended like specters into a massive basin. Minato, your flying thunder god is getting more refined. Uchiha Fugaku glanced around before smirking. If you ever decide to run away, no one will ever catch you. Namake's Minato rubbed the tip of his nose awkwardly. Alright, let's get this over with. We all want to spar with Shinyu. Who goes first? Their synchronized reaction earlier had already exposed their thoughts. Shinyu's previous strength was already terrifying. Now that he had gained even more, the idea of facing him was borderline nightmarish. You 3 should come at me together. Shinyu smiled. His voice wasn't loud, but in that instant, it swept over them like a storm. Namake's Minato's expression changed instantly. Shinyu, are you joking? Joking? Shinyu chuckled and shook his head. I'm always serious. Let me remind you, bring your A-game ***. My attacks are very strong. Seeing Shinyu's confidence, Namake's Minato turned serious. He exchanged a glance with Uchiha Shisui, and in an instant, they reached a silent agreement. Attack! Uchiha Fugaku shouted urgently, his hands moving in a blur as he launched a dozen shuriken toward Shinyu at deceptive angles. At the same time, he rapidly weaved hand seals, gathering scorching chakra in his mouth before unleashing it in an instant. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive 7 to 8 meter fireball erupted, roaring toward Shinyu. Simultaneously, 2 blurred figures flashed behind Shinyu. One wielded Flying Thunder God, the other used Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, both attacking with Rasengan and flowing water blade, their chakras surging to the absolute limit. However, Shinyu was more than prepared. His blood-red eyes flickered, and his 9 Tomoe Sharingan spun rapidly. A surge of immense dojutsu power exploded outward like a tidal wave. Scarlet energy surged and coalesced, forming a colossal, 30-meter-tall Susanoo. In an instant. Boom! The 3 attacks struck the Susanoo's armor, but it was like hitting an immovable wall. The great fireball exploded on impact, while Rasengan and flowing water blade were instantly obliterated. But what shocked them the most? Shinyu's Susanoo had manifested in a 3-headed, 6-armed Shura form. One face glared with wrath, another smiled with compassion, and the last radiated solemn majesty. The sheer presence of it was overwhelming. His dojutsu has evolved. The power it radiates is several times stronger. Uchiha Fugaku's face drastically changed. Namake's Minato and Uchiha Shisui instinctively retreated, their expressions grim as they stared at the mountainous figure before them. Are you 3 trying to waste my time? Shinyu smiled warmly. If you can't even break my defense, then there's no point in continuing this fight. His words made Namake's Minato, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fugaku freeze in place. All 3 of them were among the strongest in the shinobi world. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Exchanging a glance, their gazes hardened with determination. Use your full power. No more holding back. Uchiha Fugaku shouted coldly. His eyes spun rapidly, and the 3-pointed Mangekyo Sharingan instantly activated. A surge of purple dojutsu chakra erupted from his body, forming a towering Susanoo over 10 meters tall. Uchiha Shisui moved as well. His blood-red eyes transformed into the side-like Mangekyo pattern, and a surging green aura burst forth, forming a Susanoo that rivaled Fugaku's in size. All 3 attackers unleashed their strongest techniques at once. Even though Fugaku and Shisui's Susanoo couldn't match Shinyu's in power, Namake's Minato looked particularly disadvantaged in comparison. Left with no choice, he bit his finger, letting fresh blood flow before swiftly pressing his palm against the ground. Summoning Jutsu. Boom! A massive plume of smoke erupted as a mountain-sized figure emerged from within. Minato, you rarely summon me. But at least it's better than that damn Sharingan brat. Every time he calls me out, it's nothing but trouble. Next time I see him, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Gamatatsu's pipe froze midair as he suddenly locked eyes with Chinyu. The moment he saw Chinyu's colossal Susanoo, standing serenely within it, Gamatatsu's heart felt as if an invisible hand had clenched it. Boss, looks like you finally have a chance to teach me that lesson, Chinyu said playfully. Gamatatsu's nerves immediately tightened upon hearing those words. Looking at Namake's Minato, who was sitting atop his head with a bitter smile, Gamatatsu suddenly had the urge to curse out loud. Minato, what the hell are you doing? Why are you suddenly fighting him? At least warn me first so I can prepare. Gamatatsu complained. Minato patted Gamatatsu's head reassuringly. Boss, we're just sparring. But I'll warn you, ***, don't judge Chinyu based on how he was 5 days ago, ***, or you'll suffer for it. Just sparring? Gamatatsu secretly exhaled in relief. But when he looked at the blood-red Susanoo, radiating an aura of pure destruction, his expression became serious. Was he holding back 5 days ago? Or has he grown even stronger? His aura has multiplied several times over. I don't know. Maybe both, Minato replied, glancing at Chinyu. But there's one thing I'm sure of. If we don't take this seriously, we might die. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Shursue's expressions darkened. Attack! The three attackers reached a silent agreement and struck at once. Exploding flame spear. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo grasped at the air, and a spear wreathed in flames materialized in his hands. Without any hesitation, he hurled it directly at Chinyu. As the spear pierced through the air, the surrounding atmosphere ripped apart like fabric, and the flames behind it whipped into the shape of a massive fire dragon, stretching hundreds of meters as it roared forward. Uncle, I'll assist you. Uchiha Shursui shouted. His emerald-green Susanoo surged with chakra, and its right hand spun rapidly, forming a drilling vortex of wind. A sharp, ear-piercing whirlwind erupted as Shursue's green storm merged into Fugaku's flaming dragon. The moment fire and wind combined, the fire dragon expanded to over 1 kilometer in length, its roaring flames intensified by the windstorm, creating an unstoppable inferno. Minato! You use fire release, I'll coat it with toad oil. Let's break through Chinyu's defense and show that brat what we're really capable of. Gamatatsu shouted urgently. Got it. Minato agreed instantly, weaving hand seals while Gamatatsu's stomach expanded. The next instant, they unleashed their combined attack. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The moment their attacks launched, the sky blazed with fire, illuminating the entire battlefield. Standing in the midst of the incoming destruction, Chinyu's smile only widened. His 9-tomo Sharingan spun frantically, drawing upon an overwhelming surge of dojutsu power. Boom! The ocean of flames consumed Chinyu, and the blazing shockwaves scorched the rocky terrain, making the entire basin sizzle and crack. Seeing their attacks connect, the three attackers quickly retreated, their eyes locked onto the battlefield with intense focus. You guys are worrying too much. Even with Susanoo, taking a hit from this level of fire release should melt right through it. Gamatatsu assured them. However, the hand gripping his smoking pipe trembled slightly. And then, he saw it. Within the raging inferno, a colossal, armored figure slowly emerged. Gamatatsu's expression changed drastically. That's the beast's catastrophe from the Uchiha clan's records. Uchiha Fugaku's voice trembled as he shouted in shock. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he took in the sight before him. Chinyu's three-headed, six-armed Susanoo, now fully covered in intricate, samurai-like armor, emanating an unparalleled aura of destruction. Fugaku! What is that technique? Chinyu's Susanoo just got even stronger. Minato asked urgently. Even Uchiha Shursui couldn't stay calm anymore. Being a master of dojutsu, his previous attack had been his strongest move. Combined with Fugaku's fire release, its power had multiplied several times over, yet it had failed to even scratch Chinyu's defense. It's the amplification eye. Uchiha Fugaku's expression was grim. I read about it in Uchiha Madara's personal notes. One of his mangekyo abilities was this amplification eye, which could drastically enhance the power of ninjutsu and dojutsu. Right now, Shinyu's Beast's Catastrophe is using the amplification I to boost his Susanoo's defensive power, turning it into an impenetrable armor. His defense has increased by at least 3 to 5 times. What? Namake's Minato's face drastically changed. Shinyu's previous defense was already impossible to break and now it was 3 to 5 times stronger? That meant it was practically absolute defense. A sense of powerlessness crept into Minato's heart. Then, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Fugaku, what if he uses the amplification eye on an attack? At that very moment, a booming sensation erupted within Shinyu's mind. Under the amplification eye's rapid activation, a memory from Uchiha Madara's inheritance surfaced. A jutsu formula surged through his consciousness like a tidal wave. Ding! The system has detected that the host has learned Heavenly Obstacle Spring Star. Would you like to instantly master it? The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Shinyu's mind, causing his expression to momentarily freeze. It could be said that in the original storyline, what shocked Shinyu the most was not Uchiha Madara unleashing the Six Paths mode or the Limbo, border jail, but rather the moment when he faced the allied shinobi forces and the 5 Kage, displaying the heaven concealed, Tengai Shinsei. That attack, resembling a meteor descending from the heavens, with a diameter reaching 10,000 meters, carried an apocalyptic momentum that stirred an indescribable sense of suffocation in the hearts of onlookers. Originally, Shinyu was quite satisfied after obtaining the amplification eye and powerful ninjutsu like the majestic destroyer flame in the Uchiha clan's forbidden grounds. However, compared to Heaven Concealed, he still felt a lingering sense of regret. And now, this sudden inheritance had undoubtedly lifted his spirits. System, max it out immediately. Ding! Host, please wait a moment. Congratulations, host. Heaven Concealed has been successfully maxed out with one click. As the system's voice gradually faded from Shinyu's mind, he withdrew from his consciousness space. In the instant that his blood moon-like 9-Tomoe Sharingan spun wildly, the 3-headed, 6-armed Susanoo began to move its hands. You mean to use the amplification eye for attacks? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily stunned. Memories of the records detailing Uchiha Madara's feats flashed through his mind, and in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly looked toward Shinyu, who stood amid the sea of flames. When he saw the 6 hands of the Susanoo moving rapidly, his pupils contracted sharply, and he roared in urgency. Get out of here now. According to the records, if the amplification eye is used for attacks, it can instantly destroy an entire ninja village. His hysterical roar echoed through the heavens and earth. However, before they could react, a colossal shadow was already descending from the sky, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of pressure. Everyone's nerves tensed abruptly. They hurriedly looked up, and the instant their eyes beheld the sight before them, they were completely dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, frozen in shock. A massive meteor, 5,000 meters in diameter, was plummeting from the heavens in an unstoppable descent. The air and clouds along its path were torn apart in an instant. With a deafening roar, the enormous meteor crashed toward the ground with unstoppable force. Run! Get out of here, now! Uchiha Fugaku roared in panic. Faced with such an attack, he didn't even consider fighting back. His only thought was to escape. Madman! This guy is a complete madman! Gamabunta's voice had turned hoarse. A flicker of fear flashed deep within his pupils as he spoke. Minato, you said that if we don't take this seriously, we'll die. Now I'm starting to think that even if we do take it seriously, we're still going to die. In a situation like this, I can't help at all. I'm heading back first. With those words, Gamabunta vanished into thin air. Namake's Minato landed directly on the ground, watching as Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui fled in panic. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, his figure also disappeared. Shisui, Fugaku, channel your chakra into me. We've played too big this time and gotten ourselves burned. If this meteor crashes down, everything within several kilometers will be annihilated. I have to teleport it away. Minato appeared before the two of them, his tone urgent. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, still shaken, hesitated for a moment before exchanging glances. Minato, are you sure you can do this? Fugaku couldn't hold back his apprehension. Although he felt powerless, what Minato said was true, this disaster was their own doing. If they simply turned their backs and walked away, the consequences would be unimaginable. I have about a 30% chance. This is my first time teleporting something like this, ***, Minato admitted, his lips dry. But with your chakra support, I might have a 50% chance. We don't have time to hesitate. Let's begin now. Watching as the massive meteor rapidly approached, growing larger in their pupils with each passing second, Minato wasted no time. With a swift motion, he threw 3 flying thunder god kunai in a backhanded toss. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui pressed their hands against Minato's shoulders, pouring their chakra into him like an unrelenting tidal wave. With a loud explosion, the 3 flying thunder god kunai collided with the meteor. Sparks flew as the kunai embedded themselves in a triangular formation on the meteor's surface. In the next moment, under the immense shockwave and crushing force, Minato's hands moved rapidly. A complex sequence of hand seals formed in swift succession, and as sweat beaded on his forehead, a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Flying Thunder God Barrier. Buzz. A sudden tremor pulsed through the air. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui felt as though a giant invisible hand had instantly drained all their chakra. This location was one where Minato frequently moved about, and he had long since laid down Flying Thunder God seals across a radius of dozens of miles. The moment the final seal was completed, a massive Flying Thunder God barrier spanning 10,000 meters materialized in an instant. A gaping, pitch-black spatial rift collided directly with the descending meteor. Under the immense shockwave and impact, the rift trembled violently, emitting sharp cracking sounds. Like a spider web, fractures spread across its surface at a speed visible to the naked eye. Minato, will this even work? Fugaku couldn't hold back his anxious shout. The meteor was now only a few hundred meters above them. Just looking up, they could already feel an indescribable aura of death enveloping them. If Minato failed, their fate would be sealed. Trust me. It will work. The veins on Minato's neck bulged as he forcefully clasped his hands together. The last remnants of chakra in his body were completely drained. The Flying Thunder God barrier, which had been pushed to its limit, expanded slightly. In that instant, the deadlock was broken, and the descending meteor was devoured by the pitch-black rift. In just over 10 seconds, the 5,000-meter-wide meteor was completely teleported away. As the sky cleared and the spatial rift gradually disappeared, Minato collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and the extreme exhaustion left him unable to stand. His body ached from the overuse of chakra. However, before they could even celebrate, the next words that reached their ears completely shattered any relief. Not bad. But that was just an appetizer. The real challenge is coming next. Can you handle an even bigger second one? Shinyu's face bore a warm smile, but at this moment, to them, he looked no different from a devil. Before they could process his words, they instinctively looked up. In the sky, another black shadow was rapidly expanding. It was descending even faster than before. Another meteor, one even larger than the first. Insane. No. They felt like they were losing their minds. They had just exhausted all their chakra and effort to barely teleport away one heaven-concealed meteor. And now Shinyu was telling them that this was only the appetizer? That an even bigger one was coming next? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Damn it. Did we just play with fire and end up burning ourselves to death? Minato couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. At this point, even moving a single finger was difficult. With his chakra completely drained, he couldn't even use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Now, all he could do was wait for death to descend. The massive meteor crashed down from the sky with an overwhelming force, rapidly enlarging in their pupils. It felt as if an invisible giant hand was gripping their hearts tightly, making it difficult to breathe. That damned brat. Is there no way to dispel this jutsu? Uchiha Fugaku said with a bitter smile. Or has he, like us, exhausted all his chakra? If we don't figure something out soon, we'll just be waiting for death. Hearing these words, Namake's Minato, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, couldn't help but lift his head to look at the sky. In that instant, the enormous meteor descending from the heavens suddenly began to distort rapidly, rippling like waves on a lake. A moment later, it collapsed in mid-air with a thunderous crash. No more accurately, in their eyes, the entire sky seemed to undergo a cosmic shift. Once everything returned to normal, there was no trace of a second meteor in the sky, only the destruction left behind by the first impact remained. Stop looking. The second meteor was just an illusion. I had no interest in exhausting myself like you guys. Shinyu's voice rang out suddenly, snapping the 3 of them out of their stupor. Turning around, they saw Shinyu standing behind them, and they could only offer wry smiles. They understood this battle had already been decided. You brat, you nearly scared us to death. Uchiha Fugaku sighed helplessly, patting Chinyu on the shoulder. But we admit our defeat willingly. Still, tell me honestly, could you really have summoned a second meteor? Or were you just holding back? Hearing this, both Namake's Minato and Uchiha Shursui turned to Chinyu, their expressions filled with curiosity and urgency. After all, they were among the strongest figures in the ninja world. Yet facing Chinyu's attack, they had felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell. That left a shadow of doubt in their hearts. No, I couldn't. Chinyu replied with a smile. He wasn't lying, given his current chakra reserves. Even summoning the first heaven concealed, Tengai Shinsei, had been extremely taxing without the support of the Three Tails. Summoning a second one was out of the question. Alright, I'll believe you for now. Uchiha Fugaku rolled his eyes before saying, it's getting late. We should head back before anyone finds out. Meanwhile, in the root headquarters of Konoha. Danzo's expression was as dark as it could get, veins bulging on his hand as he gripped his cane tightly. Ha! Danzo, I didn't expect you to be so eager to see me. A voice filled with amusement suddenly echoed. Soon, a ninja wearing an ANBU uniform entered through the door. Removing his painted mask, he revealed a pale, almost ghostly face. It wasn't easy for me to get here this time. I ran into quite a few ANBU along the way. You wouldn't happen to have been kicked out by my teacher, would you? Orochimaru flicked out his long, crimson tongue, speaking with a playful tone. In his eyes, the only person in Konoha truly capable of contending with Danzo was the third Hokage. It's Uchiha Chinyu. Danzo turned around, his face grim. I had 10 elite shinobi prepared at the Hokage's residence. I even personally stepped in, yet we couldn't subdue him. Worse, he used his Susanoo to kill my subordinate, Aburame Toryun. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but in that moment, it carried a weight that made Orochimaru's expression stiffen. Danzo. Are you serious? Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. If that's true, I suspect that the destruction of Kyuzugaku is related to Chinyu. That brat destroyed Kyuzugaku? Danzo's expression shifted. As the leader of Root, his intelligence network was vast. The day after Kyuzugaku was annihilated, he had already received reports and had been speculating about the perpetrator. That's right. Orochimaru's face turned solemn. I imagine you must be wondering who he fought against. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes as he continued, if my guess is correct, he killed Uchiha Madara. Bang! Danzo's cane shattered in his grip. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you realize what you're saying? Uchiha Madara, the man said to be defeatable only by the god of shinobi, was still alive, and now you're telling me that Chinyu killed him? Are you joking? Do you know that in the battle at the Valley of the End, even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, only defeated Madara by a narrow margin? That victory cemented Hashirama's title as the strongest in the ninja world. And now you're telling me that Madara not only survived but was killed by Chinyu instead? This gap in power is hard for me to accept. Ha! Orochimaru let out a dry chuckle. At first, I was just as unwilling to believe it as you. That's why I spent time investigating. A hint of fanaticism flashed across his face. However, Chinyu made a mistake, he didn't wipe out all witnesses from Kyuzugaku. That allowed me to find some clues. The one he killed was likely an aged Uchiha Madara. I wasn't present for the battle itself, but from a distance, the traces of their fight were clearly visible. As expected of a bloodline limit I've always been interested in. Danzo's face turned even darker. He didn't doubt Orochimaru's words. The two of them were both creatures of the shadows, sharing the same twisted ambitions. And after witnessing Chinyu's strength firsthand, Danzo knew that if Madara had been old and weakened, Chinyu might indeed have had a chance to win. Orochimaru, tell me, do you have a way to deal with that brat? Danzo finally spoke again. Orochimaru's smile faded slightly as he replied, are you worried he'll threaten your position? Of course, I wouldn't let such rare eyes slip through my fingers. A sinister gleam flashed in his snake-like eyes. Besides, I've recently perfected that technique. But I need you to take me to the Senju clan's compound, I need to retrieve something. Danzo's expression changed dramatically. He spoke in a heavy tone. I can't believe it. So you've actually succeeded in something even the second Hokage couldn't achieve? If Hiruzen finds out, I wonder how he'll react. Ha! Actually, I should be thanking teacher Sarutobi. Orochimaru sneered. If he hadn't ruthlessly exiled me from Konoha, I wouldn't have so easily shed my mask and pursued my research without restraint. Once I obtain that item, eliminating Uchiha Chinyu will be effortless. ***, now this is truly good news. A sinister smile appeared on Danzo's face as he spoke. That old fool Sarutobi is utterly blind. He knows full well that Uchiha Chinyu is an uncontrollable mad dog, yet he still let Jiraiya take him to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Mode. Now that his strength has become unfathomable, we must act quickly and eliminate him before he masters Sage Mode. Hearing this, Orochimaru's expression darkened. He recalled his fierce battle with Jiraiya that day and said coldly, "Don't worry. Sage Mode isn't something that can be mastered so easily. Back then, Jiraiya took 3 months just to grasp the basics, and I couldn't even find the entrance to Ryuchi Cave. No matter how talented that brat is, learning it will take time. Death is already closing in on him." Danzo glanced at the confident Orochimaru, the corners of his lips curling into an amused smile. "Then let's set out immediately. I'll be counting on you from here on. I want that brat to understand, not just anyone can afford to provoke me." ###at Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Shin Fong and his group hurried back to the main hall. However, what greeted them made Namake's Minato and the others smile bitterly. Bang! Jiraiya raised his hand and smacked the future 4th Hokage on the head without hesitation, scolding him, "You little brat. If I hadn't come to check personally and discovered that these were all shadow clones, you would have already run off while I remained in the dark. Remember, your only duty as his guardian is to ensure that Danzo doesn't find an excuse to target Chinyu. But look at you. Instead of keeping him safe, you took him out on a joyride." For once, Jiraiya wasn't sneaking around peeping at bathhouses. Chinyu chuckled and plopped down onto a chair, unbothered. "Jiraiya-sama, you can rest easy. Danzo wants me dead more than anything. He'll definitely act from the shadows. If I'm right, he's already plotting with someone on how to take my head. The real reason you're here. I'd wager you've caught wind of something suspicious, and now you're planning to send us to Mount Myaboku ahead of schedule." The long-winded statement made the atmosphere in the room tense. Jiraiya paused, then shot Chinyu a glare. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Yes, I have urgent matters to handle, so I've decided to send you and Minato to Mount Myaboku to learn Sage Mode ahead of schedule. I've even brought the scroll." As he spoke, Jiraiya untied the scroll from his waist and spread it out. The fastest way to enter Mount Myaboku was to use the reverse summoning technique from within the mountain itself. However, as an official summoner of the Toad Clan, Jiraiya had access to a sealing scroll that allowed him to perform directed summoning, teleporting Chinyu and Namake's Minato straight to Mount Myaboku. ###, teacher, do I have to go too? Namake's Minato hesitated. Konoha's war situation is still unclear. Can't I postpone this for a while? Right now, Iwagakure is fighting Kumogakure, the third mizukage of Kirigakure was indirectly killed by Chinyu, and Sunagakure is at a disadvantage in the Kikyo Mountain battle. The battlefield changes in an instant. If something goes wrong, I can still use the Flying Thunder God technique to provide rapid support. Jiraiya rolled his eyes at him. Judging by your current state, I'd say you got beaten pretty badly just now, huh? If your strength isn't enough, stop trying to act tough. This is a rare opportunity. Yes, the battlefield is unpredictable, but only by strengthening yourself can you truly handle unexpected situations. Minato's expression froze. He glanced at Chinyu, recalling the brutal beating he had just endured. With a bitter smile, he nodded. All right. To avoid getting thrashed again next time, I suppose I do need to improve my strength. Ha, now that's my student. Jiraiya laughed, patting Minato on the shoulder. Well then, see you later. Reverse summoning technique. Jiraiya chanted the technique's name, and before Minato could react, his vision spun wildly. By the time he regained his senses and tried to take in Mount Myaboku's scenery, a deafening roar filled the air, forcing his pupils to contract sharply. ### water bullet barrage. Countless water bullets shot through the sky like artillery shells, hundreds of them in total. What made the situation even worse was that these water bullets grew larger depending on the size of the summoning toads. Particularly, the ones fired by Gamaken and Gamabunta had diameters of at least 10 meters each, carrying an overwhelming amount of water that could utterly pulverize anyone caught in their path. This welcome ceremony was far too intense. I think I'm starting to like this kind of welcome. Chinyu suddenly laughed. That laughter sent chills down Minato's spine. Recalling the beating he had just suffered, his heart clenched tightly. This was only the beginning. Susanoo. The crimson hue in Chinyu's eyes surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across with immense force. The 9 Tomoe spun wildly, and the overwhelming ocular power gushed out like a raging torrent. The colossal Susanoo rose swiftly, taking the form of a 3-headed, 6-armed giant, its height nearly matching that of Gamaken and the others. Boom! Hundreds of water bullet cannons rained down like a storm upon Chinyu. The massive impact caused Susanoo to sway slightly, and the splashing water cascaded across the entire battlefield like a torrential downpour. This is the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, but its form is different from what we've seen before. Shima's expression shifted slightly. However, this was only the first wave of their attack. They had long anticipated Susanoo's appearance. Gamabunta and Gamaken sprang into action instantly, their powerful legs propelling them into the air like 2 massive mountains. They hurtled towards Susanoo at high speed, their twin blades and long tridents slashing down forcefully, causing the air around them to crackle with sonic booms. Seeing this sudden outburst, the eyes of the surrounding toads flickered with light, their pupils filled with urgency. Stop! No! 2 urgent shouts suddenly rang out, one from Minato Namikaze, and the other from the hurriedly returning Gamabunta. This unexpected turn of events caused the 2 attacking toads to momentarily pause. Even Shima, who had been watching, was stunned. After all, this welcome ceremony was Gamabunta's idea, meant to intimidate Chinyu. But now, Gamabunta was telling them to stop attacking. This contradiction was too great. Gamabunta, what's going on? Fukasaku couldn't hold back any longer. It was the first time she had seen her fearless son show such panic-stricken distress. Unfortunately, before Gamabunta could answer, Chinyu's voice, laced with amusement, drifted through the air. All right, your return gift has arrived. Come and receive it. Standing within Susanoo, Chinyu's 3-headed, 6-armed construct moved swiftly, forming a rapid sequence of hand seals. The moment his hands clapped together, Gamabunta froze. His expression twisted into horror as he roared hysterically. Run! Get out of here, now! This abrupt turn of events sent shockwaves through everyone on the battlefield. Following Gamabunta's gaze, they looked toward the sky. What they saw made even the 2 attacking toads freeze in shock. This had to be a joke. A 5,000-meter-wide meteor was descending from the heavens. The sheer magnitude of the spectacle was beyond anything an ordinary person could comprehend. If one had to describe it in a single phrase, this was a literal cataclysm. You maniac! You absolute lunatic! It was just a joke, and you're responding with this? Fukasaku was completely unnerved. Although he possessed senjutsu, facing Tengai Shinsei left him feeling utterly powerless. Against such a large-scale assault, unless one had large-scale defensive measures like Gaara in the original story, the only fate awaiting them was destruction. Chinyu, can you cancel this attack? Gamabunta asked anxiously. He had just rushed back from the battlefield. With the time lag in the spatial jump, he had barely made it home without a predetermined teleportation marker. Thinking back to the absurd welcome ceremony he had suggested and the apocalyptic response that followed after Minato summoned him into battle, Gamabunta hadn't even had time to think. He had rushed back at full speed. But even so, it was too late. Sorry, I can initiate the attack, but I can't stop it. Chinyu chuckled. However, you might want to ask Minato. If he uses Flying Thunder God Barrier, maybe he can transfer the meteor elsewhere. Me again? Minato was dumbfounded. Feeling the desperate gazes locked onto him, he forced a bitter smile and stepped forward. Why is it always me who suffers from your antics? Alright, quit complaining. I'm playing the villain here, letting you be the hero. Sacrificing a bit for Sage Mode is totally worth it. Chinyu patted Minato's shoulder. Staring at the colossal meteor hurtling toward them, the 2 great sages could no longer remain passive. They rushed forward in alarm. You brat, we'll deal with you later. Fukasaku gritted his teeth in frustration. However, before he could say more, Shima smacked him hard on the back of the head. If you hadn't indulged these kids, this wouldn't have happened. You're not getting off easy tonight. Minato, we're counting on you. We'll infuse our Senjutsu chakra into your Flying Thunder God Barrier. That should be enough to relocate the meteor. As Jiraiya's teachers, the 2 great sages naturally knew about Minato's abilities. After all, the yellow flash of Konoha was a well-known legend, even among the toads. Fine, you start first. I'm taking a short break, chakra's running low. Chinyu yawned, looking completely at ease. The surrounding toads had the sudden urge to bite him, but at this critical moment, no one dared to provoke him. One meteoric disaster was already bad enough. If he summoned another, it would be game over. Move! Minato shouted urgently. Watching the meteor rapidly descend, he flicked 3 flying thunder god kunai, while the 3 massive toads charged off in opposite directions, each holding a kunai. Since this was Minato's first time in Mount Myaboku, he hadn't previously placed flying thunder god markers in the area, meaning he couldn't immediately activate the flying thunder god barrier. 5,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters, ***. Now! Using their immense jumping power, the 3 toads finally reached a safe distance of 5,000 meters. The moment their shouts rang out, Minato's hands flew through hand seals at blinding speed. ***, flying thunder god barrier, ***. The 3 kunai collided with the meteors simultaneously, and the barrier's teleportation seal rapidly expanded outward, forming a massive black void in the sky. As soon as the technique activated, Minato felt his newly restored chakra rapidly drain, his face turning deathly pale. "Use our Senjutsu chakra!" Fukasaku and Shima shouted in unison. The instant their toad hands pressed onto Minato's back, a surge of warm energy flooded into him. The previously slowly expanding spatial barrier suddenly accelerated as if injected with a catalyst. Within moments, it stretched to 6,000 or 7,000 meters, resembling a vast black galaxy that swallowed the descending meteor whole. The awe-inspiring spectacle lasted more than half a minute. As the crowd finally regained their senses, the 5,000-meter-wide meteor had completely vanished, and the pitch-black fissure in the sky swiftly closed. Huff! Huff! ***. Minato gasped for breath, collapsing to the ground. Despite the assistance of the 2 great sages, the sheer strain on his body and chakra reserves had pushed him to his limit. But just as he let out a sigh of relief, a voice reached his ears, nearly shattering his nerves. "Something's wrong, ***, that lunatic is gone, ***, Gamabunta exclaimed anxiously. At those words, every toad present, along with Minato, who had suffered the most, felt a chill run down their spines. Not again. What kind of trouble is he causing now? Could it be that you are Uchiha Chinyu? Truly extraordinary. To be able to unleash such powerful ninjutsu, there are likely very few in the entire ninja world who can match your level." At the summit of Mount Myaboku, the moment Chinyu set foot on the peak, he saw a massive pavilion built there. As the great sage who had lived for over 1,000 years, the great toad sage resided in this place. Looking at the enormous toad before him, whose size had clearly increased several dozen times compared to the era of Hagoromo, Chinyu smiled and said, "Great toad sage, I apologize for disturbing you." "Hee, young man, you are indeed interesting," the great toad sage chuckled kindly. "You are quite unique. I cannot see even the slightest trace of your future. There are only 2 explanations for this. 1, you will not live for much longer. 2, your power surpasses mine to the extent that I cannot perceive your destiny. In my opinion, you belong to the latter category." Hearing this, Shinyu responded casually with a smile, "Great toad sage, you flatter me. You should already know the reason for my visit." "I do." "You have come for the toad sage mode of Mount Myaboku," the great toad sage said lazily, not pressing the matter further. "However, after the commotion you caused just now, it may be troublesome to have Fukasaku and Shima personally teach you sage mode. I hope you understand." After all, the sight of Tengai Shinsei was still fresh in his memory. While the great toad sage himself didn't mind, if another 1 or 2 meteors were summoned, even he would not be able to endure it. "Great toad sage, don't worry. Once I master sage mode, I will leave immediately. Also, I wouldn't dare trouble Fukasaku and Shima, I can learn on my own," Shinyu said with a smile. "Learn on your own?" The great toad sage furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Chinyu's warm and confident expression. With a sigh, he said, "The process of training in toad sage mode is extremely complex. If you fail, you will turn into a petrified statue. Moreover, if you cannot properly adapt to and control sage chakra, you will partially transform into a toad. If you lose control completely, you will turn into a full-blown toad. Are you sure you want to train by yourself?" At this, the great toad sage gazed at Chinyu, his deeply wrinkled face showing a hint of urgency. In his opinion, he had already made the dangers of training in toad sage mode abundantly clear. Anyone encountering such an esoteric technique for the first time would normally seek guidance. "Thank you for your reminder, great toad sage, but I have confidence in my talent. If there is a scroll, I can learn it on my own," Shinyu replied with a smile. The Great Toad Sage was momentarily stunned and asked again for confirmation, "You truly intend to learn it by yourself? If anything happens, don't blame this old toad for not intervening." Seeing that his well-intentioned warning was being ignored, the Great Toad Sage couldn't help but feel a slight sense of displeasure. Yet, Shinyu simply nodded with a smile and said, "Thank you, Great Toad Sage." The Great Toad Sage fell silent, then lightly waved his right index finger. A scroll resting atop his chair's back was suddenly pulled by an invisible force and flew straight toward Shinyu. Boom! Shinyu reached out and caught it, the sheer force causing his body to tremble slightly. Looking at the Great Toad Sage, who had already closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to say more, Shinyu chuckled inwardly. So, even this old toad has a temper, huh? Of course, Shinyu didn't take it to heart. He obviously couldn't just shout to the world that he possessed a system, one that allowed him to instantly master any ninjutsu or taijutsu with a single command. If he did, people would probably think he was insane before he even finished explaining. Unconcerned, Shinyu unrolled the scroll in his hands. It depicted a toad seated in a meditative pose, surrounded by detailed descriptions of the techniques for activating Sage Mode and absorbing natural energy. At first glance, the content appeared extremely complex and difficult to comprehend. Ding! System detected that the host has learned Sage Mode. Would you like to instantly max out the ability? A crisp system prompt echoed in Shinyu's mind. He raised an eyebrow, a smile forming on his lips as he gave the command. The Great Toad Sage, who had remained silent, noticed Shinyu's amused expression and was momentarily taken aback. He had expected Shinyu to be bewildered after seeing the scroll's profound content and to seek further guidance. Yet, once again, Shinyu had defied his expectations. What's he smiling about? The Great Toad Sage couldn't help but mutter, hesitating to speak. However, before he could say anything, he saw Shinyu close the scroll and put it away. Ding! Congratulations, host, Sage Mode has been successfully maxed out. The system's ethereal voice rang out once more. Shinyu's smile deepened as he handed the scroll back to the Great Toad Sage. Thank you for your generosity, Great Toad Sage. I have already mastered Sage Mode, so I will take my leave now, Shinyu said with a slight bow. You've already learned it? The Great Toad Sage, holding the scroll, was utterly dumbstruck. In his memory, even the most gifted individual, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, had taken 7 days to master Sage Mode. Yet now, Shinyu had merely glanced at the scroll and was claiming to have already mastered it? This was simply unbelievable. Grandfather, are you okay? That brat didn't disrespect you, did he? A voice rang out as Fukasaku landed beside the Great Toad Sage, followed closely by Shima, Minato Namikaze, and a group of toads. After Minato had successfully teleported the meteor away, he had realized that Shinyu had vanished. Fukasaku and Shima had then used their sage sensing to track him down, leading them here. Shinyu, are you alright? I heard this place is a forbidden area of Mount Mayaboku. If you trespass, they might try to interfere with your Sage Mode training, Minato said in a low voice as he landed beside Shinyu, trying to warn him. Oof, at least Minato has some sense, Fukasaku snorted. Brat, I'll overlook what happened earlier, but now you've trespassed into one of Mount Mayaboku's forbidden areas. If you don't apologize, then even if we agreed to teach you Sage Mode for Jiraiya's sake, we won't train you properly. In truth, the decision to have Fukasaku train Shinyu in Sage Mode had been made based on the Great Toad Sage's prophecy. But as the Great Toad Sage himself had said, his ability to foresee the future regarding Shinyu was unclear. Earlier, Shinyu had nearly scared them to death with Tengai Shinsei, and now Fukasaku just wanted to regain some control of the situation. So, he deliberately twisted the facts, clearly intending to suppress Shinyu's momentum. However, the next words that came stunned everyone present. He said, he has already learned it. That aged voice seemed to transform into a powerful storm sweeping across the entire scene, instantly tensing the nerves of every toad present. But those words did not come from Shinyu's mouth, they came from the Great Toad Sage. Grandfather, did you just say he has already learned it? Fukasaku could no longer remain calm. Having lived for over 800 years, he had witnessed countless successes and failures, some with extraordinary talent, others utterly dim-witted. But someone claiming to have mastered Sage Mode in an instant? That was nothing short of absurd. Kid, are you joking? Learning Sage Mode is extremely difficult. Even in Mount Mayaboku, only a handful have ever succeeded. And yet, you just casually claim to have mastered it? Are you mocking us? Fukasaku roared in anger. Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest were called the three great summoning lands precisely because of their unique and unreplicable sage modes. Each had its own distinct characteristics, and mastering them was a feat few could achieve. Shinyu, is what you said true? Minato Namikaze was also stunned and couldn't hold back his reaction. Unlike the others, Minato was well aware of Chinyu's monstrous learning ability. He had originally thought Chinyu's talent only applied to regular ninjutsu, but if he could also effortlessly master Sage Mode, then that was beyond comprehension. You all don't believe me? Shinyu smiled. Then allow me to give you a demonstration so you can see for yourselves. The moment those words fell, every toad, including Minato, immediately tensed up, their gazes locked onto Chinyu with intense focus. Even the great toad sage was no exception. Who? Chinyu slowly exhaled a deep breath. Thanks to the system's instant mastery, the knowledge of Sage Mode's application was already perfectly ingrained in his mind. As his body completely relaxed, he began sensing the slowly flowing natural chakra around him. But in that instant, the previously gentle flow of nature energy froze, as if time itself had stopped. This is impossible. The great toad sage was the first to break. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open, and the sight before him made even him tremble. Every toad present, including Minato, widened their eyes to the point where it seemed they might burst. Sage Mode. Shinyu's eyes suddenly flashed open, and the natural energy around him reacted as if an invisible hand had forcibly pulled it toward him. At that moment, Shinyu seemed to transform into a massive black hole, devouring and absorbing every ounce of nature energy within a 10-kilometer radius. Mysterious markings spread rapidly across his face, forming the distinct patterns of Toad Sage Mode. The aura he emitted took on an ethereal quality as if, without direct visual confirmation, even chakra sensory techniques wouldn't be able to detect his presence. It was as if he had merged with the world itself. It's really Sage Mode. Fukasaku's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes 7 or 8 times as if he were seeing a ghost, unable to believe what was unfolding before him. Just moments ago, he had confidently claimed that mastering Sage Mode was a monumental challenge. Yet now, Shinyu had not only mastered it, but had done so instantly, leaving no room for doubt. The slap to his face had come too fast and too hard. Right, Minato, I forgot to tell you a trick for training, Shinyu suddenly said. When practicing Sage Mode, you can use shadow clones to stack experience, which will drastically increase your training speed. Of course, this depends on the individual. But with your talent, you should be able to master it in about 10 days. Not to mention, after Sage Mode expires, you can use your clones to refresh it immediately. As Chinyu spoke, he glanced at the dumbfounded toads around him and sighed helplessly. Fine, I'll demonstrate it for you, consider it my way of saying thanks. Boom! Shinyu immediately performed the Shadow Clone Jutsu. This was the high-quality version of the technique that Minato had personally taught him, derived from the second Hokage's forbidden multi-shadow clone jutsu. Unlike ordinary clones, these ones perfectly inherited the original's abilities, though at the cost of dividing chakra. Poof! 2 identical clones appeared beside Shinyu. Without needing any instruction, they instantly entered Sage Mode. Seeing 3 Chinyas, all simultaneously in Sage Mode, every toad present gasped sharply. Even the great toad sage could no longer remain seated. But then, the real Chinyu deactivated his Sage Mode, and at the same time, his clones also dispelled, instantly transferring the accumulated natural energy back to his body. The next moment, Sage Mode returned to Chinyu seamlessly. This sudden display was like a final breaking point, a straw that shattered the nerves of every spectator. Even the great toad sage looked utterly shaken. You really are a monster. Not only did you instantly master Sage Mode, but you also figured out a way to optimize its use within such a short time. If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. The great toad sage was so excited that even his aged body trembled violently. Watching this ancient toad shake so much, Shinyu couldn't help but feel a little worried. ***, what if he has a heart attack? That would be a disaster. ***. Aha, great toad sage, you exaggerate. My business here is done, and Minato still needs your guidance. So, I'll be taking my leave now. Shinyu chuckled, waving his hand as he cancelled the reverse summoning jutsu, instantly returning to the shinobi world. Oh, right, I forgot to ask you something, great toad sage. How long did Hagoromo take to master Sage Mode? Shinyu's offhand remark completely floored the great toad sage. Thud! The great toad sage collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, all the surrounding toads panicked and rushed forward to help him up. None of them recognized the name Hagoromo, but to the great toad sage, that was a name buried deep in history, one that had not been spoken aloud for thousands of years. Now, after all this time, that name had suddenly resurfaced, shocking even him to his core. "Grandfather, what happened? Who is Hagoromo?" Fukasaku could no longer hold back his burning curiosity and asked urgently. Even Minato and the other toads looked intrigued. "No, this is something you cannot know." The great toad sage, now seated back in his chair, spoke solemnly. "You only need to remember one thing **** unless absolutely necessary, do not become enemies with that boy ***. You must understand, he may not even belong to this time and space. No wonder I could never see his future." His hurried words echoed across the peak of Mount Mayaboku. The gathered toads and Minato exchanged stunned glances. For the great toad sage to say something this extreme, this was unprecedented. And it only made them even more curious. Just who exactly was Chinyu? Even Minato couldn't help but ponder this question. However, for Minato right now, the most pressing issue was something else entirely. He had exactly 10 days to master Sage Mode. And if he failed, that would be unbearably humiliating. ***boo****. Inside the Uchiha Fugaku residence, a low, muffled explosion suddenly echoed, breaking the deathly silence of the night. Amidst the swirling white mist, Chinyu's figure gradually emerged. Seeing that the courtyard remained eerily quiet, Chinyu's brows furrowed instinctively. Clang! 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 The sharp sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Chinyu's brow arched slightly, and in the next instant, his figure vanished. "Itachi, be careful! There are 5 enemies in the shadows." Uchiha Fugaku shouted urgently. Just moments ago, he had deflected a surprise attack of shuriken from the darkness and had even considered using Susanoo. However, with the entire Uchiha clan under strict surveillance due to Chinyu's actions, revealing his trump card now could place the entire Uchiha clan in grave danger. Moreover, for these enemies to execute an attack so smoothly under such tight scrutiny, was there an unknown force aiding them? This thought deeply troubled Fugaku. Water style, water dragon bullet. 5 piercing whooshes sliced through the air. 5 colossal water dragons shot through the darkness like lightning, attacking from multiple directions with terrifying speed. Fugaku's face instantly changed. He might be able to escape unscathed, but Itachi, though a recognized genius in Konoha, was still just a child. By Fugaku's estimation, Itachi's strength was at most at the Chunin level. To survive 5 simultaneous water dragon bullets was next to impossible. "Susanoo!" A familiar voice rang out. Fugaku was momentarily stunned before his gaze snapped toward a familiar figure appearing in front of Itachi. That blood-red, disaster-wreathed Susanoo radiated an overwhelming presence, standing as a formidable shield before Itachi. Boom! The 5 water dragon bullets crashed into Susanoo's form. Despite the massive impact, Susanoo stood unmoving like an unshakable iron fortress. The water exploded into a torrential downpour, drenching the entire courtyard. "Brother! Chinyu? Why are you back?" Both Itachi and Fugaku were shocked. They had never expected Chinyu to suddenly appear and save them at such a critical moment. But before they could fully process what had happened, a flash of lightning burst from Chinyu's body. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished. That speed, even the Sharingan can barely track it. Is that the lightning instantaneous body technique? Itachi's face was filled with sheer disbelief. Compared to him, Fugaku had instinctively activated his Mangekyo Sharingan the moment Chinyu disappeared. With his enhanced vision, he could barely see Chinyu turning into a streak of lightning, charging into the darkness. "He's back. Stick to the plan, withdraw immediately," a masked ninja coldly commanded. Without hesitation, he turned and prepared to leave. Their mission in infiltrating Konoha was to bait Chinyu into revealing himself so they could capture him. But just as he turned away, a figure materialized before him. His pupils shrank in terror. "Why you? How are you here?" The rumors, they were true. His voice trembled in shock. In a desperate move, he snatched a kunai and thrust it straight at Chinyu's heart. At this point-blank range, his only hope was to force Chinyu to retreat. It was his only chance of survival. Squelch! Hot blood splattered into the air like fireworks. The masked ninja's movements froze. He had anticipated some kind of reaction, a dodge, a parry. But Chinyu had done nothing. No attempt to evade. No attempt to block. A suicidal strategy? This thought barely formed in his mind before a tremendous force surged through his hand. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out. The moment his kunai neared Chinyu's body, a burst of lightning chakra repelled it instantly, sending the weapon flying. The force shattered his wrist in the process. As his vision spun, his body slammed into the ground. In his final moments, he watched as Chinyu vanished again. And in that instant, he finally understood. This boy was a monster beyond imagination. Father! Where did brother go? Did you see? Itachi couldn't hold back anymore. For the longest time, the person he respected most was Shisui Uchiha. He had always aspired to be like him. But after witnessing Chinyu's terrifying strength and his rapid rise, Itachi's admiration for Shisui had been shaken. His young heart had been completely conquered by Chinyu's overwhelming power. It's already over. Fugaku's expression was grim. Moments later, Chinyu reappeared from the shadows, landing before them. It's done. Itachi's expression shifted drastically. In just 5 or 6 seconds, Chinyu had eliminated all 5 ambushers. The sheer speed of the massacre was unbelievable. If he had been in that battle, he wouldn't have stood a chance. They're dead. Chinyu ruffled Itachi's hair. You two should rest. Leave the rest to me. Fugaku's expression darkened abruptly. You didn't let one escape on purpose, did you? Staring at Chinyu's calm demeanor, Fugaku's tone grew severe. You're planning to track them, aren't you? Chinyu, don't forget **** the Uchiha clan is under heavy scrutiny ****. If these attackers manage to infiltrate so easily, there's likely a deeper conspiracy at play. I urge you to be cautious. Do not act recklessly and endanger the Uchiha clan. Had it been anyone else, Fugaku would have already forcibly stopped them. But after witnessing Chinyu's absolute power, he knew better than to challenge him head-on. Uncle, don't worry. If we keep hiding, they'll only grow bolder. You wouldn't want Antwa the baby she's carrying to get caught in the crossfire, would you? Just leave this to me. I'm not someone they can handle so easily. Chinyu chuckled. Lightning danced across his body. And then, he vanished into thin air. Watching Chinyu disappear completely, Itachi could no longer hold back. Father, should we notify Shisui? Ever since Chinyu and Minato had gone to Mount Myaboku, Fugaku had told Itachi about the battle that took place. He had even revealed Shisui's hidden strength. In the past, Itachi had idolized Shisui. But now, after hearing how even Shisui, Fugaku, and the others had been completely defeated by Chinyu, his absolute reverence for Shisui had diminished. There's no need. Fugaku shook his head. If he truly intends to act, few in this world could stop him now. But, wasn't Chinyu supposed to be at Mount Myaboku, training in sage mode? Why did he suddenly return? Fugaku's brows furrowed deeply, his expression filled with confusion. Outside the sealed gate of the Hidden Leaf Village ***. The night was like thick, dense ink, lingering for a long time, refusing to disperse. A petite figure suddenly appeared from the shadows without any warning. The sealed gate is just ahead. As long as I can leave this place, I'll be able to see that guy. Chaotic thoughts raced through her mind, and the scenes of their parting that day replayed quickly in her head, like a film flashing before her eyes. Stop! Who are you? A cold, stern voice suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the darkness, blocking the path in front of the sealed gate. It's you again, little girl? Sarutobi Susanoo frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Anko, this is already the 10th time. Every time, you insist on breaking in, claiming that Orochimaru has returned. And now, you've escaped from the confinement room again. You're really giving me a headache. Looking at the stubborn girl in front of him, Sarutobi Susanoo couldn't help but feel helpless. Ever since Orochimaru defected, Mitarashi Anko had been charging at the sealed gate every so often, repeatedly claiming to have found Orochimaru's tracks. But Anko had only just been promoted to Chunin, barely 13 or 14 years old. No one took her words seriously. The first time she did this, it might have been seen as childish mischief. But as time went on, the nature of the situation changed. Every time Orochimaru secretly returned, Anko would cause a commotion. And every time, she ended up being detained in the reflection room. Eventually, people began to suspect that she was suffering from emotional instability due to Orochimaru's betrayal. It's true. Orochimaru came back. This time, he stayed for a long time. I just sensed his presence leaving the village. Anko said anxiously. In the world of ninja, where war forced children to grow up quickly, the younger generation matured at an astonishing rate. In this harsh environment, Anko had already grown to about 160 centimeters tall. Dressed in a mesh top, her petite figure exuded a unique youthful charm. Anko, stop this nonsense, or don't blame me for locking you up again. Sarutobi Susanoo said impatiently, including your last attempt, this time you'll be locked away for 30 days. No matter who it was, dealing with such reckless behavior repeatedly would wear down their patience. Believe it or not, I don't care. This time, I will find Orochimaru and demand the truth. Anko shouted fiercely. Hidden shadow snake hands. Suddenly, a white snake shot up from the ground at an astonishing speed, striking toward Sarutobi Susanoo's right leg with lightning-fast precision. The unexpected attack made Sarutobi Susanoo's expression change drastically. In her previous attempts, Anko had only tried to barge through physically, never using ninjutsu. After all, Konoha had strict rules. Attacking the guards of the sealed gate with ninjutsu would be considered an act of betrayal. Because of this, Sarutobi Susanoo had never taken Anko seriously. He never imagined that this little girl would actually betray the village. However, this move completely shattered his expectations. By the time he realized what was happening, the white snake had already sunk its fangs into his neck. A wave of dizziness crashed over him. Faced with Orochimaru's specially formulated neurotoxin, Sarutobi Susanoo barely lasted 2 or 3 seconds before losing consciousness. Finally done. This time, I will get my answers from him. A trace of resentment flashed across Anko's face as she stepped toward the gate. But just as she moved forward, a bright figure suddenly appeared right next to her neck. Looks like you forgot, there's not just one person guarding the sealed gate. A cold voice rang out. The attacker was clearly an ANBU ninja wearing a mask. As he said, for the security of the Hidden Leaf Village, the sealed gate was always guarded by 2 shinobi, one in the open and one in the shadows. Seeing this sudden attack, Anko's face turned deathly pale. At such close range, she had no chance to dodge. Was she going to fail again? A surge of unwillingness rose rapidly in her heart. Just then, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Sorry, but she isn't alone either. A figure wrapped in crackling lightning appeared in front of Anko in an instant. The sudden intervention made the ANBU ninja's expression change drastically. It's you! As ANBU, they were well aware of Chinyu's strength. He was someone bold enough to cause havoc in the Hokage's office. Seeing Chinyu attack out of nowhere, the ANBU ninja barely had time to react before he was struck at the back of the neck. Boom! The dull thud of a body hitting the ground echoed in the air. Anko was stunned as she stared at the fallen ANBU ninja. She quickly turned to look at the figure standing in front of her, and her expression suddenly changed. That's the Uchiha clan emblem. You're from the Uchiha clan? Anko couldn't help but ask. Hurry up and go. Attacking the guards of the sealed gate is considered treason. Ever since Orochimaru defected, Anko had been confined to the reflection room and rarely stepped outside. She knew very little about the recent events of the ninja world. So, she had no idea about Chinyu's recent meteoric rise. I didn't originally plan to get involved. I was just going to sneak out of the village. Chinyu chuckled and reached out to pat Anko's head. But when I heard you say you could find Orochimaru, I decided to step in. Don't let me down. Anko froze, then quickly dodged away from Chinyu's hand. Her face turned cold as she took a step back. You can't just touch other people's heads like that. And you said you could sneak out of the village without being noticed? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. Besides the sealed gate, the entire Hidden Leaf Village is constantly surrounded by sensory ninja using barrier techniques. Even the tiniest insect flying through would be detected instantly. And why do you want to find Orochimaru? Are you planning to become his lapdog? A series of sharp questions echoed in the night air. Chinyu rubbed his nose helplessly. Looks like you really haven't heard of my reputation, stupid girl. Retracting his hand, Chinyu smirked. Let's go. They'll wake up soon. If you still want to catch up to Orochimaru, you'd better start talking properly. Otherwise, I might have to spank you. Asterisk, you bastard. How dare you mock me with words? Mitarashi Anko had always been quick-tempered. However, when she saw Chinyu's playful smirk, the anger in her heart dissipated slightly. She knew very well that the young man before her was no ordinary person. At the very least, he was just a little stronger than her. Yes, just a little stronger. Anko clenched her fists tightly, convincing herself in her mind. If we leave just like this, we'll be considered rogue ninja. Are you really not going to regret it? Regret? Shinyu grabbed Anko's slender hand and quickened his pace. Hurry up. I'm from the Uchiha clan, Genjutsu is my specialty. They'll wake up soon and completely forget what just happened. So, finish your business quickly. Once we return, you'll still be a Konoha ninja. Anko had intended to shake off Chinyu's hand, but upon hearing his words, she froze. She had come to track Orochimaru's whereabouts, but she never intended to leave Konoha with him. Just now, she had been acting purely on stubborn determination. But now that she had calmed down, she realized she couldn't afford the consequences of breaking in recklessly. As the two of them disappeared into the night, about 7 or 8 seconds later, the unconscious Sarutobi Susanoo and the ANBU ninja suddenly began to move involuntarily. This was an advanced hypnosis technique, forcing them into a state similar to sleepwalking. Shinyu had arrived here before Anko. He had originally planned to use hypnosis to make the two guards fall unconscious without realizing it. However, he hadn't expected Anko to appear at such a critical moment. If she hadn't claimed to be able to track Orochimaru, Shinyu wouldn't have bothered with such a troublesome matter, not even if she was a well-developed little girl. Alright, your curse seal should allow you to sense Orochimaru's presence. It's time to put it to use. Shinyu suddenly spoke. Anko's expression changed dramatically, and she instinctively stopped in her tracks, staring at Shinyu in disbelief. In her eyes, ever since she had become Orochimaru's apprentice, she had been nothing more than his experiment. When Orochimaru defected, she had tried to stop him only to be marked with an incomplete cursed seal. I know a lot of things, but I'm not great at explaining. Shinyu said with a smile. You. Anko was so furious that she couldn't even form words. But before she could lash out, a sharp pain suddenly flared at her neck, making her face turn pale instantly. She instinctively raised her hand to cover the cursed seal. Sensing Orochimaru's presence? Shinyu raised an eyebrow. Move your hand. I know a little sealing technique, I can temporarily suppress the pain. You? Suppress Orochimaru's cursed seal? You must be joking. Anko gritted her teeth. Shinyu rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, but you wouldn't want to be in so much pain that you can't even speak when facing Orochimaru, would you? This incomplete cursed seal had been deliberately placed on Anko by Orochimaru. As his apprentice, she had followed him to many places. This mark served as a means to obscure his whereabouts. Although Orochimaru had sealed away her memories in the end, the cursed seal remained. Moreover, it carried a sensory restriction *. The closer she got to Orochimaru, the more intense the pain would become *. With Anko's current strength, the moment she saw Orochimaru, she would likely be overwhelmed by the pain and pass out instantly. Looking at Chinyu's smirking face and feeling the burning sensation on her neck, Anko knew he was right. However, she still found it hard to believe that Chinyu could suppress Orochimaru's cursed seal. After all, Orochimaru was the teacher she had once revered, one of the legendary Sannin. Just as she had this thought, Chinyu suddenly moved. 2 fingers of his right hand were wrapped in black flames, and before Anko could react, he pressed them directly against her neck. Enhanced, evil sealing method. In the original story, Kakashi needed a special ritual to temporarily seal Sasuke's cursed seal. But for Chinyu, with the augmentation of Uchiha Madara's eyes, everything became effortless. Anko's expression shifted drastically at Chinyu's sudden action. She wanted to resist, but almost instantly, the pain in her neck began to fade away. Did it work? Anko was stunned. She had never expected this boy to be able to seal away Orochimaru's cursed seal so easily. Alright, the pain is gone now. It should be easier for you to sense Orochimaru's whereabouts. Chinyu reached out and ruffled Anko's hair again. Now do you believe me? I'm a very powerful ninja, you know. Humph. Anko snapped out of her daze and let out a soft snort. But this time, she didn't reject Chinyu's casual gesture. After a brief pause, she turned her gaze toward the forested basin in the distance. Orochimaru is over there. The sensation is very strong, we're close. With that, Anko dashed ahead. Watching her disappearing figure, Chinyu let out a helpless sigh. He suddenly realized that Anko's personality was somewhat similar to Naruto's in the original story. Meanwhile, in a basin about 2 or 3 miles away, 5 figures stood silently. Orochimaru-sama, are you certain that Brat will show up here? Yamanaka Kaze's expression was dark and grim. The memory of his longtime comrade, Aburame Torian, being crushed into pulp before his eyes made him seethe with hatred for Chinyu. Don't worry. With that boy's abilities, I have no doubt he'll come. Orochimaru smirked sinisterly, his crimson tongue gliding over his dry lips. But, have you completed the task I assigned to you? Orochimaru-sama, you can rest assured. A flicker of confusion crossed Yamanaka Kaze's face as he retrieved a wooden box from behind him and handed it over. With this, can we really defeat Uchiha Chinyu? A trace of uncertainty lingered in his tone. According to Danzo-sama, that brat's strength is already at Kage level. Before their disastrous failure at the Hokage's office, Yamanaka Kaze had believed they could defeat Chinyu with sheer numbers. If one person wasn't enough, they'd send 10. If 10 weren't enough, they'd send 20. It was that kind of mindset that had led to their failure and to Torian's brutal demise at Chinyu's hands. Ha, Yamanaka Kaze, you're still the same as ever. Orochimaru let out a sinister chuckle and said, if you don't believe me, then at least believe in Danzo. Since he entrusted me with this task, it proves that my abilities are beyond his. Besides, don't forget, the technique we're using was originally developed by the second Hokage. After my modifications, its power is far beyond what some mere Uchiha Chinyu can withstand. As he spoke, a twisted grin flashed across Orochimaru's face. His right hand gripped his cheek, and his eye sockets widened grotesquely, stretching several times their normal size. With a chilling voice, he murmured, his Mangekyo Sharingan is destined to be mine. His eerie words echoed through the forest. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out, instantly putting Yamanaka Kaze on high alert. Relax. Orochimaru sneered, his expression cold. It seems Aburame Torian's death dealt you quite a blow, you even neglected your sensory field. That sound? It's one of my men. Looks like the prey has taken the bait, just as I anticipated. I intentionally let someone escape to lure them in. At that moment, a bloodstained ANBU operative rushed out from the trees, his mask still on. Orochimaru-sama. Our men are all dead. However, the moment he reached Orochimaru, his pupils constricted in horror. A crimson tongue, as swift and precise as a venomous serpent, shot forward without any flourish, piercing directly through his throat. Splurt! Blood spurted into the air as the ANBU ninja collapsed to the ground, his face frozen in shock. Hee, since you fulfilled your purpose, you no longer have any value. Orochimaru smirked, then turned his gaze toward the dense forest ahead. Boy, now that you're here, how much longer do you plan to keep hiding? His calm words rippled through the air, sending tension through everyone present. Yamanaka Kaze hurriedly formed a seal, expanding his sensory field. Whoosh! A sudden burst of movement. A small, swift figure shot out from the left side of the forest. Seeing the incoming figure, Yamanaka Kaze's brows furrowed. Too fast. That was his only thought. This speed was completely different from the Chinyu he had encountered before. Hidden Shadow Many Snake's hand. The moment Mitarashi Anko appeared within 7 or 8 meters of Orochimaru, her right hand unleashed a swarm of venomous snakes, surging toward him with a foul wind. The sudden attack caused Orochimaru's expression to shift briefly before he let out a cold snort. Anko, I didn't expect you to chase me this far. Looks like I underestimated you. The last time we met was when I left the village. You refused to come with me, and I told you then if we met again, I would kill you. This time, there will be no mercy. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru disappeared from amidst the sea of snakes. When he reappeared, he was already behind Anko. His body twisted like a serpent, coiling around her rapidly, his jaws opening wide, lunging straight for her neck. Too fast. That was the only thought in Anko's mind. She had thought that by ambushing him with Hidden Shadow Many Snake's hand, she could overpower Orochimaru. But she had been too impulsive, completely forgetting the overwhelming difference in their abilities. As the foul breath rushed toward her, a ridiculous thought crossed Anko's mind. How long has it been since this guy brushed his teeth? Die, Anko. Orochimaru cackled maniacally. But just as his words fell, a figure wreathed in crackling lightning burst from the ground beneath them. Damn, you're really ruthless, sensei. This is the first time I've seen such cruelty. Chinyu smirked mockingly. But if we're talking about ambushes, I'm far better at it than she is. Rasengan. A spiraling sphere of chakra roared to life in Chinyu's right hand. Without hesitation, he drove it straight into Orochimaru's chest. Boom! The super-compressed chakra detonated like a volcanic eruption. A tidal wave of force surged outward, engulfing Orochimaru in an instant and sending him hurtling through the air. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Orochimaru crashed like a ragdoll into a massive tree dozens of meters away. Crash! The tree, thick enough that an adult would need to wrap their arms around it, was snapped in half on impact. Orochimaru-sama! Yamanaka Kaze's face twisted in shock. Without a second thought, he leaped back in retreat. He had wanted to avenge Aburain Toryun. But the moment he saw Chinyu evade his sensory field and land such a devastating blow on Orochimaru, all his fighting spirit evaporated. No need for such a reaction. Chinyu chuckled. He's not dead yet. Snakes shed their skin, after all. I've been waiting for you and Danzo to make a move, to walk right into my trap. And now, it seems you've finally lost patience. I imagine you've spent quite a bit of effort preparing for this. Let me guess, you've successfully acquired and improved the Edo Tensei technique? His words echoed eerily through the battlefield, carrying an almost hypnotic weight. Lying sprawled in the wreckage, Orochimaru's crushed chest began to writhe unnaturally. Moments later, his supposedly lifeless body stirred once more. Slowly, he stood up, peeling away his human mask to reveal a hideous, snake-like visage. Impressive, boy. I thought Danzo overestimated you, but it turns out I underestimated you. Orochimaru's crimson tongue flicked out as he sneered. Since you already know I've obtained the second Hokage's forbidden Edo Tensei technique, why did you still dare to come after me? What gave you such confidence? Chinyu smirked. If I said it was these fists of mine, would you find that funny? As Chinyu and Orochimaru exchanged words, Anko suddenly felt like she had become irrelevant. Recalling their conversation at the village gate, she couldn't help but feel restless. You? Who exactly are you? Orochimaru paused for a moment before breaking into a sinister grin. Anko, you don't even know his identity, yet you dared to follow him here? You're just as naive and foolish as when I left you. Uchiha Chinyu, the most monstrous genius in the Uchiha clan's 15-year history. The blood-soaked Ajura who shook the ninja world, the rogue who dared to wreak havoc in the Hokage's office and kill his own comrades. Very soon, you'll fall into darkness, just like me. Stretching out his hand, Orochimaru's grin widened. Why not join me? With Edo Tensei and your powerful dojutsu, the entire Hidden Leaf Village will be ours. Anko was utterly dumbfounded. She had never expected this seemingly reckless boy to have such a terrifying background. What's wrong? Chinyu smirked. I told you, I have quite the fearsome reputation. But unlike you, I don't trust idiots so easily. Orochimaru's expression darkened instantly. You figured it out? Of course. Chinyu grinned. The commotion beneath my feet, those three unmoving figures in black robes, even after you were blasted away, they didn't budge. Did you really think I wouldn't notice?